right? It's the gravity of the Earth. So it's like a gradient of matter. Um, so that the pressures due to this due to gravity, and then of course the more dense particles uh, are lower to the Earth, and and that causes the less dense particles to float above. So the same effect that you get like, when you mix oil and water, or water and more dense substances fall to the bottom, less dense rise to the top. So
Yeah.
like a balloon with helium, right? So there is no like hard demarcation of like where that edge is, because it's like a gradient of less and less particles as you go further away from the Earth. So it's by a function of the gravitational force, law of gravitation, where you have the forces proportional to two masses and over the distance squared. So as you get further away, the particles have less of this gravitational force. When you're closer to the Earth mass, it's stronger. So you also have that in play. So there isn't a like pressure outside of the Earth. That pressure is due to the gravitational force pulling the particles down towards the Earth. Right.
Okay. So the only issue with what you said is if you have to use gravity in your rebuttal, then the next thing I'm going to ask you is, can you validate, we're going to ask you for proof of gravity, and that's going to go
Mhm.
into what we already went over. You know what I'm,
Okay.
we're
Yeah.
just
I
going to
just joined, so I don't know what y'all went over already, but yeah.
I mean the proof of gravity. Okay, let's just go down the road. Okay, let's just go for it. So how do you validate gravity?
I don't know that it's validated. Well, it's just it first started with something that was observed. Uh, we have Newton. Um, there's some kind of force that's going on that causes things to fall to the earth, and so he that was just observed. I don't know if that validates it, but there is some kind of force at play, and with Newton's laws of motion and inertia, those have been pretty consistent in predicting other things and understanding how mechanics work. But there's this quantity of like this force that it's a force that acts through a distance. It's not like a typical force that requires a contact. So we have those four forces that act without touching you, like at a
Right.
like contact, right? Electromagnetism, strong, weak, and gravity.
How
And
about you? Okay.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Lee. Go ahead.
Do you think the gravity it's impossible to like stop it or no?
Mhm. Um, no, like there's no sense of stopping it. It's the apparent force between matter or mass. So there is like right now the idea is that what's keeping us from falling through our floor is the atoms in your floor is solid, are in a solid state, and they're held together by electromagnetism, and that is so much stronger than the gravitational force. And then when you get inside an atom, you have the strong and weak nuclear forces. Um, so
You don't know what
yeah,
you're talking about. I'm very sorry. You are just using words without any understanding. And
no, you don't. I think
it'd
I
be
don't
nice
know.
if you say, I can be nice to you or say, yeah, because
No, you don't have
you
to be nice
have
to
an
me. You just be
acceleration
factual.
of an object in free fall. Yes, it's going down. And just that is also proof of flat Earth. If it's going down and they have an acceleration to the ground, then that's known. That's true. Therefore, I'm nice with you. Talk about that. All, all other things that you were trying to talk about was nonsense.
How's that nonsense? There's a gravitational force
You're talking about
that.
this and that. You're talking about the electromagnetism and so on. You're
Well,
talking
there's
about
four
this
fundamental forces in the
one thing
universe
you're
that
holding.
physicists recognize that are that don't act by a contact. They act through apparently no contact. That's electromagnetism, gravity, strong and weak nuclear, the strong
That's
nuclear
not
force and weak
gravity.
nuclear force.
What is gravity? Okay, we have to start from the beginning. What is the definition of gravity today?
Okay, there's two. We have number one from classical mechanics. We have the Newtonian, the law of gravitation, and we treat gravity as a force. And Einstein came along,
Yeah, that
and
has been debunked. It's not used in of your gods or your priests. They are not using that anymore. They are using Einstein. That is,
yeah. But that's because science progresses. It's not like it did away with Newtonian. It's just that Einstein's general relativity explains what gravity is. Newton just kind of quantified it. But what
no,
Newton
no,
did,
no. They are against each other. They cannot exist together because that's absolutely against. They are absolutely against each other. So that's
no, they're not opposing. It's just that Einstein progressed it, expanded it. It's not like Einstein stood on the shoulders of Newton and all the other physicists before him in a similar fashion to build the model that we have today. So it's not like Einstein did away with Newton. Einstein, even in general relativity, it follows the inertial laws of Newton because so gravity is due to this warp in space time of objects that are traveling inertially through that space time that it's warped. So it gives an apparent force like it's gravity, just like you have inertial forces like the Coriolis effect or in any other kind of inertial, like centrifugal forces is another inertial force, right? So it's not an actual force, it's an
Coriolis
apparent
effect.
force. I don't think you
I'm
understand. You
happy
probably don't
that
understand any of
for
these things, by the way.
Coriolis is just an optical illusion. So why are
Mm,
you taking?
No, they're inertial. They're inertial forces, which depending on your frame of reference, it could.
Do you know what is inertia and inertia? Do you know?
Yeah, I do know what a non-inertial frame of reference and inertial frame of reference. And so,
No,
inertial frame of reference is where there's no forces acting on you. And everything at motion stays in motion. Everything at rest stays at rest. And then if you're like in a rotating frame, that's a non-inertial. So,
what is inertia then?
well, it's one where you are accelerating. So your
No,
inertia, it's
you're
not.
answering wrong.
So,
You
for
don't know what.
example, if you're accelerating, like for example, if you're rotating, okay, I don't want to trigger anyone, but say on the globe, like as you're standing, we're technically not in an inertial frame of reference. We're actually rotating. So that's a
You are
non-inertial
stuttering.
rotating
You are
reference frame.
stuttering. You are stuttering. You don't know really what to say. Do you really want me to help you?
Okay, go ahead. Define non-inertial frame of reference or whatever you want me to define.
If you are on a rotating reference frame, then I say if the Earth is rotating, then you are in an inertia, and everything above you will drift away from you if you are on an inertia reference frame, and that's illusion. If you're on a rotating frame, everything above you will looks like it's drifting away from you. That is Coriolis effect, and that is we are talking about.
Yeah, I know what the
So,
Coriolis effect is, and like I said, it's like an inertial
but
force. It's not a
it's not a
real
force,
force.
it's just an
It's
illusion.
a
Doesn't matter.
no. I know that. I
It
know
is a
that.
real effect, but we are not reserving. We are not getting that effect in real life. Therefore, it's because we are not rotating, and we are on the so-called rotating frame that we are talking about if the Earth is rotating. But because the Earth is not rotating, therefore we are not getting any Coriolis effect. And Coriolis effect is not a force; it's just effect of illusion effect.
Do you understand? Yeah, yes, Johnny. That's what an inertial. That's what I'm saying. It's like a centrifugal force, depending on your how you want to your frame of reference. It's a force that could either be fictitious or you could treat it as like a or it can be. But if you were in the correct if you were in a frame of reference where you're like so if I'm outside of the Earth looking at the Earth, let's say that centrifugal force that I feel is a fictitious force because it's
Yeah,
just
but
my change in my direction. So I want to keep
yeah,
going straight, but the centripetal force due to gravity keeps me going in a circle. So I feel the centrifugal force which wants to launch me out of the Earth. So
I know
that's a
it.
fictitious force. So I know what that is. You're saying I
Yeah,
don't know
that's
what that is. I
exactly
do know
it.
what that is.
But
And that's the same thing with the Coriolis effect. There's
listen,
no
listen. Now
force pushing,
you have
deflecting
to listen.
objects. It's an
Take it easy,
inertial thing.
take
Yeah.
it easy. Take it easy. Listen. The, the
You,
difference
you
is
said you didn't want to be nice, but it's literally I've described what you just described, but probably better.
no. You're stopping me. I'm just trying to tell you the differences. The differences is it's optical. Coriolis is optical effect, and that you are talking about is
Right, due
not
to
optical.
inertia. It's not an actual force, it's an inertial thing. I explained it.
No, I explained.
No, I explained it. You tried to explain it, but you
No
didn't even
me.
understand the terms that I was using. And they're the correct terms to use.
Centrifugal force is absolutely that you
It's
can.
a fictitious force, yes. But
You,
depending on your frame of reference, if you're inside, you could treat it as a centrifugal force, and those if you do like a free body diagram of the forces, it will balance out. So just because it's
so
fictitious doesn't mean
you
it
can
can't
feel
be
it.
used to analyze
You
like a
take
static
it.
equilibrium or something like that.
You can really feel it. It's not
Yeah,
optical.
yeah, you feel it. Yeah, so depending on the frame of reference, you could either say it's a centrifugal
But
force,
you cannot
or you could
feel
see it as an
Coriolis.
inertial
You cannot
effect.
feel it. That's clear optical. So I am absolutely right about that.
Yeah, but I'm not wrong either. So
So that's not this absolutely the same thing that's happening.
okay. But okay, so what's the point? So you're saying that you could see that the Earth's not moving and there is no centrifugal force?
Yeah, Johnny. He gave an example about observing something from above and imagining the force, and one is by physically standing upon, which is then experienced by centrifugal force. And he
Yeah,
explained
exactly what I'm
both.
trying to say.
Yeah, he
Yes,
explained both to
absolutely.
you.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. And you have to relax and think about what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say.
sure. Sorry about being hostile there. But go ahead.
There are differences there between the centrifugal force. That's not so much optical, and Coriolis is clear optical effect. Yeah, you
Uh,
can think of it as a force, but it isn't. And
so just
everything.
to go ahead, John. Sorry, I didn't mean
Yeah,
to interrupt.
you can see the object above you if you're on a non-rotating reference frame. You will see it go in a bending path, but in reality, it's going straight. For example, that is illusion. So
Hey,
it's an
hey,
illusion.
Johnny. Johnny, do you mind if I try to help explain the way I try to explain this to people? Who was it that was saying that he thinks
Felix.
that Felix? Hey, what's up?
Yeah, feel me. Hey, what's up?
I've argued this point a lot, and I just put a couple of gifs in the side chat. You want to check those out, maybe, and it'll help explain what I'm about to tell you. What the problem is the Coriolis. People call it the Coriolis effect, and they think it's about the Earth moving separately from the plane, which it is, because that would be the illusion of a curved path from space or on the ground. You would see the plane curving if the Earth were spinning. Even if in the pilot, from the pilot's reference frame, he's just going straight. Like he could use a star as like a reference point, just dead reckon south, and then he would be going straight according to him. But then from space, it would look like it's curving because the ball would make it look like it's curving if it was actually moving. But the bigger point here is the displacement. Like if you're headed towards the equator, where it's supposedly spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and the pilot takes off from a spot that it's only spinning 500 miles an hour. And you could, even if we let you beg the question with the conserved momentum of the 500 miles per hour that it took off from, and we say, okay, the plane's spinning with the Earth at 500 miles per hour, and it's going. That's why it doesn't like have the Earth like automatically spin out from under it. But the problem is there's a gradient of tangential velocities as it approaches the equator, where it's got to now be in perfect sync with the rotation of the Earth at the equator at 1,000 miles an hour eastward tangential velocity, and it wouldn't have that. It would only have the 500, arguably not even that, but it would, even if we give you the 500, it's not 1,000. So how does it gain the exact amount that it needs to be in perfect sync with the Earth rotating eastward as it's going in a southward direction to land on a runway that it treats completely as stationary? Even if the pilot were trained to catch up to the 1,000 miles an hour sideways tangential velocity that it would need to treat the runway as a one-to-one relationship with the plane, it would have to continue accelerating that extra amount as it's slowing down to land in a perpendicular direction. So it really kills the ball. Pilots can't be trained to treat the Earth as stationary and level, like all flight simulators train the pilots to do, and all training is just treated as stationary, fly point to point. You have winds in all directions that are moving you, and you can't conflate those with Coriolis, because it would be a complete displacement. The city you're traveling to is going faster than you are when the pilot starts out. So he would have to be not only caught up to where the city is and be traveling eastward sideways somehow, which the plane's not made to do, to be in perfect sync. He couldn't just be caught up. It would have to stay in perfect one-to-one relationship. And you can't, and ballers don't even try to claim that the atmosphere is in a one-to-one relationship, because we have fluid dynamics. So even if the atmosphere were carrying it, it would be in a one-to-one. And if the atmosphere were pushing it sideways to gain 500 miles per hour sideways tangential velocity, then it would never be able to fly against that force. And not only that, but the pilot would be aware that he's being pushed sideways 500 miles per hour faster than where he started out from. It would be dangerous, because the plane's not made to do that. So if you think that planes can just treat the Earth as stationary when it's actually rotating, then you got to think over this whole thing again, because it can't be a ball. We know planes land safely all the time.
Okay, you're absolutely right. Everything that you're saying is absolutely right, but it has nothing to do with Coriolis again. So
doesn't matter how we define Coriolis. The difference in tangential velocity is the real problem.
Johnny, so good point, new perspective, and it does sound like you understand the Coriolis effect very well.
Well, it's like the Coriolis displacement. The effect is just an illusion from space or from ground.
Right. So you described it correctly. So like if you're in the northern hemisphere, you're going from a higher latitude towards the equator. You're entering into a faster. You're entering. Ground
would be moving faster than where you took off from.
Right. And then if vice versa, if you're at the equator and you're traveling northbound toward the North Pole, you're starting faster and you're going into slower inertial zones.
Yeah, or if you jump into a jet stream and you're going supposedly faster, 200 miles per hour faster than the Earth supposedly spins. But that just all works on a flat Earth with jet streams and making it just go 200 rather than 1,200.
Yeah. So that's a good point, and it shows that you understand it. So that's very good. But I would say, like, I'm not a pilot, but I imagine that what's happening is that the plane speed, right? It's not relative to the ground as much as it to the airspeed. So I think that.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Okay, so planes in the sky, when they're flying, it's like their speed is really a function of the airspeed, regardless of how fast they're going relative to the ground. So I think they are like traveling with the air. So like if you were in a boat and you had that water stream going in one direction, then of course you'll go faster going downstream and you'll go slower going upstream.
Yeah, and those are easy concepts. That doesn't solve your problem. Actually, it makes it worse. I'll tell you why it makes it worse.
Okay.
It doesn't answer it. And not only that, but even if it did answer it, there'd be so many estimations involved there. You can't just have a one-to-one relationship. You can't just treat the Earth as stationary unless there's a one-to-one relationship. You can't just say, oh, the air is pretty much carrying it this way, but then the winds are blowing it every which way. Do you get why that doesn't work? You can't. I mean, you're like the pilot can't have any kind of, okay, it's pretty much going to be in sync. It would have to be so in sync that it wouldn't even be noticeable that the ground's moving. You understand? because
Mhm.
they can't land on anything going perpendicular sideways with a different vector. It would break the
Okay.
wheels off. If there was just a slight difference, it would break the wheels off. If it was even just a little bit more than slight, you would crash land and die.
Y-
So planes land
Yeah.
safely on the ground because it's actually stationary, not because it's actually moving and they're just treating it as stationary. Doesn't work.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say this new perspective? So like if I were to travel across a river, like not with the
I
stream
know
or
about the river. That's just a non sequitur. I mean, carrying a
well,
plane, even if it was a river,
yeah,
you can't. The
well,
river's just miscellaneousness to the
no.
carrying of anything. So it can't be an
So sorry.
estimation. Otherwise, the pilot doesn't treat it as stationary.
Yeah. Hold on. So now I get what you're saying, but like I'm using the river as an analogy, so it's easier to
Yeah, but
visualize.
it's a non sequitur though, because it's not the river doesn't have parts of the river pushing the boat backwards in the opposite direction, because winds go in all directions, right? So the flow of the river is only in one direction, right? Now we can say
Okay.
predominantly it goes in one direction as far as the air goes, but we can't say that it's carrying a plane as well as being pushed in the opposite direction by winds. How do you separate the atmosphere from the winds, bro? What's the difference?
Even that
okay.
is not.
Well, to answer that question, like, and I'm not saying that I'm right. Like, this is a feel like I don't know. Like, I'm not sure. I'm but what I would speculate is happening is that you have like a combination of like you'll get turbulence. That's the reason for turbulence, and it might depend on the density of the air. But I would have garnered to guess that the Coriolis effect, the Coriolis displacement, if you like to call it. It does give rise to at least some kind of wind pattern where we have easterly and westerly winds. So there is a consistency in terms of if you're flying west, it's faster versus if you're flying east. I don't know actually which way is faster, but it is faster going east to west or west to east.
Well, that's due to jet streams,
long, right?
That's
So,
due to jet streams.
Right. For i.e. jet streams is one.
So one of the things I made sure to point out when I did, I know I went through a lot of points, but one of the things I made sure to point out, and I'll do it again, the winds are a completely different thing to deal with than the Earth rotating underneath the plane.
Right.
Totally different.
Okay.
Two different things. When a plane lands and it has to deal with winds, you see like the plane having trouble landing on the stationary ground when it's winds blowing it back and forth. If the ground were moving consistently 15 degrees to the east and it was trying to land, it would have to deal with the ground moving and the winds pushing it. That'd be two things to deal with, right? And it doesn't. Right. Because if the ground weren't stationary, if it were actually moving, then not only would it be like impossible for the plane to be in perfect sync because the ground's moving and it would have to go sideways with the ground so much in sync that it doesn't even seem like it's moving, right? Which is impossible. Because it also, even if it could be in sync, it would have to continue rotating sideways as it's slowing down to land in a southward angle, right? You're landing and stopping, and then also continuing to move with the Earth. Do you get how that would not work?
Yeah, but honestly,
I go sideways. You get it?
Yeah, I could see how that wouldn't work on like a small ball with a small radius. But if you have
any ball, any moving surface, it doesn't matter if it's a ball, even just if the surface is moving left to right. And you're going down in the opposite perpendicular direction. If the surface is moving at all, bro, you're going to break your wheels off and crash. Can't be moving. It proves there's no ball. I know you really want to believe in the ball still. And it's harder to say there's no answer. But when you look into this, there is no answer to this. They just conflate it with winds and say, oh, the winds would be so much more stronger than this Coriolis thing that we like to minimize. Dude, we're talking about 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Just if it took off from a place that it was only moving supposedly 500 miles an hour, it has no gauge of moving sideways 500 miles an hour to begin with. That should tell you something. But the idea that the winds are going to carry it the exact amount so it could treat the Earth as stationary when it gets to a city that's on the equator is not even like plausible.
Well, I can see how you would think that.
Yeah, you could say I just think it, but you don't have an answer for it.
No, I can see how you can fail to understand that. Yeah.
Go ahead and tell me what the mechanism that makes it perfectly in sync 500 miles per hour faster eastward. You tell me the mechanism instead of criticizing me.
If you'd shut up for half a second, I'd be glad to.
Okay, I'm done. Go ahead. You got answers. Right.
How fast is the atmosphere moving at the equator relative to the Earth?
I'm not going to start even answering your questions. You just tell me the answer.
Well, that's the answer. That's the answer.
It doesn't make any difference.
That's the answer, and I'm sorry you don't understand it because it's really simple for anybody with a moderate bit of intelligence.
There was a question that I didn't even hear. What's your answer?
The answer is the atmosphere is moving with the Earth at the equator. It's moving with the Earth at the 45-degree latitude. So as the
Oh, you
plane
didn't hear my
flies south,
introduction.
so as the plane flies south towards the equator, it picks up rotational velocity from the atmosphere that it's flying
Okay,
through.
I already went through that answer though. I
No,
already
you
did
didn't.
that.
But you
I went through that answer.
misunderstood all of it.
Oh,
But you
I said why it doesn't work.
But you
I said,
misunderstood all of it.
First of all, I'll give you all the reasons that it doesn't work, right? Then you can tell me
They're all
which one
wrong.
you're misunderstanding. We'll go through
No,
it
they
very
are not
slowly.
wrong. Let me
They're
speak.
wrong.
Let me just go through it really slowly because I pointed out that you would give that answer, or someone you would usually give that answer,
I
as
heard
if
you
the
the first
atmosphere
time.
would be actually carrying the plane sideways perfectly to be in sync with a one-to-one relationship.
And it does.
Like, first of all, would the pilot be smart to put his faith in an atmosphere carrying the plane some miscellaneous amount so that he can treat the Earth as stationary? Like, that would be ridiculous. If the atmosphere could do that, it would be ridiculous to even think that's possible with the winds moving in all
Why can't
directions and the
it?
variations of winds, because we have fluid dynamics to begin with. No
What does that mean?
baller that has any
That's
respect
just
any
words.
longer.
That's
I
just
just- not
words.
words.
What does that mean?
The words are that fluid dynamics is a real thing, bro.
I know
Fluid
that.
dynamics means it's not in perfect lockstep.
Yeah,
So-
if you know
then it
that,
would
why you
already
are
be out of
asking that it is not possible?
Well, I'm telling you exactly why it's not possible.
Because-
okay?
because-
No,
it
I'm
means-
not
because-
asking you. I'm not.
Ripcord,
I'm asking Scott.
because it means nothing. It's meaningless words from him.
What? Would you think that fluid dynamics isn't a real thing? It's just words.
It is, but you don't understand it.
How
Well,
do
I
you
said
have?
it wouldn't be in
How do
perfect
you have
lockstep, and that's what
3 or
ballers say when
4
they have to
different
agree.
streams at the
Wait,
same
let me just
time?
argue this, please. Please let me just argue this because I've already went through this, and he's acting like I didn't know what I was talking about.
You
I'm about
don't.
to show him that I do, right?
No, you
Because
don't.
you said the atmosphere would carry the plane to be in a perfect one-to-one relationship when fluid dynamics doesn't even allow the atmosphere to be in a perfect one-to-one relationship.
Explain
You
that.
have to admit that.
Why not?
Because fluid dynamics isn't going to be, because first of all, dude, it's ridiculous that you even think that. I don't even know how to
Tell
where
me
to
why
begin with.
not.
Because fluids, right, aren't going to be Velcro to the earth. There's a variation. There's fluids. That's why they call it fluid dynamics, right? And the winds go in all directions. So where's your fluid dynamics pushing the plane in one direction to begin with? Not that it would work anyway. It's not an answer. You don't have your like magic refraction answer that makes
We're
you
not
believe
talking winds.
if you really think through the common sense.
This is where you misunderstand things again. We're not talking
Oh,
about
what?
wind.
What? Oh, yeah. Well, what's the atmosphere pushing the plane if it's not a wind, right?
Yeah.
When the
What would you?
atmosphere,
How
when
would
the
the atmosphere
atmosphere,
push the plane? What do you think anything pushing the plane sideways would be called? If not a wind, air
it's not-
pushing the plane is a wind technically.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh, really? Okay. What is it called? Well, how does it? What's the mechanism that makes it push the plane sideways? Then
No, we
What do you call
consider when the atmosphere is moving with the Earth not to be a
what do
wind.
you call it though?
That's
It's
the
a
definition.
kinematic
That's the
equation.
definition of not wind.
Not wind.
Wind is when the atmosphere is moving against.
So
the
not
Earth,
wind is
or-
carrying the plane.
Yes.
So not
So-
wind is what you're saying. Don't
Yes.
worry, folks. We're going to have a safe landing. The not wind is carried us perfectly in sync with the Earth at 500 miles per hour sideways. Don't worry. We just put all our faith in this magical atmosphere. No, it's an equation. It's a kinematic equation that allows you to just subtract that factor so you don't have to think about it. In fact,
but
you have
you don't
people on your
understand that
side
either.
that are real pilots saying that there would be the same exact training for a pilot to fly over a stationary level Earth as it would be for a spinning globe Earth, right?
Yeah,
So they think that
of
would
course
there
it
be
would.
no difference, right? Because
Yes.
kinematically, you can just subtract that out of your mind and say, oh, we can mathematically say it doesn't exist. No, dynamically, in the real world, there would be a 500 mile per hour difference where the city is that it's landing in and where it took off from. And you can't just say magically it just gained it because we think the atmosphere does it automatically, magically.
No one's saying magically.
Equation.
We're saying
really.
the atmosphere does it. Yes, 'cause that's what
Mathematically, it's not,
happens.
mathematics doesn't apply here, dude.
You want to share that
pilot
math?
the pilot had to
You
make
want to
the
share that math?
plane.
You say you got the mathematics. Share the math. You just said math.
Aside. No, I said you're saying math solves it. It doesn't. You have to have a dynamic situation that you're explaining with a mechanism, not
It
just a
does.
math equation.
The math solves
You
it.
have to
It's not
believe that,
our
otherwise
problem.
there's no globe. I understand. Don't worry.
It's not our
globe
problem.
is
You
not
can't
a
understand the
thing that
math.
confront this
That's a
reality.
you problem. That's a you problem. You don't understand the math.
You can say that. You can
Learn
say
some math.
is what you
I just
you
did.
rely on, but the pilot would have to make the plane go sideways. Math isn't going to do that for the pilot.
No, they wouldn't.
I guess bring it on.
No, they
bring
wouldn't.
the math and let us go through it.
The
And,
math doesn't have
let
anything
us-
to do with it. This is a common sense argument. The plane
I know,
can't
but that's
gain
your
500
problem.
miles per hour sideways tangential velocity. How does it gain? You can't gain momentum to begin with. You actually be losing momentum rather than gaining any momentum. But even if it accelerated,
even
it would
mean
have to
anything.
accelerate perfectly from the tail to the tip. sideways.
Why would you lose
So it's in
momentum?
perfect sync with the Earth, right? So you're saying I don't understand this, but you're just backing
Why would
away
you
from all
why
that
would you lose
stuff.
momentum?
Because if you're going to lose momentum by forces acting on the plane, right? It's not going to keep going sideways eastward with the Earth, no matter which way it flies and no matter which way the wind blows it. It's
What do
going
you
to
mean?
lose momentum as soon as it gets in the air.
Try to
Actually,
be
it can
specific.
turn around and try to land on the same exact runway it took off from and still not be okay. Because
to
when
be
it goes
clear.
up in the air, we have a greater circle, right? The ground is one circle. It's a smaller circle. When you go up in the air, you have a higher altitude.
Mhm.
That's a greater circle. That means the plane would automatically have to be flying faster sideways to keep up with the perfect one-to-one relationship.
How much
with the Earth,
faster?
which it wouldn't.
How much faster?
These are all common sense, dude. Common sense kills the globe here, dude. Doesn't have
Except you
anything to do
don't
with
have any
math.
common sense. If you had common sense, you wouldn't be a flat earther.
Yeah,
Bro,
so that's your
do you not
anti-flat Earth
understand?
attitude that makes you look stupid in the end because you think
Huh?
I'm stupid. That's
Well,
hilarious.
Do you not
Yeah,
understand
I
that the
do think you're
pressurized
stupid. This is
system
true.
and the
Yeah,
gases
because you think
working on the
planes land
globe?
on a surface that's moving when they're treating it as stationary.
No, the rest of us understand this.
No,
It's
They're
you
not about
cancel
understanding
each
for
it.
some
other
reason you
out.
don't.
Now, would it work or not?
Yes, it would.
How?
Well, apparently you can't understand it, so I'm
No,
not
it's not
sure
about
what
me.
good it would do
How?
to
You
explain
tell us
it.
what you understand. How does the plane get pushed sideways 500 miles per hour faster?
Because the atmosphere at the equator is traveling
It's
faster.
pushing the plane.
Yes.
The atmosphere. I thought it was a
It's
no
very-
wind.
It's
I
a
thought it was
very
no
simple
wind 'cause it's
concept.
pushing the plane if it's no wind.
What
a very
keeps
simple
the rotation of the globe constant? If not the gases
Conservation of momentum.
No, stop with it.
working against
the
each
plane would
other?
have to be pushed
Conservation of
500 miles per
momentum.
hour sideways
Yep,
faster
and it
than where it
does.
started off with.
And it does.
And you have no answer for that.
Yeah, no, the
Because
answer is it
atmosphere
does.
that.
Yes,
Even if
does.
it was the
Yeah,
atmosphere, that would be a dangerous thing to put your faith in because the
Not at all.
atmosphere can't be blowing it perfectly because the wind's blowing it the
It's
opposite.
close enough. It's close
What
enough.
about if it's close enough? Yeah, we're going to be landing, folks, here, but we're going to be close enough in sync with the Earth. Don't worry, no crashes here.
Yes, they
Yeah,
point
close
the,
enough.
they point the airplane at the runway and they hit it.
Hand grenades and close dancing is,
Well,
is one example, but flying a plane is a dangerous example of being close
yet
enough.
the pilots seem to do it just fine. Yet the pilots seem to handle it just fine.
Yeah, because the Earth is stationary. That's the only way it can happen. That's
No.
the point, bro.
If that's the only way you can understand it happening, but that's not the way the rest of us can understand
Okay,
it.
so
The
do
rest
you
of us
agree
understand
that
it just
the pilot
fine.
would only be trained one way. It's like the Earth were a spinning globe. They would train a pilot a certain way for that, and then they would train
No, they
him a
wouldn't.
different
They'd
way
train
for
him
a
the same way.
stationary Earth, right? Or it would be the same way. See,
No, they
that's
train
where
him the
I
same
would
way.
have to argue because you make yourself look stupid. Because
They train him the
How
same
could
way.
it not be any different? How could there
They
be no
train-
difference? If there was no difference, what's this whole debate about? Isn't this debate about globe Earth versus flat Earth? Why would there be
No.
no difference between the two? It's just
No,
the same. Pilots treat it, so it might as well just be the same.
The only difference is in the direction you have to take off in and how much fuel you need to get to where you're going.
You say that so confidently, like you've actually thought through this, but you couldn't have because
I
it's
have.
impossible for a plane to treat the Earth as stationary if it's actually moving.
No, it's not.
Anybody with common sense knows I'm right.
Common sense knows you're an idiot.
Declare that it's not.
Unfortunately for both of
Who
you,
declared you had common sense?
unfortunately for both of you,
I don't
an
what you
SR-71
No, you don't.
while cruising has a 7-degree
Who's
positive
talking?
angle of attack
Lord.
while cruising.
Yeah, that's the other thing. That angle attack.
That's in
if
the
they treat it
upward
as level,
direction.
right?
The plane's
Yeah, they can't.
flying.
They'd have to curve the path. The angle of attack when they go to the
And
ground.
they do.
It's all based on level Earth. Everything, all the flight simulators are training pilots on level Earth. It'd be like if there was a video game that came out and you're like, oh, check this video game out. You're flying over the globe and it's spinning just like it's supposed to, and you're dodging buildings as you're going through cities. And the only thing is you can't really land. You die every time you try to land, but you get unlimited lives and it's a great video game. But there's this other video game came out the same day, and it's just like the flight simulators train the pilots. It's perfectly stationary and level, and they don't have any crash landings. But yeah, it's all right. But actually, the weird thing is they're the exact same video game. What kid would look at you and be like, "Oh, that makes sense"? Come on.
Well, if you want to refer to a kid as your arbiter of intelligence, that's kind of your problem.
That's funny. You try that tactic. That's why you have as tactics because you have no answer for it. It makes your globe go away.
I have an answer. I'm just.
Oh, really? Atmosphere?
It's not my
atmosphere.
problem.
Putting your faith in atmosphere, pushing it, even though it's
not my problem.
Close,
you don't understand
enough.
the answer.
It's close enough. Atmosphere is going to do it for us. What about west-southwest, bro? If it's going the opposite direction, west, southwest.
The
how's it being pushed
atmosphere
backwards
is
faster than
the
it's going
atmosphere
forward?
is moving with the Earth, no matter
you're
where you
being
are on
ignored.
it.
Not that it worked to begin
And
with.
since the airplane is riding in the atmosphere itself, it will go with the atmosphere. That's how it works.
And then be pushed the opposite direction by winds.
That's how it works.
The winds push it the opposite direction. How's it
You
going?
might have a 20-mile-an-hour wind going the other way.
Oh, okay. So
Doesn't
then,
matter.
20 miles an hour is going to make a big difference when you're out of sync with the Earth by 20 miles an hour.
Yes, and then they change their direction.
Oh, so
That's
you're
what
saying pilots are
do.
trained to try to be in sync with the Earth? Oh, no, pilots are told
Yes, they're trained to go in the direction they're trying to go.
Yeah,
Yes, they know how to get to the
they're just trying
airport.
to say it doesn't matter because it ends the globe, and you have people here that really believe it. And you don't, you know better, so you have to use tactics.
This stuff
And there's
really
a
shouldn't
guy
be
here
that
that just
hard.
thinks it works. That really was just shown that. I want to talk to the first guy. I don't want you butting anymore because you don't.
I know you don't,
Other guy's
because
being honest.
I know because he doesn't know as much as I do, and he's
Well,
kinda
actually,
new to this whole
speaking of
thing.
which, I had a question.
So he doesn't know right away that you're an idiot.
Yeah, see?
Can I ask
And you're just
a
talking
question?
nonsense.
Attack the argument, not the person. This is
I
the
did
global
attack the
killer,
argument.
everybody.
I did
Everybody
attack
needs
the
to argue
argument.
this. If every flat earther argued this and understood it, it would be over very soon. Everybody,
yeah?
I put the gifts in the chat.
Yeah, because then
Doesn't
everybody
work.
would just know that
Doesn't
you're an
work.
idiot, and the rest
You
of you
heard
are
this guy
too.
just say that the atmosphere pretty much, and it's okay if it's 20 miles an hour, pushed the other way, and it wouldn't even matter if you just treat it as stationary, like it's a one-to-one relationship. It doesn't even matter. Like, do you really think this guy has a point? If you think so, then maybe you should just stay believing in the globe. Just don't fly planes.
And we will fly the planes because every pilot believes in the
Because
globe.
it's stationary and level. That's the only way they land safely.
Oh
Otherwise,
yeah.
it would
Well,
not
you tell
work.
that to all the pilots out there, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't have to tell the pilots. They treat it as stationary. The pilots are doing exactly what they're supposed
Yes,
to.
I know, but they know it's
guys,
wrong.
guys, enough of this. I want to ask Mackie a question. I've asked him this just recently, but I just want to hear his answer again. It was a little bit of a
Okay.
complicated thing. So, Mackie, the surface of the water in a bathtub, is it
Is
level?
curved.
It's curved. You're just gonna
Really?
say it, all right?
Yes.
You don't
Got about a
actually
40
believe it.
nanometer
He doesn't
sagitta.
even like arguing for it. He's like, I got this job where they make me argue this thing that I have to use tactics
What,
to try to
you
feel
think
like I
this
won.
is my job?
Why
Are you
else did you do it?
serious?
Because you actually believe it? I'm giving
Are you
you the
serious?
benefit of the doubt that you actually have some common sense and you don't really believe it.
Are you serious? You think anybody would be
I don't
paid to
care.
argue
I
with you
don't care what
idiots?
your job is, dude. I'm just saying, why would you be here arguing against
Do you
common
think? Do you think anybody cares about you guys enough to pay somebody else to argue against you?
What? This is a war between common sense and consensus, bro. And
Yes,
you're
I know.
taking away to common sense or consensus without applying any common sense. Why would you do that?
So the common sense has no consensus, or the consensus has no common sense? How is it common if it's not consensus?
Well, that's a good point.
Think
It should
about that,
be
man.
more common.
Think about that for a second.
should
How is
be
it
more
common if it's
right?
not the consensus?
Well, I don't think that it's a good point. Consensus should include common sense, but that's what we're talking about right now. That's why this is
So
such
it can't be common then, right? If you're going against
No,
the
it's a good
consensus,
point.
it can't be
It should be
common sense,
common,
right? It
right?
has to be a
It's
natural
perfect.
sense or something,
And
right?
most people have common sense, right? Even though the consensus is telling you don't worry about your common sense. Don't even worry about your common senses. None of
Well-
that means anything. Just believe planes can land on a spinning ball, even though they're treating it as stationary.
Except
That's no
my
common sense
except
there.
my
It's
common
just
sense and the common sense of the majority of the
But
world
like most
doesn't agree
people
with your
even heard
common
this
sense.
argument. I think that if 100 people heard this argument, 99% of them would probably get it because it's just common sense.
No, they wouldn't. They'd think you're an idiot.
No, they would just want to think you're right because otherwise the ball ends right now.
We don't really care much if the ball ends. Either way, we still go on
I
about
don't-
our daily lives.
Yeah, you say
Nothing
we like
changes.
you work for them.
Nothing changes.
Yeah, you do work for them. You said we. Just like-
Nothing changes.
no, it's fine. Actually, I think they're going to tell us it's flat. It's all a psyop.
Oh,
But it's all-
here we go.
They're gonna use it.
Here's how we get to the good stuff. This is why you really believe it, right? Because you have to believe it's a psyop.
I don't believe in anything.
What's the real
I don't-
reason?
What
Is
do
it
I
God?
believe? Talk about what belief do I have?
Is it a Bible thing? Is the
About
Bible
that.
thing with
I don't
you?
believe in anything.
What's the
What are you
What's the
talking
real
about? I
reason?
never said I believe in anything. I
What's
just
the
don't.
real reason?
The only thing any flat earther has in common with another flat earther is they're a non-believer.
Yeah, very funny. But what's the
No,
real
that's
reason
it.
you
That's
believe?
the only thing we all have in common.
But what's the real reason you can't accept that the Earth is a globe?
Because it makes no common sense and it doesn't work literally,
You know,
physically.
if that's really the case, I feel sorry for you.
Hey,
man.
Hey, wait,
I mean,
hold on. I need to interject here. I got a quick question for a new perspective. New perspective. At one point in time, did you believe that the Earth was a globe?
Well, I just assumed it. I never even thought about it up until the point where I was presented in the way that I thought about it, and then I thought, no, there's no way it could be.
Yeah,
We
but I
didn't
mean,
ever. I
like,
mean, it's like we didn't have to
I mean,
believe it before. We
ultimately,
just assumed that people were telling us the truth, but that's not really a belief, right? Because you're just
well,
assuming someone's telling you the truth. Believing it is actually like understanding it and getting it, and like you have to actually have some knowledge about it that you actually perceive and digest.
yeah,
And
but
they didn't really do
let me
that
ask
for us.
let me ask the question this
But
way:
yeah,
did you
technically
at
speaking, you
that
could
point
say
in
I thought it
time?
was a belief.
Yeah, but I
Yes.
mean, like for the most part, like I mean, you more so at one point in time thought it was a ball rather than
I just
think it
assumed
was
it was.
flat,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, but I never thought about it as a ball.
I
I
know.
don't think a lot of us
New
did, you know.
perspective, new perspective. I think just listen to this. I'm
I
trying
know
to make
your
a point
points.
here.
You're not. I know. I'm sorry. I'm
So
obfuscating
the
the
point I'm
problem.
trying to make is that I myself also believe that the Earth was a ball at one point in time. So the point I'm trying to make is that you have been on one side of the argument, and so have I, and we've also been on the other side of the argument. The point I'm trying to make with this is that Mackie is here asking us why we can't accept the Earth as a ball. And I just wanted to make the point to him and everyone listening, we already did, and then we dropped that belief. So
Yeah,
you asking that
you should be.
question is
Yeah,
nonsensical.
but the
You
reasons are
should be asking,
stupid.
why did you stop believing in the ball?
But the reasons you stopped are stupid. And you need
That's
to
what you think.
re-examine those
Why do we
reasons,
care what you
King
think if you
Charles.
think that's stupid? Like your opinion means nothing to us all of a sudden. So why
Well,
would we care?
because I've heard all the reasons you guys have offered, and they're
Who
all
cares what you say
stupid.
after that? If you think it's just stupid,
Yeah.
like hand wave
It,
dismissal, then your opinion
it,
means nothing to me. Why would I care?
it would be
Okay.
much more logical for us to ask you, why can't you accept the Earth is flat? Because
Why
after
would
all, you've only been on one side ever.
why would that be more logical?
Because
Well,
you've
if it's
only
not a
been on
ball,
one side, because you've never
But how's that
accepted the Earth is
logical?
flat.
because you're 100% of your experience, 24/7 of your life for the rest of your life is experiencing a stationary level Earth in every way.
I've never experienced a level Earth.
Oh, really? The
No.
stationary Earth, you feel like you're spinning. You don't
I
think
don't. I
that's
don't. I
level?
don't.
You
Ex-
look
I don't
horizon,
expect
nothing?
to.
It's
I
like a
don't.
level plane to you.
I don't expect to be able to feel the Earth spin.
Oh, that's the thing. You don't experience.
Why would
any of
I?
it. You don't experience curvature.
Why would I expect to? Why would I experience it?
Yeah,
What
see,
about
there you
it?
go.
What about
You're
spinning would
100% of your
experience it?
experience is a level stationary Earth. Anybody born on this Earth without being told about the ball would just assume their reality is like it seems instead of the opposite. No one believed in a flat Earth before the ball came along because they didn't
Where
have
have you
to.
ever?
They just
Where have you
assumed
ever?
reality is like it seems.
Where have
Right?
you ever
And
seen
then the
flatness in the
ball
Earth?
came along, and then people started believing it's the opposite of what it seems in every way. So then they started
But
making flat Earth seem like a belief, right?
where have you
Flat
ever
Earth was
seen
never a
flatness
belief.
in the Earth?
Why wouldn't you expect to experience it?
Why would you?
And how
Because you
how
don't.
big would you need to be before you start experiencing it?
Yeah, because you
Like how
can't.
did the dinosaurs feel it?
We have nothing in our bodies to experience constant acceleration.
Yeah.
So if we transported you to Mars, right? If we took you to a different planet, would you not experience it spinning either?
No.
So
Can we just get off this dude? This guy's an idiot.
Because there's nothing in our bodies that experience constant acceleration. We have no mechanism or no biological way to do that.
Yeah, you don't have anything in your ear called a vestibular
You're on the
system.
outside. You're on the outside of a spinning circle, right?
Yes.
Rotating around the moon, which is also putting it on a wobble. So you're wobbling with the moon, and then you're also then going around the sun. These are all different changes of direction, and yet you don't. And that's acceleration, velocity change.
Yes,
and you're
I
saying
agree.
you don't experience it, and you
We
never
do.
experience it on any planet, no matter what the
Correct.
size is. This happens
Correct.
to be, geez, right? Amazing. I'm just like,
Why do you think you'd experience constant acceleration? Tell me why you think you'd experience that.
It's not
What's
not
that,
worth.
sorry?
I'm going.
Why do you think you'd experience constant acceleration?
Mackie, real quick, you butted into a conversation, so I'm going to butt into yours real quick. The guy
Okay,
I was
I know
talking
you
to
are.
before, who was that? Who was the guy I was talking to you before?
That was Felix, but he's
Felix.
new to
Did
this
you
stuff.
hear what
And
I
he
said?
thinks you guys are. He thinks you guys have a point necessary to.
Yeah, you just can't let him talk because he's
You
being
guys
honest
have-
and you're not.
All right, go ahead, Felix.
Yeah,
Felix, did you understand what I was saying about the tangential velocities and how the plane wouldn't be in sync with the Earth?
Well,
Did you get it?
yeah. So, yeah.
What's your
but,
answer?
like,
Don't let him try to answer for you, please.
no. So, I think I was hearing Scott. I was saying something along the same lines with that river example. The thing is, like, that the plane. So it is correct. There is this Coriolis effect where the plane is moving from one inertial state into like
From
a
one
different
tangential
zone with
velocity to a
faster,
higher
right?
one.
With faster tangential velocity, right?
Yeah. So
But
how does it
but
get? How does it go sideways faster?
but since because it's gradual and that plane is inside, right? There's that air, right, which is all moving, even though at different latitudes there's different tangential tangential
Yeah, you would have to go
tangential
faster being
velocities.
higher. You understand that concept. You have to go faster just to keep up with the Earth by being higher than the Earth. Yeah.
Right, but
This is
it
actually space.
eventually. So what I mentioned earlier about the wind speed, right? The airspeed is that the plane is inside the air, so it's carried with the air. So like my river
Oh, wait,
example, you have
winds carry the plane,
oh
right? Winds carry it the other
right.
direction. So then how is the air pushing it one direction when the winds are carrying it the other direction?
So I
How
think
is the air
imagine
the wind? If the air is pushing on the plane, it's called a wind, bro. Sorry.
right,
That's what they
right.
call it.
So
That's what you call it. So why are you
yeah,
saying the air is moving in one
you could
direction,
have
but the wind's moving in the opposite direction? It's the same thing.
well it was okay. So with my river example, like if you're going across the river, like that river will also push that boat along with it, even though it's traveling across it, right? So like
But then do
I
you have like
imagine
parts of the
planes will
river
have to
pushing
make.
it the opposite direction? Do you have like flows of river actually pushing it upstream ever?
Oh, say that again.
You have like flows of the river actually pushing it the opposite direction, like upstream? Would you have that happen? Well,
I
the
would
river's
just
non
call it.
sequitur. River's a
Yeah, I
non
would
sequitur.
just.
But it doesn't even matter because it wouldn't work on a river anyway. Let's just keep it to the air. Air pushing
Okay.
the plane is wind. You
Yeah,
can't
it's
say
more
air pushes the
dynamic.
plane consistently
Sure.
in one direction, but then also pushes it miscellaneously in all directions. It would have to be in perfect sync, as if the Earth were stationary, so it wouldn't work.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I had
Yeah,
to
just
talk.
look into it. There's no real answer. I mean, you can think the atmosphere does it magically, but even if they were depending on the atmosphere, can you convince yourself that it carries the plane to be in a one-to-one relationship so perfectly when the winds are blowing it in all directions and the plane is flying wherever it wants? Can you really convince yourself that somehow the air just makes it work?
All I could say is that it's being carried in the air, so it's just moving along with it.
Well, I know, but I mean, besides whether you're just trying to argue that side of the argument, does it really make sense to you as a man to think about it with common sense? Does it really make sense that would work that way? That the pilot would put his faith in the air, making it work,
Yeah,
pushing the
well,
plane 500 miles
right.
per hour
So
faster?
yeah,
As a
well,
man, answer. Does it really make sense to you
so
that
the
it works
question.
that well?
Well, the factor
You
here
put
is like
faith in a
how
plane?
quickly is the air changing, right? So that, and then when I mentioned the radius of the so I'm not trying to trigger anyone. So the radius, right? The how the thing is, the Coriolis effect is actually very, very gradual. So the plane traveling is gradually entering into different tangential velocities. It's not like a very immediate change of like
I'm not
say
saying it
like
was. Even if it was gradual, it adds
100.
up to 500, though, right?
Right, but it gradually picks up, right? So it's moving through.
How it picks up
So
from what?
what I
From
said.
winds? Winds pushing it? Winds push in all directions. How is it gradually, perfectly keeping in sync one direction?
Yeah, I can't say I could account for like the minor changes in wind, and that's what I was talking about when I
Yeah,
said
I mean, that would fuck it all up because
right.
winds are pushing in all directions. So you can't say it's going one direction consistently. So it doesn't work, bro.
Right. Okay, but yeah, I mean,
Planes work
I
in
don't
safe
want
planes
to
all the
comment
time.
much
Well,
because
can't you just say I have a good point that you don't have an answer for, and we can move on?
no. I'm just saying like I can't comment on the accuracy of like how much does wind move and the turbulence and
No, it's
but
not
like
about how
I
much
could speak
wind
from.
moves. I'm saying, can the plane land on a surface that's possibly even a little bit out of sync with the plane moving sideways with the Earth? Because it would have to
Right.
continue moving with the Earth as it's landing so that it could treat it as stationary, which would be impossible. How does it move sideways and forward to stop at the same time? It would be perpendicular and having to move sideways as it's landing and slowing to a stop. When does it stop moving sideways? Right? So that it could treat the Earth
Yeah,
as
you know,
stationary.
no,
It
I
can't.
understand. I understand what you're saying. I understand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that
I
ends
mean,
the globe. If I'm right,
my
it ends the globe. Or you could at least agree to that. Like it has to work perfectly because planes just can't rely on miscellaneous air to do it, right? That would be
yeah.
dangerous and
I,
stupid.
Yeah, I mean it's just the air. So like all I can say
Air?
is that the air is move as it moves into different
Or
latitudes.
wait, are you just trying to say something so you can get out of the argument without admitting that it doesn't work? Or are you trying to actually make
Well,
some sense of what you're saying?
no, I'm honestly just
You
saying
make
it's just
sense of what you're
the.
saying.
Well, I think I understand like where you're going with it, but I mean
I
my
mean, you
answer to
think
that is
just
that
so everybody here knows what I'm saying. It has to go 500 miles per hour sideways, faster than where it started off from. There has to be an actual mechanism that we know works perfectly. There's only one answer to this that could actually be the answer. It can't just be like, well, let's just guess at it. No, pilots land safely all the time. If the Earth were moving, they would be made aware that they have to keep up with the Earth. But they're not. They're just told to treat it as stationary. There'd be so many miscellaneous things to deal with. It'd be so dangerous. Like with an aircraft carrier, a pilot has to be specially trained to land an aircraft carrier that's just slightly moving, slightly drifting. So if there was any slight difference in the way that it's landing on a surface with a runway that's lined up with, if there was any variation to the Earth moving sideways and the plane moving sideways, which it's not even made to do, it would be dangerous. So the only way that pilots can treat the Earth as stationary is if it's actually stationary. And I don't know how you can just say that you understand what I'm saying, but it doesn't make sense still. You understand that it doesn't work.
Yeah. So the answer, I'm going to try to be.
Are you trying to be honest, or are you just trying to argue it on that side?
No. I'm not trying to argue.
Wait a minute, I'll have to go think about this.
I like to have an open.
Good one.
I like to have a very, very open mind and.
Well, can you understand why I'm saying? Can you still mind my argument? Why it wouldn't work?
Okay, so yeah, okay, so the thing is that there's different tangential velocities along different latitudes, and you're saying that for the plane to catch up to, say, it started at a 500, like at a latitude where the tangential velocity was say 500 miles per hour, and it eventually got to another place where the tangential velocity was 1,000 miles per hour. So. And that's it. How does it land, right? But so my answer is that it's because the plane, as it enters into different latitudes of different inertia, it eventually gets captured into that same inertia. So, like, I'll have to say that the atmosphere and the Earth solids is all rotating together, so it's all moving. It's eventually gets in sync with the other.
Well, how do you know that, dude? How do you know that?
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is that's
how do you know that?
Wait, but he doesn't know that. He's just guessing at it.
Well, how do you know he doesn't know that? Who are you?
Okay.
How do you know he doesn't know that? I'm asking him. But
he said I'm not familiar with. I'm not a pilot. And he was trying to.
How do you know that I don't know that you don't know what you're talking about?
Hold on.
Listen, let him speak, dude. I'm asking him a direct.
Okay.
Well, you kind of brought it in our conversation. I'm going to leave it at something. I'm just trying to say to him, and I was at a point where he was understanding and steel manning my argument. And then he said he just thinks that, along the way, it's going to eventually do this. But you can't use words like eventually or estimatedly in any way. You can't use estimation words whatsoever when we're talking about precision landing.
We know you're a flat earther, bro. You don't have to keep telling us.
Dude, I'm not talking to you, dude. You have to just shut up for a minute. I'm going to leave, okay? So you can have your talk. You're trying to interrupt because the point's too good. Oh, so you're talking about a globe Earth and you're trying to interrupt so that it sounds like the conversation didn't go so well when the guy was about to admit that it doesn't work, right? Because you can't have any kind of variations. It has to treat the Earth as perfectly stationary. It can't be like slightly off at all. And the only way for it to treat it as perfectly stationary is if it's actually stationary. Does that make sense to you, Felix?
Yeah. So again, I think I had the same answer.
The winds are pushing it the opposite direction. You can't say eventually it's in sync because the winds are pushing it the opposite direction, bro. Winds go in all directions.
Yeah.
How is it perfectly in sync if it's being pushed the opposite way? What if it's flying the opposite way? What if it's going west-southwest? How is it being in sync with the Earth eastward when it's going west-southwest? The air would have to carry it backwards with the Earth to be in perfect sync, as well as pushing it in all directions with the winds. You realize it's a no-brainer. It's not like something that like has an answer that you just haven't found yet. There is no answer. I've talked to the best of them. Talked to a CERN physicist about this, and he just lost his shit because there's no answer to this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and you sound like you're this, but then you sound like you're just trying to like get out of this without admitting I'm right.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just to keep the peace. I mean, I still think what I originally thought, but I mean,
why would you don't think anything? You don't have an answer. What do you think? The atmosphere doesn't do it. Winds go in all directions. You can't separate the winds from the atmosphere pushing the plane.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's not something I want to hear, but I still think it's like honestly.
I don't care what it's not what I want to hear. I just want to hear you say something that makes sense. I want to hear common sense from you that you've acknowledged it, and then you have a real answer that has a dynamic relationship with the plane and the air and the ground. Something that actually makes the plane push sideways. That actually is explainable. Something we observe and we can see that makes sense. and then the wind's pushing it the opposite direction, ruins that argument. So what's your real answer?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to be as fair as possible, but as well as honest as possible. Like
right?
I think that
every situation where the pilot would be made aware of, because it's a dangerous one. He's got people in the plane with him that he's going to land safely with. So any kind of variation, he would be made aware of. He wouldn't be just told to treat the Earth as stationary if there's some estimation of the wind pushing him sideways that he's got to rely on.
Yeah, but like, again, so
it's ludicrous. In fact, it's absurd.
So locally, here's my answer in your perspective. And by the way, I appreciate the conversation and this discussion. So
I'm not trying to be rude, Dick.
No, you guys, you've been really cordial, so it's really good. Better than other conversations that I've had here, so I appreciate it.
It sounded like you kind of like had your shit down with the Coriolis effect, and you thought you were like, okay, this is exactly what it is. I understand it. But then I came in and said, wait a minute, you can't have sideways moving planes. They're not made to do that, and the pilot's not made to account for it. So if the pilot's not made to account for the difference in tangential velocity, then it can't be moving. It's really that simple.
Yeah, well, in perspective. So when I was trying to say how the plane moves in the airspeed, so it's not relative to ground; it's actually relative to air. But everything, right? Because of the Coriolis, we know that everything's moving like together, right? Like
how do you know that?
Earth and the atmosphere.
How do you know that, though?
So this is from like angular, like the conservation of momentum and basically inertia. It's technically inertia. Like I know a lot of people have this misconception. I'm not saying you, but Glober's alike.
You're waffling now. It's like, dude, you can't have the plane move sideways faster than where it started off from without the pilot being like aware that just aware that the plane is now moving 500 miles per hour sideways faster.
Right.
He would have to have a gauge that shows how fast the Earth is moving below him and how fast he's moving eastward. So that he could make perfect sync. It wouldn't be just like put your faith in the air.
But I addressed that
in the air to land safely. Does that even sound sane?
Well, I addressed that, right? So I was saying the plane is according to the airspeed. It's not actually even to do with the relative ground speed because it's in the air. So it's being, in a sense, it's being like carried with that air, and as it moves into different latitudes, the Coriolis effect, I believe, does take place, but it's a gradual one, and I believe that the airplane corrects for that with the yaw, right? If it was, say, it was moving south or north, it's moving through different latitudes.
Okay, but you say you believe that. Like, are you saying that because you think the pilots are accounting for it by making the plane yaw to keep up with the Earth? Are the pilots doing this?
I
think they're doing it, or is the plane magically doing it? What's the mechanism that actually keeps the plane moving sideways when the wind's pushing it the opposite direction?
Right. So here's the unknown that I don't know. I don't know how intense that is, but I am speculating. I'm not saying that I know, but I am just speculating that it's so gradual that this is not a big deal for planes.
Because otherwise you stop thinking it's a ball. Because if it doesn't work, you have to admit, if it just doesn't work, we know it's not a ball because planes land safely all the time.
Okay, yeah. I'm not saying I'm close-minded to that possibility. But
because there has to be like one answer. The pilots, treat it as stationary. So if it's moving, how is that possible?
Okay, sure.
I mean, just say you don't have the answer.
I will concede.
You'll look into it, and then you'll find out that the actual answer, because there's only one answer that works, and the only one I say works is it's actually stationary, because that would work. Like, think about it. If the Earth were stationary and level, how would the pilot treat the Earth? Like it's moving? Would he treat it as moving if it's actually stationary? No, that would be ridiculous. So if it's actually moving, why would he treat it as stationary?
I think yeah, sure. Well, I guess we could stop. I mean, I would like to just stop there. Like, I would agree that pilots, because locally, they probably don't experience that much of an effect, if at all, and they just fly the plane.
Not at all. Stationary, they wouldn't affect. They wouldn't have any experience of that effect, right?
Right. But to be honest, I think it's just
if it was actually stationary, it would be just like they treat
so large,
right?
Yeah.
Like, and not only that, my last point is this, and I'll put another little GIF in there as well as one chart that I made, which really kind of just, even without the winds or just based on the location of where the city is that it's going towards, and you can just do the math or the common sense on this. The city's moving faster. It wouldn't be able to fly point to point straight from south to north to hit the city. It would have to be a curved path. It would be chasing the city, and all the flight paths would look differently. Now, you could say, yeah, they're great circles, and they show them curved, and you see it on the big map. But just look at America. Everything is point to point, straight across America, left to right. wherever it wants to go, south to north, go straight there. Every path would be curved if you had a gradient of tangential velocities, because the city you're aiming towards would be moving eastward faster than you are when you start out. You get that just conceptually, right? This is the argument every flat earther should be talking about, because refraction and all the rest of it doesn't mean anything after this.
You still there, Felix? You there?
Yeah. I'm just looking on the comments. I mean, it's all good news perspective. I mean, I could explain the Coriolis effect. I'm looking in the chat. Spheroid pilot.
The effect doesn't matter. That's just what it looks like, a curved path. When the pilot actually is aiming at dead reckoning, it still looks like a curved path because the Earth is supposedly spinning. But we don't have the Coriolis effect with a globe. But the Coriolis effect is a real thing. Flat Earthers shouldn't say Coriolis effect doesn't exist, because it's just
it's an inertial
thing that's an inertial frame as opposed to a non-inertial frame.
Earth-based Coriolis.
But the Earth isn't moving, so we don't have a Coriolis effect with planes or even with long distance shooting and stuff, because there's all kinds of things like barrel distortion and the spin of the bullet that make deviations that are pretty consistent with shooting. And then they call that the spin of the Earth, and then they try to conflate that with this, so it's just basically the Earth isn't moving and the bullets are going to stray in a certain direction. Pilots don't have to deal with it, because if they did, they would be trained to. That would make perfect sense. If they were trained to deal with something that would be dangerous, they'd be overtrained, not undertrained. Not just, oh, dude, I don't have to worry about it because the air. Think about how crazy that sounds. If the pilot told you the air is going to make it in sync with the Earth 500 miles per hour faster sideways, that would be not only scary, but I wouldn't get on the plane. I mean, it would be ridiculous if that were the real situation. Whether it's gradual or not, it adds up to 500, bro.
All right, cool. Well, I mean, I'll just compliment you. Like, I hold Globers to a higher standard about the physics, and if you have flat Earth and you understand the Coriolis effect, I think that's good. And that's
regardless, the more interesting point, though, as somebody that's going to be in this debate a little longer, probably with other people, one of the things that other points that flat earthers should be pointing out, or I'm not saying flat earthers should do anything, but do what they want. But it's an interesting thing when we have kinematics and dynamics that are not in congruence with each other, because you can kinematically make a math equation that has a rule to it that just erases the idea that the Earth is spinning separately from the plane, and you just say it doesn't matter, it's already in sync. But we have to dynamically then apply it and then logically work through how it wouldn't work, because you'd have to actually have something pushing the plane, and air pushing the plane is winds, and those go in all directions, not one. Even if you could say predominantly, any estimation words don't work with this. If the pilot treats it as stationary, it has to be stationary.
Yeah, sure. I mean, my thing here is, new perspective is really, I just like discussing, physics and talking about physics, and whether you're flat Earth, globe Earth, I think as long as you understand the physics, that's my thing.
But you understand the physics are like, that's why, I mean, this is about protecting science and protecting the truth, right? Not about denying science or denying physics. It's about applying real physics, because kinematics and geometry, those are mathematical sciences. The dynamics is where the real relation of moving bodies in relation to each other comes in. And the dynamics is not a kinematic thing. You can just say there's a math equation that makes it seem like it would work on paper, but in the real world, it has to work, man. We're talking about what's real.
Yeah, sure. And I'll grant you guys that, like, that you guys want a direct primary observation. But yeah, we just in science, I understand the. I understand the desire to have a very, very close, very, very like realistic down to like the ultra realistic, and nothing like synthetic.
Another thing
derived, I guess.
The orbits wouldn't even work, man. The orbits wouldn't even work. Literally wouldn't work, because they'd have to cancel out the centrifugal force, right? And call it a pseudo force. But that doesn't mean that think about it. When you're swinging a bucket, right, and you have the water in the bucket, where's the force? What's the force?
Oh, centrifugal force you're talking about? Sorry.
Yeah, what's the centrifugal force with that?
Yeah, so you could calculate that. So you do the angular velocity times the radius, and then
I'm talking about acceleration. common sense. The force is the water against the back of the bucket when you're swinging.
Yeah, the centrifugal force. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah.
not a fake force. That's real. That's a real force of
Right.
the water against
Exactly.
the back of the bucket. It's not. There's
Right.
nothing. There's nothing fake about. There's nothing pseudo about it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like it depends on your frame of reference. So inside that rotating frame of reference, you treat the centrifugal force as a force, right? And you could make then you could solve for how that water in the bucket never falls out of the bucket. But if you take a reference frame outside of the bucket, outside of you swinging it around, you could see that it's not a force. You'll see that it's just a change in the inertia, which manifests as this like centrifugal force in that frame of reference. So.
Are you like really interested in figuring out if what you just said was right, or would you rather just hope that what you said is right?
I think I know just logically.
Reference frames and special relativity. I mean, the reference frames in general, like with special relativity especially.
Oh, so
just because you take a different reference frame doesn't mean that there's not like an absolute reference frame that determines reality.
No. Okay, so people are misunderstanding frame of reference. So frame of reference isn't relativity, special relativity.
No,
That's
I wasn't trying to mix those. I know I said it that way to begin with, but I know the difference.
Oh, okay, yeah,
but
yeah.
But you can say that just because you're in a different reference frame, you can consider it not a force, right? But that doesn't mean it's not a force.
Law of identity. Law of identity.
Okay, so yeah. Well, so this is in physics. So you could see it as, you could treat it as there could be a reference frame where you have a centrifugal force. So this is the thing about fictitious forces, like the centrifugal force. It could exist in one frame, and it can also not exist in another frame. Whereas an actual force exists in all frames of reference. That's one technical way to define it. But
yeah, that's where the special relativity kind of works with that type of philosophy.
Yeah, so special relativity arises because the speed of light is constant in all frames of reference. Not to be confused with the absoluteness of the speed of light. It's just constant in all reference frames. And that violates a lot of things. So Einstein's theory reconciles how that takes place, and that's because time itself dilates. So
yeah,
time.
So that's what but that's like, very debatable. That's they have to you know about the Lorentz contraction being like how they had to like excuse it so that they couldn't say they had to keep light consistent. You understand that if light does actually move in one direction slightly faster, then it kind of ruins the idea that it's consistent.
Yeah, well,
they had to get rid of it with the Michelson-Morley. They had to say that it proved that there was no ether, when actually it proved the opposite.
Okay, yeah, it's interesting. I don't know too much of the history.
If you listen to Alan and Toby and Ether Dynamics or Ether Cosmology Channel or Space Audits or some of the stuff Witsit talks about, because it is an interesting way of accepting that the interferometry is a real device that actually is measuring very precise movements, but it's actually showing us something that the ballers can't have, which is that light is the variable and time is the constant. They got us thinking, they got us believing that time's the variable and light is the constant. And then people go and age differently when they get to space. That's how they reversed it all. And made not saying you're stupid, they made us look stupid by thinking that that's the reality we live in. Like that's normal. And it just, time, it makes it totally. Time is just like a variable. No, a second is a second, no matter where you are. And a second isn't a real thing either. So you can't have space time. It's not a material thing. But they've screwed us all up, and it's very brilliant, very well reverse engineered. And amazing. I'm impressed, right? But when you really understand it, all of this data, including interferometry, shows that we're not moving, including GPS, shows that we're not moving. And I know that sounds hard to believe just off the cuff, but if you look into it, you'll find out that I'm right if you're really being honest with yourself.
It's cool stuff. Yeah. But yeah, thanks for the conversation. I have to get ready to sleep. Appreciate it, man.
Earth Awakenings Discord at all? Because I have a bunch. I was just trying to share one of my comps that I made of this Michael Brenner. He does a great job of explaining these things, and he was talking about how the difference between kinematics, dynamics, and geometry are the biggest thing one of the biggest things that we have to ignore, because you can't just say kinematics is reality. Kinematically, the plane can land because you have an equation that makes it not a thing. You can't just have a rule that the Earth turning isn't a thing. The Earth is actually turning, supposedly, in this reality. And dynamically, it wouldn't allow the plane to treat it as stationary if it's moving. And we showed that here in our conversation, even though you don't really want to say that it doesn't work. You kind of know it doesn't just from walking through the logic with me. Because you can't believe the air.
Man.
The air just makes it work, right? You can't really believe that as a man, as an honest man, right now, can you?
Yep, you can't. You opened a lot of our eyes. I think hopefully, nice. I agreed with you. I think hopefully we should make this public to everyone, expose the truth, right?
I mean, as long as you understand. I mean, okay. Let me say it like this.
I don't care if you agree
are
with me. I just
able,
want him to understand it. Yeah.
right. If you Globers are able to repeat the arguments that New Perspective is making, at least in terms of like just you guys understanding what he said and you're being able to repeat it, then I think at the very least, we will respect whatever you're going to say after that, because at least we know that you understand the argument. But yeah.
And having an actual answer rather than just like air, I think works, because the air doesn't move the plane without it being a wind. How can you argue that it does? Does that make sense to anybody, really? Can anyone explain how that would work?
Okay.
Yep, makes sense to me.
How about, okay, let's do this.
The plane is the wind, right?
How does it make sense to you, Scott?
Wait, Felix.
Because the airplane's traveling in the atmosphere. That's what holds it up in the air, and that's what pushes it sideways in every other direction it's going to go.
Maybe you didn't hear quite exactly what he said.
Maybe not.
Okay, it's all right. No worries.
What do you say?
How about Felix? Can you repeat what New Perspective said? Felix, can you regurgitate? Oh no, he
did. He did a good job of strawmanning it, but then he kind of just said that must work with the air still or something gradually. He did a good job of strawmanning it, but I think that he kind of maybe realized in the middle of the argument that I might be right. Maybe that's just me assuming that. But I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
I just want to hear him repeat the argument. Go ahead, Felix.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to be as neutral as I can.
Why?
What, Scott? Oh, man, just so I can continue to participate.
Have common sense. Don't worry about the argument. Don't worry about the sides.
Okay, so
common sense.
All right, so I'll say what was spoken correctly. So the Coriolis effect was correctly explained by New Perspective. Basically, it's an inertial thing. On the curves on the globe, you have a faster tangential velocity at the equator, and then as you go to the North Pole, you have zero. And so as you're traveling north or south through latitudes, you start at a certain inertia and you enter into zones with a different inertia where you have a faster tangential velocity. So what New Perspective is trying to say is how can a plane say from a latitude where there's where the plane has an eastward 500 mile per hour tangential velocity inertia, and they go into a different, say, I don't know, closer to the equator where there's 1,000 miles per hour tangential velocity somewhere, right? How does that plan land if there's such a big difference in the due to this is called the Coriolis effect, by the way. Due to the Coriolis effect, how can
that's not the Coriolis effect, though. That's a Coriolis force.
Well, displacement, if you want to call it.
Displacement.
Right?
Yeah, that's better.
Right. Okay,
yeah.
I'll say displacement. So
don't even call it Coriolis in a way. You just say it's going to be out of sync, right?
Okay. Right.
How does it stay in sync if it's by very logic? The very logic tells you it'd be out of sync unless there was something making it in sync. What's the thing making it in sync when winds are pushing it all directions?
Yeah. Okay. I'll just strictly steelman your side, and that's all I'll do. So basically, so that seems very hard for a plane to land, especially even given the wind and its non-uniformity. It's blowing all directions. So then, as the plane is going to land its destination, where it came from this one inertia of 500 miles per hour eastward, now it's landing at a place where it's 1,000 miles per hour traveling eastward, and plus the winds, variations and dynamics, that plane will have a hard time landing correctly. But in reality, planes, they don't appear to adjust for it. They just treat it as if the Earth is stationary, and therefore it's not likely to have that the Earth isn't spinning. So that's new perspective, right?
I like that you ended on the steel man, but then you
Yeah, I'll
don't
do
have
the
any
steel
kind
man.
of argument against it. Like,
Good.
why
Let
not
him
just
respond. He
make
can
you
respond
realize
now. Now he
What?
can respond. Go ahead.
Okay. So who's letting me respond? Is it?
Well, what's
Rudy?
the answer to it then? If you realize it doesn't work from steel manning the argument, then what's you're like, oh, but you forgot this.
Okay. So all right. So the answer that I have would be that because the plane, even though it is traveling through different latitudes for its experiencing different inertias, because it's in the air, it's kind of traveling with it. So it will deflect and get pushed, but it's because the plane's medium is air itself. It is actually being like taken with it. So like a boat traveling across a river, it gets shifted over. It's traveling with that river, so it's the same thing with the plane.
But don't you think there'd be variations, even if it did work that way and winds only went in one direction? If the pilot was like putting faith in the wind, pushing the plane sideways, without him even knowing that that's happening, there's no gauge of the Earth below him moving at a different pace, and he's got this variation of some wind that's going to carry the plane. Don't you think that would be like ridiculous to even think that we would put a plane in the air under those conditions? If it was off just a little bit, it would crash land.
Oh.
Okay, sure. I mean, I'll just leave it at that.
I have a question though. Are we talking about the direction of the runway as well? So, we got east-west, but we also have north-south or south-north.
Yeah.
What occurs in those instances?
Slightly varying degrees of angles of the like think about that, bro. Not only that, but if even if it were pushed by the atmosphere, then it would have to like land at an angle that's like a little bit off at a strange angle. How is it going to land and then be pushed in that perfect direction still with the Earth's rotation?
It's all good. I just
work.
want to make sure that Oblate Spheroid's pilot, because he's a pilot, that he understands the Coriolis. So that's it.
That was good.
What?
Good job, guys.
That was what you wanted to do? You don't understand? What do you mean? It's about understanding the concept more than actually figuring out if this is what's happening?
Yeah, because we got a pilot in here, Spheroid pilot, GF6 Oblate Spheroid pilot. He took 1,000 miles per hour at the equator too pedantically. It doesn't have to be. It was just a made up number.
Thank you. By the way, thank you for steel manning it. That was
NASA's
awesome.
son, by the way.
That was good. Good job. Good job.
Good.
steel
You're
manning.
fake. You're a fake son.
NASA gave
He's
birth to me,
flattered?
man.
No, everybody
NASA.
doesn't want to admit it.
Gonna start removing people
No,
with GF.
space is fake.
Good job, steel manning it.
All right, guys. But yeah, have a good one. Peace out, guys. And
Are you
I
going to
hope
look into this?
Scott
By the
and
way,
everyone else
you know what? I'm going to
gets
send you an
along.
invite to the server that I have all those Michael Brenner comps on, and you can look at all the information there. If you're really interested in this, as like far as like, finding out if we're right or if it's really a globe. Do you really want to know? Would you rather not know?
I mean, bro, I don't really care. Like, I mean, it's not that I'm indifferent. Like, whether like I just like physics, so that's it. Like, but yeah, I mean, I'm open to discuss. I don't. I'm not here to shut people down or anything like that.
The reason you like physics is not just the numbers. It's because it's applied, right? It's applied to reality.
Yeah.
If it doesn't apply to reality, as a physicist, you'd want to know that it doesn't match, it doesn't work, or it does work. That's the fascination of it.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm going to send you a video.
I gotta go. Past my bedtime.
All right, man.
My wife is. I need to eat my cookies and milk. All right. Yeah. Take care, guys. All right.
Take care.
Yeah, that was good. That was solid.
What's up, man?
He really understood the argument. That was really good. Good job.
He did.
guys.
I don't know. I don't know if he's ever going to like bring himself to the point of understanding it means it can't be a globe.
Yeah. That was fantastic. That was really
You
good
doing, Jedi?
discussion. Good job, guys. That was solid. Wish every day could be like that.
It's an easy argument. It's nothing new. It's nothing brilliant on anyone's part, but it's just common sense doesn't work. And it's 2015. We've been saying this, but I don't think we've been saying it enough. That's why I always talk about that.
How long you?
So it's like It
Been a
ends.
flat earther for that long?
2017 is when I realized it's not a ball.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone have any globe Earth or flat Earth related questions? Any new people that want to chime in? Go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
I just want to know how the moon works.
Said new people. No, new people.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. If no one else is talking, if no one else is talking, then we can answer his question. Yeah, go ahead. Ask your question.
If any new persons here, you can ask the question. I don't know if there is any, but
Yeah, they're not talking right now. Just go ahead.
Matt,
Go ahead. They're not talking.
Just quickly, is that Matt or Talon? I can't tell the voices apart.
it's
Is
Matt.
that
It's Matt. I don't sound nothing like Talon, dude.
Well, yeah, we'd
Hopefully
be
not.
surprised. As long as I know who you are, dude. That's fine.
Yeah. I remember me and you were having a decent discussion though, Jedi, about the moon and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not going to get to any conclusions though from me, I'm afraid, though, mate.
Yeah, it's just
What was your question about the moon?
I mean, it was really a series of like multiple questions, but we were just trying to figure out how it would work on a flat Earth, or if it made like relative sense with vision.
Okay, so let's just start. Let's go one at a time. What was the first question?
So, one of my questions is, if the moon is above the Earth's surface, like some flat earthers would claim, why don't we see it in a different like angles? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if it's ever really above a country, why don't people look up and they see the moon right above their heads? You know what I mean?
You have to understand that the distance. Well, first of all, the real position that you need in order to make precise claims about what the moon is doing, you need the actual real position. So in order to get that, you need the distance.
Yeah, but it's constantly moving, right? In a flat Earth as well, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So it changes position.
Changes position, but what is the position though? Like we need because you're making a specific claim, right? It's not just like
Oh, it's not a claim at all. It's not a claim at all. The only claim is that the moon moves. I mean, I've recorded the moon myself. I know that it moves.
We agree. Yeah, we see something. We see something in the sky moving. Yes, agreed.
And we usually see one face of that, right? One face of the moon.
Sure.
Now, if whatever the moon is, you can say it's a ball, you can say it's a disc. Even a lot of flat earthers would say it's a ball. How does it make any sense that it's above the Earth's surface at any point, and we don't see different angles of it? We don't see different faces. People can't look up and see it. Yeah, we see it far into the distance. I mean,
what do you mean angles? Like
more of the lunar surface, if the Earth was a three-dimensional shape, then from different points of view, all of the observers together would see more than that 50% of the surface.
So you would, in order for these angles,
really
you need straight lines for the angles, right?
Sure. I mean, I'm just envisioning a flat Earth when I'm talking about this. So you can say anything as long as it's relative to flat Earth. I'm just trying to see if it makes sense on a flat Earth, not like a ball or a globe.
If we had a ball, between, that's fine. If we had a ball between you and I, Matt, up in the sky, we'll call that the moon, you would see 50% of that surface. I would see 50% of that surface, but only 25% of the surface that we saw would be the same. You would see a different part of it, and I would see a different part of it, right?
And that's what I'd expect on a flat Earth as well, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
If you were like, say I could see the moon out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the moon's a ball, right? Say the moon's a ball, but you are technically in front of the moon, and I'm behind the moon, relative to our reference frames, and you would also see a different face of the moon, right?
Mm-hmm. But we don't know, do we?
So I'm just trying to meet. Exactly, don't. So I don't understand how the moon works on a flat Earth, unless it's like some.
What's the excuse for that in the heliocentric model? Why is that then?
But why we don't see the different faces of the moon?
Yeah, what? No, not phases, faces. Just to be clear. So yeah, why don't we see
So the reason why
more
we don't
than
see different faces is because, well, Big Daddy NASA tells me that it's tidally locked with the Earth. So
Yeah, but that still doesn't eliminate our problem, dude. We can say that the face of the moon is still facing the floor. All right, we can have that phenomena, but we've still got two different observers. Let's say one's on the North Pole and one's on the South Pole. We should be able to see more of that surface when we combine our images. I still see 50% of that surface. You see 50% of that surface, but they're different 50% of that spherical surface. So how, in the heliocentric model, is that claimed that we don't? How's that rectified?
Because it's a sphere.
No, because it's so far. Because it's so far away.
I mean, it is at a decent distance, right?
Yes,
From us.
it's at that distance, so we don't perceive any more of that surface because it's too far away for us to perceive.
It's not that far away to where we don't see it.
Well, whatever the distance is, this is the reason why we don't see more than 50% of the surface when we have two different vantage points to it.
Yeah, because it's not. Yeah, because it's not like right in front of us. Because like if say the Earth is a ball, right, and then the moon is like right in front of us, then it would make more sense what you're saying. But it's like at a decent distance to the point where that doesn't really work.
Cool. So
But even then, like
so far away, right?
Yeah, that's what Big Daddy NASA says, man.
Yeah, that's what Big
Daddy
NASA says. That's a sphere, and it's so far away we don't perceive more than 50% of that surface. So the excuse is distance.
Yes, but what's the excuse on a flat Earth?
Distance. Then, if it's good enough for you, it's good enough for me.
But the thing is, it's distance above the Earth's surface.
It's always above the Earth's surface. The moon's above the Earth's surface.
Okay, it's always above the Earth's surface. So then why aren't some people, relative to the angles that they would be to the moon, seeing a different face or like a different side and like?
Because the moon's so far away. Same within your model. I thought we'd understood this.
Okay, but say I'm in the United States and you're in Australia, and say the Earth is a disc, right?
Okay.
The moon can be very far away from me, but to you, it might be hovering over you. So what's the distance then? Not far away from you, far away from me.
I didn't know.
Date. We can have an observer at the equator with the moon directly above and an observer on the moon directly above, but we don't see any more than 50% of the moon's surface with these two observers. The excuse within the heliocentric model that Big Daddy NASA give you is it's so far away. So the excuse is it's so far away.
Yeah, but that you can't use their excuse because they have we have Big Daddy NASA. Big Daddy NASA has a whole story that the moon isn't above the Earth's surface. That's what Big Daddy NASA says. So
it's above the Earth's surface.
You guys say it's above the Earth's surface, right?
So
the moon's above the Earth's surface. So because the physical moon, because the physical moon is above the Earth's surface, that means someone is closer to it. Someone should be seeing more of it. Unless it's a really weird object.
If you're on the equator or the North Pole, and you have the moon directly above your head when you're at the equator, technically you're closer to it, all right? But it's still so far away, 230,000 miles, 250,000 miles, whatever, so you don't perceive any more than 50% of the surface. So within your model, you can still be closer, but it doesn't make a fucking difference.
But it doesn't make a difference in your model?
It doesn't. Do we see more of the moon?
No, and it really makes no sense. It's not explained deeply.
Distance. In your model, it's distance.
Yes, but
so distance then.
You can just say distance. It's still above the Earth's surface. Do you think the moon ever?
Dude,
why are you worried about my model, man? Listen,
because
I'm not worried about Big Daddy.
In your model is distance. So what's the problem with saying distance?
I'm not worried about that. I don't care about what Big Daddy NASA's telling me right now.
If you don't care, then what's the point talking to, dude? Try to explain it to you 4 times.
I'm just worried about
this very simple concept.
I'm really just trying to understand this in a flat Earth model, not Big Daddy NASA distance. Okay.
You have this distance.
Yeah, so I think even a better question is, what is the
Let me
moon?
upload a photo just so you guys know what I'm talking about.
So you need to actually know what the moon. Well, ideally, they would tell you what the moon is and the size and the distance, but none of that
makes no
None of that
sense.
has been proven, though. None of that has been proven. The distance, the size, the medium.
Now, this image, I'm gonna post it in the chat. I posted it before multiple times. This is not from Big Daddy NASA, but it's from Big Daddy Professor Dave. Hold on. There it is in the chat. So this is kind of what I'm talking about. Everyone's seeing the same face of this moon.
That's a globe.
No.
You just pulse to the globe. That's the AE projection.
No, I know. It's not
So
used
which
to
is
actually like say
which
this
is
your
wrong?
model, but
What's wrong there?
yes,
The
I'm
globe
not
or
claiming
math?
it's your model. I'm just saying like,
Yeah, so you right there. You put up the globe model as
the azimuthal equidistant projection. Yeah.
So what's
but
wrong?
It's not. I'm not claiming it's.
So what's wrong? The globe or math?
What?
Yeah, in that picture, you said this is wrong because of observations of the moon. Okay, so which part of that is wrong?
Assuming the Earth
math
looks something like that,
or
a
the
lot of
globe?
flat earthers think it looks.
Yeah, no, it looks like that because of math.
Well,
if it's
well,
globe.
we can make it a plane
So
or a disc. It still makes no sense.
Is your math wrong or is your globe wrong?
What?
You got two choices here. If you believe that this is wrong, either A, your math is wrong, or B, your globe is wrong.
No, I'm not claiming this is your model. It's just
No, that's a
reference
globe
to
model.
look at.
Wait, what?
That's a globe
it's azimuthal
projected.
equidistant projection of the globe.
Oh, I see what you mean.
You know, a lot of flat earthers actually use this. Actually, I think you've used this model actually to represent a few things. So, what's so wrong with using it to represent some things?
It's not.
As long as I'm not attributing it to you.
Yeah, you are using the globe model to demonstrate how it doesn't work if the Earth is flat. Your problem is, which one's wrong then? Globe or math?
What do you mean? An actual globe doesn't look anything like that. That's a flattened
That's
globe.
projected with math. So your math is wrong?
Projected with math. No, I'm not saying math is wrong. You're kind of strawmanning me here. I posted that image, and Crit, you've done the same. You've used that AE map to like show on what was it on Conspiracy Sunday, whatever you guys call it, to show how eclipses work and stuff like that. So there's nothing wrong with using AE map to try to see how something would work on flat Earth, especially when I'm assuming that the AE map has gotta be somewhat how the Earth looks like.
Yeah, the reason why to use the AE map is to watch globalists argue against it. They'll argue against their own model if you just use a little math.
Wait a minute.
I mean, it's either one or the other. Like either the Earth is a plane or it's a disc. One makes sense, and the other one is kind of like.
Wait. In the image that you posted, you have the real position of the moon, right? Not the apparent position. Agreed or disagree?
What do you mean the real position?
Real position means you know the exact distance.
Yeah, on a flat Earth, I don't know if anyone knows the exact distance of the moon. So
On a globe,
regardless,
no one has ever proven
the image, what the image is trying to, what the image is,
Listen,
hold on.
listen,
What the image is trying to
listen.
say. I'm trying to tell you what the image is saying.
The distance on a globe has never been proven.
Okay, that's fine. If you want to accept that, again, I'm not on a globe. I'm talking about a flat Earth. Now,
Okay,
wherever the moon is,
it doesn't matter.
Okay,
Either
dude,
way, it's never been proven.
Stop.
It's never been proven.
What this image is trying to hold on. What this image is trying to show you is that there are a bunch of people, different parts of the globe, or different parts of the flat Earth, and they're seeing the same face. This is like the thing that they're trying to show you. Like in vision, this literally makes no sense.
You don't have the real position. You don't have the real position of the moon.
But it's still
and you don't know what the moon is. You don't know what the all
the moon is hovering above the Earth. How come it's never hovered above anyone?
No, I'm saying you didn't let me finish. You don't know what the moon actually is. You're just seeing a light in the sky. You don't know what it actually is.
Is it physical?
That's my question to you. That's my question.
Okay, well, Well, any light has to come from a physical source. So if you claim that the moon is not
How would
emitting
you
its own
know?
light, then it's physical by your standard.
How would
What do you
you
mean?
know?
That's an established fact. Anyone would tell you that.
You haven't
Light
tested
must
the
come from
moon.
a physical source.
You never
Reflected
tested the
light
moon.
is not the actual source of light.
Did you
Oh,
test
shit.
the moon? Yes or no?
But
Have
even
I
then, it's
touched the
still
moon? No,
reflected from its
I've not touched
source.
the
No,
moon.
test it, not touch it. Did you test the moon?
Have I
Yes
passed
or
the
no?
moon? No, I've not passed the moon.
Test with T-E-S-T. Holy shit! Did you test it? Did you test
Have
the
I
moon? Yes or
tested
no?
the moon?
Yes.
What
Did
do you
you
mean by
do
test
it?
the moon?
Okay.
Are you getting so
Okay.
angry, dude? I'm down. I know this makes no sense to you
I'm
too,
just
but it's fine.
asking you. Have you tested it, or let's say measure distances, whatever you know? Like
No,
you
no,
know.
no, 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 no. It
Okay.
still applies
Okay.
though.
Okay. And the medium also not only that, the medium it's in is also unknown because you don't know the distance,
Medium.
so you don't know what's around it. So you have no idea how the medium would affect what you're seeing either.
Well, the
So
Earth is
not
around
only
it.
not only are you witnessing an unknown
The Earth is around it.
light in the sky, because you're just
Earth is around it.
there's so many different unknowns. Go ahead, just go ahead. There's too many unknowns. There's too many unknown variables.
Okay, dude, the Earth is around it. It has to be. It's above the Earth's surface.
Matt, can you post your explanation of this? Like, how do you explain the
What's
moon?
my explanation for what?
For like seeing the moon at different angles and stuff like that. Can you post how you explain it?
Oh yeah, I already posted an image. You want me to repost it? I don't know if you saw it before.
Yeah, can you post it again?
I can post it. So let me just explain this to you.
Not
Right?
that
So
one.
the issue is
Not that one. Your explanation. How do you solve this? Yeah, how do you solve this imagined problem?
Oh, I'm not trying to solve it on the globe. I'm trying to solve it on a flat Earth.
No, but I just want to know how you solve it. I mean, I could talk about this picture.
Oh, I haven't solved this yet. I'm looking for explanation actually.
Well, one thing we have in this picture is that everyone looks up to see the moon. I mean, that matches reality, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
Of course it does.
Oh, all right. Okay,
Yes.
so that much we know, correct?
Do you see the problem? Can you identify the problem?
No,
You can't?
it's your problem. I don't.
No, I mean, do you get what this image is trying to show you?
No. Everybody's looking up to
No?
see the moon. I don't see the
Are
problem.
you being like intellectually honest, or are you just like?
Yeah, dude. Are you?
Everyone's looking up. What else?
Okay, what was I saying about this image, Jerry?
That you imagine that it's a problem that since everyone's looking up, we'd all see the moon at different angles. So how do you solve this? Do you solve it by
You're dumbing
saying
my whole point down.
Hold on. Do you solve it by saying people are not looking up to see the moon?
Oh, of course, people are looking up to see the moon, but do you see anything else in this image that
Okay,
would
so this
actually
image
explain it?
matches reality, right?
This image is not matching. Well, the only thing that matches reality is that we all look up and see the same face of the moon. What doesn't match reality is that people are in different points on a flat surface and they're looking up and they see the same thing. That really doesn't match reality. Now, what Daddy NASA says makes a lot more sense, but I mean, this right here makes no sense.
Okay. Now it makes no sense for everyone to look at the moon by looking up.
Vision.
Okay.
False. That would be a straw man. You're committing an argumentative fallacy where you're actually misrepresenting my argument. But again, I kind of already explained to you what it was. It's the fact that you have people on a flat surface at different points looking up at the sky, seeing the same face of a moon without any different angles or orientation or anything. So, yeah.
I don't see it as an issue, but if you do, that's fine.
I mean, sure. That's all, man.
There's too many unknowns. There's too many unknowns in this.
It's just something that I thought maybe you guys would want to have a look at. You know?
If honestly,
I would love to know how you solve it.
Go ahead.
No, well,
Man,
I just
one day maybe we'll solve it together.
Yeah, I would love to know how Matt solves this imagined problem.
Maybe one day I got the explanation for you guys.
It's not. You need the evidence, not the explanation. Well, you need both, but The evidence is more important than the explanation.
I like making judgment without evidence.
Ideally, you would first figure out what the moon actually is. Then we can, then we can go into what do you
think it is?
It's speculate. Light in the sky. All we see is a light in the sky. That's it. We don't know what it is. We have no idea.
Light in the sky?
Yeah, we just see a light in the sky. That's it. That's the observation.
You think the moon's physical?
I don't know. All I see is a light in the sky. That's it. That's it, man. We can't. You see. The thing is, I don't want to like go into like speculation, right? I don't want to just spout a bunch of nonsense. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's always good to speculate when you don't know something.
What? You mean like in? Oh man. Yeah. But in this case, it's not going to do any good.
How do I see this guy's name in the chat?
How does Professor Dave solve this imagined problem?
I'm sure
I know you're a big fan of
names.
Yes, that's my daddy, man. So, of course. So Big Daddy Professor Dave says that the moon is tidally locked with the Earth. Actually, let me actually get the image that he actually used to solve this.
Oh, I would love to see that.
Oh, lovely. How do you think? What do you think about Professor?
If anyone actually wants this video, let me hold on.
Brilliant. I was talking. What do you think about Professor Dave's debate with Dave Weiss, where he used over 600 fallacies?
Oh, yeah, I watched that one, dude. You know what's crazy? I've watched it at least 4 times. It never gets old. Like, this is the one debate where it never gets old, dude.
What was your favorite fallacy?
I wish it went on for longer.
What was your favorite fallacy of the 600 he used?
What was the favorite? Well, did they use a counter? I never watched a video that countered his fallacies.
Oh yeah, so there was a guy called Mindshock who did a fallacy breakdown. Who's neither flat nor globe. He's just interested in fallacious arguments, and he counted over 600 fallacies. In fact, one sentence from Professor Dave had 4 fallacies in it. That's one sentence.
How much did
you know how hard
Dave
that is?
Weiss commit?
About
how much did
15,
Dave Weiss?
I think.
15 fallacies.
It was like
I don't
15
know, man. I
versus 600 or something crazy.
I enjoyed the debate.
Yeah, but check out the Mindshock video because it's so revealing. Because Professor Dave literally can't debate.
You have to link me to it, man.
Sure.
You got that picture yet?
You guys been shadow banned, yeah.
Yep. There we go in the chat. This is what Daddy Professor Dave says. The entire video is actually right here, so you guys might want to watch this.
That person's not looking up. They're looking down.
Well, they're no longer looking up.
This doesn't. Yeah, but in reality, we got to look up to see the moon, not down. So
you understand that the curvature of the Earth is not the technical surface.
This does not solve it. I'm sorry, man. You're gonna have to show something that matches reality.
Oh,
what happens if we have to observe North Pole? What happens, Professor Dave's love child?
Why
What if there's two
would we want
observers?
to take anything from a liar anyway? From not a Professor Dave.
No, it's fine. What if there's 2 observers, Matt?
Yeah, man. North Pole, South Pole. Like we were talking about earlier.
Oh, you know what's crazy? Speaking of North Pole, South Pole, people in the South
just
Pole
forget about the
or
question.
Southern Hemisphere
That's okay.
see an upside down moon.
Dude,
just barrel right along.
Come on, this is your example. We were talking about this earlier. 2 observers, North and South Pole. What did I observe in your little picture?
What do you mean, what did I observe in my little picture?
Did I observe a different surface of the moon? Slightly more at the North Pole.
They observed the moon upside down.
Slightly different. More proportion of the southern part of the moon. Person at the top, north of the Earth, sees more of a northern portion of the moon. Between their 2 observations, they see more than 50% of the lunar surface. Do you understand why distance is so important?
And distance, of course, is important, and the moon is at a decent distance, because if it was right in front of us, then it'd be kind of fucked up.
Cool. So the moon's at a decent distance. Awesome.
I would
Flat
like
Earth
to
really
apologise. It turns out that Professor Dave only used 281, and that I think that's because Mindshock was only counting one fallacy, even if there were multiple fallacies in a sentence. But regardless,
I got the video.
281 in a
I love this
2-hour
video, man.
span is very impressive. That's like more than one a minute.
Dude,
Please
this
forgive my
video is
ignorance.
3 hours long.
Yeah.
Sorry, please forgive my ignorance. Who is it? Sorry, please forgive my ignorance. Who the hell is this Professor Dave guy? I recognize him from somewhere.
Oh, he's actually not a professor. He's called Dave Farina, and he basically pretends to be an expert in a bunch of scientific fields where he doesn't know anything, and then basically tries to teach people online, but misunderstands a bunch of stuff. Kind of what he does. But then also he just like insults people who disagree with him. That's his like style.
Yes.
That sounds about right. Thank you.
He actually gave an explanation for why he insulted Dave Weiss so much. You know why?
Because he can't argue properly.
Huh?
Well, that's the only reason. Otherwise, he would have just given sound arguments.
Couldn't have gave sound arguments. Do you think Professor Dave explained anything correctly in that entire hour? Anything?
Possibly, but most of it was just insults and fallacies.
200
Am I wrong? I mean, it's
To be
well
fair, I really don't
documented.
doubt that Professor Dave. I mean, he really was making fun of Dave Weiss a lot of the time. He was just laughing at it. But it's really because he doesn't respect the guy. Like, he doesn't take him serious.
Sure, but then he just made himself to be an idiot because he just used fallacies and looked like a moron.
Really. So his response was, "Hey, you guys, yes, you there, the 1,000th person coming down and here in a hissy fit to tell me how mean and nasty and unprofessional I was to that poor, ignorant flat earther. Stop. You have zero perspective on the situation. Weiss is a con man who lies for a living. He knows he's lying. He just spews a
Yeah, so he's
script of lies
coping.
to make money on
This
the
is the
internet.
this is the post-debate.
He says
cope, like,
politeness
yeah.
is a window to
We
gish
understand
gallop
that this
and
is coped,
spread
dude.
more
Like, you don't
lies."
have to. We already know the style of this. This is boring. Like, he's coping because he couldn't debate properly. We all know this already.
Nah.
Yeah, that's literally it.
And it's
I noticed
it's
this as well.
ironic
You're going against someone
calling
who's clearly
the
lying.
kettle black, because here Dave is a failed musician and he's on the internet proclaiming himself to be a professor of all these fields he has no comprehension of.
Yeah.
So isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? Yeah.
Yeah, but he I think the reason why he didn't act like super professional and polite is because like it kind of allows Dave Weiss
Because
to
he's not
spew his script.
professional. He's not.
And I get
professional.
exactly where he's coming
You get
from.
that, right? He's not a professional. You do comprehend that. That's what we're trying to get across to you. He's not a
What do you mean
professional.
not a professional?
Yeah, NASA
He's not a
sounds
professional.
like,
Not a
oh, he
professor.
just doesn't
Not a
respect
professor,
him.
not
It's
a
like, well,
professional.
yeah, I know that he doesn't respect him, but unfortunately for Dave, he's also made himself out to be a huge idiot, because if he just wanted to, he could have just debated the points, right? But I don't actually think he can. I think he has to insult because he has to have his opponent off balance in order to then get away with all the fallacies that he uses. That's actually
And he
his style.
can't debate, and that's why he turns down any decent flat earther that offers him to debate.
Right.
And you're 100% right. I have debates with or discussions with Globers all the time who descend into insults and bullshit and abuse, and I don't descend to their level. I try and keep myself professional and stay at my level so that they look like the fool. Otherwise, I look like just as big an idiot as what they are for the way that they're carrying on. The argument is what's going to show Dave Weiss to be the fool, not Professor Dave just carrying on like a fucking pork chop.
All right. Completely agreed.
Yeah. I mean, listen, dude. I mean, I love the way Professor Dave handled it. And if Dave is telling the truth, and which I believe he is when he's talking about how Dave Weiss lies for a living, then politeness is a window. I mean, you give this guy politeness and you respect him throughout the whole thing and actually explain to him the scientific thing like he's going to accept it. It's just a window for him to spew this lie. Easier.
Yeah, but like even then though, like if you know he's like a charlatan, if that's your perspective,
going into this, if you're Professor Dave, then why would you even debate in the first place? Like that's the thing. Like just decline. You don't have to debate
To
with
show
people
how
like that.
stupid Dave Weiss is.
Yeah, but like,
and the reason
he's not doing
and AJ
that.
just said something
He's not
important.
doing that. Like, I don't totally.
He's weakening our position.
Can I just ask totally, Terrence? Are you a flat earther or a glober,
No.
or like just?
I'm a globe earther.
Yeah, exactly. I got that
I don't
impression
like
from you.
Professor
Like
Dave.
you're basically saying like you're kind of embarrassed for the globe side when this guy shows up and just insults people, right?
I just hate Professor Dave, to be honest. Yeah, and he is kind of an embarrassment. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the issue that you have, right? Is you're actually turning people off the globe position by having people like Dave debate for you, because you are, because then people are just thinking, oh, well, if these globers are all just obnoxious assholes, I don't want to be one of them.
Yeah.
It's not true.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, Professor Dave might have pissed off a few people, like the guy that's saying he didn't like or doesn't like Professor Dave, but he also gained like 2 million. He got a bunch of subscribers off of it.
Well, Professor
5 million
Dave knows
views.
his audience, and he knows suckers like you are gonna lap it up, and you're
It's really
not
suckers like
gonna
you.
be the wiser. Yeah, you're a sucker.
Yeah. So you've watched all of
think about
Professor
that,
Dave's
yeah.
videos on Flat Earther, and you're still a Flat Earther. It doesn't even make you a sucker; it just makes you a complete
Stutter
idiot,
for me.
but that's fine.
Well, let's think about something, right? You said something to the effect of Professor Dave, quote unquote Professor Dave, just didn't want to be polite and engage with Dave in a cordial argument or debate because what? He didn't want to give him leeway or something like that. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, here you are and a bunch of others here, talking about this stuff. Do you think, or does anyone on your end of the argument think you're giving anyone here leeway by being polite? Because as far as I'm concerned, you're acting quite cordial and everything, and the back and forth seems to be going okay. Does that act like as a disservice to your side of the argumentation?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you actually read Professor Dave's response to why he acted like this, but if you read it, I think you'd understand why.
Yeah, he's coping. We already know. You've already
not
given
coping.
this argument. I've already given my rebuttal.
Okay, he says politeness toward this
just
issue
gonna
would
say it
give the
again.
illusion of two opinions
Bro,
with
you
equal
can't
footing.
just reassert the same argument and then ignore the
Things
rebuttal.
aren't equal
So
at
you're,
all.
you're
The Earth being flat, the Earth being globe is not equal. Him being
This is the
polite
third
would give the
time.
illusion that it's equal.
Well, I heard that part. I didn't hear about the equal part, but that effect. I mean, if you think about it, if you're my question was, if you're here being polite as you are this evening, right? Does that does that do a disservice to your side by engaging in this way? I don't think that's a fair thing for him to say, because this seems okay. What's wrong with that?
Well, this isn't like a actual debate. We're just discussing here. But I mean, I gave you the quote up top. If you actually scroll up in the text chat, this is what he said about being
Fine.
polite towards.
I mean,
Dave Weiss.
there are elements of formality in this room, from what I could tell from time to time. So it doesn't change the fact that politeness and adult behavior. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, it actually expedites the whole thing, and it saves everybody time. And then they walk away and make up their own decisions. Doesn't make any sense what he's saying. I totally disagree.
Yeah, he's coping. He's coping and he's
Are you a flat
justifying
earther,
his
by the way?
behavior. It's obvious.
Mick?
Yeah, it's flat, man.
Obvious, dude.
Well, I mean, again, I agree with his standpoint on why he wasn't nice.
Well, then you're as stupid as he is.
I mean, you're allowed to.
No,
It
it's nothing
doesn't make
stupid.
any sense.
I mean, Joe Mama, you're like throwing his explanation out the way in window and just saying it's coping. So I mean, if you're gonna do that, then whatever.
He is though. He is.
The problem is.
Yes.
Here's the issue, right? Let's even in the hypothetical scenario that it is not an equal debate, let's say, or both positions are not on equal footing, right? Let's say for the globe perspective is indeed the superior position, right? And here Professor Dave is doing a disservice to his side by engaging in it. Wouldn't you think, like someone else said here, wouldn't you think that just knocking out, the solid points in the first 5 minutes and get it over with be sufficient to curb stomp the other side and then save everyone 3 hours? Like it's not it doesn't make any sense.
Listen, let me tell you about Professor Dave. I'm a fellow Glober like he is, and I met him in person before he had done any of his anti-flat Earth or anti-God videos. And I thought he was a nice enough guy. He was just doing chemistry and physics videos, and they're pretty good, and people use them for helping with their homework and stuff like that. But as soon as he started doing these anti-intelligent design videos and anti-theism videos, he was like profoundly out of his depth, and he did not know what he was talking about. And his arguments are just like juvenile. Frankly, he has no idea what he's smart at physics. He's smart at chemistry. He knows math, but he just does not know philosophy very well.
Well, he's actually qualified in chemistry, and so if he has something to say about chemistry that I don't really know anything about, I would say, yeah, fair enough, he probably knows. But I think it's obvious to me when he's avoiding the subject matter, throwing out insults, using fallacies, and justifying his bad behavior, that he's out of his depth.
No, I totally agree. Even though I agree with him about his conclusions about flat Earth, his videos are not.
So Matthew, let me ask you this then. What do you think about his style going against Dave West? You've seen the debate, obviously everyone's seen it. You have a problem with it?
Yeah, his style. So I think he tries to cover up his lack of debating skills with bluster and kind of like name calling a bit. Just because he just thinks he's so right that he doesn't bother like carefully arguing his point. Again, this is from someone who agrees with him, and he's just not good at that type of arguing. So yeah, like was said earlier, he knows about chemistry. He should stick to that.
Yeah.
What do you think about his response to what you said? To flat earthers don't deserve respect, especially when they lie to make money.
That's false. Everybody deserves respect. You need to be,
especially when they lie to make money.
Yeah, but that's just an assertion that, like, it's a false assertion because he's asserting that Dave doesn't believe what he's saying, which he has no evidence of.
Yeah, so Dave Weiss makes money making flat Earth videos. I think he actually believes it, so he's not lying to make money.
I mean, that's rational.
Just misinforming the public to make money. I don't know. I mean, Professor Dave did assert that he knows he's lying, but yeah, I don't know how he'd know that.
I could say that, like, Professor Dave is misinforming the public and is therefore not worthy of respect, and therefore I can call him names, right? That would be the same position you currently have. So why is that different?
Well, it's different because the actual scientific consensus is that the Earth is a globe, and so probably 90% of the viewers in there weren't even flat earthers.
So everyone should conform to a consensus, and those are the only videos that should make money?
Yeah. I mean, dude, you're just reasserting the thing that's already in contention.
It's like a typical objective truth. Well, I'm not going to hop into like a debate about it, but it's like if it's a typical objective truth, then why would anyone?
If you use Professor Dave's logic, he destroys his atheism.
Oh, I mean,
and also to boot, I mean, if we go back like 400 or 500 years ago, during a time where it was the consensus that the Earth was flat amongst most of the world population, you can make that same argument that a quote unquote flat Earth or debating a globe Earth or coming up with this this blossoming idea could treat them equally as horrendously. It's not a sound position, man.
At one point in time, it was a consensus that certain women were witches and they needed to be burned to the stake.
Drowner.
This is 500 years ago. We're in the 21st century, 2024.
Yeah, things are completely different now.
We're talking about the current argumentation, right? So your argument seems to rely on the fact that it's okay to call Dave a charlatan because he knows he's lying because the scientific consensus disagrees with him. But there's no evidence to suggest that just because there is because he is aware of a scientific consensus, right? At least amongst people who can call themselves scientists. But he disagrees with them. So therefore you can't use that as a reason to say he knows he's lying.
Yeah, I mean that's what Professor Dave said. He said that he knows he's lying. I mean, do I
He didn't.
personally believe? If you're asking for my personal opinion, like I don't know if this guy's really buying his shit. I really can't tell whether or not Dave West believes this shit or he's just misinforming to make money. Regardless, he's misinforming the public. If he actually believes this shit, he's really delusional. I don't think he should be making money off of this shit.
Yeah,
That's my opinion. That's my opinion.
Yeah. So who is allowed to make
There'd
money?
be no way to
off
actually
of-
verify. We can't enter his brain and see.
Who would be allowed to make money off of information online?
I think the writers of Star Trek deserve money.
No, I'm asking NASA's son. Like NASA's son, what's your suggestion for who should be allowed to make money?
I mean, I just don't think that someone. I mean, they do allow him to make money. That's not the question. No one's stopping him. No one's stopping his YouTube channel.
Yeah, but you said I was asking.
That's
your
not my
opinion.
argument. That's not my
He's
argument.
asking you for an affirmative. Who should?
Oh, you're asking for my personal opinion?
Well, that's what Matthew asked you.
Yes. We're curious.
Okay, so my personal opinion is that Dave West should be kicked off his platforms where he
Yeah,
sells
that's
his
not
little
an
t-shirts 'cause
affirmative.
he's
That's a
misinforming the
negative.
public.
He's asking you for an affirmative.
Right. Yeah.
He's asking me for my personal opinion. That's all I'm getting here.
Your personal opinion
Yeah,
of who should
that's why I asked
be allowed to make money. Like what criteria would you?
Okay, who
use?
shouldn't be allowed to make money
No,
is
who
someone
should?
who is clearly
Who
misinforming the
should?
public about known consensus. Objective truth, like basic objective truth.
So only people who buy into the known consensus should be allowed to have a platform. And make money.
And people
Is
who
that
go
what you're
around misinforming the public on basic stuff like the Earth's shape shouldn't be allowed to.
Who
make
decides?
money.
Who decides?
Can we
that
get an
line?
affirmative on that though? Can we get an affirmative on Matthew's last question? He asks you. So only those who go forth, saying the consensus, saying what the mainstream consensus is. Those are the people that should be allowed to make money off information. Is that what you're saying?
Do you
In my
disagree,
opinion- in my
comrade?
opinion, yes.
Yeah, so here's my
Yes, in my
caution to you,
opinion, yes.
NASA's son. If somebody is going to go around drawing lines about what is the correct consensus and which is the incorrect consensus, guess what? One of these days you're going to end up on the wrong side of that line, just because you probably don't have the exact same consensus.
Yeah, but the
for
Earth
every
shape
day.
is like a basic objective truth, though. So Matthew, the thing is, you're like obviously for more complicated and sophisticated arguments, it'd be different. But something like the Earth shape, like Dave West saying the Earth shape is flat, that's like just wrong. So obviously he shouldn't be allowed to make money misinforming people and actually like posting videos all the time and having this little website. That's my opinion, though. I mean, he's allowed to. He still makes money off
Matthew,
of this. No
one
one's
day
stopping
he'll
him.
be
YouTube won't
president,
stop him.
Matthew. Well, one day this guy will be president. What do you think about that, Matthew?
Yeah, so here's the thing. It doesn't matter how obvious or non-obvious a
president.
certain thing is. I'm saying that whenever you start drawing any lines, that feels dangerous to me, because someday you're going to be on the wrong side of that line. I mean, some people would say, well, it's obvious that God doesn't exist, so anybody who promotes theism should be banned from social media. Or maybe the opposite. It's obvious that God does exist, and that Allah is the one true God, so anybody who's not a Muslim should be banned. It depends on what country you're in and
Yeah,
what situation
Yeah,
you're in.
but which one's more? Yeah, but which one's more logical? Like
I
asking
don't
whether or
know,
not
and
God
nobody
exists
should be
in a
decide.
broader specs or like Earth shape. Like is it no? Because like one is
Hindu.
like more easier. Like for example, solving 1 + 1 = 2 is much far easier than like doing some stuff with physics, right?
Yeah, well,
NASA, let me throw
one's more simple
forward.
than the other.
Let me throw forth a little bit of logic here, and then tell me if you agree with this logic or disagree with this logic. The remedy to bad speech is more speech. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
The remedy to bad speech is more speech. No, I don't agree with that.
Jesus. Oh, I hope you don't ever end up in a position of power.
Yeah, considering we're streaming live to YouTube.
I hope you don't, 'cause
Obviously,
you don't think the
and
Earth
we
is a
obviously
globe.
cannot talk about certain things.
Think about this
Trying
one,
to make
man.
a point.
But I
Yeah,
hope
so
I wasn't.
NASA, you're saying you hope he doesn't end up in a position of power because he believes in flat Earth. And I would say, fair enough. Your options for combating the idea of flat Earth, bad speech, in your opinion, would be more speech. The solution to bad speech is more speech, not violence and not censorship and not shutting people down.
You said the
Because
remedy to.
Yeah, exactly. NASA. Just for a second, NASA. What Matthew's is getting at as well, just there. That's perfect. Why do you think we let you guys come in here and spruik your bullshit all the time? It's free speech.
It's not bullshit.
All right.
Maybe a lot of these guys. Skinny, I'll give you this, right. Maybe a lot of. Hold on. I'll give you this, right.
Hold on, give us a second quickly. You're saying I don't like what these people are saying. I think it's misinformation. Therefore, they should be shut down. Okay, you say what? You want to go back and live in the USSR, man? You want to go live in fucking Cuba? Give me a break, dude.
No, that's not true. So what we were actually talking about was whether or not Dave West should be able to make money and off of what he does, and I don't believe so. That's it. I'm not trying to get people censored. No one is censoring these flat earthers.
I agree. He's greedy. He should do it for free.
How about this, man?
Yeah, I agree with that guy.
What if, for example, I decided to be a contrarian and I opened up a YouTube channel promoting the idea that 2 + 2 = 5. Okay. And I had, a handful of, kindergartners subscribe to my channel. Okay. And then I started getting elementary school kids at large, and then, whatever. Okay. And, I'm getting a subscription and all this shit and whatever, and I'm making a couple bucks. What do you think would happen eventually? I think people would
celebrated.
I think people would
celebrated.
I think eventually people would catch on and say this guy's full of shit. Here's the proof, and then my subscribership would drop, and then I would be out of business.
But you would be moved up in the algorithm.
Yeah,
and
but I don't
and
take
celebrated.
flat earthers to be.
Hang on.
Why does that guy keep interrupting?
Wait, hang on. So, as long as that would take, okay, so there's a period where my subscribership goes up. A lot of people start seeing it and all this stuff. But the sooner that happens, in my opinion, in fact, the better, right? Because, okay, I'll make a little bit more faster. But at the same time, more and more exposure would quicken the realization that what I'm saying is full of shit. And therefore, from that, the sooner the subscribership dropping would happen, and therefore, the sooner I go out of business, and the truth makes itself. My argument. You do, okay? There you go. So take that concept and apply it everywhere else.
So first of all, there's a fundamental difference here, and the difference is 1 + 1 = 2 is simple math, right? And the language, right, that we use for math.
Santa Claus is real.
Being flat earth or not, a lot of people are subscribed to a flat earth belief because of Christianity or God or stuff like this, right?
But
so
the thing
it's
was-
way more deeper in context, and so a lot of people say just because God exists and Christianity is real, the earth must be flat. Everyone else is a liar if they say otherwise. So a lot of people are deluded in this delusion.
But you were saying
So it's a
5
lot
minutes.
different. 1 + 1 = 2.
Well, I mean, it is different in context. But 5 minutes ago, you were saying for shit that's so basic, you shouldn't be allowed to do that, or something to that effect. Well, this is so basic.
Yes, it is. So it is actually so basic, but in the sense of like a lot of people having close feelings with God and Christianity, and therefore the earth is like a firmament or whatever. It's
Santa Claus.
Contained. Like it's more deeper in that sense, but it really is as simple as 1 + 1 = 2.
Right. So therefore, don't you think that the same approach on how to handle the situation would be in order?
I mean, I would say that the woman teaching young kids or whatever that you said, that 1 + 1 doesn't = 2 also shouldn't make money because she's just misinforming people about basic math.
Right.
Kids,
Okay.
for example.
Yeah, and I would tend to agree, right? But guess what? People, the free market of ideas eventually figures that out. People vote with their dollar, right? That's just the natural course of things. Therefore,
okay,
that can happen, and that will figure itself out.
Well, there are still flat earthers, you included. I mean, the thing is, you can look up everything, you can do the research for yourself to really try to figure out the Earth shape, and you guys are still out here in the year 2024, and that's still something you're debating. So I asked the question whether or not it's
No. You
way
get this
deeper.
wrong. We
So
are
I
not
think it's way deeper for you guys.
debating.
It's the year 2024, and I'm still waiting for a plane ticket to space. It's the year 2024. Where's my plane ticket to the moon? Or like, we can say the same bullshit to you, dude.
It goes both ways.
They've sent civilians to the moon. They sent civilians to the moon. It's not my fault you didn't go. You should have asked.
Oh, wait, what?
I don't know.
God, this guy.
Name me one civilian who has gone to the moon.
William Shatner got the ticket, bro.
Fuck yeah,
no,
you did.
Come on.
Bring him here.
Award 5, Vincent.
Bring him here. We'll question him.
Not to wait. Hold on. My bad. Did I say to the moon? I meant to space. My bad. Not the moon. My bad. If I said that, then that's stupid.
Yeah. No, William Shatner got
I sent civilians to space, not the moon. My bad. Let me just clarify.
Still though, NASA. Did we go to the moon in 1969?
I suppose.
Yeah.
Did we go to the moon in 1969?
Do you believe that mankind landed on the moon in 1969?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna hop in an argument over that.
I know. I'm just. The point I'm trying to make is that you were like saying a second ago. Oh, you flat earthers! It's the year 2024. You still believe the Earth is flat? I'm like, dude.
Yeah,
the year
it is
1969. You understand that was like before you were born and before I was born, right?
By the way, what was the name of the first cameraman who landed on the moon before Armstrong? I mean, can you name it?
Billy Kodak.
Like, think about what a car was back then. Like, they were making the original Volkswagen Bug back then.
Dude,
For Christ's sake,
I've asked the same questions before. Before I questioned everything, and or I was like just asking dumb questions, and I'm like, they must have not landed to the moon in 1969. That was a long time ago. But the problem with that thinking that I used to have, right? Because I used to think that the moon landing was fake, is that I didn't understand stuff, and I just had no understanding of anything. This is the problem with thinking. When you don't have an understanding of how something sophisticated works, like rocket science or any of that stuff, you can't speak on it. You can't speak on something you don't know and just be like, it must have not happened. It's too complicated. And I've seen just regular people who know absolutely nothing about science or anything just say that. You're like, no way it happened. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck do you know to be saying that? And they don't know anything to be saying it. So I think people should actually look into this stuff, and then be like, okay, now I can make my conclusion about this. But you can't just be like, no,
here's the premise. You look too much into the mechanics than the actual
everything. Look into everything. The mechanics, everything. All the data. Just gather up all the data and make a conclusion, dude.
Let's lost the data for a second.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out
they lost the data. They lost the data.
That's just not true.
They said it. They lost the data.
Yeah, they said it. Yeah, exactly.
They said it. I know you're referring. I know you're referring to. You're referring to the one scientist.
No, it's not just one scientist. This very one scientist was representing this very statement.
One sec. God, thank you.
I just want to point out to NASA's son that probably every argument he's made since I've come on has been begging the question. So he's saying that I know that what I know is true because I already know it's true. And
has anyone ever thought that the idea that the Earth is actually a cube and not flat?
I did not finish, bro.
Were you talking again, Crypto? Were you rudely talking and interrupted at the beginning of somebody's sentence?
I was rudely talking while he wanted to interrupt me. Yeah, so NASA's son, every single argument I've heard you make is I already know this is true, therefore I know it's true. And then you basically spewing rationalizations to kind of fluff that logic out.
Yeah, because we're not actually going deep into the arguments.
But that's bullshit, and you're wasting people's time when you say that.
Okay, but what's so bullshit about this, dude? Okay, listen. Obviously,
I know
you don't think
something's true because I know it's true is bullshit.
Okay, hold on. Let me explain to you this. Okay, so obviously you think that the Earth is flat. I think the Earth is a ball. Now, when we're discussing whether or not Professor Dave, was being rational or disrespectful or rude, I'm going to take Dave's side and be like, look, he knows that the Earth is a ball. We know that the Earth is a ball as something very simple because this is the thinking that we're used to. We're not actually debating Earth being a globe or not. But this is where Dave is going. Dave knows that the Earth is a ball. He believes this in his full heart, right? So I'm taking his perspective and making you understand it. It's not like I'm actually
Both of
like
you believe
debating you
something.
globe Earth or not.
So both of you believe the same thing. Therefore what?
No one's trying to prove the globe. It's not we were discussing whether or not he was being disrespectful or rude, or whether or not he was justified. We're not discussing the globe, actually.
Well, we actually were talking about that originally, and then you obfuscated into this, like, Dave Weiss should be censored because he's lying.
Oh, dude, we just got to that point. It's
just a silly assertion that you made. But regardless, I was still talking. That the original thing that I brought up, actually, it was me that brought it up, was that Professor Dave had made, I said 600 fallacies, actually. The counter got to 281, but he was only counting each, like, fallacy as one, even though there were multiple in a sentence. So it may well have been 600, who knows. But the point I was getting to is that the globe doesn't need to be argued that poorly if it's true, right? And then you decided to say, oh, actually, well, it's just because he doesn't respect his opponent. Well, that's nice, but that doesn't mean that it's argued well.
Okay. So a few things you're misrepresenting with what you just said is that he didn't actually argue. So yes, he did poke fun at Professor Dave. He did make fun of the fact that he was just like... because Professor Dave, I mean, Dave Weiss was also kind of strawmanning the globe because he just said up like crazy things to shock factor people because that's what he does. But if you actually look at some of the points, like for example, Dave Weiss saying that the moon should be going out to the sun, or it should be being pulled to the sun or something, because he didn't understand gravitational attraction, right, which Professor Dave explained to him. Then you actually look at the points. Look at the actual arguments that they presented. Like, take away all the insults. Look at what they actually said, and actually tell me who makes more sense.
It's pretend anyway.
I watched it again about a month ago. So Professor Dave's arguments
yesterday.
Well, Professor Dave's arguments are basic bitch Babby's first globe arguments, and then smattered in with lots of insults and fallacies. Am I wrong?
I mean, dude, if you really want to go look into if we can all watch it together, dude, like you'll know that one guy actually won the argument decisively. Like if you look at the point by point basis.
I think I lost about 50 brain cells watching that argument.
Yeah,
Dave Weiss stole your brain cells, man.
No, just bring up one. Bring up one argument.
Farina was embarrassingly bad in that debate, and you backing him is also embarrassing.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
Okay, bring up one.
In the basis that he insulted Professor Dave, or in the basis that
281 fallacies in a debate, bro. That's embarrassing.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a lot.
Is that good? Is that good
and
or
again,
bad?
I don't think that Professor Dave was being
bad.
I don't think that Professor Dave was
this good or bad.
200 something fallacies in a debate.
Yeah,
it's not good. No, it's not good. It's not good in an actual professional debate. No, it's not good.
No, not at all. Why would you defend that?
No, not at all. Not at all. But
why would you defend it?
He did it in an entertaining fashion. To make fun of Dave Weiss. It's not like he was trying to like.
Can you tell us one good argument?
Dave Weiss is genuinely curious.
Can you tell us one good argument from the debate for the globe?
I can tell you one thing Dave Weiss said that was stupid, and what Professor Dave said that responded to him correctly. That Dave Weiss also admitted that it was correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So one of the dumb things that Dave Weiss said during the argument was that the sun and the moon stick to the planets because it's closer to the planets and it's not going out to the sun. Well, gravitational attraction matters due to proximity. So the sun is really, really big. It's maintaining all of the planets, but the moon, right? The moon's like, for example, Jupiter's moon or the Earth's moon is not being pulled towards the sun because Earth is a lot closer. So proximity, Matt. Thank you for interrupting me because I'm explaining this properly.
You've been waffling on and on.
One at a time, man. Come on.
What's been really great
exactly. Into the break doesn't like it because he's an idiot, and you don't like to debate with me. So
what's great about your concessions and your censorship and all this is that you don't understand any of these arguments.
Why is
and so you cannot.
Why is he
not? Why are you? You have been talking and talking and talking, and you've been talking about how you want censorship and how you just don't understand. You don't understand any of the arguments. Why are you still talking?
See how you guys aren't muting him, although he's like just interrupting me blatantly.
Give it a break. Give it a break. You're just interrupting. You're just interrupting. You're waffling.
No, you weren't talking.
It's over.
Wait, do you want to debate with me? Because you always run into the chat. You're always hiding in that chat box.
We get what you want.
Is this the swap chat?
Just keep talking.
Always hiding in that chat box.
Can I pick up one of them though?
You just keep talking.
Yeah.
Can I pick
Joe
it up
Mama,
with
did you understand what I said, or the other guy that asked me?
No, we understand what you're saying is that you want censorship. And because you don't understand
what the
something,
fuck are you
you want
talking about? We're not
censorship.
even on that anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that's where
so
we're
that
at.
Dave, that
You
Dave
have conceded to us
Farina,
that you aren't here in good faith.
this is getting
You
boring,
can't
dude.
have any of these logical arguments.
Oh my
You
God,
refuse to
dude, stop
debate.
yapping.
That's what you've conceded
Why
to
aren't
us.
you being muted?
I just want to make that pointed out. Why aren't you being muted? You keep talking. You have been waffling on
Yeah, and
incessantly about nothing.
I'm
How you want
actually saying
censorship.
something important.
You've made no points for any argument, and you've just said that you want censorship because you're mad that you don't agree with somebody. That's
Yes,
all you've
anyway.
done.
No, I'm not.
So
anyway.
I'm just interrupting you from your waffle, so that's just the point made. That you're waffling.
So anyway, what I was
Grandstanding.
going to say is that your Dave Farina argument is already assuming that the cosmology is correct. Oh, he left. Right, okay, good, brilliant.
Yeah, no, he conceded
Russell
he doesn't know what good faith arguments are. He's not here in good faith. He's not going to take any argument seriously. He doesn't think that he has to give us any evidence for anything.
But
That's
the average
what he just said.
person
He's a
will hear how
despicable person.
retarded he is. It's fine.
Yeah.
One response he gave to my question, I don't think he believes that we should have the right to speak at all.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. He's already.
He
said
doesn't
he's
believe in free
pro-censorship.
speech or anything.
Well, he said he's pro-censorship via money rather than via sort of violent means, which is, I mean, in today's day and age, if you take away someone's ability to earn money, then obviously they can't do that full time, right? So, so you are sort of indirectly censoring them. But regardless, the argument that Dave Farina gave that he was outlining is just begging the question. It's the assumption that the model is correct, therefore the model is correct, which is just very poor argumentation.
Yep. Really quick, is there any other Globers in here, or anyone have questions
please.
about flat Earth? Any other flat Earth, or anyone have questions about flat or globe related topics?
I had a question last night. Well, it was last night for me. I don't know what time you guys are.
Go ahead. Yeah.
We were chatting about the fact that iron loses its magnetism at about 700 degrees, but then with magnetic mixing, which is it's an industrial term, but they say that currents in the mantle and the core, it's like a lava lamp, and the
Wait, what core though? Like what core? What do you mean?
The Earth's core. All right, so I'm
Alleged?
starting from.
Okay,
I'm starting from a
allegedly.
global. I'm starting from a global perspective because I don't know how
Okay.
to ask it in a flat Earth way, right?
Okay.
So the globe says, well, with an iron core that generates our magnetic field, right? But then iron loses its magnetism over 770 degrees centigrade. Let's just call it 800 degrees Celsius. The core of the Earth is supposedly 6,000 degrees Celsius, and the mantle is up to 5,000 degrees Celsius. They say that through a process of mechanical mixing, that kind of like a lava lamp, the core and the mantle mix with each other and generate these kind of magnetic fields. Right. So, what is the flat Earth perspective of like where do our magnetic fields come from? Why can we measure them? But then how are they generated on a flat Earth? Or where do they come from? It's obviously not a geodynamo like how globe Earth says.
The implication is that you need a curve in order to generate what?
No. There's nothing about a curve. It's just.
I'll answer the question directly. The answer is unknown. I wonder myself. Some people talk about I think there might be like some ancient, map made by some civilization a long time ago. I don't even know what. Not that I even take this seriously, or not that it even means anything to me. But like there's some map somewhere that shows like the north center point or the North Pole has like a mountain there. So people like theorize that there's some kind of a mountain there that's magnetic. or something, or something of some sort that's towards the north that would be, generating a magnetic field that would cause compasses to point north. But the reality is nobody knows. Like, you can wonder, we can speculate, but it's just unverified.
100%. So yeah, exactly that, right? So I've seen some people say there's a magnetic mountain.
And one more thing though, I want to add to that is if you can show us evidence of the core, we're open to the idea of that. So we just need the evidence. That's all. We're not even denying anything.
Right.
We just need the evidence. That's it.
So I'm just gonna play devil's advocate here, but what do you see when a volcano erupts?
Lava going up.
Yeah, right. And where does that lava come from?
No idea.
Under the ground. It comes from under the ground.
Yeah, must come from down under, right?
Okay, how far under?
Well, yes. Well, hold on. The correct answer is yes and.
Yes, and yeah.
So, right, since we have mine shafts that don't dig straight into molten lava, we could posit that lava comes from deep within, right? And as it gets hotter, the deeper you go.
How far?
Well, we have.
Yeah, don't ask me that. Like, so how does the lava coming up from the ground? How does that demonstrate? Are you trying to say that demonstrates the surface to be curved? Because I mean,
no, it's not.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm trying to say is, like, in order for listen, buddy. Like, no one in here is in contention with the idea of there being magma underneath the surface of the Earth. It's just that for you to come in here and say that it's in the shape of a core somewhere down there, there's a big ball at the center of the planet Earth. No one's going to dig down that far and demonstrate that. So in order to demonstrate that one way or another, you would have to measure the surface of the Earth, demonstrate the surface of the Earth to be spherical, and then once we've established the surface of the Earth to be spherical, then we can, talk about the magma underneath the surface of the Earth being in the shape of a sphere, because the surface of the Earth is a sphere.
Yep. Right. Okay. I get you. Okay. Okay. So ultimately, we don't know, and we just don't really care about where our magnetism comes from, or we just use the globe model of there's magma churning inside. Okay, cool.
There's another way to say it, actually. I would actually say it a slightly different way, that sentence. I would say it may be the case that we are not allowed to know where magnetism comes from. Because keep in mind, to the best of my knowledge, not only are we not allowed to independently explore beyond the 60th parallel south, but we're also not allowed to independently explore within a 500-mile radius of the North Pole or North Central Point. So as far as going north and seeing what may be there, to actually, as far as just whatever that may be there within a 500-mile radius, you're not allowed to know, and that goes for the air and the land. No, not allowed to travel there on foot or over with an aircraft.
Agree.
Right. So we can't see what's up north, so we can't prove the magnetic North Mountain. We don't think there's a core because it's round, so that doesn't exist. It has to be either churning magma or some kind of mystical mountain up north.
Or neither.
Unless you find the evidence. Unless you find the evidence.
Side, either to the north or the south.
My guess is neither. My guess is other. Just unknown. Something else other than those two.
Because of what?
Because the two on the table haven't been demonstrated. It hasn't been demonstrated that
and why can't they be demonstrated?
I didn't say it can't be demonstrated. I said it has not been demonstrated up to this point in time.
So if we put effort into this demonstration, would we then, whatever we come up with, believe that there is some way or form that obstructs us by getting this information?
Well, yeah, that'd be the government.
Once we find out the evidence, yeah, we're willing to accept, or as long as it's verifiable. But you know what I mean. Once they give us the evidence, that's all we need.
But what if someone is not live streaming but just recording and they get caught and being done away with?
But Ripcord, I wouldn't worry about that because that's not where your standard of evidence should lie with extraordinary claims.
To be honest, yes, we do have to fear those very things I'm talking about.
Yeah, but
because
I'm
it's
saying,
not that easy, Like you cannot
just
get this information just in the get-go.
You should be more concerned with your own personal experience and your ability to independently explore the Earth rather than taking someone else's word in regards to their independently exploring the Earth. And
Dude, by international law, we are not allowed to go either to the north, to the very point of the north, neither can we go to the very south. So, what gives?
Yeah, I think we see eye to eye.
Have you ever tried to take a flight over the North Pole or over Antarctica?
No, because they have been given. You can take a flight. Yes, you can buy them. They cost a huge amount, but regardless of this, they fly you on a specific pattern, which is not according to what an individual like us would fly to in order to explore.
Does it actually when you look up the flight path, does it actually look like it's going across Antarctica, like the whole continent directly, or is it just like going to a little spot on it?
I mean, Antarctica is just by definition, it's from our perspective more likely, it's a cycle. So in order to go to one point, it's not like we can define the other cycle that is missing still.
Okay. Any other questions about the magnetism, or I'm sorry, the alleged core and the alleged magnetism? Well, I guess the magnetism is not alleged, right?
So let me
all the
let me
unicorn. It's all
let me
the
circle
unicorn.
Oh, well,
Let me
go
just
ahead.
circle back. So,
I was just gonna say it's all
what
because
is
I was just gonna say because it's all because of the unicorns and leprechauns, right?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
They're
What was
after
he
me,
gonna
Lucky
say?
Charms.
so let me circle back then. Right.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the question is, what do you guys think about like where our magnetism comes from? Do you follow the idea that there's some kind of magnetic churning under the surface of the Earth, regardless of the shape, and that gives us some magnetic fields? Since we don't have any other option right
You
now.
need scientific validation.
We have to have something, right? We have to have something.
Here's the
in
problem
because
with
if
the
they are-
magnetic core. Since it is in a constant heat, it must have an inducement of electromagnetism in order to be magnetic, right? So we know that once one core is cooled, then it maintains the magnetism. So you have to have a point where it is a difference between the measurements that actually come from your point of view, which involves the whole Earth basically, which is in a constant, meaning the core has to be either frozen, which means cooled, and static, and no lava, because heat neutralizes magnetism unless it is in a constant inducement. So who is inducing those very magnetism? Is it the sun? Is it a galaxy? What is it? Is it God?
I think it's worth pointing out that magnets do occur in nature. If you take a magnet, like a house magnet or a refrigerator magnet or whatever, like one that's decently powerful, and you go down to the ocean and go down to the beach and hold it over the sand, maybe it's different from different beaches, but at least the beaches that I live nearby, you can get little black.
Yeah, I mean, you have tidbits, but
sand.
those are metallic shredded objects that have been for 10 or 20 years or so been shredded and be washed on
Yeah,
the shore.
I know. But the point I'm trying to make is that they are nonetheless magnetic, and they're naturally occurring. And I'm just saying, like, what I'm saying is, it may just be part of the Earth below the surface. That's just, you know, part that
Spewing
we've
it out,
not explored.
just
It's
like
just a
lava.
natural geological formation. You know, something that's not liquid, obviously, because there's no logical reason for us to think that, you know, liquid metal would be generating a magnetic field. So I think it's probably safe to guess it's probably
No,
not
of course
that.
not.
But
it can't.
nonetheless, it's just something, just somewhere down below the Earth, something other than just dirt, just something else is creating the magnetic field naturally. I mean,
so they use this in manufacturing apparently, and if you stir, it's called magnetic stirring, and if you stir a molten metal, you can align the particles and unalign them and align them and unalign them, right? And that actually creates something called electromagnetic induction. So the reason why I ask, right, is because I haven't heard anyone actually talk about like where. I've heard of the magnetic mountain theory, but I think that, like you said, there's no way to prove it, so it's unsatisfactory. So in a debate, a glober would ask you, well, how do you explain, you know, the core and the magnetic field? So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is like, well, what do you guys think? Do you think it's a load of bullshit? Well, the core is now obviously out of the question because it's round, right?
They need scientific validation for. We're not even gonna deny anything if they don't have scientific validation, because you're asking for what is the cause, right? That's the question. What is the cause? Okay, so that is a scientific question, right? So if the globers do not have scientific validation for, like, for example, you're asking what is the cause of the magnetism? Okay, then the question becomes, do you have a scientific experiment that demonstrates the cause? And if they don't have that, then we don't even need to address it, because honestly, that's their claim, right? Is they think they know what's causing it, right? So we're not even denying their story. We're just saying, can you show us the scientific evidence for that? You see where we're going with this? It's like gravity. Like if
I
they
think he understands that part, man. But I just think it'd be worth it to tell him that this is one of those things that's kind of like the composition of the stars and the distance of the stars. It's one of those things that we just may never know the answer to. Like finding the answer to it may in fact be an unachievable thing. I'm not saying it is. I'm not claiming that. I'm just saying it may be unachievable.
Right.
It's the same with scientifically validating gravity. It's like the same thing. Like what, instead of gravity causing it, then what's the other cause, right? So it's the same problem.
Correct me if I'm wrong, right? But like I thought that the theory of the ether and Newton's theory of gravity actually coexisted for some time. And as far as I understand now, please, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they had a way to use ether to explain gravity as well, right? So it was more of like a choose one of the two, until eventually I think they used the theory of gravity to just take over the ether after Michelson-Morley quote unquote failed.
Well, do you believe that ether or gravity, either one of those, has gone through the scientific method as far as okay?
I don't know. I feel like
basically
gravity could be explained as a form of buoyancy. I mean, if you look at our atmosphere, we have pressure gradients. So what is that? That's buoyancy, right? It's lighter stuff floating on top of heavier stuff. So then naturally you would assume that solid mass would obviously sink right to the bottom, which everything is. It's all solid mass, it's not gaseous.
Yeah.
So I mean,
So the issue here is, how do you validate gravity and how do you validate ether, right? So both of them. So okay, let's start with gravity. So do you believe that gravity has been proven, first of all?
not necessarily. No, I think that when they do that, the quote unquote like gravitational lensing, when they look at the stars, I don't know what they're doing there. I really have no idea. It's way above my pay grade.
Okay, you don't believe gravity has been proven.
I would have to lean towards no.
Okay. All right. How
But
about
I don't
ether?
know.
Do you believe
Like,
ether has been proven?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, they're just ideas. So, but yeah.
But you see, that's the problem. That's my problem, right? Is that they have in their model, they've got this whole thing. They've got everything set up. They've got all of these little functions and every nook and cranny.
Wait, are you a
They've
flat
got
earther?
a way to.
I thought you were a globe earther.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, dude.
sorry. I thought you were a globe earther. Oh my god. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
So I'm trying to understand, boys. Like, we have major plot holes in our story here because they have an answer for everything, and it appears that we just don't have answers for a lot of things.
Well, yeah, you got to keep in mind they have an answer for everything, but not necessarily a correct answer. Like someone who has an answer for everything is suspicious, because it's like no one has an answer for everything. Like not a real answer for everything.
But then, don't you guys think that instead of arguing about a fucking ring laser gyroscopes and shit, I don't know, whatever else every day, the same story every day, don't you think we should actually be looking for answers to some more pertinent questions as to like the actual physical nature of where we live?
Well, yeah, but I mean, how are we going to do it? But I mean, with what methodology? Like, what do you suggest? Where do you say?
I don't know.
Where do you say we should begin?
Maybe we should start with a think tank, come up with some ideas, and then we can try and get a couple of people together to go and test those ideas in different parts of the world, right? I'm here in South Africa. We've got Aussies, we've got Britbongs, we've got Americans. And then we build our theory instead of just talking about
Name something that
lasers
you want to
and-
figure out. Name something that you
Also,
want
as
to
far
figure
as
out.
real serious activism goes, I'm just more concerned with independent exploration becoming legal. So here in the United States, I'd just be more interested in becoming a congressman myself or writing my congressman and asking them, hey, can you please step in front of Congress and ask them if they can withdraw from the Antarctic Treaty, and then maybe you do the same in South Africa. That's the direction I can only think to go.
You might have to go higher than Congress. You might have to go to the ones who control all of the, well, let's say allegedly control all the world's governments and currencies and armies.
Well, it doesn't even matter if it doesn't even matter if they control it behind the scenes or not, because they control Congress and they get their authority from Congress. So basically, it basically all boils down to the executive branch, the judicial branch, and the legislative branch.
Okay. Yeah, that works too. Yeah, that works too.
It does boil down. Keep in mind, we didn't enter to the Antarctic Treaty with anything other than the legislative branch. So it'd be the legislative branches would be getting us out.
Yeah, I guess technically both work. All right, let's go to.
I think.
So how did you guys convince yourself you can't go to Antarctica?
I didn't say that, you fallacious bastard. I didn't say that.
You cannot. Yeah, you cannot.
I
go
said
past
you
the 80th
cannot
degree.
independently explore. That's not the same thing as go to. You child.
What do you want to do there that you can't do already?
Can you fly over it?
Explore. That's what I want to do there. Independently
What?
explore.
So you just want to like, drive around there or something and snowmobile?
Yeah, Dead Reckoning. I want to do not around, actually. No, not actually the opposite of around. Dead Reckoning south. That's what I want to do. Not drive around. Fucking child.
What about just fly over it? What about is there a flight pass to go over it?
Well, that all depends on the methodology of flight that you're talking about. Because if you're talking about an airplane or a helicopter, I'd say no.
I want to hear Scott's answer. Wait. I want to hear Scott's answer. Can you fly over it?
I have no idea. I've never looked into it.
It's okay. Okay, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
But if you don't know the altitude of the, if you don't know,
I can't believe you can go on vacation there and like go wherever.
Sorry to interject, guys. I can actually answer that question. Can you fly over it? Well, we live pretty close to it, and the answer is 100% not. And if you try to, you will get shot down. It is that simple. You will get shot.
How do you know that?
Because I was in the military, and we were actually told that.
Really?
I think you made that up. Sorry, man. Pretty sure you just made that up.
I didn't say I made it up.
His rebuttal is not.
Well, he just made an arbitrary claim. He's got no data to back it up or no proof.
And you have no reason to doubt him.
Well, actually, I do.
There must be other military figures who also had that order. Surely. Is there other people who had that order who's in the military? I'm going to have to look them up. That's what I'll ask next time I speak to a military guy. Were you given that order? It's interesting that. Thanks, Skinny. Thanks.
Have you guys not seen the video of the 2 or 3 New Zealanders and 1 Aussie guy that get on a boat and start sailing south, and they meet them with a warship, their literal warship, and they told them to turn back, otherwise they would sink.
Or Jarls Anderhoy, is that the guy?
Oh, I don't know. It might be Anderhoy.
Okay, that is crazy though. So there was lethal. So they met them with lethal force with a warship.
Yeah, dude, go watch the video. They pulled up in a big ass warship, like a proper, I don't know, it's called a frigate or what, like a proper warship with guns and the works. Like it was not.
Damn, they really are trying.
They obviously didn't have the orders to shoot people on site then.
No, well, they gave them the choice. They were like, you can turn back or you can sleep here in the ocean tonight. It's your choice.
No, I just thought that was a military order. If you try to do that, they'll shoot you down or shoot you.
Oh, without warning, you mean?
Well, I don't know whether it was that warning. Skinny might know what he was told to do, his exact orders.
I see what you mean.
You know, whether you talk to anybody or...
Yeah,
you know, whether you what protocol you go through. Bit like the president having to press the red button. He has to go through certain protocols before he does that kind of thing.
Could you be perfectly fucking more bitchy? Right, I was trying to address Scott before you, again, interrupted at a perfect fucking time, Elder Bear. Wait your fucking turn.
Sorry, carry on. I'm sorry I cut across you explaining how you did it. Go on.
The fuck up, I was addressing Scott. Right, Scott. You're saying I made that up? No, I didn't actually make that up. We were actually taught, every Australian soldier is taught that in recruit training. There are places that you cannot go, and there are places that you can go. And the reason that you were taught that in recruit training, in naval recruit training, Air Force recruit training, and Army recruit training, is that all three do find themselves on naval vessels from time to time, and we have to know where our TAOR is, our tactical area of operations. Now, one area that our TAOR is not, unless you are high enough, is Antarctica. We are taught that it is controlled.
Documents for that? Can you show us any documents for that?
Just let Skinny finish. Just let him finish. Go ahead.
You know what? Fucking, if Elder Bear's going to keep interrupting, there's no fucking point. So
go ahead. Just it's okay. Okay. All right.
Right. So, all three branches of the military and the special forces often end up on ships. All right. Now, no. Was I cleared to that level? No. But every single recruit, I went through recruit training in 03 and 06, and both times we were taught that up to and including lethal force can be used if you violate that particular tactical area of operations. It is a naval operation primarily. Special forces are part of it. That's the extent of my knowledge. However, in answer to old matey's question before, in terms of if you want to try and fly over and try and go and explore it yourself, if you try and fly over that particular line, you will be shot down. Just as if you try to illegally fly into Australia and you are caught and you don't turn back, you will be shot down. Same as American airspace, same as UK airspace, same as practically any other country's airspace. Antarctica is treated the same. If you're in an aircraft and you refuse to either turn back or land where you were told to land, you get shot down. Antarctica is treated the exact same. It's not rocket science.
Man, they're really trying to stop people. That's an.
Well, if any of that were true, they would be, but it's not true. So.
Really, you don't wait? You don't believe?
No,
okay,
definitely
okay.
not. No, no.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
I have a guy from the Globe side said something. You dig into it when you want some information, further information, a bit of proof or something.
No, it's okay, because I to be fair, I haven't gone there myself, so I'm not gonna try and like.
Yeah, no, I've heard it. I was just in. I'd heard that, I'd heard those stories about people can't go there and that, and so now we have the first person who said that is that fact, and it's orders given to the military. So I was kind of, wanted to verify that. That was all, because if somebody says it's happened, they know it, they've got proof and stuff.
Is there a flight path?
That's something you could stand on and say to people, yeah, you can't go there because we have definite proof here that the military will shoot you down. So that was all, really. Just looking for more evidence to stand on something you could. Because the other guy earlier, he said, after 10 years, nobody knows anything about this place they live on. All they know is globe facts and tell people about the globe every day. But if you ask about this, that it's supposed to be what this room is about, an alternative to the things that you are questioning, seemingly nobody knows a thing about it.
Yeah, hey, Elderbit. Are you a general? Because I know I wasn't. Are you a general?
Well, suddenly you've got, naval training as well as your signals and snipers.
I did not say that.
All that. You're on
you come out with rocket claws and I didn't say I had naval training. Okay. I said, hey Scott, what did I say about naval ships and the three services? Shut up for a sec. What did I say, Scott, about the three services and naval ships? No, I didn't. Hey Scott, what did I say regarding the three services being Army, Navy, Air Force, and how often they're deployed on ships? What did I say? Do you remember?
I don't remember, but it's not what he said, though. You're right about.
Yeah, but
not what he said.
Right, what I said.
You may go on to a naval operation.
What I said.
So he was given the instruction.
What I said.
I was just interested in what it was, and if you got any proof of it. That's all, Skinny.
What I said.
Something you just believe.
Jesus Christ, you're such a bitchy little bitch. What I said. Okay, we're all taught you have Cerberus, which is a naval training academy. You have the Air Force One down in South Australia, and you have Army Recruit Training Centre down in New South Wales in a place called Kapuka. And all three are taught in terms of exclusion zones, tails, etc. And all three, Air Force, Army, and naval personnel are deployed on ships. For example, my battalion is an amphibious battalion. You get deployed on ships. So, we are all taught Antarctica is a no-go zone. And just like any other no-go zone, if you have an unauthorized aircraft, try and fly over it. A very basic concept, Elder Bear. Just like any of our countries, if you try and fly in and you get caught and you don't land where you're told to land or turn back, you get shot down. It is that simple. It is not rocket science.
That is very fascinating.
You're claiming.
He said something much more interesting. He said that this room is giving answers or other ideas. He's giving answers or replacement for things. We don't give any replacement here.
That was shoot people down, man.
Just did. See, just did. That's Skinny just did. Skinny just did,
this
for instance. He said that he was given orders
he gave his experience.
that say you can't go to somewhere.
He gave
I
his
never
experience.
said orders, you fucking idiot. Stop putting words in my mouth. This is why everyone fucking hates you, dude. You fucking misrepresent everything everybody says. I didn't fucking say orders. I never did.
He gave his experience, and you put now, and you said now all the militaries now they are doing this. He just gave an experience or something that happened with him specifically, and you just put that one, and you made it the stereo fallacy, and you put everybody, all the military together in this thing. And even you put this room into think that we are trying to replace these ideas or something. We didn't replace anything. We didn't tell you, even when you're asking about the globes and all these things, we always tell you what we experience. And we never tell you have to change.
No, you don't. You said you don't experience that. That's what you're saying. That's your argument. You don't experience that. You experience something else. But you don't know anything about it, though, do you?
It's
the thing you experience.
It's still gonna.
So
Sorry.
if somebody says something, if somebody says, that they were given orders that Antarctica was off limits and the people should be shot down if they went into that area, then, that is an image in people's minds that reinforces the idea that you can't go to Antarctica.
I didn't
now, that may
say
be true.
it was an order, you dumb fuck. I've said that 3 times now. I've said that 3 times, and you wonder why you keep getting fucking muted, dickhead. This is why you keep getting fucking muted. You keep misrepresenting what people say. You keep interrupting them. I didn't fucking say that. And quite frankly, I know you're trying to get under my skin, and you are succeeding tonight. I did not fucking say any of that shit. I'm not in the mood for your bullshit. So fucking say shit that's true, or shut the fuck up.
Were you given specific orders according to
He never said the word orders. He never said the word orders. I agree.
Let's instead of anybody repeating themselves, let's not repeat ourselves. So, is one of these two talking a glober? Are you a globe believer? Yes or no?
Who are you talking to?
You. Are you a glober?
You with the jester icon, the elder bear, whatever. Are you a glober?
No, I'm not a glober.
Okay.
All right, what about the other guy? Are you a glober? Do you believe the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? Yes or no?
No, I'm FE, man.
Wait,
I have a question for Elderbird. I have a question for Elderbird.
I'm a flat earther as well.
I know you, but the other third guy.
The other third guy. Who's the other guy?
I have a question for Elderbird. If you're not a glober, what are you? Where do you think you believe? Where do you think you live?
I'm just in reality trying to work out what that is. Now, some people say that that the globe can be falsified, and they replace it with this other version of reality called the flat Earth. And so, I'm looking at that and seeing if that comports with my reality. That's all.
All right, hey Elder Bear, I got a great question for you along those lines.
Whenever I ask about that, I get somehow that creates some issue, and I don't really get that.
Well, it doesn't for me. So the quick question is, what reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
I don't know. That's your experience, isn't it? I'm not here to tell you what you should think, feel, observe, or anything. I don't need followers.
Well, yeah,
just
but
wondering myself.
Hold on. I asked you something a little more specific than that. I wasn't asking about what I should think or observe. I'm just asking you if there is any reason that I should doubt that the Earth is flat.
Well, that's up to you. What you put into question or doubt, isn't it? Well, if you think that, then you that's up to you. I don't need to.
It's a question, Elder Bear. Like, you can just answer no. If the answer is no, just say no.
Well, you can't measure it flat. that's one thing, can you?
Well, I think architects
because you look out and you go, do they really?
Yes, when they're setting a foundation, yes, they do.
Well, yeah, of course, you can make something horizontal and level. But you measure it that it isn't first in order to make it that.
What do you mean that it isn't first? What do you mean?
Well, then, if it wasn't, you wouldn't need to make something level and horizontal, would you? If it already existed and you measured it to be so, it would be there. But it's not.
Then
I
you
don't
wouldn't
see
even.
it. I'm trying to work out where it is, this flat baseline that everybody talks about.
I see.
Because I don't see it in my experience.
I see
Are
what
you
you
trying
mean.
to say you observe the Earth is curved?
Sorry?
Or if I were to say the sentence, I observe the Earth is flat, period. Are you in contention with that sentence?
Well, I don't know what you observe. I'm not in your head.
Yeah, okay. Oh, so let me ask you.
Hold
on, buddy. Hold on. Chill. Let me just ask you. Let me ask you the question. Do you observe the Earth is flat? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so can you elaborate on the no part? Like, how do you observe it through your first-hand experiences other than flat?
It goes up and down and along.
Yeah, but we're not talking about topography, right? We're not talking about hills and mountains, right? We're not talking about that. We're talking about something else.
All right. So it's to steal somebody else's phrase. It's the Earth with the Earth taken out, is it?
This is his problem. This is where
including the Earth, something like that.
This is what you don't. This is the.
That's reality, isn't it? You want me to take away reality and imagine that there's somewhere, if I dig down 10 meters, there's a flat, horizontal, level baseline upon which everything that I'm walking on sits.
Not at all. Not at all.
Everything else underneath it hangs off it.
Dude, chill. No, I don't want you to imagine anything, as a matter of fact. I don't want you to imagine
You just said without the topography. I'd have to imagine there was no topography, wouldn't I?
No, dude, I'm just simply separating the two. They are two separate subjects. The alleged curvature of the Earth and topography are two separate subjects.
What's separate? What's separate?
I just think King Charles. I'm just going to shout. King Charles. I'm going to save you a bit of time here. So, Bev and Elder Bear's claim is that the Earth isn't flat because there's waves on the oceans and we have mountains and hills and valleys on land. Therefore, it's not measured flat, and that's the basis of their argument. And it's a curvature. It's a very circular argument, and you're going to be here all fucking night. He presents the same shit again and again. Alpha has schooled him on it. I've schooled him on it. Jedi schooled him on it. Everyone's schooled him on it, and he comes in here the same shit every fucking night with the same bullshit and plays it out with new guys. That's what he does.
Yeah, we had a name for a guy for him in the last server that kind of did the same thing. We called him Pee Drinker because he like claimed to drink his own pee at one point in time. This guy, he's kind of like the kind of guy who makes the argument that sand is liquid.
You put me in that group.
You're basically trying to say things like trying to make. Else? Well, I'm comparing you to somebody else. Yeah.
Why? Why would you do that? Why would you think I drink my pee? What's that? Where did that come from?
I didn't say that.
That's
dude.
some crazy imagination you got there, man.
I didn't say that. I said we called him Pee Drinker. I didn't say that.
Then you alluded that to me. I was kind of like the same person.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He said that's because you say a lot of nutty things that are kind of like what he says. Like, I'll give you an example, buddy. Like here, let me ask you this: if you think this is logical, would you say it's logical to say that sand is liquid because it can flow through an hourglass?
No, absolutely not. Tell me it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I mean, basically, what you're saying is just as ridiculous as that. You're just saying different things.
Well, the sand is not a liquid. That's ridiculous, is it?
No. Well, yeah. We can both agree on that. Sand is not liquid, but other things you're saying are like you're getting topography and
you did say water. I have heard that water is contained. The water's in a container. That's how supposedly it's measured flat and horizontal.
So you guys would say topographical plane is an okay statement to make?
Yeah, but he's arguing that you can't really he's saying the topography is the Earth, which makes sense.
It is.
Right?
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, here, wait. Then let's go to the water. Let's go to the water. Elder Bear. So level. Let's define level quickly. Level is defined as no point any higher or lower than another. Would you say that the surface of the water in a bathtub is level?
I don't know. I don't know if it's a sponge in it or float. What's going on with that water?
Wait, you can't say yes to that. We're talking about at rest.
Physics,
just
right?
The surface of the water in a bathtub. You can't say that it's level.
It's hydrostatic equilibrium.
Is it observably flat on the surface, at least to your human eye? Let's put it that way.
So where are you going to transfer that to in nature to then tell me something else?
Well, I'd just simply scale up until we can find any measured curvature of it. Like I'd scale up, like basically, if you're going to answer yes, which I certainly hope you would, I would be sane enough to, answer yes, the surface of the water in the bathtub's level. Then I'd say, okay, got an affirmative from that. Let's go to a swimming pool. So surface of the swimming pool level, and surface of a lake 10 miles across. And then, scale up from there. Basically, I'm just trying to figure out if there's any reason to doubt that any body of water in the world is level.
Or in a tube. That's what I said. Where are you going to take it from? So the bath is the sea now. Is equal to the sea. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm scaling up. Do you know what scaling up means?
I know, but the sea is constantly in motion. Constantly seeking some kind of equilibrium.
It's also thousands
of
miles
across. So it's not horizontal then. So that's not horizontal then. So we can't observe that. I can't carry a bath around with me everywhere and say, look, at my bath, the earth is flat.
Dude, I don't think you're quite comprehending the term of scaling up. I don't think it's registering in your brain, or you're choosing to not let it register in your brain. What scaling up that term means.
I don't understand.
You're choosing to not understand me when I say that.
I don't understand why you would separate scaling up from just the physics of hydrostatic equilibrium. I mean, I don't understand why you would do that.
You're real low, man.
I don't understand why you would separate scaling up from the actual physics of hydrostatic equilibrium.
But this is the point. Actual physics of the water.
Yeah,
actually, the physics of the water, how it works. This is the point.
Law of connected, what is it? The
connected vessels, is it?
Yeah,
law of communicating vessels.
Communicating vessels. Thank you. Yeah. Why would you separate the law of communicating vessels separate that from just scaling up a bathtub? I don't get that.
In Charles, I tagged you in the text.
Because that's the nature of the water.
That's the physics of how it works.
What was the first tools for the spirit level? Water inside, liquid.
No, it's not water. That's why it's called a spirit level. It's not water, but that's alcohol. A tool that's machined with to that bubble in that with the spirit.
Yeah, but the small bubble it shows you horizontal, right? It can go that one for thousands of miles. That line, it's horizontal,
but not the sea.
Yeah.
The spirit levels bubble shows you when the spirit level is horizontal, but the fact that the spirit level is built flat is how you know you're actually getting a horizontal flat line. But then you're just kind of relying on the fact that the spirit level is flat.
It's just a word that's a descriptor of something.
Can we use water as a leveling tool?
It's what is defined as horizontal. Yeah.
Well, I think the trouble with the argument that was the scaling up argument is that you are relying, when you're looking at the bathtub, you're sort of relying on the fact that, it looks level, therefore it is. When you scale it up to the size of a sea and you look at the sea, well, it no longer looks level. There's waves. So I don't understand how the argument
where he said lake. You missed the bit where he said lake. So the water
lake's the same, isn't it?
Well, it's measured to be horizontal.
How is it measured to be horizontal?
When we pass infrared lasers across it, light.
And how did you measure that?
From sea level either end.
From sea level, you're on one side of where? The lake, or what are you talking about?
Of the body of water. So either side of the body of water, you can place a laser on a target.
So not on the surface.
Above the surface? No, of course not. But we can measure.
Sorry, guys.
We can measure that water is still as horizontal as it was in the bathtub when we measured it, and in the swimming pool when we measured it, and in the canal when we measured it, and the lake. So every time we scale it up, we're not measuring that deviation from that horizontal standard.
Roboting.
The surface.
You're roboting. Rejoin. What's his name, by the way? Bev Earther? No, seriously, what is his name? We want to make sure.
That was a good one.
Erase what?
Elderbear.
Elderbear. Okay. Just everyone remember.
What's up with Bev Earther? Like that was a nice dig, though. I did like that's pretty good.
Elderbear. Yeah, Elderbear.
Yeah.
Are you there? Or is he? You still there, Elderbear?
No, he appears not to be. And look, I do apologize, guys. I got pissed off with. He doesn't normally get under my skin, but when he brings up the military shit and then misconstrues what I said or outright lies about what I said regarding myself.
You're good, Skinny, but I've been listening for weeks, and it's like he does that specifically to you every time, pretty much. So you're good, man. You're good.
Good from.
Well,
okay, Elderbear, you there? You want to respond to what Jedi said?
I'm in a bad signal area. It's going to robot in and out now and again, so I don't know that's going to work well now.
Try. Just repeat what you said.
About what? Because you can establish a horizontal line, but the surface is horizontal.
Damn.
You have a horizontal reference. It's not the surface.
You can have a it's still okay. Never mind. Sorry, I thought it was working for a second. Yeah, it's still roboting. Sorry about that. Damn. Oh well.
Oh, you've been saved a lot of pain, my friend. Honestly. You'll learn in time. Give it a couple of weeks. Come on every night when he's on here, and you'll learn. Trust me, you'll learn.
Bear is right though.
Yeah, I mean,
Skinny always comes on poison the well with anything. With me, like Bev Earther, he injected that in this morning. That's another one of his things.
Somebody else did.
Same as him making claim that I was predatory over women. But he has not withdrawn that allegation, and when he withdraws that allegation, I'm going to be on his back every moment I can.
Do you believe the Earth is spinning?
I think it's
this was already dealt with the other night. This was resolved.
We didn't withdraw the allegation.
This was resolved.
That's
Stop bringing it up.
Well,
it's resolved.
I know.
It was resolved. Leave it alone.
It was
resolved.
Yeah, this is off topic.
Alleged rotation of the Earth.
This is off topic.
So as long as you want to put this in the well when you think I'm out of earshot, and I'm going to keep on you, Skinny.
This is off topic.
Elder Bear, he got the last word. Hey, Elder Bear, you got the last word. So let's move on. So, do you believe that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator right now?
How the fuck would I know? I'm not near the equator. That was stupid.
Well, so you don't necessarily believe that, but you sound neutral to the idea.
Well, somebody said that to you, and you either believe it or you don't. You know, it's like everything that you're talking about the globe. Nobody knew about that stuff till they came here.
What about the?
That's what I hear mostly is globe facts. I don't hear many flat Earth facts. That's what I was inquiring about.
I'll tell you a flat
the
Earth
reality.
Fact. But wait, what?
What
flat Earth fact are you looking for that you don't have?
And you said you were going to tell me one. Don't ask me about it. You said you'd got one. You tell me your flat Earth proof.
Yeah, okay. Over 10 miles, the surface of the water doesn't curve. Over 10 miles, the surface of the water is flat. For 10 miles and beyond. I know that's a flat Earth fact for you. We have a photograph of it, in fact.
Photograph proof, great. So you haven't done it. It's just something you believe, not something you know.
No, actually, I've observed further than that with my own eyes. I've observed land over the water with my own eyes 17.3 miles away. I just didn't take a picture.
Me too, but I didn't measure it, though. I couldn't measure it.
Yeah, well, anyway, there was no curvature of the Earth to be observed.
Be a belief at that point. A belief. So you don't know.
You should be able to see the
belief of what? What are you talking about?
Shard, but you can't. If what you're saying is true,
you said it was a photograph. You've seen a photograph.
But yeah,
no. I was just saying someone else had photographed
the Eiffel Tower from London because it's curved, right? Like otherwise, it would just be really obvious if you were in the Shard, you'd be able to see the Eiffel Tower.
Hold on. Let's stick to the Earth person. The I don't know. Keep forgetting his name. Bear Earther.
Again.
No,
he's kind of on the fence though. Let's just ask the
I don't know
guy.
what his name is. Yeah, I keep forgetting his name. Sorry. Go ahead. Just say what you said again. Why it's a belief or whatever. What were we saying? Is he still there?
Well, I mean, he is, but it's just kind of a. I mean, he's not really taking a hard position.
He said, "What proof?" He said, "What proof are you looking for?" And I said, "Well, tell me your proof." He then went on to say he'd seen an image, and that was his proof. And if that's good enough for him, that's good enough for him. But it's not for me.
Well, yeah,
it's not proof.
It's not like
just a video on YouTube or a picture somewhere, and not something he's done or he has proof of.
The best evidence is my own first-hand observation of the Earth being flat.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. My observation says it isn't flat. So that's mine. So
Your
I don't know what we can do with that.
Well,
yeah,
I'm just
sure.
curious. So, in what context?
Well, when I look out in my garden, it's not flat. That's how, that observation. Like you do.
You do realize there's a difference between what we're talking about here. We're talking about the Earth as a whole. It almost sounds like you're talking about
You don't know the whole. That's the trouble. You don't know the whole. You want to go from, I can see a flat bit, there's a lake, and I waved a laser over it. That ergo, everything's flat.
Yeah, so hold on there, buddy. You're right. Now, that's the beginning of the base axiom of knowledge. So it starts out here.
How far have you been beyond the lake, then?
I'll tell you.
Where did you see the all to know the all was that as well?
Chill, buddy, chill. Take a breath and listen. So it starts out with, I observe the Earth is flat. So do you, by the way. You observe the Earth is flat. Let's be honest.
No.
And
I don't.
we observe.
Don't. Stop telling me what I know.
Okay, chill. Take a breath. Stick
to yourself.
Okay. So we observe the Earth is flat. All right. Now someone has come along and made the positive claim, the extraordinary claim, that the Earth is curving and in fact conforming to the shape of a sphere. All right. Now that extraordinary claim needs to be backed up with extraordinary evidence, otherwise it should be dismissed. That extraordinary evidence would come in the form of a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth, demonstrating it to be curved, an arc segment measurement of the surface of the Earth. Now, we have no measurement of an arc segment measurement of the surface of the Earth. That's the problem. We're still, in fact, we have measurements to the contrary. We have laser measurements and long-range observations demonstrating it to not be curving over long distances.
The problem is
not only do we not have that, we have evidence to the contrary.
You're setting up a false dichotomy because you can mean sea level contradicts what you're saying because it's a measured change in the vertical. That's why they have mean sea level, is because the tide goes up and down.
Oh my god.
Wait, so tides are showing...
As far as demonstrating curvature, my standard of evidence doesn't involve the water anyway. Like, the water is interesting for falsifying the radius, but as far as demonstrating it, my standard of evidence involves a straight edge solid materials over land and an arc segment measurement over land. Anything less than that is just, it's just you might as well be reading me out of a Harry Potter book to me or something like I don't care.
You're setting up a false dichotomy because you're saying it's either curved or flat, but you use these tools.
Wait, what third option is there? Wait, hold on. What third option is there?
Reality?
Well, hold on. Hold on. A surface is curved, A, flat, B, or C, other. What is other?
Other is you set up a reference frame to measure from, and the reference frame you set up from is horizontal to measure elevation change.
What?
I.e. not flat.
Can I just
Whatever you're taking, do not take it anymore.
Sorry, go ahead. That was
even under Bear's garden, elevation is measured from the horizontal flat baseline. The elevation that he's in reality seeing it and experiencing
The Earth
it.
is flat, then why do you need to establish a horizontal?
There we go. Now we're in. There we go.
That's what I was
How are you
saying.
going to measure elevation? How are you going to measure elevation if you don't have the horizontal?
That's what I'm saying. You have to have the reference to measure elevation, i.e. the Earth.
So you need a flat surface. Okay.
Yeah, you need a
That's
reference.
not the Earth, though. The Earth is something different than that. The Earth is
That's right.
like what you measure the elevation change of in a vertical datum.
Oh, I see what you mean. It's topography.
Topography, yes. That's why I said earlier. I said
Right.
If I said I've heard this term, a topographical plane. Is that a ridiculous statement? And somebody said, oh, yeah.
So you're saying the topographical plane is actually a contradiction in terms?
It's a misnomer and it's a ridiculous statement. What is a topographical plane?
I see what you mean. So it's like a paradox. I get it. I see what you were saying. Like atmosphere, how gases have no, I get
where
it.
you're going with that. But yeah, I mean, like,
gases have no inherent shape. It's not a sphere.
Like,
but the Earth is not a ball.
Yo, Buster, have you been to an ocean or have you been taking a trip with a ship or something onto the ocean?
I've been to the ocean, yes, I've been to the ocean many times. Yes.
Good. So when you look into the far, which we call the horizon, what do you see?
The horizon.
Good. And how does it look like? To your
Horizon?
eyes. Yes, to your eyes.
It's the horizon. It's where the sky meets the...
Describe how it looks like in normal geometry.
Well...
let's just cut to the chase of this. Buster, do you believe the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space?
Well, this is too far jumping.
Like you're asking me if I believe something. Like, if you want to ask me about things that I can know, that's fine. But if you want to ask me about things I believe in...
Yeah,
like
do you believe the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? A planet?
No.
Based.
Alright, then.
Based.
That's you're asking me if I believe something. That's just like you're asking me, hey, what information have you accepted? Well, you can accept any information you want. It's I'm on about what I can know.
Right. So it's like what would you describe the Earth? You said topographical, so it's like sometimes, so it's bumpy, right?
No, I only said topographical plane because I've heard that term mentioned multiple times in multiple, like, few places. And it just sounds ridiculous. Okay. Topographical, like a plane is in geometry it's a 2D plane.
Right. Yeah. I see what you mean.
And then when you say topographical plane, that's just it's a paradox, misnomer. I mean, I don't know how else you'd...
Like a contradiction.
Referring exactly. To like mountains and topography, though, isn't it? So elevation above that horizontal.
To be fair, though,
no, just let him respond.
You can measure that. Yeah, you can measure the elevation change.
Yeah, of course. You measure that from
a baseline.
From where? Yeah, and what's that baseline?
It'd be a vertical change on a horizontal baseline.
Baseline's mean sea level. So high tide.
No, well, the mean sea level is based off. It's a mean of low and high tide.
Yeah, well, of
So
course,
up
yes.
and down.
It's an average.
It's an average, yeah.
Yes. But
Of a
all
change in the
elevation-
vertical.
Okay. But
Up
all
and down.
elevations taken from that standard, the horizontal standard, so you can get your elevation profile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So
since
horizontal topographical.
since that's all measured based on sea level, you can measure the difference from the baseline, but you can't actually tell whether the baseline itself is a straight line.
No, wait. Mean sea
Depends
level
where
is
you're
just a
measuring
point.
term from, though, my friend.
Wait, mean
Doesn't-
sea level is just a point. It's just a point.
No,
datum.
no. Mean sea level. Level is not a point.
Mean sea
Level's a
level is
line.
a point between.
No,
It's the
dude,
average
dude,
of the high and
dude,
low. It's a
dude.
point.
Just to be
That's
clear,
the thing.
it's not a
That's the
point.
It is a
It's a
point.
level. No, it's a level.
You
Can
should-
horizontal, for example, be a point?
Mean sea level is a point.
Can
It's
level-
a point datum that
can
you start
level-
from.
Can level be a
Point
point?
is not a point.
I think so. I think the real issue
No,
here
it's
is
just gonna
that
talk
can
about something else. Okay.
what if the sea is higher in one place than it is in another? So you're measuring everything from the sea level, but you don't actually realise that sea level in two different places is
That's why
changing.
we use.
Then we
mean
would see
sea
bumps in the
level.
horizontal line.
No, address this. So that's what we mean by sea level. So the
Mean-
mean part.
No,
the
but you're
average-
trying to use
You
you're
do
trying to use
this. I was gonna
semantics
make this
here.
point, dude.
Mean
Dude,
sea level is a
gonna make this-
benchmark
Hello?
of what they
Gonna make
average.
this fucking point, dude.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Jedi. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you. So we do this within celestial navigation. We can use terrestrial objects like lighthouses to find our distance out at sea to that object using a horizontal reference frame that's mean high tide. So between here and there, it's horizontal.
I was on about just mean sea level being a point.
Yeah, and that's on the
datum.
sea. Yeah, the sea. Exactly that datum.
It's an average of the low and high
Yes.
tide, and it's a point that
Yes,
they
which
start
is
from.
horizontal.
And it's
not
different
curving.
from country to
Not-
country,
Not
place to
it's
place.
horizontal, dude. You're missing this point.
No,
Hold on.
Mean
That
sea level
average
is a point
from
datum.
here
It's just
to
you.
there is horizontal.
No.
Point is not the plane. Point is not the plane.
If you say
Horizontal
no, then
plane-
give us a
horizontal
photo.
plane. It has to be horizontal plane, not point.
Exactly.
Point cannot be plane.
Wait, hold on. If there's
I
such a
dropped it in
thing
the
as a
chat.
tide, if there's such a thing as a tide, then at certain times of day, and it's different in different places, right? Some places will be in high tide while others are in low tide. But how can that for be a level plane? If
differs
there's-
from country to country.
Yeah,
Look,
why
in the
we take the
UK,
moon-
I just know this from hanging out in the server that I hang out in. It's in that Newland. There's one point that the whole UK is based off of. Now in the US, it's a place in the Great Lakes. It's actually mean sea level.
You
is
don't know.
Based. What?
You don't know that.
I dropped somebody in the chat. I dropped
just
something in the
said-
chat that shows that they are different, and that the
You don't know they're
mean sea
different.
level
You
is a
don't know if
point
they're the same.
on the
What's your
vert-
reference? What's your
on the
reference?
vertical
What's your
datum.
reference?
Read
What's
the
your
reference.
reference to know that they're
Elevation
different?
change of the
It's in
What
the chat.
is your
In the chat.
reference to know that they're
Look in the
different
chat.
or the same? We'll go on for infinity.
It's a level of the sea's rise and fall, not that the sea is level. That's the difference. It's a measurement of the rise and fall. It is not a horizontal reference.
It's called contextual, like being in context.
You're saying
of,
zero is different. Shut up!
That's
You're fucking driving me insane, the fucking lot of you. Shut
It's different.
up.
Why do people get so triggered about this stuff? It's a
Zero
level.
is not different. It's the same.
Where?
Wow. I mean, I
For
don't know where
fuck's
that's coming
sake.
from. God.
Wake up.
How do you know that? Can you
I've
prove
done
that?
this completely. I did this exact
Are
same
you
thing.
serious
to
right
Beth.
now?
Fuck
Proving
them.
a 0
Like, fuck
point?
them.
Yeah, because I
an
dropped something in the chat that says that it's arbitrary, and Germany, Spain, and Italy have different levels of mean sea level. They differ from each other.
Does that demonstrate that you're to be appalled?
In the Netherlands, they have 4.
Does that demonstrate the Earth to be a ball?
Sorry, reading through this, that's because they base their mean sea level on different measurements at different types. So in North America, they go on mean high tide. In the UK, for example, our mean sea level is mean low tide. So it all depends on what you're going to be applying, what charts you're going to be using, because you are correct. Different countries around the world have a different mean, but that's only in reference to how high or low the tide is. Tide's the same. They just use a different reference to declare what is mean.
Yeah, the same thing applies to shoe sizes. Like every company has a different scale for shoe sizes.
So a different position of 0 then.
For their charts, for example, the NOAA
different
charts,
position of 0 then.
You're going to listen. I've already explained this to you, like it went over your head. Yes, different places for their 0. It's like using a centigrade and Kelvin scale at this stage, right? It's a scale. Like I said, North America, their 0s mean high tide. In the UK, our 0s mean low tide.
I don't think that's correct. I'm
It
pretty
is.
sure.
Would you like me to go get the reference?
I'm pretty
You
sure
know that because you've seen all, huh?
I'm pretty sure the mean sea level in the UK.
Sorry, gonna get this.
Yeah, however, to the naked eye, it is not observable.
Somebody else talking ripcord, obviously trying to address this. So yes, the NOAA charts, for example, we know what NOAA charts are. So navigational charts, when we're referencing high tides, low tides, times of years, those types of things, as compared to the ones that we use in the UK, they're different. The reason why, mean high tide used in North America, mean low tide used in UK. Like it's pointed out in Elder Bear's document.
It's arbitrary. The mean sea level. They said mean sea level is the same point everywhere, but it's not, is it?
Yes. If it was,
it's a different heights.
Hello. If I was to use the North American NOAA charts across the Earth, then yes, that 0 would be mean high tide. If I was to use the English version, the UK's ordinance, then yes, 0 would be mean low tide, depending on the reference I'm using. Still level though.
It doesn't make the surface flat though, does
Different
it?
heights. Different heights with what in reference to what? The center of the Earth, distance from the center of the Earth.
But you're going to globe stuff again. I don't know why you do that.
Well, what? What then? What's a different height in reference to?
The rise and fall of the water in that position, in that place that is chosen to be the position that they will take an average from.
You mean the neutral state?
If it was just
how
the
do you
sea,
measure the neutral state? It's in constant motion.
Apparently, you go to the beach and you point out and you go, there it is.
He means the sea level.
All right, so you take a picture.
Well, I don't know. People keep saying go to the horizon and there it is. Go on the sea in a boat, there it is. You're on it, but you're not. That's
so
why
are
it
you
took
trying
years
to say
and
that the water's
years
not
to
level?
observe it to work out a mean of that.
Are you trying to say that the water is not level, or do you believe that?
Well, obviously not. It's not. It's in constant motion.
Level has different connotations. So
but hold on. When you say that, when you say that sentence, I just got to point this out. When he says that sentence, water is not level because it's in constant motion, like waves or blah 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 or tides. That's really just like the guy I was just a few minutes ago comparing you to, called Pea Drinker, when he was trying to tell us a few months ago that sand is water because sand can flow through an hourglass. So sand is liquid. Like that's just like you saying that, dude. Like you're stupid, dude.
Can a bathtub have different levels of the water?
Yeah, when you fill it up.
Yeah,
like it can be 2 inches high or 4 inches high.
Low level or high level, and there's a mean of the level.
Is the glass full or is the glass half full? What is this argument?
My point to him.
This is the point that we are not getting. It's the mean level. Because the water is in motion, it goes up and down. So they took the mean level. So everywhere is different. When up is there, low is there, but they have the mean sea level.
Yes.
That's the whole point. That's what they
There you
take.
go,
Except
Legal
the
Legal.
sea when
You
you
got it.
observe it, though. So the guy was saying, "What do you observe flat, level?" You just
Yeah,
said the
flat
sea
Earth.
isn't.
It's
So I don't observe
flat.
that.
The Earth
That's
is
true. That's
flat.
what
I'm
I
a
said.
fucking retard. The Earth is flat. I'm a
Yes,
I'm not.
what
fucking
I'm
retard.
saying that we
Yeah,
know
Yeah,
that there
you
is
look at
mountains, there is
nigga, you
valleys,
believe me. You ever seen the
and
Earth?
there
you
It's
is
know,
flat.
yeah. You know when people say you're being pedantic, we know the Earth's not flat. We just call it that because it's got
it's
topography. And then
measured
you
like
said you
that.
measured the thing that you said you know it isn't. To be
It's
something
measured
you know
like
it isn't.
that.
But how
It's
can you measure
measured
something
like
you know
that.
isn't flat? Because it's got topography. In your own words.
Okay.
You're being
Let's
pedantic.
bring this
We
down
know
to
it's
a
not
real.
flat. We just call it that for convenience.
Yeah. Elderberry, you're repeating yourself. Stop repeating yourself.
Oh
Let's bring this down to a finer point with the water, and you not really being able to say whether it's level or not. So
It's definitely not. I
let's
see
go
the
back to
sea
the
every day.
bathtub. Just chill. Just follow me here for a second. Small series of questions. So back to the bathtub. You know, we're not swishing it around. You know, we're not throwing rocks in the bathtub. Can't believe I actually have to say that, for God's sakes. So we're not throwing rocks in the bathtub. We're leaving the bathtub alone. And there's water in the bathtub. The surface of the water. Would you say it's level or not level?
Or when you scale it up, you went to the sea, which we've just said isn't level. So when you scale it up, you'll find that it isn't. And when I was said,
Okay. Oh, yeah.
what do I
So then, fine.
observe?
I'll ask you a clarifying question about this. Then
it's
you're
not.
right. You're right. So let me ask you a question about this. So when you're saying it's not level due to waves and tides, etc., I guess I kind of follow you in that sense. But do you understand that the? Let me ask you this first. Do you understand that the globe proponents, that they are saying, they're claiming that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared? Do you understand that?
Not interested in that stuff anymore. I'm just looking at reality. You
Dude,
guys
I'm trying to have a conversation. Not interested.
No, I'm not
I'm trying
interested
to
in
have
the
just
curve
a
and the
basic
globe.
conversation with you, buddy.
No, I'm looking at reality.
Let me just
Now,
finish the short line of questioning
you
here.
said you said my reality could be measured, and I don't see that. That's the question. The reality of the flat bit isn't what you are describing to me. That's all. I'm not asking about the globe. I'm asking about the flat bit that you said you know all about. Or people say they know,
I
but they
warned you
don't know
guys.
anything.
I warned you guys, didn't I? I warned you.
Skinny couldn't answer it either sufficiently, so
Yeah, dude, I observe the Earth is flat. I already told you this. I observe the Earth is flat. I'm waiting for a demonstration via measurement to the contrary. Like, if you're choosing to let that go through one of your ears and out the other ear, that's on you, buddy. That's not on me. That's on you.
No, that's all right. I'm not asking you, to be me. If you say topographical plane,
I'm saying you're choosing to not comprehend. You're choosing to not retain what I'm saying to you in your memory.
Yeah, I did.
You're choosing that. Keep in mind, buddy. Listen, buddy. The only form of ignorance that is disgraceful is a willful form of ignorance. It's only when someone's willfully ignorant, that's when they should be ashamed of themselves. That's what you're doing right now. You're being willfully ignorant. That is shameful. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Oh yeah, great. Thank you. Is that a priest? Was that? Should I do any sort of prayers to absolve myself of my sin? Listen, I can't carry a bathtub with me and say, "Look at my bathtub. The Earth is flat." I can't go look at the bathtub and then say the sea is the same. You've already said it isn't.
Yeah, you're being pedantic
Then
now.
that's ignorant.
I'm not carrying with me any spirit level as well when I'm living my life.
Well, you claimed the sea was level, horizontal, flat. You said that a little while ago, and yet you said it isn't because it's rising and falling. Well, that's not what you see, is it?
If you're going to measure it is measured like that. If you don't want to measure it, if you just want to observe it, It is beautiful. Just observe it. But if you're gonna measure it, if you're gonna go from this place to that place, you're gonna measure it horizontally flat.
Yeah, but I don't measure it. I
Either
observe
way,
it, and
Okay.
that's what I'm
why
saying.
the
What
other
do you?
time, that's why the other time I told you when you were hiking and you were talking, and I told you enjoy your hike. Don't
You're not going to go to boiling potatoes, are you?
talking about these things. Enjoy your hike. Why you are bothering talking about these things?
Well, because
Just
there are people
enjoy
here
it.
talking
Enjoy
about
your
it. You know, it's
experience.
interesting. But
But you're
somebody said
coming in,
earlier.
you are coming in this way,
Welcome,
and before you said that we are
welcome.
you said before that you are coming to this room first of all, and then you said before that we are preaching things that we want people to believe or to follow us, or there is hierarchy or something. And you are putting us in some kind of a cult thing in your mind, in your imagination, which we are not. We are not telling you. Enjoy your life, man. Don't come here and don't bother us. Enjoy your life.
Well, I am bothering you, sorry, it seems, because you know, I'm told that I observe the Earth. Everybody, we observe the Earth as flat, and that I do too. But when I look at the
I'm not
sea,
your
you
we.
said, yeah, but I'm not we. It's just me. When I go and look at the sea, it's not horizontal, exactly as you told me it wasn't. So I don't observe that horizontal, flat, level thing you're telling me.
I mean, I don't know
I
how
don't.
crooked your eyesight is,
So
but I
how
mean,
could
for
it?
me, it's leveled.
He just said it was. What, the sea is level? You
Maybe,
want to see the
maybe
waves. You want to see the waves. And if it's contained, like you said, then somebody must be tipping the container because the water comes in
Bro,
and
we are
out.
not talking about the little tidbits of waves we are observing.
Well, I don't
I mean,
observe the
what by
horizontal
your
though.
own
Where is
by
that?
your own measurements you have
Horizon.
demonstrated that are being measured in different places that are not equal, you know?
You could take a
In
reference
terms
of the
of
horizon,
sea
but if
level,
you were to
in
go
sea
to the
level
horizon, you'd
height.
find it was rising and falling exactly the same as it is at the beach.
By
So it's
what
not
kind of
horizontal when you go there.
empirical measurement
It's
has
just a
been done?
geometric thing.
Geometric. Bro, then we are go to horizontal again. It's a fucking straight line you're observing.
Yeah, but the claim
In a
is
distance.
if the claim is that there's a curve and you can't measure the curve, it's
Do you have a
equal that
slope to your left or
it,
right if you observe the horizon?
it's an equal question that when somebody says the Earth is measured flat, that deserves as much investigation as the other thing, surely.
I agree. I totally agree with
So
that.
that's
But
all I'm doing. I'm asking for that. And nobody answers it. They tell me that I see it, but when I tell them I don't see it, they tell me I'm wrong. And then they tell me if I wave a laser over there, that'll
no,
prove
but you
it.
come
It
up.
doesn't.
No,
I don't think you're
you come
wrong.
up
I
with
think you're
little
mentally
explanations
ill.
how your environment is moving, and therefore it cannot be this state of being. Speaking of
You tell me it's
horizontal
got to
or a
be that
flat
state of
plane,
being, not
therefore
me.
it's moving and it's not plane anymore.
Yeah, that's right. It isn't. It's moving. It's constantly in motion. If I'm looking at the sea, for instance.
That's ridiculous.
I know it's ridiculous. I know. Well, because I'm looking out now at my garden. And that's
Okay,
definitely
then we have to. Okay, everyone has to then agree on a different term in order to explain a flat plane that is also including a moving plane, right?
What
So
flat plane? Well, what flat
let's.
plane? What flat plane are you talking about? Where is this flat plane?
Is
10
the water
meters down?
when you say
Where
the
is it?
water's not Elder Bear? When you say the water's not curving, are you saying that the surface of it is curving at 8 inches per mile squared?
Yeah. There you go. Another globe, lesson. I don't know where you got all that stuff from.
Not a lesson. It's a question, dude.
I don't have it in my head that 8 inches a mile thingy. I don't
It's a
even think
question.
I don't think you even know what it is. Just a few words in a sentence.
A mathematical
But I don't need
calculation
it.
based on a
I don't
radius
need
value.
it. You have it.
All
You
right,
have it and
but,
play with it. I don't want
but
it.
what you said
It
was
was never
unfair.
done. It was never measured.
But
Nobody
what you
ever
said was
measured that.
unfair.
So
Now
why are you
you're
bothering to
preaching.
ask about it?
Why
I'm
are you
not preaching
preaching,
about
Mike?
it.
You sound
I'm
like you're
not.
standing on your soapbox, dude.
No. Listen,
Yes.
if that's a claim from the Globe, and you go, you question them all day long about how they prove that's curved, and somebody
Yes.
comes along and says they've measured the Earth to be flat, then they
Mm.
are equal questions that deserve equal, investigation.
Mm.
And so when somebody says the Earth is measured flat, I don't see that in my observation. And I'm wondering how that was done. Who was it done
How
by?
would you describe the orientation of the horizon?
Well, it's horizontal. That's why it's called the horizon. But if I
So
go
when
there,
we,
it's not
so when
horizontal.
you don't go to the horizon, though, do you? So when we
No,
stand
no,
at the
you
beach,
use it in a geometric.
like you do, when you say you go because you live near water, and you observe the horizon, you understand that orientation of that water is horizontal.
No,
Oh,
no.
it's not made out of water.
No,
Can't
the
be.
water's not
The water's
horizontal. The
moving.
water's not
The
horizontal.
water's
No.
moving. Yeah, yeah. So the horizon can't be. The horizon can't be horizontal then.
The water's not horizontal, is it? You're talking about the point
No.
between me and the horizon that I'm imagining the horizontal.
It's the horizon that we look
Well,
at.
I'm looking
which we
down
reference
at it
all other
anyway, so
horizontals.
it's a slope. That's a slope. But I couldn't
Is it?
measure it, not with my eyes, could I?
How would you say it's a slope then?
Well, because I'm looking down at it. If it's at my feet at the beach,
If it's at your feet, the horizon's not at your feet.
unless
It's
the
across the
waves are
water.
higher than that, which they often
Dude,
are. So I
Dude,
couldn't
you
really
understand what the horizon is, don't you?
I can see that. I can see a point out there that's the horizon. Yeah.
It's not a point horizon, right? Not one singular point. And when you said you look down
it's
at your
not a
feet,
point.
I thought you misunderstood. So the horizon is the plane of the surface of the earth where it appears to meet the sky. Now, are you saying that horizontal line where the water isn't horizontal?
Now, the reference can be horizontal, but that doesn't mean that the sea is.
The reference is the horizon, the
That's
sea,
the
where the
reference you're going to
sea
measure
appears to
from.
meet the
That's the
sky.
reference you measure from. It's not
Yes, which is
it's not the
horizontal.
reference itself. Well, the horizontal reference is horizontal, but the surface isn't.
Are all horizontals taken from the plane of the horizon?
No, I believe so.
Okay. So
But that doesn't mean the surface is horizontal. I don't get you.
But that's the surface we're looking at.
So establish a
where the surface
horizontal,
meets the
therefore
sky.
the Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying?
You know that sea, the water, the sea, the surface where it appears to meet the sky.
Appears,
It's fucking horizontal. Yeah.
But that's not the surface. The horizontal
that's not the
reference that you can.
It's not where the
Where do you
surface
would take
appears
the
to meet the
surface then, no
sky.
matter your position on any continent or in the sea? Where
I
would
don't know
then
about
your
other
point
continents.
be of reference?
I'm
It
on the
makes no
beach.
sense.
Yeah, you can establish a reference. You're right, a horizontal reference. If why do you need to establish one if the Earth is already horizontal? You establish it because the Earth isn't horizontal. That's why you establish horizontal.
You're
Because
using
the
the earth
Earth
to
isn't.
establish horizontal.
And that's all there is to it.
You're using the earth to establish horizontal.
Are you?
Yes, the horizon.
To establish a horizontal reference, not the surface.
Yeah, but the surface is horizontal. That's how we get any other horizontal.
From a point,
That water
from a place
that
that
we're
you can
looking at
see it.
across the sea, yeah, wherever
You
we
can't
go,
measure that
locally.
distance to there.
I'm going to keep talking through me. Fair enough, dude.
Well, all what I hear is that because you can establish a horizontal reference, ergo the Earth is flat.
From the earth.
That doesn't make
Using
sense.
the surface.
You're not getting this. We established a horizontal reference from the earth.
You can establish a horizontal reference above the Earth, and most of them are.
Okay, that's great. But we establish it from water, from the horizon.
Yeah, it's used from the plane of the horizon, yeah.
Yes, we use water to establish horizontal, and we use the horizon to establish horizontal too.
Yeah, but that horizontal reference, the bit in between it, underneath it, you're saying is also horizontal.
What are you talking about now? The bit underneath it?
Under the horizontal reference, if it's lower than, the elevation's lower.
Yes.
Yeah, but that bit
Obviously, the
isn't
world's
flat.
three-dimensional.
Yeah,
but we're
and that
talking
bit isn't
about the
flat.
surface, aren't we? We're not talking
Yeah, but
about
you're
We're
using
not
a 2D
talking
to
about
measure a
depth,
3D.
and if we were, that would be a deviation from zero. Zero being mean sea level.
Yeah, you'd measure elevation changes, so you'd find out it wasn't flat.
Yes. But that horizontal horizon, the water bit, that's the horizontal bit, that's zero. We can have
Well, that's not.
elevation and create other horizontals above it and other
It's not the
horizontals
water
below
bit.
it, because obviously the Earth is three-dimensional. But we're talking about the surface, aren't we?
And the surface
Aren't
isn't
we?
flat.
The surface is referenced as horizontal.
It's referenced from the horizontal
No, the Earth
reference.
is used as the reference.
Yeah, but it
The
doesn't mean that the
water,
surface is horizontal.
the water is used to establish a horizontal. The horizon is used to establish a horizontal.
The horizon, not the water.
Measured to
The
get the
horizon is
horizontal
where
You
the
said the
reference.
surface
water
of
was
the
in
Earth, the
constant motion
water
in
in this
between
case,
you.
appears to meet the sky.
Yeah, but that's not the surface, is it?
It is the
It's
surface
the
of the
reference you
water.
use to measure the
The
surface.
surface of the water and where it appears to meet the sky. That's the surface of the Earth that's horizontal when we look at it compared to the sky and that three-dimensional field above it. So the water's used for a horizontal, the horizon's used for horizontal,
But not the sea.
but yes, no, the sea. The horizon, remember, that's the sea bit, the water.
The sea, in constant motion, that one.
Yes, the horizon, where we observe the horizon across the sea. Horizontal, used to reference horizontal. Same with the water, we use as a tool.
I've got to go out now. I'm sorry, I'm not running away. You do sound awfully like Nathan Oakley, I must say.
Maybe
I really don't
Very
care.
similar intonation.
Just stick to the point. Don't start ad homing me, dude. Stick to the point.
Maybe he needs to hear the second time.
The point is, you establish a horizontal reference, but that does not mean that the Earth
From
is
where?
flat.
From where? What tool do we use to establish that horizontal? I've given you two.
A tool that will establish a horizontal reference.
I've given you two. Which one?
It doesn't mean. What two did you give?
Water and the horizon.
A water level would establish a horizontal reference, but that's not the sea.
Yes, it
It's
is.
not the
Water's
sea.
made. Sea's made of water. The
Yeah, but it's in
horizon
constant
is.
motion, so how can that be
as
level?
far
It's in
as we
constant
can
motion.
see. Dude, you're not listening. I
No,
thought you said
it's
you had
not
to
that.
go.
I have, yeah, but you demanded I answer you. Anyway,
Regardless of its constant motion, the
Minded you
horizon
don't ad
is the
hom me.
reference that we even derive the horizontal lines from. So there you go. You derive horizontal lines from the surface
That's
of
why.
the Earth.
That's why in the celestial navigation, the seaman he takes his height on the port, and then whenever he is on the sea, whatever distance he traveled, how high is the waves, up and down, when he measures the angle, he always measures 10 feet or 20 feet or 15 feet above where he measured in the port in the calm water. So
Yeah,
the sea level is always the same everywhere.
the only way to actually have a measurement that would be considered as yes, the sea is moving, would be when you witness a tsunami coming to you. When the
But you
waves move
need
away
a
and you see the high of the wave coming to you, then you might see a slope by a small degree of 0.5% or so.
I just thought of a really great question to ask him. Hey, buddy, so how do you suggest we figure out, with what methodology do you suggest we use to determine whether or not the surface of the Earth is curving or not?
I wouldn't ask that. That's like Glober's asking us, what else could it be?
Well, no, we should ask him because, he can either give us a sane answer, and that'd be cool, or he can give us an insane answer and just demonstrate further that he's insane.
Yeah, but his thing is that he's saying that the surface of the Earth doesn't measure flat, but the actual surface is where we even derive a flat horizontal line from. So to measure something, you need to reference something that's required for it to be considered a measurement. We reference the surface of flat horizon, which is the surface of the water, surface of the Earth, that we have to then use that as a reference for a flat horizontal plane. That's how you measure the Earth flat.
Well, that's a valid point, but let's see what his answer is. So, what do you suggest the methodology we should use, buddy? Wait, did he leave?
Yeah, he left.
I guess he did.
He don't want to say. That's why he puts the word reality in it. So reality. Everybody's reality is different. So his reality is unique for him. So he can argue from there as much as he wants. That's why when you ask him if it's not curving, so it's not flat. So what is it? And he says reality.
Because it's a coping mechanism for snapping into his own argument again.
I think he left once he realized he couldn't bullshit his way through that question.
You guys did really, really well with him. Very well done. For those of you who aren't familiar with his bullshit, right? Where he's coming from is very easy. He hates Nathan Oakley. He hates QE, just like Bev. That's where they're coming from. So they come in here and try and troll and sabotage. That's the whole shtick.
If it's a QE hater, then it's all set been done. Yeah, thank you.
Actually, I heard him saying to Bev that he's using 24/7 psychology against 24/7 because we have these 3 questions that we ask when somebody comes: who measured the curvature and what method they used? What was who measured the spin of the world? The Earth, and what method they used, and if they can show the gas pressure without the container, and who measured that, or if they can show it. And he's using the same thing against us. And every time we say flat, okay, who measured it, and why they, how they measure it? That's why he's trying always to, who did it? You didn't do it, so that means it's invalid.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've got a paddock across the road from me that's been ploughed, but there are clods of dirt, and it's been surveyed, it's been laser leveled. It gets laser leveled every year before it's actually planted to make sure that the water doesn't collect in one part of it and drown the crop. So anyway, but it's been laser leveled, it's been ploughed, been laser leveled. They brought in the bulldozers to level it all out, and then they ploughed it again, and there's dirt clods there, and there's bits of grass sticking up. So by the logic of him and by the logic of Bev, that paddock is not flat, even though from across the road it looks perfectly flat, and it has been it's been laser leveled. And the water does not collect in one part of that paddock in particular, and doesn't drown any plants.
Yeah, but
that's the argument that comes.
They want to go down to the microscopic level to tell you that, oh yeah, you see, it's not level. So if I go in the microscopic level, even my surface of my table is not flat. So you see, you cannot argue. So this is what they have in their hands.
Exactly right.
My garden is not flat.
Right.
Okay. If your garden is not flat, what is it then? Oh, there is one place is going up, one place is going down. I mean, it's stupid to say it's not flat. Otherwise, all the water will go one place, right? As you said, right? So it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right, mate. Exactly right. And again, I do apologise, people. I don't normally let people get under my skin like that. I do apologise for earlier. I will try not to allow that to happen again. But yeah, that's you guys have now got a good education. Those of you who are not familiar with what these guys are like, and yeah, he gets schooled every time he comes in, just like he got schooled then. And then next day, same shit. How is it measured flat? How is it measured flat? So you guys know now.
That means we didn't do our job. He's still the same. He's coming back the same. We didn't change him. We didn't do our job. We have to find a better way to get through him. It's a challenge.
That's not going to happen. Yeah. It's not going to happen because he hates Nathan. He hates us all here. He hates us all here.
I know, but his hate, it's his hate. I don't want to carry his hate with me. I will take his hate and try to, hopefully, maybe one day he comes back. If he doesn't come back, I'm not losing anything. Actually, I'm not at the moment when I'm talking to him, I don't have anything else to do. But
I know, buddy. You're a creature of love. I know that. Okay, you are a creature of love. You are a magnificently lovable man, and you're very loving, and I get that. You're not going to change this guy, okay? He is a.
I know.
We will take his hate. We will take his hate and we'll make it into a hate cake.
I don't want to be angry because he's hateful. I don't want to be hateful against him because he's like that. That's my approach, I mean, yeah, I get angry sometimes, but doesn't mean that, still, if I can change him, maybe one day he will listen. Something will happen to him. Maybe he will fall down on his head, probably. I don't know. He's
Hey, look, I don't hate the guy. I don't think anyone here hates the guy. Okay. I don't think anyone here hates the guy. I'm not asking anyone to hate the guy. I don't hate the guy. At all. But you got to admit, he's fucking annoying. Anyway, we got any Globies in here? Any Globers? We still got Scott here. Anybody?
There's three at the top of the server, dude.
Oh, yeah, we got Jekyll here. We got Oblate, GF6 Oblet something. Albert Einstein, I'm assuming that's a Glober. Possibly.
Oh wait, Elder Bear is back, but it looks like someone has him on mute. But I was gonna ask him, since he was, saying odd things he was saying, I was gonna ask him what he suggests would be a good method for measuring the Earth and determining whether it's flat or curved. What do you say, Elder Bear? Do we use toothpicks?
How would you measure it?
Would it be with a straight edge, a laser, or a bunch of red vines tied together?
How would you know if you have any slope?
You look into shadows.
You would look at shadow?
Yeah.
He didn't even bring that up yet, which is surprising because he brought up a lot of mad nonsense. Elder Bear, come on, unmute yourself. Tell us, after all that smack you were talking the last hour or so, what method would you suggest we use to figure out whether or not the Earth is curved or not?
While he's not answering, I'm going to speculate and just sort of throw it out there. It sounds to me like he's sort of like a holographic Earther. It's all this sort of light emergence sort of. He's talking fractals, like you can't measure the levelness of anything because it's all moving and it's all like when you try to zoom in on it, it starts getting bumpy. It gets bumpier and bumpier. Like it's just there is no measurable truth once you sort of get to that level of discretion, I suppose.
Yeah, that level
it's
of
very
absurdity.
simple.
Like, I do suppose if I asked him if we tried to use a straight edge, then he'd be like Scott Mackey and immediately ask, "Oh, well, how are you so sure that the straight edge is straight, huh?"
Yeah.
Like,
Where would you put it?
I'm not doubting that it's straight. You're the one who's
Where
doubting
would you
it's
put
straight,
it?
you doofus.
So where would you put it then?
On the Earth.
What?
Okay, where on the Earth? Anywhere?
Say in a desert. Like oh, I know. How about a dry lake bed? A salt Salt flat. How about there?
You could survey it.
Well, no, I'm asking you where you would put it. I don't know where you'd put it. I honestly don't know. So.
Yeah, but I mean, there's no curvature of the Earth to begin with. It's like you're the one who's doubting that the rail is straight. You're the one who's doubting that the straight edge is straight.
That's your assumption.
There is curvature to the Earth.
Let's say we can make a straight edge. Where do you put it?
Wherever you can to demonstrate. I should be asking you that, Scott Mikey. Where should we put it for you to demonstrate your curvature? You're the one trying to demonstrate curvature.
I wouldn't do it that way. That's not the way I'd demonstrate curvature. That'd be stupid.
Okay, so
only an idiot would do that.
Yeah, but you do it with your fairy tale nonsense. I'm saying, apart from fairy tale nonsense, how can we demonstrate?
Satellites are real.
What I'm saying.
Satellites are very real.
Yeah, great. So in other words, you're just going off on other subjects. Then you're just like, oh, forget about the straight edge.
Well, the straight edge is stupid. What am I supposed to do with it?
Oh yeah, the straight edge is stupid because the straight edge demonstrates reality, and you don't seem to have, you don't seem to be comfortable with reality.
But you're the one who came up with the straight edge thing, and you can't even tell me where to put it.
Well, you want to light. You want to use light.
I told you where, but again, it doesn't matter where I say where because you're the one demonstrating the curvature.
Your demonstration, man.
No. I'm not demonstrating anything. I'm observing the Earth is flat. I'm asking you to demonstrate curvature. Do you comprehend that? Yes or no?
No, I don't.
No, you don't. What you don't comprehend can fill a warehouse.
Okay. That's what you need to believe to feel better about yourself.
So you want to use a theodolite?
No.
I mean, got to be a reason you're doing this, right?
Yeah, there's nothing else to do. There's nothing on TV. That's why.
Well,
just if I may interject just before we move into this, because we were rudely interrupted before. So Scott, I managed to, before I was rudely interrupted, to explain that no, I wasn't actually lying about that. That it's like any other form of airspace, right? Yeah.
I don't think it's like any other form of airspace, though.
Well, it is. Like the different countries can't fly into other countries' parts of Antarctica's airspace either. Not without clearance, anyway. It's just like any other form of airspace.
But no countries control any part of Antarctica. That's part of the treaty.
Yeah, the treaty.
One country.
There are naval forces there. There's naval forces there. There are military forces there. There are border forces there.
They all collectively control it.
There's no arms there. They use military aircraft to drop things off and stuff, but there's no armed forces there.
Bullshit. What? The Australian Navy deploys there all the time. We have constant patrols there. The US Navy deploys there and patrols there all the time.
No, they don't.
Okay, then.
Are you shitting me?
I see nothing.
And
I hear nothing.
Proof us wrong.
Well, I'm not the one making the assertion. He asserted the U.S. Navy deploys there all the time. That's
you
the thing that has to be proved.
You said there's no military patrolling around those areas. So therefore, you should have information for us to provide that is the case you provided.
Well, I said that in response to him saying they were there. He made the initial claim.
Are you shitting me?
You made the initial claim that the Earth is curved too, but you haven't demonstrated that. Now, have you?
There's no need for military in the Antarctic. Nobody has any country to defend. Nobody has any territory to defend there. Nobody has any resource they need to defend.
For you to demonstrate curvature if you're going to claim curvature, but you don't seem to feel like that's your responsibility.
Well, I don't need to prove it to you. I already understand it's curved. And if you want to prove it to yourself,
everyone listening, pay attention to the word he just used. He just said understand, not acknowledge, not know, not demonstrate. Understand. You know, kind of like, I can read a Harry Potter book and I can understand the Harry Potter book, but it doesn't mean that Hogwarts is a real place.
Yes,
King Charles.
If you want to prove it to yourself, you can go grab a theodolite and go point them at each other and find that they do not add up to 180 degrees reciprocal zenith angles. Or you could do another thing. You can take that theodolite and level it and go to the other point that it's pointing to, and then point the theodolite back to it at the level, and they will not hit the same point. These are things you can easily
do not measure arc segment measurements.
Yes, they can.
No, they don't.
Sure, they can.
Theodolites don't allow for perspective either, but hey, here we are.
Perspective has nothing to do with it.
Yes, it does, because you zero it off, you level it first, and then you go, oh, look, the one in the distance is below the one I'm at now. I'm going to tilt down and look at the other one. And you do, and your angles will come out as greater. That's what you keep failing at, Scott. Perspective. Shit gets lower and as it gets further away. And you don't allow for that.
But it doesn't.
And of course, oh shit.
That's just wrong. It converges to a vanishing point.
Just hit landmass. Oh my god. Now it's everything in our math is off. Oh my god.
Well, then you learned math poorly. You shouldn't be angry at your teachers if that's the best they taught you math.
I'm just referring to your argument.
No, but if matrix, what you're saying is everything in a perspective converges on a vanishing point. And if your center line is horizontal, everything will converge to the horizontal. It will not drop. That's just not how perspective works.
Wrong. So,
right.
You're standing at point A,
You just don't understand it.
You've got two theodolites. One is point A, one is point B. If you're standing at point A, does point B look lower than your one? Yes or no?
Depends.
Depends on fucking what. They're at the same elevation. We've put them both at the same elevation, so we know that they're both at the same sea level elevation. Does point B look lower than point A?
Yes, they will each look lower than they will each look lower than the other one. A will look lower than B from B, and B will look lower than A for A. You can.
So Scott knows what the perspective is now.
Do you not want to hear? I guess you don't want to hear my answer. All right, never mind. I don't know why you ask a question.
Thank you.
Why was he muted?
Because Scott was spitting the truth.
I want to know who exactly was he muted for. I'd really like to someone who actually did the muting, not someone saying, oh, they muted him because they don't want to hear the truth. Like, why were they muted?
Good hunger, JDA. Oh, you're hungry.
Yeah, what? Did Scott get muted? I was just going to say, I put something in the chat for him. Okay, yeah, he just said he's looking. That's fine. Yeah, so look, for those of you who don't know, so that you got the Antarctic Treaty. It's not supposed to be used for, military purposes, establishing military bases, etc. However, the whole outline of that treaty is very, very vague. And what we were taught in recruit training and, down here in Australia, I don't know if it's the same in America, I'm sure it probably is that is an exclusive zone, much as North Korea is or any other country is. You can't go there. The only reason I'm harping on it is, I'm sick of people misconstruing what I say here, and none of you guys here right now have done it. And Scott actually has not done that either. But yeah, when us ex-military guys actually say something, real ex-military guys, not the fake military guys that were here a couple of nights ago, chances are we're actually we're not talking out of our ass. So, but yeah, if you can't just jump, on a plane from South Australia or Tasmania and just go for like a joy flight or a joy ride over Antarctica. You can't do it. And I would defy anyone to tell me any different. Anyone here actually gone for like a joyride over Antarctica? Go for it.
Yeah, pretty much.
The fact of the matter is that you can fly over Antarctica on chartered flights. So what's the point? What are you driving at?
Because you cannot choose your flight destination on your own. This is the reason. You cannot take a private plane and say, I want to fly exactly there. Go and fly there. The pilot has to then be, or is then being ordered or asked by the military if he goes there. It's like flying over Area 51 or something like that.
Again,
restricted
we've flown
area. It's an restricted area.
Again, flights have flown all across Antarctica. What is the point? What does it matter?
Because if you try to prove that the Earth has a cycle around it and it's not a single point where everything in Antarctica is converging, like it does on Google Maps or something like that, then you have a big problem if you try to do differently. Like if you go from Canada to the south, basically trying to hit the ice wall there, in difference to South America and fly there, you meet different military expenses, which then confront you and ask you to return to your place where you came from.
Multiple flight paths have been taken across Antarctica numerous times.
Yeah, but they have been fixed points. They have been fixed points to fool you.
Oh, we're being fooled. Okay, got it.
Were you on one of those multiple flights, sir?
No, I haven't.
No, the other gentleman.
Oh, the old have you been there, touched it argument?
Yeah, were you on the plane?
Yeah, were you on the plane? Were you there? Did you take the flight?
If you weren't, then
did you touch it?
And you trust, but you don't know.
The difference is if we, or let's say I and you would board the same plane, right, and we would take a designated flight to Antarctica, either of you or us would take a different approach in terms of observing our environment precisely in order to determine if we are going to the right place and if it's basically what I've said it is, a designated point where you cannot alter it by request.
Point being, I don't know who muted Scott, but yeah, Scott, read further down, man. Look, the fact is that none of us can actually go into there now. Why is that? And that's probably the real question, and none of us really know the real reason for that. We can speculate, but the point being is that there is a part of the known world that only military essentially can access, and even scientists and whatnot can only access on a very limited basis. And why is that? It's an exclusion zone. And what happens in an exclusion zone, if you enter it without permission, you are told to land somewhere, turn away, or you get shot down. It is that simple.
I mean, unless you come up with a device that is faster than their radar or radar blocking systems and such, who knows what technological advances they have to even go beyond this detection rate, you know? So basically, by this, we are screwed.
Yeah, that's a fair call, Ripcord. And, with that, like, the military has technology that no civilian could hope to ever have. Jamming facilities, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Good luck, jumping in your civilian plane, even if you got a private jet that's a newest thing. You got a G5, G6, whatever, with all the latest shit. Good luck, man. Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, I mean, I
Write
would
your
argue.
congressman though. Don't forget, you can still write your congressman and ask them to do everything that they can to withdraw from the Antarctic
Yeah, of
Treaty.
course, I would give you a document which was redacted from one end to the other, and then here it is.
Hey, Skinny Vet, what airplanes have been shot down violating Antarctic airspace?
None.
None?
Who's that? Someone's hot micing.
Yeah, somebody's hot micing.
Oh, it wasn't me. I was asking who. Skinny Vet said that if you violate the Antarctic airspace, the military will shoot you down. And I was asking what planes have been shot down.
I don't know.
None.
I couldn't tell you what planes have been shot down over North Korea either. I couldn't tell you what planes got shot down over North Vietnam. I have no idea how many planes have been shot down over the US. I have no idea how many planes have been shot down over England in World War II.
Not many lately because Biden's in control.
So Skinny Vet, do planes get shot down?
What I'm trying to say here, it's just like any other exclusion zone, just like any other country, like any other exclusion zone. If you're in airspace you're not supposed to be in, you either turn around on command, you land where you're told to land so you can be arrested, or you get shot down. It is really not hard. It's not rocket science.
Okay, so I'm asking you. I'm asking you for some like examples of people getting shot down by that third choice. They made the third choice and got shot down.
Well, depending on the evidence
You
the
said
person's gathered.
Skinny Vet said there were three things: you turn around, you land, or you get shot down. And I want an example of the third thing.
Yeah, I'm just answering your question. Either by the evidence the person has gathered, they are going to shut down everything that was in contact with you previously or afterwards.
Roland, no one has been. So what's your point? Just make your point and be concise with it.
I actually did not know that no one had. I assumed someone had.
I don't even know if anyone. I'm just saying, to the best of my knowledge, no one has. So what about it is my question to you.
Oh well, if
what I can say to answer you, Roland,
shot down, I think we should take that off the table.
Roland,
It doesn't fucking make any difference. Is the point, dude?
What I can say, right? What I can say, for example, with Australia, right? It's an exclusion zone unless you're supposed to be here. So what happens when you have boat people come in? All right, we're a little bit kinder with that these days, but back in the day, what happened? You turned around, or your boat got sank and you fucking drowned. It got blown up by the Navy, by Border Force, and every country has the same thing. And it's the same with Antarctica.
Australian Navy shooting, blowing up and sinking a boat of migrants.
They're not migrants, number one, and number two, they're given fuel, they're given food and told to turn around. If they refuse and continue towards the coast, back in the day, not these days, back in the day, yeah, they used to get sunk and they would drown, and rightly so.
I would love to hear. I want to read about these examples of people getting sunk. They were given food and fuel and told to go back and refused, and then they got sank.
Let comprehend this. When you get into secretive matters that then involve military secretive operations, which they guard, and you become part of it as a civilian, you then being also part of this collaboration that is being shut down afterwards. So neither us nor any civilian or the government, I mean the government of course, but any one of us would hear of those operations and those people who were involved in, which would be then the civilians who have been attempting such and such, So we cannot answer that.
I'll give you another example. You got Rockwell, right? Hold on. You got Area 51 in America. We got Pine Gap in Australia. You have secret areas. You've got military bases all over the US. You've got military bases in Australia. You cannot go into their airspace without permission. If you do, and you do not comply to turn back, land where they tell you to land so you can be arrested, you get shot down. This is not hard. This is not rocket science. What is not computing in your head with that?
Yeah, life
What's not computing?
Artbell back in the
Okay,
days
Skinny,
have
there are two things not computing. One is you are saying that this happens with no evidence that it has ever happened, and two is that you are saying you have evidence that it has happened, e.g., boats in Australia back in the day getting sunk.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you are
Roland.
not
We heard you say
offering
this. We
any
heard you
examples.
say this, Roland. We
I'm not
already
talking
heard
to
you
you. I'm
say
talking to
this.
Skinny Vet. Skinny Vet asked
Yeah,
me
I
a
know.
question.
We
I'm
already heard
answering
you
Skinny
say
Vet.
this. So, are you saying it's not going to ever happen? Are you saying if I fly a Cessna
Can I
over a
predict the
military
future?
base that
How
they
can I
won't shoot
predict
me
the
down?
future? How can I predict the future? I'm asking.
Yeah,
Dude
no, I
said.
know, Roland.
Dude,
I'm asking you
dude
what your
said.
point
Dude
is
said
with this,
boats
Roland.
were sunk. Dude said boats were sunk.
Yeah,
Not
so
boats might
Roland,
be
are you
or could
saying,
have been. He
Roland,
said they were.
Roland, let's get to a fine point with this. Roland, are you making the claim that if I fly an aircraft over a military base
Antarctica.
that I will not be shot down?
Antarctica.
Are you making that claim?
Yes, I am making the claim. If you fly an airplane over Antarctica, you will not be shot down. 100%.
Or a military base,
I didn't say or anything. If you fly an airplane over Antarctica,
Okay.
you will not be shot down.
So then you're just making that claim so that your claim can stand there as a baseless claim, like
Much
many
like Skinny
Globers
Vet's
before,
claim
like
that
many.
you will get
Yes.
shot down is a baseless
All
claim
right,
with no evidence.
all right, lovely, Roland, lovely. So we'll just leave that baseless claim as a baseless claim that it is. Let's move on to the
Refuting
surface
the
of the
baseless
Earth.
claim that Skinny Vet made. Right?
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
make
So
clear
anyway,
that all
we'll
these
leave that
claims
as
about
it is,
getting shot
Roland.
down are baseless.
We'll leave you. Yeah. So Roland, what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
All these claims about getting shot down are baseless. We agree?
Yeah. We got it, Roland. We got it, Roland.
Okay.
We got it. So Roland.
That's all.
Roland. Yeah, we got it, Roland. So, what reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
I can't speak for you. You tell me your reasons.
Okay, what reason, Roland? Let's not be asinine here. We're not not playing this game. Roland, what reason do you have? Okay, if you want to make me ask the question this way, Roland, what reason do you have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
It is incompatible with most observations. Only a select few things does it seem to be compatible with. If you expand your collection of observations, it just doesn't work.
So, any direct measurement involved?
Yeah, sure. Direct measurements of flatness are a spectacular example. You show me some direct measures of flatness over.
Well, yeah, Roland.
1,000 miles. Let's do it.
You're changing the question. You're answering a different question now, Roland. I asked you the
said
question.
Direct measure.
Yeah. I asked you, Roland. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
I thought you asked me what reason I had.
Yeah. What reason? Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah.
Dude,
What
I don't
reason
know you.
do
I don't
you?
know why you would doubt. I doubt it because it doesn't match the majority of observations. If you
It's
just
in
take
essence
a
the
few,
same
if you
question,
take
Roland.
a few observations, you can make the flat Earth sort of work. But if you expand it at all of a sudden, flat Earth starts to fall apart, and you have to make a bunch of bullshit excuses about this and that and the other thing. And
So
none of it is
we'll go back and forth between black swans and white swans. Like, I get it. Like, you can show me a bunch of pictures of white swans, and I can show you a picture of a black swan. I get it. So then,
it's not
in
black
regards,
swans or white swans at all, dude. Not black swans or white swans at all.
well, yeah, but let's just break it down to what's most solid, most concrete, and most reliable. All right. So
you mean like I walk out and stand on my front porch? What do I think?
Well, yeah, let's start there. What do you observe?
What do I observe? My neighborhood. There's trees. houses.
Just stop, Roland.
No,
What's the name of the server? Roland, do you observe it? It's a binary thing, Roland. Do you observe from your back porch the Earth is
I know
flat
the
or
name of the
curved?
server. I know what you're trying to get me to say, and I know you're full of shit. If I walk out and stand on my front porch, I see trees and houses, and I don't feel motion, and that's it. I'm not going to tell you.
So yeah, so you observe a flat and stationary Earth. I got it. All right.
No, I don't observe a flat and stationary Earth.
Well, you did say no motion. You did admit it's stationary at least.
I said I feel no motion. I also feel no motion when I'm in an airplane on a good flight.
Well, anyway.
Yeah, because
what do
you
mean,
yourself have
anyway?
been in
I feel
acceleration
no
to a
on an
constant
airplane on a
which
good flight with no turbulence. I feel no motion. Fall asleep.
Well, anyway, I wanted to bring it to measuring the Earth directly. Roland. So
Roland. I feel no motion on the airplane.
Yeah, I know. I got it. Buddy, I heard you. We all heard you. We all heard you. So like, when it comes to the Earth, what do you think would be the best method of determining whether or not it's flat or curved? Direct measurement?
Triangulation.
Yeah, I think a direct measurement, e.g., set up a camera on a hilltop that can see over the water, and make sure to use some careful straight edges and see if you can detect any left to right curvature at all. If you can detect any left to right curvature at all.
Well, you're talking about well, hold on. You're talking about a camera over water. Like, are you sure you want to go that route? Because I mean, after all, we have the black swan. That's kind of damning, don't you think?
Oh, I guess it could be, but listen to what I'm saying. You asked me, what should we do? What kind of direct measurements? And I'm answering you. We should put a camera on a hilltop that looks out over water. And if that camera can, let's put it, 600 feet up in the air. Above the water. Just 600 feet above the water. And if that camera can detect any left to right curvature at all, then it can't be flat. It doesn't make any sense. Even if that curvature is very slight. Even if that curvature is very slight. Even if the curvature is very slight. How is that nonsense? Left to right curvature.
I'll tell you why that's nonsense. Because it's based on subjectivity. You see, I could go and look through that camera and say, oh, I don't see any curvature. And you could look through that same camera and say, oh, I see curvature. And then we have to figure out which one of us is telling the truth. It's just like looking through an airplane window. It's just nonsense. I'll tell you how. That's exactly what I was trying to get to. I'm glad you asked.
But make sure you answer the question. Looking through the camera at the water and air boundary, how can you and I decide?
Yeah, I'm answering the question. You don't need to ask it again.
Okay,
all right.
I doubt you're going to answer it. Go ahead.
Via straight edge measurement.
Okay, so we put a straight edge there. What do we do with the straight edge?
No, not a straight edge there. A straight edge on the Earth.
No, you and me are on the hilltop with the camera looking through it. The camera is a direct measurement of the Earth.
Yeah, I'm not talking about using a camera, Roland. You're missing my point, Roland.
Maybe you're missing.
Yeah, I know. And the camera's lovely, Roland.
You asked me about direct measurements of the Earth to determine its shape. I'm giving you one, and you seem to be wanting to talk about something else.
Well, no, you're talking about optically viewing
you and me on the hilltop. You and me on the hilltop.
You're not talking about a direct measurement. You're technically not.
A photo. Or camera
that's a visual.
Of the Earth.
Visual is not direct. Direct means touching, like something physically coming in contact with another thing. That's direct.
Direct does not mean touching. Cite your source.
Okay, well that's what I meant by it. That's what I meant is a straight edge touching the object, the surface in question.
That may be what you meant.
Roland, slow down here. Slow down. Let me just ask you a quick question.
Okay.
What is in question here?
That you want to make. You've got some very clear point you're trying to lead me into. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, what is the surface in question here, Roland? Is it the Earth? It is, right?
If you say so, you're leading the show now. Don't ask me.
No, we are trying to follow you so we can make a correct argument about this. So you get
You
not
don't care.
confused.
You're not listening to what I have to say, so stop asking me questions and just make your
All right.
point.
So since the Earth is what's in question, wouldn't you say that directly measuring it with a straight edge geometrically, wouldn't you say that's the best way to figure out, if the most reliable way, figure out if it's in fact curving or not?
Big as a straight
So are
edge.
you saying a straight edge, like if I was at my desk here and I got a piece of paper and a ruler and I want to draw a straight line, I would put the ruler on the paper and put my pencil against the ruler and I'd sketch out a straight line, right? Like I can trust the ruler
Similar
to
to
be
that,
straight.
but not exactly that.
Okay.
But yes,
So
a straight edge,
on the
nonetheless, pressing up
on the
against the
scale of
surface in
a
question.
scale of a mile, just 1 mile, what is the ruler? Like I trust the ruler on my desk to be a straight edge, but it's a foot, 1 foot. A mile is
So
5,000.
it would be two things. It would be the ruler. It would be the straight edge,
I'm
and
talking
then
about
there'd be
not the ruler, the mile of this. What's the straight edge?
Are you talking? Wait, what are you asking? What?
Okay, I'm accepting to you that on my desk with a foot-long ruler, we have a straight edge. I'm asking you, what is the analog for a 5,000 foot ruler? Like, how do we know over 5,000 feet that it is a straight edge?
Well, I'm not the one doubting that. You're the one doubting that it is.
No. I have offered you a thing you and I could do. We can stand on a hilltop and we could do this thing. You
Well, no,
want to
hold
talk
on,
about
no.
straight-
So,
you
hold
want to
on.
talk about direct measurements being a straight edge on the surface of the Earth, and I want
let's
to know.
let's go to railroad tracks for a second, Roland. I can make the same point I was just trying to make to you a second ago with railroad tracks. So a railroad track that's not turning left or right on the ground, that's just going straight. So
Kansas,
I don't doubt that I have no reason to believe that the railroad track is bending at 8 inches per mile squared, but on with no hills or whatever, you believe it would be. So you're believing. So basically, what I'm saying is you're in doubt that the railroad tracks are straight on the surface of the Earth. Correct? Am I wrong about that?
I'm in awe at what you just did there.
Well, am I wrong? I mean, you are technically in doubt that the railroad tracks on the surface of the Earth are straight, right?
When you're
due to
ready
the curvature of
listen,
the
let me
Earth.
know. When you're ready to listen, let me know.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is that I'm not in doubt that they're straight. You're the one in doubt that they're straight. I'm asking you to demonstrate that they're curved when we observe them as being straight. I can't believe I'm even saying this. Jesus Christ.
Ready to listen?
Yeah. Do you doubt that railroad tracks are straight? You're not answering the question, are you?
Okay.
It's too damning. It's too damning to give a yes or a no
Are you
to
that
it.
scared about what I'm
it's
going to
really
say?
not.
Dude, just
It's
chill.
It's a straight edge,
chill.
dude. A railroad track
It's
is
not
a straight edge.
It's not a straight edge.
It is a straight edge.
So
They need to be straight, otherwise the train would go off the tracks. Did you know that?
That's
Trains don't go off tracks on curved pieces of track.
Right, like trains go around curves all the time. How do they get from
I
A
said
to B?
if it's going, we're
So
talking about
track
down.
can
We're talking
be
about
curved,
drop over
the train
distance.
will not
dude.
go off. Therefore, what you
Trains don't fall off the tracks when they go up hills either. Hills are curved.
Yeah, I know that,
hills
dude.
are
I was
curved,
making a
they go east
distinction
and
there.
west
If you were listening, I don't think you were listening.
I
trains
thought it
go
was.
around curves all the time, up hills, left, right. They don't fly off the rails. So that train stayed on the rails.
But
doesn't mean the
we're
rails
not
are
talking about the damn fucking train, dude. We're talking about the track. All right, so we have a straight edge made out of
just
steel.
said the train would fly off the track.
All right. I retract it. Roland, shut the fuck up. I retract what I just said. Roland, listen to what I'm saying. Shut up and listen. We have a straight edge. All right, we have a straight edge that we use for making train tracks. Just
How
one
do we
rail.
know that it was a straight edge? Like on the desk.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you asked that question. So I would just simply answer it by saying that the guys at the railroad, the people at the steel mill, they did their best to make it straight. Now my question is to you: what reason do you have to doubt that the railroad track is straight? The railroad track is not straight? What reason do you have to doubt that it's straight?
People lie sometimes.
I'm asking him to answer.
I think the folks at the railroad office did exactly what they were supposed to do and built the railroad along the surface of the earth. I think they were very good at their job. I think it was very.
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. What reason do I have to doubt it's straight?
Because it does not veer left or right. That's why.
No, I'm not
talking. You should not doubt it straight because it does not veer left or right.
Wait, what?
So like we're in Kansas, okay? I-70 in Kansas goes like for miles and miles and miles and does not veer left or right. And let's put some railroad tracks next to I-70 and they don't veer left or right either because the folks at the railroad office did a very good job surveying and measuring and
I'm not talking about left or right anymore. You know I'm not talking about left or right. I'm talking about drop over distance. Up and down is what I'm talking about.
Well, let's talk about left over right though, because if the Earth is flat,
yeah, because you have no evidence for the Earth being a ball. So let's talk about something other than evidence for the Earth being a ball.
No, hold on.
Analogy is so dumb.
I've given you a lot of latitude. If the Earth is flat, there will be no curvature left to right either. Correct? Is that a true statement?
You're referring to the horizon, aren't you?
I'm asking you, if the Earth is flat, there will be no curvature left to right or forward to back either way. Is that true or false?
Yeah, that's true, apart from topography.
Great. If the Earth is flat, there will be no curvature left to right or forward to back. If we can find any curvature left to right or forward to back, then the Earth must not be flat. Is that sound logic to you?
Yes. In regards to
is that sound logic to you?
Are you talking about an arc segment?
I'm saying if the Earth is flat, we should not see any curvature left to right or forward to back. If we do see curvature forward to back or left to right, the Earth must not be flat.
No, false.
Observe.
No, it's false.
Observe.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Measure.
What you're saying is bullshit.
What I'm saying is bullshit.
Yeah. Because we have plenty of white swans.
So if the Earth is a globe, you could measure all sorts of flat shit, and it'd be bullshit. It'd just be white swans.
I did not say that. That doesn't make sense either.
Figure anything out because fucking who knows?
Are you okay right now? You're not really making coherent sense.
Okay, my table is concave. I've given up.
Dude, I am certain that you can see left to right curvature from a few hundred feet up. The left to right curvature observed is absolutely incompatible with flat Earth. Therefore, the Earth is not flat.
Observed but not measured.
It's a direct observation measurement of the Earth.
How are you measuring
it's an observation from your eyes rolling? It's not reality. It's just
it's an observation
going on in your head.
Camera, not my eyes.
I mean, you could project this image onto a wall with like a camera obscura or similar device, and then
that's true. I don't think that's true. I think you guys are now spinning ad hoc explanations to try to defend, but the fact is you can see left to right curvature from not that high up. The Earth is not flat.
I'm not suggesting otherwise. I'm just saying
absolutely correct.
I'm just saying you could project, instead of using your eyeballs to measure the curvature, which obviously isn't a measurement, you could actually project the image onto a screen and then put like straight edges against the screen, which would be like a direct measurement.
That's actually the thing that I'm referring to is not my eyes, but a camera.
Exactly.
And there are straight edges in the field of view. So in a sense, it is exactly what you say. the straight edges in the field of view have been projected onto the CCD, I guess. But but you can see the horizon. I don't even want to say horizon. You can see where the water meets the air, and there's a straight edge in the field of view, very close to where the water meets the edge, and you can compare. Does the water and air boundary follow the straight edge, or does it follow a curve? And it very obviously follows a curve. And that's from only a few 100 feet up.
And so that's the reason why you doubt the Earth is flat. So is that, Roland, is that why you doubt the Earth is flat?
Yeah, that's why. That one single reason is why. I mean, that's not quite true. That's not quite true, but I'm going to run with it for now just to see what you say.
Say it's weak is what I say.
I mean, there's simple experiments that can be conducted, and it's just that flat earthers just don't want to do them.
Oh, wait a minute. How is that weak? I've got a situation that...
I'll tell you why it's weak.
Okay.
Because it's not a measurement of an arc segment. That's why it's weak.
Wow.
Like anything other than that is just bullshit. Like it's just all... Like, have you ever heard, Roland, let me ask you this, Roland. Have you ever heard the turn of phrase, talk is cheap?
Yes, I have heard that.
Yeah, so that's what you're doing right here, right now.
That's all you ever do, man.
No, I have a specific observation in mind that's not just talk. It's a place where people stood, they set up an apparatus, they took a careful measurement, they documented everything. It's not just talk. Like I got a thing in mind.
No, I don't mean that part. I don't mean it in that way. What I mean is, it's not really definitive. Well, I guess what I mean to say is it's what the evidence you're describing is the furthest from being definitive as it can get. So it's not definitive evidence, which would make it fall under what you're saying, fall under the category of talk is cheap, because it's really just talk at that point, since the evidence isn't good for anything. Just talk.
Well,
okay, so what's definitive that the Earth is flat?
I don't think that's true.
Definitive would be a direct measurement.
I think talk
railroad
is
tracks.
Saying, hold on a second.
A direct measurement of an arc segment via straight edge with solid material.
Hold on a second. Talk is you saying words with no substance behind them. You didn't make any measurements. You have no evidence. You don't.
Yeah, I
have
didn't
any
claim
photos,
to. I didn't make any claim either.
I know. You're just saying words. I'm not just.
Yeah, but it's not cheap talk because I'm not making any claims though. You're making claims. That's the difference.
Right. My claim is the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, I know.
You understand my claim? My claim is, I have a photo that shows left to right curvature. Therefore, the Earth is not flat. You understand the claim?
Yes, I understand that.
And do you understand it's not just talk, because there actually is a photo showing left to right curve. So it's not just talk.
Yeah, I know, and I just explained to you. I'll say it again. Okay. Maybe you'll understand this time.
You don't have to. It's not definitive. You're right. But let me rewind you just like 10 minutes. You didn't ask me for definitive proof. You asked me why I would doubt the Earth was flat. Now, I have given you a very concrete reason why I would doubt it, and you have started talking about definitive proof. I don't know if you know about moving the goalposts, but that is literally moving the goalposts. You asked me why I would doubt something, and when I told you why I would doubt it, you said, well, that's not definitive proof.
That's not moving the goalpost, dude. That's not moving the goalpost because I didn't tell you to convince me the Earth is a globe. I didn't set any goalposts to begin with, dude. I didn't set any goalposts to begin with.
Yes, you did. You said, why would I doubt?
That doesn't matter, dude. That's a bullshit term. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is you haven't demonstrated it to be curved.
You said, why would I doubt it? When I told you why,
yeah.
You said, well, that's not definitive.
And Roland, I accept your answer. I accept that you have a low standard of evidence, and with your low standard of evidence, this fits your standard of evidence.
You said, why would I doubt the Earth was flat? And I gave you a reason why I would doubt it.
Yes, you just said that. I know.
So doubting a thing isn't a standard of evidence. That doesn't mean that I have concluded every thought that I have. That's just a reason I doubt a thing. When I gave you the reason I doubted,
okay, but you still do though.
You shifted to that's not conclusive proof. You have a
Well, you still do have a low standard of evidence, though, Roland. Like, let me.
Can I ask him a
can
question real
demonstrate
quick?
this very quickly, very easily. Roland, is the Earth a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? Yes or no?
Well, I'm not even entertaining that answer. You can't even address the
Oh,
simple
Ryan.
left-right curvature thing, dude.
Can I ask him a question real quick? Hello?
You can ask me a
Roland.
question as far as I'm concerned. Go for it.
Okay, this is just a more of like a morally based question. So you don't have to answer it if you don't want to, because I know opinions aren't definitive of anything. But just out of curiosity, I totally support what you're saying. I think that's great because the dictionary definition of level means curved. So when they say the Earth like the sea level, how could it be flat, right? My question is though that is if morally like I don't know if you believe in the thing that happened for the last couple of years or not, whether you do or don't, you'd still wear a mask in public just so other people wouldn't get sick. It's the right thing to do, right? So in saying that, would you, so other people wouldn't die, help flatten the curve? It's for the other people so they don't get sick. Would you be willing to do it then to flatten the curve?
I'm not sure what you're talking about that I did to make other people get sick.
Really shouldn't talk
No,
about
I'm saying
this.
people by people not wearing masks and stuff, it gets other people sick.
Dude, can't talk about this here.
Yeah, let's not be doing that.
It's against the rules.
All right, I lost
Just
the
lay off.
train of thought. I don't even know. I'm confused.
Don't bother responding. You can't talk about that here.
My bad. Yeah, way to go, party pooper. I love those awkward silences.
Jennifer poops at parties.
Have you been, Orion?
I think he left.
Every time I step in the room, crickets. Every time.
Scared him away.
I love the crickets. In my high school yearbook, it said I was most likely to create crickets in Discord rooms. So they weren't lying about that. I remember the first time I heard about the Earth being flat. I was at the Enchantment Under the Sea dance with your father. And our pictures kept disappearing from the Polaroid pictures. How many people are going to watch the eclipse April 8th?
Well, I hope you're prepared.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
I'm going to be staring at that thing.
I've got my glasses. I got my
No
glasses.
glasses. You're not supposed to use glasses. It's supposed to reset your eyes.
Yeah, there you go. That's always a good
Yeah,
idea.
and hopefully your conscience also.
My conscience, particularly, or just people in general?
Yeah, well, the whole bunch.
Ever since I started worrying about my conscience, I haven't been con since. And you guys hear about how the old like castles and cathedrals had giant fireplaces, but no chimneys? Anyone?
Yeah, I think I went down that rabbit hole for a minute.
I don't know about a rabbit hole. I'm just talking about like a castle with fireplaces, like really like old ones, but no chimneys.
Right. Yeah, no, it's I lean towards the non anyway, that's when things were understood differently about the world that we live in and the connection to its creator. So,
What do you think? What do you think? Do you think they use those fireplaces to heat stuff up, or do you think they were just part of the like the decoration?
No,
it depends on which area and which structure. The outside ones that are not inside of any like solitude, like any single building or residence for that matter, those I can't speak of those. But the ones that are like outside all over the world, from India, South America, U.S., Greece, everywhere in Europe really, and Africa too, I would say that indicates something much more beautiful and spiritual. So, yeah, I don't really want to get into speculation, but yeah, I would say that they're not for fireplaces or whatever, but maybe some of them. Maybe.
Do you think they ever use radium in any of them to heat up like the structure?
Oh, I would never make a claim like that.
Chimney?
No, I would never. We have no way to go on anything other than discoloration from aging as to what caused it on that certain material. There's no way. But there's so many all over the world that if you had something in specific, then maybe I could think about it.
I mean, that's weird though. I mean, that didn't take place hundreds of millions of years ago, but they know how like the dinosaurs got extinct and all that. You'd think that they would know,
Yeah.
what if they burned stuff in the fireplaces, chimney. I'm just saying.
No, I know. And if I expanded on that, it would just get into something that's not appropriate for this server. But yeah, I actually thought about that just a couple days ago. So yeah, all good.
No, I know what you mean. Every time I start talking about fires, me being an ex-fireman, it usually gets pretty inappropriate. So thank you for stopping me there.
I mean, are you talking about sacrifices or what?
No, literally, I'm talking about fireplaces in those old castles. But
I don't know if you're pretending to be a pyromaniac, but it's a very creative way that you just.
No, I was an inmate fireman for 3 years. I was an inmate firefighter for 3 years. So,
Nice.
I mean, close.
No.
Not exactly a fireman.
It's all very, very interesting, but I just, not for here for today. But it is really, you can DM me about it if you want.
I wanted to quickly say, man, the firefighter here, absolutely. Before it's about flat Earth, but absolutely hats off, man. That takes a lot of balls to do that job. So hats off to you.
Thank you, Will. Yeah, we got when I did it, we were getting paid $1 per hour.
What?
No joke. And if you owed restitution, they'd give you 50 cents per hour. That's only while you're on the fire.
Look, hats off, man. And that takes a lot of balls. And like, for example, with what happened to my son, they were the first on site, and we were resuscitating him and everything like that. And I've seen him in action, putting out fires, and I'm running into. I've seen firefighters actually run into burning houses and shit like that when there's people inside, like personally with my own eyes. And man, that takes a lot of balls. I'm not sure I could do that. So yeah, hats off, man. Absolute hats off.
Thank you. I never fought fire on any structure fire, but we were vegetation for CAL FIRE. But yeah, that's a whole different type of fireman. But I mean, that's really, they're really brave. I'm not saying all firefighters aren't, but like, yeah, structure firefighters in the city. Yeah, it's noble work.
No, good on you, man. Good on you. Never met a firefighter I don't like. Never met a nurse I don't like. I've never met an ambulance that I don't like.
Same, man.
Paramedic
Same.
I don't like.
Same. Yeah, absolutely. It's a different cut for sure. They've all been upstanding, wonderful people, men and women for sure. Skinny.
Well, I mean, even if you had, like, theoretically, even if you had bumped into one of these people you said, and you didn't like them personally, and they weren't morally good people or whatever, if they had a lot of character flaws or whatever, it still wouldn't take away or add anything to their job. I'm just saying.
No, look, I don't think you can actually be a morally bad person and be a paramedic and be a firefighter and be a nurse. I don't think you can be, honestly.
Really?
You could be a soldier. Like I was a soldier, and there was some morally questionable guys in there. They were excellent soldiers, but You wouldn't trust them with your teenage daughter, kind of thing, I guess. Like if she's 18 or something like that, with alcohol involved. But yeah, all I'm saying is, man, utmost respect, and like Sydney was saying, yeah, utmost respect, man. Hats off.
Thank you. Yeah, I just gotta say, as far as like, I don't think there's any. This is just my observation. I don't think there's any class of people or any type of occupation, no matter how noble, that every single person who's done that or who's doing it is above reproach in any way. And that even goes for flat earthers, mostly for flat earthers, But yeah,
you guys
thank
save
you.
lives. You save lives, man. You save lives. I mean, there's the wish to save life in and of itself speaks to someone's moral character, in my opinion. And yeah.
Did you see can you see my logo right now or no?
Yes.
Huh?
Yep, we can see your logo, mate.
Okay. Do you see? You understand everything it says in it, right?
I'm reading Latter-day Saints exposing since 2017.
And then you see exposing what? It says it on the helmet, but I don't know if you can see it or not because it's written. It's an acronym.
It's too small, but I can't see it.
It says the acronym DEW or DO. That's all it says.
And what's the acronym stand for?
DO? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, buddy.
I don't know if you Google it, it'll say. I don't want to get people mad for me saying stuff like it could be taken the wrong way or something. I just got yelled at for something else. So
I mean, just
sometimes my moral compass is a little off, so I just kind of I'm gonna err on the safe side.
Always a good call, man. But either way, respect. And yeah, good to see you here.
But you can Google it though; it'll tell you what DEW stands for. I mean,
yeah,
well, it should.
Sorry, I don't think we've interacted before. Where do you sit, man? You flat earther, you Globey, you on the fence? I think obviously
I'm a
given
born
your
again.
logo.
I'm a born again flat earther.
Ah, right, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, the guy that introduced me to flat Earth, he's actually he's not gone back to globe, but he's gone back. Like he introduced me in 2015, and I abused the fuck out of him for an hour and a half, telling him he was an idiot and all that kind of stuff.
Who introduced you?
Yeah. Sorry.
Who introduced you?
His name's Andrew. I'm trying to get him on here, but he's a bit socially awkward. He's a fantastic guy. But yeah, he introduced me to Flat Earth back in 2015, told him he was an idiot. Anyway, I spoke to him recently, told him, look, man, I got on these Flat Earth servers on Discord, man. You want to jump on here. And he was saying, yeah, his sticking point is, the flights between, say, Sydney and Santiago or whatever. And he's like, look, I'm not 100% sure. Like, he's gone from being Flat Earth to sitting on the fence, but I'm sure we'll turn
before we go any further, sir, with a nice accent, are you a flat earther?
Me?
Yeah, I am, mate. And don't call me sir. I work for a fucking living.
Okay. I'm not able to look at the icons right now. So if you've been on here a long time, forgive me for the disrespect or anything. I mean, I'm just asking.
No, none taken, mate. I'm skinny vet. Nice to meet you.
I was just wondering if you're a flat earther, and you say you are. So maybe I've heard your name. Maybe I've heard you on here like in the past couple of years or something. Not on this server, but because your voice sounds familiar.
As a glober,
No, mate.
I want to vouch. Skinny Vet is civil and honest and a joy
He's a
to
flat
talk
earther,
to.
huh?
He's a flat earther, but he's a joy to
Okay.
talk to. So, and
Okay,
I'm a
cool,
glober.
cool. All right. Okay, all right. I'm a born again
I
flat
appreciate
earther.
that, Roland. I appreciate that, Roland. Like you too, man. You'd never been a dick, so I really appreciate it.
But even if he had been a dick, would that add or take away to any of the legitimacy or quackery of his claim about the shape of the earth? Me personally, I don't think so.
No, so what I mean by being a dick, is people coming in here.
Bro, I'm just giving you a hard time.
No, you're right. No, what I mean by being a dick is, not necessarily if someone's unlikable or whatever the case may be. You could probably call me, like most veterans, I'm a bit of a misanthrope, I guess you could say. I don't fucking like people, but I really do like it here. I do like you guys. No, but what I mean by being a dick is, being outright disrespectful, being outright, I don't know how to articulate right now, but
No, I
those
know
have
what you
been here
mean.
for
I
a
know
while.
somebody who's outlandish.
Yeah, it's just basic fucking common courtesy, and Roland's been fucking pretty cool, and Matt Learns is fucking cool. Like Scott Mackey, for the most part, he's really cool as well.
Matthew Learns, that's so funny. I know him.
I don't give a shit where anyone. I don't give a shit where anyone sits. It's I'm not even saying you had to be a perfect gentleman, because at times I'm not a perfect gentleman at all. But the type of the trolley, the trolling type. I can't stand them, and that's what I mean. I guess you could say, like the really trolly types.
Here, let me weigh in. Skinny Vet and I talked, and we disagreed about a lot of things, but and we knew that, and we were in opposition, but we also admitted when each other was right, and I feel like that's what sets it apart. Because not everybody's right about everything all the time, and when you are debating somebody like Skinny Vet and me, and I can say, "Wow, Skinny Vet, you're right, I'm wrong," and he did the same to me. I feel like those moments sort of separate the trolls from the people that are worth talking to.
Very well articulated.
You don't give away your whole point. You don't lose your whole argument just because you're like, oh, dude, wow, yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Like those moments separate, because trolls never ever do that, and Skinny Vet will. So that's my thought.
Thanks. Yeah, well articulated, bud. Right back at you.
Is there any flat earthers on here from Flat Earth Discord?
Yes.
This is Flat Earth Discord, bro. How you doing, Flat Day? I says,
Oh,
this is
good,
the
good.
new
How you
Flat
doing?
Earth.
Who is this?
It's the Big Root.
Oh, how you doing, bro?
Yeah, good, man. Good to see you. Long time.
Good, good. I've talked to you before, no, huh? Haven't I? Many times, huh?
Many years ago, my friend. Many years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I started coming on here in 2021, maybe, I think, or 2020. I can't remember.
I remember I'm one of the few people who have seen you debate on Modern Day Debate.
Ah, shit. That's right, bro. I'm kind of a clown.
No, you're good, bro. You were debating in the early days, very early days.
Yeah. I remember. Like being. Maybe I'd been a flat earther for like not even a year, probably like the first 6 months, and all I do is watch flat earth videos like Nathan Thompson with it. And I would always tell my girlfriend, like, how do I get in touch with these people? I don't know anybody else is a flat earther, and like I need other people to talk to. And I was raw though, like I didn't know how to debate or anything, and I would get really mad sometimes, you know. But
they don't know what to do with you, man. They don't know what to do with you.
But hey, over the years, and over the years, it's like for the first couple of years, I would talk to even random strangers about flat Earth all 7 days a week, right? If I couldn't talk to anybody I knew, it's gotten to the point now where like I'll mention to at least one person today something about it, but it's very subtle, you know. Whereas before
How
I wore like a hat that said flat Earth, I had flat Earth tattooed on my knuckles. Like I wasn't subtle, you know.
That's where I know you from.
when you did that,
You're the
when you get
Ventura
your
guy.
tattoo.
Yeah, I'm from Ventura. Yeah, I live in Santa Barbara now, where the Black Swan observation took place. In fact, when I go outside, I can see all the way to the ocean from the mission, which ironically is 33 feet in elevation. I can see the islands perfectly most days. I can see all the oil rigs, the Black Swans, and the Santa's helpers, and all that.
Yeah,
So,
makes
yeah.
a difference beforehand when you observe things or understood
Yeah.
things differently. You know, it's like
Mhm.
now it makes sense. You know, now I can trust my sight.
Yep. Dude, think about it. Like from the time we are from one of my earliest memories is being told it's not okay to lie and that Santa Claus brings me presents. Right? So I mean, how's that for the Nigalian? They hit you with a Nigalian really young, you know? And then by the time you realize that Santa Claus isn't real and you want to be like a big kid, the teacher's teaching you about the globe and how like it's the only time ever in school, ever, and it's especially in a tolerant, rich, diverse type of academia that we have nowadays. When do you ever hear them putting down somebody else's culture or belief or anything? I mean, you could get shamed for that now for being for like hate speech and not being like open or like inclusive or whatever. But in first grade, they tell you how dumb flat earthers were and how they proved that the earth wasn't flat. And God, I can't believe those people. You know, basically they smut them up a little bit, and that shit sticks with a kid, dude. Growing up, and then you realize that Santa Claus wasn't real, so the whole North Pole thing's out of your mind. Anytime you think of the North Pole and you get curious, you look at the globe. It's got a metal ring through where the North Pole's supposed to be. Is that the actual actual North Pole, magnetic North Pole, physical North Pole, observational North Pole, whatever? It's something that they make untangible, like the horizon, you know, the observable horizon, the geometric horizon, you know. Anyway, one quick thing, I want to say about the Black Swan is that was observed at San Ysidro exit in Montecito from like 6 feet off the. I think I might be wrong. 6 feet off of the shore. But if you are
3 feet, buddy, 3 feet, 3 feet. Sorry, buddy, 3 feet.
3 feet. Okay, yeah. Okay, 3 feet. I met the guy who made the observation, Bo. I'm just not a math person, so that's the type of thing that like I'll be like I don't know if I have the numbers right, but if you're driving in the northbound lane going from Ventura to Santa Barbara, it's like a 25-minute drive. And before you get to Santa Barbara, that's where San Ysidro exit is. I'd say like 8 minutes before, no, like 6 more minutes and you're in Santa Barbara. So it's almost all the way in Santa Barbara. But if you're driving northbound, there's a part of the freeway that opens up where you can see one of the there's a man-made pier right there that's fenced off. They say they use it for oil rigs. I think it's for undersea cable, whatever. But the pier at night is lit up. There's lights all along the pier, and then the lights dip down into the water where the pier dips into the water, right? So the way these oil rigs are lit up at night, they have lights on them, and as you're moving in the vehicle, it looks like it's Santa Claus's sleigh with where the other oil rigs that are smaller look like the reindeer, and the pier as you're driving north looks like it's like the horizon or the surface of the earth, and it appears that once you reach a certain point right before they disappear behind houses, it appears that they're lifting off into the night, you know. And what's ironic about that is where it ends observably is a place called Santa Claus Lane, and it's really interesting. It's exit 88. You could there's a lot of interesting things to be said about that place. I think that place is where it's only a block long exit. There's a the place they call it looks like a White Castle from Saudi Arabia, and to my understanding, it is where in the summer of '78 they consecrated the Church of Set with Michael Kionis heading them up. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that. Just a little interesting fact about Santa Barbara that it ends up right in. It's interesting also because it's the Black Swan observation, and Black Swan backwards is SB, right? And it's just weird how everything ties in. I don't know. You guys can Google it. I said you can do it if you want. Huh?
Sorry, no, you're right about the consecration, mate. You're right about the concentration of the temple is set there. 100%. I read about that. We have a similar jetty not too far from where I live. It's Abbott Point, and when it's lit up, it looks the same. Santa Sleigh. It looks very similar, and it goes a long way out. Yeah, it's a cold jetty, so it goes a long way out, and the water's shallow, so it has to go all the way out to where it gets deep.
Yeah,
it's I don't know exactly how long it is, but it is really long, dude. Really long.
Yeah, Flattery Saints. I want to give you a picture, and if you can tell if the picture I post right now is actually the same that you observe in the Black Swan.
Let me see. Just a second, I have to get into.
Just while you're getting into that, by the way, Temple is set, just for anyone that is unaware. So that was done by the OTO, and they were a big part of the heliocentric model and the space and jet program. They're behind NASA, behind Operation Paperclip, all that kind of shit. Jack Parsons was a very senior member of them. And and Set is the first part. So back in Egypt, you had Set and An. That was the name for the same star. Set, An, Satan, essentially. So
Yeah. I agree with you on that.
So those are in.
For sure. They're very I'd say underrated as far as like a lot of people knowing about them. But I even believe Bush could be a member of it. But they're really powerful though. They have a long reach, dude.
Yeah, Bush's, Clintons, they're all members, man. Like all these big wigs, they're all members. Every single fucking one of them.
What's interesting is how their whole thing is the setting of the sun, right? They worship the setting of the sun, and it appears to make a cross on the ocean horizon, like right before it sets. Well, what's interesting is if supposedly the first people to illuminate the Western world, or allegedly Earth in general, with electrical light bulbs, was Tesla and Edison. And if you spell Tesla's name backwards, it's all Set. And if you rearrange the letters in Edison, it's Dyson. I'm just saying now.
That's interesting. But it all comes from the OTO/Neo Freemasonry, all of it. It's utterly satanic. Utterly satanic, all of it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. NASA's just T minus waiting to happen. Huh?
You said Tesla backwards is Alset? What does that mean?
All set, yeah.
Does that mean anything?
Yeah, the dog star. So Set was the dog star in the Egyptian pantheon, and then you had the other name for it being An, A-N. Later on, this was transcribed into Arabic, Shaitan, Set, An, Shaitan, and that's where we get the word Satan.
Yeah. Interesting. The Ankh, the A-N-K-H, and the symbol, A-N-K-H.
Ankh.
Discworld.
Yeah, the dog star, Sirius, the dog star.
Oh, okay.
Ankh-Morpork is a place in the Discworld series by Terry Pratchett. Discworld. A-N-K-H.
Okay.
Insane.
Flatterday, have you seen a picture yet?
Dude, you have to forgive me. I don't even know how to get into the live chat with this.
Are you on your phone?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I am. I am on the phone.
Yeah, I'll just go to the top of the channel and click on it and jump into the chat section.
Okay.
Don't do it.
Or on my phone. Or on my phone, the only way I can get into the chat on my phone. So right next to where
I can see everybody's icon, but I can't see.
All right, Okay, gotcha. So what you do, right? You know the microphone that you have to press to talk? To the left of that, you should see a speech bubble. Tap on that, and that's the chat.
I don't see it. Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you. Okay, I'll go to that picture right now.
Yeah, just scroll a little bit up.
Okay. Okay.
It's a checkerboard pattern.
Mm. Let's see here. I'm still scrolling.
Shouldn't be much far. Should be 1-2 taps.
What time is it at? Was it posted?
10:20.
Oh, 10:20 p.m.
If
tonight.
it's your PM, I have AM.
Bro, it's 20 minutes after the hour. Get together.
Okay. No, I wasn't asking what time it is. I said what time was it posted?
10:20.
Okay.
See, we got some new names in the VC. Any new Globers like to speak up? Now's a good time. Any questions?
Yeah, if you have trouble finding it, just scroll to the bottom again. Has been reposted.
Yeah, if you could just repost it, that would be dope. I appreciate it. All right, I'm at the bottom now.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to push back on that Al Set stuff you said regarding shaitan and stuff. I looked at the etymology, and it says it comes from ancient Greek, Satan or Satan, meaning rejecter or accuser.
Yeah, I mean, which is basically the same, which is also mentioned in the Bible. He has many names and titles, which all mean the same, basically.
I think the accuser is probably the one I use most for sure, and never changes.
But doesn't come from Al Set or whatever the guy was saying.
I just go with scripture, but in my personal experience,
Oh, wait, you're asking about Tesla's name backwards?
And he's an accuser.
Say again?
Sound like a bunch of mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, I wasn't really following the occult background there with the story. I just was going with biblical scripture is how I do it. But I was just saying, yeah, accuser is my favorite description of him. That's all I was saying.
Yeah.
Because he's a mofo and an accuser.
I mean,
Howard Stern.
We humans are pretty cocky towards him, But when you read about
that's why it's his oldest and most.
Michael,
it's a never fail tactic. So yeah, why wouldn't he prey on that? And yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you read about Michael, he just let the Lord rebuke you. It's like it's not me who was accusing you. My Lord, whom I serve, is hopefully rebuking. I mean, which is he is.
Bro,
but anyway, back to the topics. Maybe more this on Sunday.
Isn't really that bad.
Yeah.
Honestly, he's like doing God's work. He thinks he's like a badass or whatever, but he's doing exactly what God wants him to do.
I think that we should get back onto a server topic, though.
I mean, we can talk about it. It's not like we talk about.
I wouldn't want to stop, and I don't want to do that to the server. I could talk about it for a long time.
Yeah, you're right. Silence is so much better.
And it's a great song. As much as I hate Simon Garfunkel, right?
I love to go into it too, it's like, but if nobody's saying no, please no, save us.
Are you guys gonna post a picture of the Black Swan?
No, I'd rather you just rap.
Have you? Have you looked
Acapella
into the
Flatface,
picture?
I mean, I see the picture but that's like the Pythagorean theorem and like observations. I thought you meant like a picture of the actual.
No, I mean the checkerboard where you see a horizon and such. And I asked you if you see similarities to what the Black Swan actually shows.
Oh, that's what you're asking. Well, yeah. I mean, as far as like the
checkerboard makes it very easy to see the illusion that we actually see in distance when we see a fluid, not fluid. I mean, we can call it fluid since we have no pixels in our eyes. We are not computers.
Bro, what are you saying?
Huh? I don't understand what you're saying.
Try again, Ripco.
Okay. We don't have any pixelation when we look into, unless you have eyesight problems. Then, of course, you see something different. But onto the distance, how things behave when you look over the distance. The illustration of this checkerboard makes us clear what kind of illusion we see over the very distance.
Yeah.
Which is in order with the same pattern.
All right. I'm not sure I follow you. Like I hear what you're saying, but I'm not sure where you're going with this. But
okay, no problem.
Try again though, because I didn't get what you were putting down either. By the way, isn't this technically a chessboard since chess is black and white?
Yeah, basically. I mean, it's just an infinite board.
But where are the pieces?
Who needs pieces? It's just a demonstration about how perspective works. And what kind of illusion follows because of the very patterns we see. So lines you see on the horizon to the left and right, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 patterns visually, if you can follow them, which are not there. There are no lines, but the illusion of the checkerboard makes it looks like there are other lines.
Bro, how are you gonna play chess with no pieces?
Bro, we are not talking about the pieces. We are talking about
the board,
the surface you are looking at. Just like when you're standing on a shore or when you're standing on a flat surface, how your perspective works, how the horizon you see works, and how objects on that surface behave in that kind of manner because of this very illusion.
Now do you get it, Flatterday?
Huh? What's up?
Now do you get what he's saying?
I mean, yeah. It's. I mean, the picture with the checkerboard floor is self-evident. It doesn't even need an explanation. Our forefathers, quote unquote, one of the truest things they ever said was, "We hold these truths to be self-evident."
I don't like this picture. The whole point is like they're showing perspective and stuff like that with these chessboard squares, right? But then the sky has clouds in it, and the horizon is all they've like dimmed it out. They've blurred it. Why?
I mean, it doesn't matter. You can black it out. You can make your own, put it in paint and make your own whatever background you want to have. Or
No, you do it. It's your image.
It's not my image. I copied from somewhere else, but it makes the very
2:20
same
a.m.
explanation.
Ripcord posted it.
Yes, I posted it, but I just said I just copied it from someone else. It's not my claim, but either way, the explanation is the same. You can make your own manipulation to the image, to your own likeness, in order to see any difference, if you find any, which is none.
All I know is that the first time I saw this image, it came from you.
Either the brightness of the image in the background to the horizon doesn't matter either way. Also, Scott Mackey.
Is there how many flat earthers are in this server right now listening?
I'd say the majority of people here are flat earthers, my friend. There's a few globers. They tend to have the GF6 tag on them.
Oh, okay.
And more on YouTube.
But like I said, we have some new names in here. I'd love to hear from anybody who believes in the globe, who wants to speak up. A few names I've never seen in here. Tioga, if you're there. That's a new name. King Bear, I'm unaware whether you're a glober or flat earther. But we've got a few in here. Cyrus T. Crumples. Please speak up, guys.
Hey, by the way, Roots, man, great to see you here, as always. Really good to see you, buddy. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good. Good to see you too. Hope you're well. I'm all good, as always.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I had a camera up my ass yesterday, but that's all good. Good fun. I'm sure a few of you in here have fucking had that happen. It's good fun. But yeah, anyway.
Shit.
What's... It's neither here nor there, but yeah, you're right. We got a few faces in here that we haven't seen before. So yeah, like Roots was saying, guys, and you know, Roots is a really nice guy. So is Ripcord. I can pipe up.
See a lot of new faces in here. People I don't recognize. Seems like you guys all broke the first rule of flat Earth.
This is not a listening server.
Sometimes you just have to provoke them, though. You know, you might have to just start a topic, have a little talk to the room. Might be worth, if we do want to provoke them, it might be worth all of us, you know, maybe one by one sharing our biggest gripe with the globe. I mean, I'll start if you want. My biggest gripe is that they've never proven the radius or the curve. And that really bothers me, the way that they act like
don't need to.
It's been measured. Right. That's my gripe. Anyone else?
I think my biggest gripe is that possibly the reason, or one of the main reasons, that they took our beautiful flat realm that's like the zodiac wheel, and they virtually turned it into a hamster ball to hide certain elements, such as, I don't know, for example, it could be things like radium that go for like $7 million a pound, $700,000 an ounce. And just a pinch of this stuff could power a whole town for like a year or more. And it would have not allowed for any of the major electrical and power grid companies to do anything. You know, just like if the number one thing you could do to get rid of swollen ankles or, like, you know, being unhealthy is go barefoot outside. The number one thing that doctors could say to lose their practice and not make any money is go barefoot outside. I'm just saying, though. This is not medical or legal advice. It's strictly for entertainment and educational purposes only. Yeah.
Oh, you might have the CDC on your ass right now. If it's for educational purposes.
Yeah.
Grounded, man. Good stuff, bro. My biggest gripe, man, is all the fake imagery. Right? The ISS, all the fake images of Earth. Like that's what turned me into a flat earther, bro. It was watching like copied and pasted clouds slapped on the earth and them admitting that they don't have any real images, just illustrations. Like if people can't see that for what it is, I don't know. It ain't too much getting through to them, man.
Yeah, exactly. And we have also a helpful tool, which is a AI checker. You know, when you put those images into the AI checker, it actually tells you, just like a specialist who is involved in Photoshop and everything else that has with manipulation, does the exact same thing, and it shows you what is manipulated. And it makes
man, it's so bad, bro. I don't know if y'all seen the video with the guy who has the Flat Earth app. I forget his name, but anyway, he like takes pictures of the bottom of his screen.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Like when he takes the pictures at the bottom of his frying pan and he'll like show it to the globe believers and they're like, oh yeah, well this is a new galaxy out in nebula whatever, and they'll just believe it, bro. It's really crazy like what you can make with no budget. Like he took a picture of his front yard and turned the yard upside down, put a solar panel in there and told them people it was the ISS, and they're just like, yeah, I guess it is, bro. Why would they lie? It's crazy.
That's
Speaking
crazy.
of those normies, I guess my biggest gripe with them is with like the ball and everything, is those normies wearing the NASA gear all the time. Like, they're always sporting these NASA hoodies and shirts and stuff like that, thinking they're baller. Like, what? Come on, it's NASA, bro. Like, get your head
Or
out of your ass.
or the bumper stickers. Yep, right next to coexist and other stuff, and I'm like,
You just like want to crash into them, hey?
Yep, and to your point, like to all of your points so far, like my biggest gripe, and I'm not surprised, but my biggest gripe personally is just the fucking the crowd think and lack of critical thinking, and just the cognitive dissonance, and just this they have no ability to think for themselves. They don't have an individual thought in their head. They never have.
Yeah. Put one of us into their crowd and just shout at them, look at this fucking arc, this fucking rocket is no taking. Are you taking paying attention? Just look. It doesn't go straight up. No, it takes an arc. It makes it slow.
Only because it's achieving orbital velocity to escape the atmosphere.
Course. Yeah, I know, of course.
I seriously thought we had one on the line then, and I realised it was Ripcord. Got one.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't it take an arc? It's like, why would it avoid the firmament at all? It's like, of course, the rocket has to be functional still, so that people can see it and not run into
orbital velocity means
a dome. Yes, yeah.
You can't orbit if it's going straight out. Like,
why? Why not? Why does it care about winds at all?
Constantly falling, but it's moving sideways at such a speed where it's not actually falling.
What? It doesn't make sense. If it goes straight up, why would it fall?
It's falling because it's more dense than whatever it's in, right? Than the air that's in. So it's constantly falling down, but it's moving sideways at such a speed where it's just falling around and not down.
Why would it need the... Dude, when you have an acceleration pattern, which means you're pressing air away, by the very fuel you are exhausting out of the pipe of the rocket. The best way to accelerate would be a straight line and not taking a fucking arch in order to put fuel into waste just to accelerate more and more and more. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no. If the goal was just to get away from Earth as much as possible, then they would go out straight away. This is all theoretical because I don't believe this bullshit. But like theoretically, if they wanted to orbit the Earth, then they would have to go, sideways. They'd have to go into an orbit, achieve orbital velocity, which means that they'd have to go
why do you
kind of
believe
diagonally.
that? Why do you believe that though?
Who said I did?
Oh, you're saying it like...
I'm just saying theoretically it makes sense.
Well, how does that make sense? Because gravity is supposed to pull things towards each other. So how does that make sense?
Well, suppose the Earth's like a flat coin, all right? If you go up, then you're going to fall back down onto the Earth and hit it. But if you go up and then go sideways, then you would miss the coin. And then where would you be? Well, don't know. But according to the round Earth model, you can perpetually miss the Earth. So you're being pulled towards the Earth, but you're never actually getting close to it.
Yeah.
What? No, that's ridiculous.
Okay,
That's
about
ridiculous.
what system are we
explain
talking
why.
about? Are
And
we
I'll
talking
explain why.
about a satellite
Because
right now that is being launched?
Let me respond
or-
to him, please. Let me respond to him. So you're saying that gravity causes things to circulate around masses.
No, gravity makes it go down, but because it's going at an angle, as it goes down, it misses the place that it was. So it's constantly going around.
But what's keeping this thing in a fixed orbit? Because gravity pulls things together and should be squashing things together.
Well,
it's orbital
the
velocity
object
is
should
keeping
be
it.
being pulled towards the Earth, not pulled into an orbit. You can't describe an orbit
Bro, you need
with
to
gravity.
play some.
Well, hold on. I think the question may have been posed at me.
Maybe.
I believe that according to the sort of round Earth models, the idea is that anything that is uninterrupted in a gravity well will actually travel in a kind of not exactly circular orbit, but like a conic orbit. It's not a circle, it's a more like an oval shape, but yes, it will continue to loop. The reason things don't do that most of the time in our lived experience is because there's an Earth in the way and you hit the Earth and then you start traveling this sort of circular path.
Right, but if there's gravity wells, then objects in orbit should be pulled into other gravity wells, like when the moon goes to the sun side or an object goes to the side of the Earth where the sun is, there should be a gravity well towards the sun, correct?
Oh, sure.
So why is it that objects are not affected by larger masses like the sun? How do we get
They are.
perfect orbits? So there is acceleration then. So you're talking about something that cannot be modelled in a mass attracting mass model.
It can be.
Because things should be affected by these gravity wells, which is caused by larger masses. So when an object orbits around the Earth and reaches the sun side, it's going to speed up or decrease its acceleration then.
I think you're sort of making kind of classical error there. So the gravity accelerates an object, and an acceleration of an object means a change in its velocity. So if you're going forwards and I start to make you travel sideways, that is change in velocity. That would be an acceleration, but you aren't necessarily going faster. I can make you change in your direction without making you speed up. So you could be traveling at like 10 miles an hour straight forward, and then after I push you, you're traveling at 10 miles an hour forward and sideways. That would still be an acceleration. So that the
but the rocket is not pulled by a string, which would then accelerate further and further and faster and faster.
Nobody's claiming
but it
there's a
pushes.
string.
No, it pushes by its own strength, by its fuel, which has its in reserve. But it doesn't work this way. You're saying that in distance, the further the rocket goes away, the more it accelerates, which is nonsense.
No, I'm not saying that.
No, but that's what you're insinuating, my friend. And what
did I insinuate that the further away the rocket is, the faster it is accelerated. I'm confused.
Yeah, because you take it to the gravitational force that is mass from the Earth.
faster it would have to be accelerating to achieve orbital velocity.
Yeah, this is nonsense, bro.
Yeah.
Now I'm confused because saying I've said things I just don't feel I've said.
You're insinuating. You're not realizing where your ideas lead to and what
Well, then don't
must
say
be happening.
I'm insinuating this. Say instead, well, if you take that idea and this idea and combine them, then it leads to this unsound conclusion. Don't say that I've said it.
Okay. So in the Earth scenario, we're talking about an accelerated Earth that is accelerating and being affected by so-called the mass of other objects. Okay, it's doing its own movement. Okay, and then you are saying that things orbiting around this are at like a constant speed due to an orbit, but an orbit doesn't make sense when you're dealing with other masses in the solar system. And this accelerated Earth, you can't even demonstrate an orbit, never mind an orbit with an accelerated spinning ball. This whole idea is stitched together with theory, but none of this can be practically demonstrated. You don't have orbits. You have mass attracting mass, but mass attracting mass doesn't equal orbits. It's a broken model, and you can't model this. Nobody can model this. It's impossible.
What's the particular observation that you observed that you feel doesn't fit with this model?
That's the wrong question. The question is, can we or can you cite or demonstrate any orbits in reality? Like, can you show me?
I completely disagree.
Orbits? No. The question is,
if we've got two theoretical models, right?
The question is, do we have an example of an orbit in reality? And the answer is no. Never mind an elliptical orbit with one central mass, which is just flipping.
You're claiming that is now, but
no, but that's a slap in the face to logic.
But you're claiming something is so, but you aren't actually backing it up with an observation.
What did he claim?
No, my friend, that's you. I'm claiming. What have I claimed? You believe in orbits, and you believe that mass attracting mass can cause elliptical and one central mass orbits. That's what you believe, correct?
I never made a claim to a belief.
Okay, do you believe in Kepler's laws? Do you believe orbits are real?
I don't know why you're bringing up my belief when what I was talking about before is the understanding according to the theory of like globe earthers, you know.
Because you were defending orbits, and you were saying how a rocket would get into space would be to enter into an orbit, and I'm telling you, you don't have an orbit logically. You have a belief that these things could possibly happen, but you don't have any evidence that orbits are real.
You're claiming that something isn't so, and I would just want to know how you know that it is not so.
No, I'm questioning how do these orbits work if mass attracts mass?
No, you
can
actually
you logically explain how an orbit works?
You made a clear claim that there are no orbits. The
burden of proof is on the positive claim, not the negative claim.
Yeah.
Well, no, I would say the burden of proof is on the claim, right?
Yeah.
If you make a claim about...
stay with it though. The only claim I made is that you can't model this.
No, you made the claim. You have made the claim that there are not orbits. Now, if you don't want to stick to that claim, fine. Just let me know.
Cyrus, when someone makes a negative claim, the only way to prove it is with omnisciency. Okay, you prove every other thing, right? To isolate this thing that you're saying is not the case, and that's impossible to do unless you're God.
So so you're saying the negative claim is impossible to prove?
For something where there's no evidence for it, yes. Like I can say unicorns don't exist because maybe they do exist, but we have no empirical way of observing them. Maybe they're
the claim that he just said, that the negative claim, you're saying that is unprovable.
No,
until you find an orbit,
say,
you can't prove that orbits don't exist.
Yes. You have an extraordinary claim, my friend. You are claiming that mass attracting mass, which you need to, that's an extraordinary claim in itself, but we'll bypass that. But your claim is that mass attracting mass, which normally pulls things together, can create circular and non-elliptical orbits. That is an extraordinary claim. It's not self-evident in nature.
That's why
I just really want to make the point that you have made the claim that there are no orbits.
I just want to jump in quickly and say, hold on, I just want to jump in quickly, okay? Look, I would ask you to stop the 2-on-1, number one. And number two, please stop interrupting Roots. He's a good guy. He's a really nice guy. He's also a mod here, okay? Don't come into someone else's house and interrupt them. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Skinny. But no issues. Yeah, look, no issues. Maybe I don't mean to accelerate this to a debate, one-on-one. There's plenty of people here who can jump in. But you're making a mistake when you say that I'm making the claim and I have the burden of proof. I'm telling you that this claim of orbit is an extraordinary claim. And in order for you to be able to make that statement, you need to be able to back that up. We don't have a way to model mass attracting mass and orbits and elliptical orbits and one central mass orbits. That is your claim.
So I have made claims about the model of globe earthers, but you have also made a claim. Would you deny that you have made a claim about the existence of orbits?
Oh man, this is such a waste of time.
I just want to get past this, right? I just want to get past the fact. And all we need to do to get past this fact is to say that, yes, I made the claim that there are not orbits, but actually I don't.
Yes, you absolutely made the
that.
negative claim that there's no orbits. But if you were being intellectually honest, for you to push back on his negative claim would imply that you're making the positive claim.
No.
Or else you're just wasting time.
I'm saying that
you're
we can
being disingenuous, or
we
you're
shouldn't assume
the
either claim.
implication that they do exist, and the burden of proof is on the positive claim. So you keep on trying to shift the burden of proof.
No. He's making a claim. The burden of proof is on a claim.
No, it's not. Again, the burden of proof is not on a negative claim with no empirical evidence whatsoever.
It is. If someone says that unicorns exist, then yes, they should be asked to demonstrate that there is a unicorn. But if someone says that unicorns don't exist, well, how can they prove that?
They can't, unless they have omniscience. Exactly.
So you're saying
why
that
you're wrong.
They should be allowed to assume that unicorns don't exist. I'm saying that actually no. It might be the case that actually somewhere in the universe, unicorns do exist.
Yeah,
how do I know?
Until we have any evidence, like you can't expect someone. Sure, I'll agree with you and say like the best stance to say we don't know if unicorns exist, right? But if someone says unicorns don't exist, they're denying it, then they can't be expected to have a burden of proof because again, it's a negative claim with no empirical evidence.
I think they should be.
All right, okay. Ask a lowly human.
Proving
with very
non-existence
limited
is
intelligence and information about the world
needed.
To prove efficiency. All right.
At the very least, like an unprovable claim shouldn't be able to be used in an argument. You shouldn't be able to use the. You shouldn't be able to make the assumption that orbits don't exist and therefore build an argument off it.
Well, what it shouldn't go to, mate, is it shouldn't go to the abstract. Sorry, Roots, go ahead, mate. Yes, it shouldn't go to abstract, yeah?
Yeah, this is really simple, guys. Like, if I'm going to make a claim that a leprechaun leaves a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow, until we have some evidence in reality of that, I have the burden. If somebody tells me, no, leprechauns do not leave a pot of gold at the end, they do not have a burden of proof to prove that leprechauns. They don't have to go out and look at every rainbow because you could turn around and say, well, you didn't check all of the rainbows. That is a ridiculous idea.
No, but that's not what he's saying exactly.
The claim is that which is not self-evident, okay? If we both have an argument here, yours is that leprechauns exist, and mine is that they don't. It's your burden, regardless of how the conversation goes down, because you have the extraordinary claim that is not self-evident. It's pretty straightforward.
I agree with you. He hasn't taken that step to say this is my claim. He's being a little bit disingenuous by not taking that step.
Yeah, but everybody knows. We don't need him to play semantics. I'm not really bothered, but everybody knows that's his standpoint. And if he chooses not to defend it, then that says more about him and his lack of ability to defend what he believes.
Maybe he's just trolling. Yeah.
I'm just not interested in... I'm chiefly here to scrutinize the flat Earth claim, not to defend the globe Earth claim. Is that wrong of me?
No, the only flat Earth claim is that the globe is a hoax, my friend. The globe cannot be proven. That is our claim. And the fact that you're not willing to defend it shows your lack of confidence in it.
No. Just I'm not interested in doing that right now. I can.
If you're confident, you'd be like, yes, orbits exist.
I'm confident
Here's
in the
an
claim.
example, blah, blah.
I'm confident in the claim, but I think in fact, I think this goes for most theories, actually. The easiest way to dismiss a claim isn't to look at a different claim and say, look how better it is. It's to look at the claim itself, look at where that claim leads, and then find inconsistencies in it.
Okay, I hereby I think trademarking the word claim. Anyone that uses it has to PayPal me $5 each use.
Okay, I'm just going to ignore that. I think if we look at scientific theories in the past, that's generally how things work. People come up with a theory, and then they find some sort of conclusion that comes from that theory that doesn't actually match reality, and therefore the scientific theory is not complete. Or is it, worst case, completely junk?
Well, sorry, so what do you think we do? Okay, so we had three globe claims that we use. That are globe claims, not our claims. Proof of curvature, proof of spin, proof of gas without containment. These are positive claims from the globe side. Now, we're not making claims here, necessarily.
Is this not I mean, you're all flat earthers, so that is a claim.
Well,
prove that.
anyway.
Prove that we're all flat earthers. That's a positive claim.
I didn't mean to imply that everyone in this room was flat earthers, but this is a flat earth channel. I believe that there are flat earthers here, and I believe I've been talking to flat earthers. If you want to deny the fact that you are flat earthers, go right ahead.
No, I just want to push back on you said I didn't mean to imply when you explicitly said it. It wasn't an implication, it was explicitly said.
Well,
yeah, you're also
I apologize for talking in...
Apology accepted. Let's move on.
Yeah, dude, you're straw manning flat earthers as well. You're acting like we have claims, right? The fact that the Earth, that sea level, is level, the fact that the horizon is flat and level, is enough to say that the Earth is not a globe.
But you just literally made a claim there. The fact that the Earth is level,
so,
that is a claim about the Earth.
Okay, so if I'm wrong,
well, technically you don't how the Earth is level.
Yeah, I was going to say, let him go. Let him. I would like you to cook, Cyrus, and tell us how you don't experience sea level.
How I don't experience sea level.
Yeah, you've just pushed back at the. I've claimed that we all experience sea level. Yeah,
you just said before that you weren't making a claim, but now you're saying you explicitly are making a claim. So you are making a claim.
Yes. I'm making a claim that we all experience sea level and the horizon is horizontal. I did make those claims. Yes. Would you like to challenge them?
Sure.
Go ahead. Be my guest. Tell me how the horizon is not level and how sea level is not level.
You know what I'm going to say, don't you? I'm going to bring up waves.
So we don't have a universal understanding of sea level, and that waves and elevation angles are taken in respect to mean sea level.
Sorry, how do we
know that the sea level in two places is the same?
That's what sea level is. It is a mean average where these levels are no part higher than each other.
How do you calculate
Honestly,
the average?
You're losing this one, man. I'm on Cyrus.
No.
I'm on Cyrus' team with this one. You're wrong.
No, it's his job to tell us how level is not flat. How the horizon is not a straight line.
You beat yourself, man. You can't look to an average, which is a calculation, and say this is, physically level. It doesn't make sense.
I never said it was physically level. I said that the Earth was level. Yeah, just because there's topography and waves, and we also have tides, doesn't take away from. Okay, it's like a table. Just because you put a plate on the table doesn't mean the table is no longer flat.
No, but if you put like a couple of quarters underneath the table legs, right, and now the table's at a diagonal, where one side is higher than the other, then it's not going to be level. So you have tides.
The water would run off it.
Tides, you have, some places have higher tides than other places. The sea level is higher than the other. You can't say that all water is level now.
No, we have a universal sea level, and that sea level, every elevation angle is in respect to sea level. There's no getting away from the level.
It's all local sea levels.
Dude, do you think when you tilt a container with water in it that the water just remains the surface remains the same as the bottom of the cup? It fucking remains level.
What are you talking about, bro?
Acting as if you put two coins under two legs of the table and you have a slope now. So that means that the water could be a slope. No, water, when you put it in a container and then you tip the container on an angle.
I'm sorry, is the Earth being raised
surface
for tides?
The surface
or is the water moving?
Water is going to remain level. It's not going to,
No, but is the container moving or is the water moving?
I just hold on a sec. Again, I do not want to have to say this again. Stop interrupting mods, please. Stop.
Go ahead. It matters if they're mods or not. It's like no one should be interrupted. But I was pushing back on his ridiculous.
The surface
statement.
of liquid at rest is level and horizontal.
Now, how do tides work then?
Oh my goodness.
What the fuck has that got to do with water?
Because if there are tides, then the thing about tides is they are at different places at different times.
About water at rest.
A high tide in one place doesn't mean everywhere's the high tide, right?
About water at rest.
Okay, but is besides the point because you're trying to say that the sea is level. Trying to say that the sea is level.
We understand that this can be measured in several ways, and reference to that point. So a horizontal and level is how we describe mean sea level. Mean high tide, low high tide, mean flat water. Mean flat water. These are nautical terms, by the way.
But I want to know, how do you know that mean sea level is actually flat?
Mean flat water. It's again within another.
That's a circular argument. You've assumed that the water is flat.
Well, it's measured that way and it's utilised that way with regards to navigation. We can use terrestrial-based. Okay.
Sorry, I apologise for interrupting. Go on.
You asked me how, and I said it's measured and utilised as horizontal. It's measured horizontal and it's utilised as horizontal with regards to things like celestial navigation, where we can take terrestrial-based objects, use trigonometry to find our distance to that object.
Yeah, but just because something is an axiom doesn't make it a truism.
It's not an axiom, it's practical use. We practically used the horizon
it's all level.
Sorry, we practically used water as horizontal. We practically use it because it's measured and such. With reference to a horizon to gain horizontal, for example.
I'm with
water
you,
is used as a leveling tool.
Sorry, go ahead.
I finished.
I mean, you could technically eat through your mouth, but you also could technically sniff your food.
Dude, he was waiting to respond. He interrupted a couple of times, but let me finish. Let him finish.
All right, so small scale, yeah, you could absolutely use spirit levels, water levels, that sort of thing, and what have you. But when you put it to all of the water, right? To say that water is level in terms of the oceans and everything like that. How does that make sense? At what point do we start having tides? If I have water in my sink, there's no tide, right? There's no kind of variance from one side to the other. If I have it in my tub, in a pool, at what point do we start having these tides that we know exist?
You don't have to have bodies of waters with tides to measure the water to be level.
Exactly. No, but we're assuming that water is level everywhere. At least that's what Roots were saying.
Well, if it's level at, say, 3,000 feet in a lake that's 10 miles square, and it's level within a lake, and it's level between here and there, if we use the water as a horizontal plane of reference to gain elevation angles from, two terrestrial objects where we can measure the distance to the objects using straight lines, then for all intents and purposes, the water's measured level and used as level, horizontal.
But we know it's not actually level because of tides, right?
So yeah, water goes up and down. But what's that water, when it's got energy put into it, what's it then trying to do? It's then trying to lose that energy and gain equilibrium. Equilibrium is at rest upon the surface, horizontal.
Absolutely, but it's constantly trying to achieve this because it never actually does, because waves constantly exist. We never have no waves in the world.
Are you talking about
tides?
Yeah, but at the same time, when we're talking about
louder,
water
please,
at rest. Oh, you want my bad,
Jedi. No, it's fine. It's fine. I've got it turned really down. Sorry, dude.
No, he's really quiet.
Hold on. So yeah, like I was saying, like this is a digression just to be semantically accurate, which is okay. But we see how significant this digression is when we look to the Dead Sea that has no tidal phenomena. So, like, just cut the bullshit. Like, we understand waves and stuff, but like, it's cut the tide bullshit out. Because when it comes to 233 square miles, there is no tide. It's just a level surface.
Sure, but it's not that it's a digression. It was more that there's two separate points being made. So Roots made the point that all the water is level, and that's proof of.
Yeah, we know it all isn't level because we got rivers too. Like, what do you want to be semantic about that? Like, yeah, maybe he was hyperbolic, but I mean, so what?
Okay.
Like the fact we have tides or whatever is not related to this point. Tides is a completely separate phenomenon. This is not how water behaving without a force will try and seek its equilibrium and will sit level. Will seek rest.
But how do you know that there aren't forces being exerted on the water that can affect the fact that make it not level?
If I could interject for a second, if that's okay.
Yep.
Go for it,
All right, Cyrus.
Yeah?
Cyrus, okay, so with you talking about waves and you're talking about there's different tides in different places, different water levels, all that kind of stuff. In the globe model, we've got tidal bulges that are apparently influenced by the sun and the moon, meaning that there are apparently universal tides across the globe. So, point being, I mean, with the tidal bulges, everything like that, the point being, what you're arguing is the same argument we can throw straight back in your face. But like Roots was saying, the tides have nothing to do with what's being argued here, bud. Okay, because if the tidal... Hold on a second, buddy. Hold on a second. If the tidal bulges exist, like we've all been taught in school, and by the way, every single one of us in here was a global once, and we were all taught the same thing.
Yep.
If the tidal bulges exist, if the tidal bulges exist and the entire Earth is rotating through those tidal bulges, then everywhere should have the same tides on the same day in the same 24-hour period as the Earth spins. But we don't.
Because the tidal bulges are in a particular location.
Hold on a second. Sorry, dude. Hold on a second, please. I didn't interrupt you. So, point being is we can throw that argument straight back in your face. This point of contention here that Roots has been talking about and you've been talking about has nothing to do with tides at all. So how about we keep it on point, because that can be thrown straight back in your face, buddy. All right?
I'm saying it does. Tides are important, and other reasons that the sea level is curved is important. Okay, so don't keep telling me that this is some sort of irrelevant thing. I'm saying I'm trying to make the argument that it's not.
So you're trying to make the argument that tides are the cause of curving water.
Tides are a cause of curving water. They are not the cause. They can be more than one cause.
Because I can agree with you, yes, water that is seeking its equilibrium, you could argue you're getting the illusion of curved water, but in reality, that water is just seeking its rest. So the water is out of equilibrium. It's just trying to find its level. It's trying to find its equilibrium.
Surely if water is in a configuration where there is high tide locally, but you're saying that's out of equilibrium, it would immediately seek to not be high tide, and the tide would go away faster than it does, Like, the tide doesn't actually go away. There's always some place on Earth that has high tide.
Not always. No,
so you're suggesting that there is a time of day where everywhere on Earth doesn't have high tide?
No, this is just like Elijah pointed out earlier. The Dead Sea doesn't have tides. Black Sea, Caspian Sea, Caribbean Sea.
These are. I'm talking about oceans here, really.
Okay, there are places in the. If I'd been able to finish, there are places in the ocean that don't have tides. Anthropomorphic nodes, these are called. So this is where tides originate from. They're level as fuck. They don't go up or down. The up or down radiates away from that point. So there are places on the Earth where the water doesn't go up or down.
What was that? What nodes?
Anthropomorphic nodes.
Can you type it out?
Tidal nodes.
Tidal nodes, okay.
I mean, it's like when we point out that there's no curvature, there's no obstruction.
Well, not to mention, for example, when I was in East Timor, East Timor used to be part of Indonesia.
You spoke through Elijah then, dude.
I think
Oh, shit, sorry, Elijah. I didn't hear you. Sorry, man. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, it's alright. I know my mic is low. It's like
It sounds a little better, man. Yeah, it sounds way better.
Thanks. It's like when we're talking about, there's no curvature. We got laser tests, and we got this, that, and the third, and then we just for some reason blow past that to talk about pictures or something where there's a ball, so there has to be curvature. Therefore, and it's like, well, we're talking about tides in the face of water being level. So the rebuttal is, well, not all of it because there are tides. Okay, but for 233 square miles in the Dead Sea, there's no tide. The water's just level. The wind is what creates the waves, but that's really of no consequence. It's not that many waves. The water's just level.
Okay.
Why would
you're making the claim?
Why would a stranger wave counterbalance the horizon to be in a not slope?
Why can't you address Elijah's point? Why have you got to jump onto another one? The poor gentleman's suffering like 5 of us being here. At least let him listen to someone and answer that point. That's what they're listening to, right? Come on, gentlemen, please.
So,
I assume I am the gentleman.
Yes, my friend. Please.
Not to imply that everyone else. Not to imply that
We have
everyone
ladies here, too.
is gentlemen. Yes. Anyway, so you're now making the claim that was it the Dead Sea that you mentioned?
Mm-hmm.
You're making the claim that the Dead Sea is flat. I would still disagree that the
It's
Dead Sea is
level,
flat.
straight,
But
one
the
side
fact,
to another. But go ahead, sorry.
I would disagree that the Dead Sea is flat. Clearly, the Dead Sea doesn't necessarily have the same degree of tidal variation.
No,
I'm not.
No tide.
Well, that's a claim, and it's not one I do agree.
Well, it's just you would have to read a difference to say, well, there's a tide. There's no tide because there's no reading of a difference.
I'm going to go out there and make a claim. If you were to observe the Dead Sea with sensitive enough equipment, you would probably observe a changing of the level of the water consistent with tidal effects. It would happen in time with the tide. Now, I understand that you don't agree with that claim.
Just pause with
I
the
understand.
no. Don't tell me what I don't disagree with. Pause. That you said what you said. Lock it in. There you go.
70%.
Now, my response to that, chill out, dude. On the other, chill out, dude. Chill out, dude.
Why are you being a bitch?
So, because I'm responding to the guy.
You're not responding.
You didn't let me finish.
Grim.
Halfway through, man. I mean, this is like
Right, Grim, I'm going to mute you because that's out of order.
Yeah, thank you.
Let him finish.
So,
which one of us?
I mean, you was done, but then you was going to talk about why I'm going to deny what you're saying, and I'm like, well,
No,
you
I wasn't going to talk about why you were going to deny it. I was going to say that I understand that you wouldn't agree with that
Don't
claim.
tell me what you understand about a response that I didn't give. Just let me give my response.
Okay.
So that was an argument from ignorance. That's actually a fallacy. So
which argument?
Your claim was an argument from ignorance.
My claim that the ocean doesn't. My claim that the Dead Sea is subject to tidal forces.
Your claim that you could go with the sensitive enough equipment and do this and that and the third. Yeah, that's a argument from ignorance.
I've posted the article which demonstrates the Dead Sea has no tide because it's a closed body of water.
Like, why can't you just go, all right, fair enough. Like, why can't... What's wrong with the truth every now and again? What's so hard about it?
Well, I think we're having a conversation.
Do you think you're going to go through an entire day where you won't go, I see what you're saying, bro. Okay, cool. Does that not happen?
What?
Does there never come a day where you sit down with someone and you have a conversation and you go, oh yeah, okay, yeah, you're right, bro.
I am disagreeing on the point that the Dead Sea is not subject to tidal forces because that's what I believe, not because I'm being a pain in the arse, right?
You are then misinformed.
But the point is you don't have any justifiable reason. The only thing that you gave was an argument from ignorance, which is fallacious reasoning. Do you want me to hold on? But wait, because I realize with a lot of people that when you say they've made, a fallacious argument, they don't understand. So would you like me to unpack what an argument from ignorance is, just so that you don't feel like I'm just attacking you out of nowhere?
An argument from ignorance would be that a position is true because there is no contrary evidence, but that is not my argument.
Well, let's just go through it if you don't mind.
So what do you want me to go through? Are you going to go through something?
Yeah, I'm just like, here's some examples of arguments from ignorance. So there is no evidence that the transmutation rate of U-238 into lead occurred any different in the past. Therefore, the transmutation rate did not change at a different rate in the past. No, hold on. Okay, here you go. Negative form. There is a lack of knowledge, proof, or evidence that P is false. Therefore, P is true. Because we don't have sensitive enough equipment to really tell. Perhaps we could. So I just believe that there are tides.
What?
I thank you for not talking over Eli. And Eli, again, I'm sorry about that before, buddy. I couldn't actually hear you. I had pretty bad hearing loss. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
You're cutting out. We actually hear nothing right now.
Hey, Eli, you there, man?
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, you were talking to this guy. He didn't answer. So go ahead,
Or
man.
maybe like an appeal to the future fallacy is like different. Like, because I'm reading here, it says a thinking pattern that occurs when someone makes a comment about the future and then says, therefore, we should be doing something. So it's like you don't have a rebuttal to what I'm saying, but you're saying we could go out and, with sensitive equipment, do some measurements to validate my belief that there are tides.
I think that the thing is, I made a claim. I didn't make an argument for why you should believe that claim. You're claiming that I have made
Your
such an argument.
claim is fallacious. That's the problem.
Why
On
is
its
my
own,
claim fallacious?
it is without me, because
Why is it a
again,
fallacious claim?
you're talking about perhaps doing something in the future that you or no one has done with quote unquote sensitive equipment to confirm your belief that there are tides.
I am not suggesting, and I was trying to say this before, but you didn't want me to finish what I was saying. I'm not suggesting that you should believe the claim I'm making, because I don't come with evidence, right?
But your claim is a rebuttal to my claim. So
Your
it's
claim,
invalid because in the context of this conversation, your rebuttal to my claim was just a fallacious argument.
Snickers.
So your claim is that there is no tidal forces on the surface of the Red Sea. No, sorry, Dead Sea. And you're saying that my claim that actually I believe that there are tidal forces, but it would require sensitive equipment to observe, and I don't have the observation in front of me. So you're saying that that's not valid?
No, it's not.
Okay.
And
you can't come to the party like, I could have brought drinks, but I just don't have them on me. Like, okay, you talking about?
He's right.
So when
appealing to the stone, it is an argument for ignorance to say there are tides in the Dead Sea, but I can't prove it.
What's that percentage?
I was talking to Cyrus. You hear me?
So I'm just looking at a comment right now. How the hell is that claim fallacious? Aren't fallacies for argumentation, not claims? I agree, but
he was agreeing with you, Eli, like all of us do, except for Elliptical, who seems to be resistant to this.
Not? What the hell?
It's not Elliptical. Sorry,
it was a cute
you're hot
digression.
micing.
Yeah, it was a cute digression, but no.
Can I
the Dead Sea is just level. And I mean, like, what do we at that point? It's like, well, I mean,
Can I just
233. That's a large area to not be curved at all.
Can I clarify something? When you made the claim that the Dead Sea is level and not affected by tides, I made the counterclaim that it is in fact affected by tides. That was never supposed to be an argument for why your claim was wrong. It was simply to highlight the fact that we don't agree on that fact.
No, but you don't have it. Like, what I'm saying is based on just a description.
Do you have?
What you're saying? What you're saying is, well, like what like. I don't get. No.
Do you have a means to falsify the claim that the Dead Sea is affected by tidal forces, but they are small and difficult to measure?
Dude, it's just that, like, I mean, what am I gonna have to do? Appeal to an authority and appeal to majority? It's like you Google it. It's just is what it is, bro. I don't know what else to tell you.
It got nuanced now, because initially you were saying there are no tides, right? That's a negative claim. The burden of proof is on the positive claim. But now you're saying it's absolutely flat, right? Now that's a positive claim. Do you have any sort of test that they did to see that
well,
one
level
side
is straight
of the Dead Sea to the other, there was absolutely no variance, that it was absolutely flat?
Well, level just means straight. Water is not going to be level one place and not level another place. That's not consistent.
Except
like if we're arguing that level that is curved, then we can go there. But if not, then it is level because that's what water is at rest.
Yeah, but you're claiming that you're claiming that it is at rest in the Dead Sea.
Yeah, it is. That's
Where's your
why
evidence
that's why there are no fish in there.
I don't know if that's proper evidence for why it's at rest.
No, it is at rest. There's no flow in or out. It's just a big body of water.
No, there's water that's flowing in because there's still water there. If there was no water going in whatsoever, it would just evaporate.
It doesn't flow out. Like maybe it rains. Maybe there's no. It doesn't go out.
Okay.
That's why it's called the Dead Sea. There's no fish in there. There's no movement other than the waves.
There's no tide.
And the wind on the surface.
Yeah, it's not enough, man.
I swam in it.
Well, it's level. So what about the Bolivian salt flats? What about that when there's like no waves? Like, what is the argument? Is it that level? The argument is that level is curved because then we just go there because we can't argue that level is not level because you can't see from one end to another. That's ridiculous.
No, I think at this point it was just a rather simplistic argument wherein you guys are saying that the Dead Sea is absolutely flat, and this guy was saying there's probably tides in there.
Well, he said flat. I said level, which is straight, which is flat. But what I don't get the problem. Like, if we're gonna argue that level is not straight, then let's go there. If not, then it is level.
That's a large area to be not curved, or something to that effect. A little bit paraphrased.
I think that the issue is that, again, assumes that. Sorry, that particular sea. Well,
no, it's based. Sorry.
That assumes that the Dead Sea is in fact level. And I am
water
not.
At rest is level. You said except for the fact of tides. Well, a Dead Sea doesn't have. Listen. Water at rest is level. Everyone accepts that, but the contention was, well, oceans have tides. Fair enough, but the Dead Sea doesn't. Was my rebuttal, because water at rest is level. So it was a red herring to say, well, the ocean has tides, and I said, well, water at rest, like the Dead Sea, actually has no tides. So it is level. So if we're going to argue what level is, that would be the next step. But if we're not doing that, then it's level. I don't see
What
where
do you
the
mean by
argument
water
is.
at rest? Because just a minute ago you said that it had
Well
waves.
said, Eli.
No waves, no tides,
No,
like
but
in a water
the Dead
level.
Sea has waves. It's not water
Okay,
at
how
rest.
about in a water level? You know the tube,
That's
water
true,
level.
but that's true, but the Dead Sea also has calm days where there's like barely no wind. So I mean, like, come on, man.
I don't know, man. You guys made a mess of this.
No.
You gotta
It's
be
not us,
precise.
guys. It's you guys. We made it clear. Without a force, water will lay flat. There has to be
won't.
some sort of.
Yeah,
Yes, it will.
because waves. No, hold on. Waves are primarily just straight up caused by wind. So basically, without wind, it would be level. Okay, so my bad. Let me
Can I?
make the caveat: water at rest without wind making waves would be level.
Well,
Okay, can
Eli,
I
wind
explain?
is a force, right? Is wind
Yeah,
considered a force? So
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. That without a force, water will always seek its rest.
Can I explain why I'm saying that water unaffected by force at rest is not level? So water in the sea, in the ocean, is subject to gravity, which is a force. So, that right there is not in the condition of not being subject to a force. Water not
Wow.
being subject to a force would be in a sphere because it would be subject to its internal forces of surface.
Dude, that was desperate. I'm sorry, but that's
It's
desperate.
not desperate. It's not desperate.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
So the
Does
reason
that,
you are
hold on a second, dude. Does that force act vertically?
Time
surface
out, time
tension.
out, time out, time out, time out, time out. This is why you guys hijacking what level is a problem. Because you're about to say gravity is the reason shit isn't level, when gravity on a sphere is the reason shit is level. I don't get it.
You're saying I'm about to say things I said, and I'm going to.
No, but I'm just saying, you just said because due to gravity, it's like that's the reason water's not level. But specifically, the oceans are level because of gravity around, like gravity towards the center of the earth is why the water is level in
You
all
are
the places
saying
that
I'm
it is.
about. You're saying I'm
I'm not.
about to make.
I'm not. I'm not.
I know I'm
I
interrupting
just
here,
repeated
but
the
you are
one
saying I'm
thing that
going to
you
say
did say.
something that I haven't said.
No, the one thing I repeated, you said that you did say.
What did I say?
That you
Open your
said with
ears.
the gravity that water is not level because it's under the force of gravity. I said, but under that it is level
That's
in
not what
your
I said.
paradigm. But that is what you said.
He's contending with what you said.
What I said was that the
Hold on,
ocean is not.
percentage. Am I wrong? Because I know if I'm wrong, you would
You're
nitpick the
not
shit out of
wrong.
it. Did he not?
Yo, I
He's
apologize, man.
misunderstanding
I
what you're
was
saying.
reading
He
something.
thinks that you're saying that he's saying your final conclusion. And you're not saying that.
So
What I said.
okay, you can go ahead and say what you said, and we'll go again. Like, go
I
ahead, say
said,
what
and
you're
I
saying.
never got to finish my complete argument. It's frustrating.
Okay.
I said that water in the ocean is subject to a force, and therefore,
Mm-hmm.
you saying that water subject to no force is level. Can you stop humming to me like that?
I'm sorry, because that is like Professor Davy. Go ahead.
The ocean is subject to a force, right?
Well,
we all
you're
agree that it's subject to gravity.
making the claim that it's gravity. Okay, go on.
Sorry, no, I disagree to that. I've cited, it's about 10 citations from .edus, from physics teachers, from
Wait, don't
universities.
do it. Don't 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 do it. Please. I know, Jenna. I know. I know, but
if we're about to get
it's
into general relativity, that will.
Nah, we're not. Like we said, water at rest without any forces applied is level. And then you said, well, if it's always under gravitation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what? Does that mean that water at rest is not level?
I wouldn't say that it means the water at rest is not level, but there would be no way for you to conclude that water at rest is level because you've never observed water unaffected by a force.
What's your claim against what we said? Because
I'm saying that your claim
you didn't agree.
Is you cannot make a reasonable foundation for that claim.
I can't make the claim that I made, is what you're saying?
I'm saying that the foundation for the claim is unreasonable.
Oh, what is the foundation of the claim?
So, why do you believe that water...
What's the foundation of the claim that's unreasonable? Tell me. Don't ask me.
I can't... Okay, I've made an assumption of what your foundation is. I will freely admit I've made an assumption of why you are assuming that water not at rest is level.
Well, it's not an assumption, dog. Because water at rest is level.
No, I'm saying I've assumed, like, this is... You can't explain to me why my thinking, please don't. I am being completely honest with you right now. I've made an assumption, and this assumption might be wrong. I've assumed that you've concluded that water not subject to any force must be level for some reason. Maybe you've concluded this for no reason, but I assume that there is a reason, and I have an idea of what it is, but that is my assumption, so I shouldn't be assuming that on you. So would you like to tell me where that assumption comes from?
If there isn't a force like wind making waves in the Dead Sea, then it's just going to be level then.
How do you know?
At rest.
Because it's just a temporary influence taking place, which can rest whatever the winds wants.
Like, this is crazy as fuck. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't see what's so crazy about it.
We experience it on large lakes all the time. It's ridiculous for you to question this.
He digressed from what he actually said before. I'm sorry, because he said like because of the gravity, the water is not at rest. He did say that, and I said,
yeah, but that was desperate.
Because of gravity,
I said
is not
because
level.
of gravity, the water is under a force, not that it is at rest.
Yeah, you're right. It's under a force, but the contention was it being level. So it's like, again, I tried to make the point that no, because on a sphere, a perfect sphere, of course,
why is it
sea level is going to be a curve that, which sounds crazy to me, but it'd be equidistant from the center at every point along this curve. So
why is it reasonable to assume that water not subject to any force is level?
What are you talking about?
Because water is water, and water is still water.
Other than the reality juice that makes water water and binds it together. Like,
you're being very jokey in your response. But
I'm not being jokey. I'm being dead ass serious. Other than what makes water water, I'm only describing to you what it looks like.
Okay, let me try and follow your reasoning here. Water is water, therefore water at rest and not subject to force is level. I would say that's a non sequitur argument.
No, what I'm saying
what a straw man.
What I'm saying is, first of all, I'm not making any assumptions. When I'm looking at water at rest, it is level. That's a description of what water is at rest.
How do you know it's level?
Because it's what the fuck are you talking about?
Yo, Eli, this is his argument. His argument is that basically whenever we observe water in large, like, the oceans and stuff, we agree that because tides exist, that the water is not perfectly flat or what have you, right? And so he's saying in lower, like lesser amounts, where you say we're observing it to be flat, he's saying no, it's just like you're scaling down. You can't appreciate the difference because it's not as much as the oceans, basically, right? So he's saying it's possible that this force that caused the tides is still being applied on this thing. So the answer to get to the crux of it is what causes the tides. If we can figure out what causes the tides, then that would tell us, whether it's his supposed other force, which is gravity, that he just isn't stating it, or something else.
It's actually non-sequitur.
But that's just an argument from ignorance, though. Like that's not like we're
none of that was actually my argument.
Actually, because you're saying that with that the water at rest is flat and has no forces on it, but you can't prove that there's no forces on it either.
No, in
right?
general,
tides
listen.
But it's possible that tide effect in small scale is applying to the water in your sink.
Appeal. Yeah, that's an argument from ignorance right there.
No, I said it's possible. I'm not making any claim.
Well, it's possibly an argument from ignorance. Then I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
That's not how it works.
So the if you're not going to make any claim, then you're not really saying anything.
No, but you're making a claim, which is the argument.
No, I am making a claim. Yes, I am absolutely making a claim. I didn't say there's no force on shit stick. All I said was water at rest is level. That's what I said. He said if there's no force applied like wind. So he made an example because that's what causes there to be waves is the force of wind. So without the force of wind, water will be at rest, which will be level.
Okay, so if I have a cup of water and the water is seemingly at rest, are you saying that it's at rest and level, but there are forces on it? Or are you claiming that there's going to be no forces on it?
Well, I'm not claiming that there isn't forces on it. I'm saying it's level.
Okay, so you're saying it's level, but you don't know if there's forces.
I'm not making any claims to forces or not forces, but it is level.
Thing. He's saying the same thing. It's level because that's what Globers believe, right? That's equidistant.
No. He started to argue that it's not level because of forces. And I said, what are you talking about? Even Globers think that there's a level.
So, Cyrus, are you talking about level, or are you talking about the kind of variance of tides?
Sorry, I'm a bit lost.
That's why.
Maybe level's the wrong word. Maybe we should just be saying flat
that's why
or whatever.
That's why he tried to interrupt and say that your argument was not what he was saying because you just got it all colossally fucked.
I'm not saying it. I think a lot of what was said is a kind of reasonable assumption of what my beliefs are. However, they are not the argument that I'm making.
Whatever I got wrong, but I think maybe it's best to move away from level thing because, regardless, both of you guys believe in level. But I think Cyrus, you're saying that the water is actually not flat because of the effect of tides, whatever causes the tides, which you're applying.
That is a claim that I'm making, yeah.
He believes that level is curved. Let's face it. He believes
that's not what that is not the claim that
then what are you making? Because you're saying that you're not claiming level is curved and you're not claiming you're talking about waves and topography. Then what are you talking about?
His main
He's saying the water is either diagonal
incorrect
or curved.
He's right. His main point is that it is incorrect to say that without any forces active on a body of water at rest, without any acting forces, it will be at rest because when it is at rest, there is still gravitational force acting upon it.
Okay. Well, remember, there's two people that were talking in the conversation. I didn't say anything about there not being forces. Now, let's not misunderstand what the other gentleman was saying. He gave an example that if there's no force applied like wind, then it will be at rest because that is true. Because the only force that we know that takes it out of level is wind. because of the waves and shit. That's what we were talking about. So without that, it would just be level.
So you are making the argument that gravity is not like, and therefore
I'm not. Jesus Christ.
Let me finish what I'm saying, please.
No, well,
because if you
not
cut me off,
saying, you're
then I would.
asking, and I'm saying no. I'm not saying that.
I mean, you cut him off first, so let him finish. Then you get to speak. That's how it kind of
No, he didn't cut me off first, but he began with "so you're saying," and no, I'm not saying that.
But if you cut me off mid sentence while I'm saying,
so do you
"Is
think
this
if
what
you
you're
finish,
saying?"
it's
Then
going to turn into what I'm saying? Because you're not quoting me, and it doesn't sound like you're paraphrasing me well. I'll let you finish. Whatever. Go ahead.
it seemed like what you were trying to say is that gravity. When the person was saying, "Oh, forces like wind," that didn't include gravity.
Yeah, that implication, your inference into that was wrong.
Okay, all right.
Has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Okay. In that case, I just feel like I need to go back to what was being said previously. You are making the claim that water under the influence of just gravity is level. Would you say that is?
I mean, that's a description of water not doing anything. Yes.
And what?
How do you know?
I hate the way you keep saying force of gravity when you don't actually have a force, a mechanism that you can attribute it to. It's a massive assumption, bro.
It is, man, but he's not. Even if I don't choose to contend with that, because there's no reason to. Is he's trying to challenge the fact that water at rest is level? Like, for God's sakes, it's in textbooks too, bro. Like, there's no controversy around water at rest being level.
That's right. Study of hydrostatics tells us that water, any liquid at rest, the surface is level, horizontal, actually.
The problem is, I think when you see that being claimed, that is talking about small scale and not things the size of planets. Where
That's what I asked you. So I said, okay, so we can get in. Well, actually, I was talking in percentage. I said we could get into the definition of level, because ultimately it will be I can't tell you, but I would predict that there will be an equivocation fallacy in there coming up very soon.
Oh yeah.
Because there's a description of what level is, and then there's your extrapolation as to what it is on a globe that how you're not going to be able to validate.
I don't really like the fact that you're accusing me of a fallacy that I've not yet made.
No, that's fine. We can get into the conversation. So level is having no part higher than another. We both know that. Ultimately, we're taking mean sea level to be 0. So 0 is as in no change, no rate of change of slope, perfectly horizontal. And so that's the crazy part.
I think that
how do you define level on a ball if you need rate of change of slope to be from level to deviated from that?
I'm prepared to work with whatever definition of level you want to put forward, as long as we agree on a definition.
Well, I'm already critiquing the Webster's definition of level.
Okay. I remember you saying that the sea is the ocean is level, or using the word level. So, what is the definition that you meant when you said that?
Having no part higher or lower than another straight.
Okay. Do you understand that when we've got two people disagreeing about whether the Earth is flat or whether it's a globe, that we disagree, that we might not agree on what higher means?
I just said that. That's the first thing I said.
Okay, so it's difficult to like have this.
No, we can have the conversation though. It's not difficult. We can have it because at this point, we're like, there's no reason to stop the conversation. I already, said what I said, and you kind of just didn't address it at all. You just kind of, I don't know.
What do you think I've not addressed? I can do better to address it.
Well, I said, if level is having no part higher or another, but if you take the Webster's dictionary of it, which would be with respect to the curving surface of the Earth, right? Then if rate of change of slope is defined as curvature, or curvature is defined as rate of change of slope, and level is curved, but you need to read the difference between a horizontal, which is level, to get curve. How does that work?
I think you're gonna have to state that again because I think it was stated confusingly. What do you think specifically?
A curve is going to deviate from straight, right?
A curve will deviate from a straight line.
It's going to deviate exponentially from a straight line, right?
Yes.
So if level isn't straight and level is curved, then how do you have parts higher and lower with respect to it?
Well, then we have to clarify what higher and lower mean. Like, I don't see why that's.
Oh my God! I mean, higher and lower. What do you from zero elevation?
But you have to know the direction you're measuring. Like, so if you've got a structure on a surface, you have to know whether to measure elevation. You need to know whether that surface is level, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about what level is. Like you're saying, is it level?
Exactly.
What does that mean? Like when you say level, what do you mean? How do we make sure it's level? What is level? How is level defined?
Well, he thinks level's curved, and he denied this earlier. I've said it 3 times. He thinks level is curved.
I don't know why you want to know what I think about level when it's.
No, because you just said no. Because you just said it in a context, and I'm like, what did you mean there when you said what you said there? You're saying that no, we can't know that. Like what? No, tell me what you meant.
No, I'm a bit confused. You were the one saying that the sea is level, right?
No.
You're not confused.
We blew way past that, like 20 minutes now. Like now we're in the middle of the conversation where you keep up with the conversation. So you just said something is level, and I said, what does that mean?
What did I say was level again?
I don't know, man.
Okay.
I'm having trouble following.
Cyrus tried to say. Yeah, Cyrus tried to say, how do we know that it's level? And I wanted to jump in and say, every observation we make will prove it's level. The only way you can get to a place where you think it's not level is in that bullshit math that you lot think proves things when it doesn't.
Okay, chill out.
Because it's very frustrating. I don't think you're being genuine. And I think every time you get into a corner, you play dumb when you know exactly what's going on in this conversation. And I tried to call this out 20 minutes ago. I would have rather saved that 20 minutes and get to the point where you claim level is curved.
You made a claim that every observation we make will prove that it's level, right? So
there is no observation.
Can you provide one of those observations?
No, we're not going down that route.
I'm not saying that there isn't a way to prove.
Listen, we're not going to play that game where you start pretending perspective doesn't exist and we change the subject. We're staying on the point.
The question here.
I've been through this a million times. We are staying on the point that level, okay? And you seem to think that water at rest is not level and flat when it is. There's no way out of it.
I disagree entirely. Would you like me to explain why I disagree and how water cannot be level when it is at rest?
That's what I'm saying, but like...
Well, let me explain that.
Like, okay, how do you explain that? Go on.
So, let me give you an example.
Wait. Actually, before you continue, do you mind if I get a citation that says water at rest is level, and then you continue? Do you mind that? I just want that I just want, an authority to be on the table.
Appeal to authorities.
Would you be
not
comfortable? But would you be comfortable if I put the citation on the table? Because
it would
obviously,
be an appeal to authority, but you can do what you want.
Well, it would be an appeal to authority if it didn't come with demonstration and it just came with just the appeal to an authority.
Well, then skip to how we would demonstrate that it's level.
Well, water at rest is level though. Like
that's not a demonstration. That's what I'm asking.
No, it is. No, it's bro. Like we build with water levels because water at rest is level. Like you're just saying, well, on a bigger scale, level means something else. But you're trying to avoid saying that because I just smashed you on that, and you don't want to go there because you're super confused.
No, actually, I'm prepared to say that under a globe model, yes. Level doesn't mean flat.
Well, water at rest is still level on a globe, bro. Like even if you thought it was curved, but that's why I said, well, if we're gonna say it's curved, then how do you adjudicate? Why are you like you seem really insecure right now.
Whether the Earth is a globe or it is flat, water at rest is not necessarily level. Here's how I explain why.
That's crazy as fuck.
Can I explain my point? We can subject water to forces that aren't gravity but are similar to gravity. So, for instance, I believe that water is very weakly magnetic. So if you subject it to a powerful enough magnet, it will be pulled by a magnet.
Then it wouldn't be at rest then, would it?
It would be at rest if it stops moving.
Well, if it's not moving, then it would just be level under magnetism. So
I feel like you're confusing being at rest and being under a force.
No, I'm just saying when it's at rest, it's just level with the horizon. Like I mean,
so now you're saying that water is at rest when it is level, and water is level when it is at rest. That's a circular argument.
No,
it's just crazy,
that,
Cyrus.
No, it's a description. It's not an argument. It's a description.
It's a circular argument.
No, it's not an argument. It's a description. It's literally. I'm the words that I'm using. Listen, the words that I'm using describes what it is. There's no inference involved.
Okay, so if you are saying that water is level when it is at rest, and water is at rest when it is level, are you saying that those things are a tautology, that to be level is to be at rest?
Oh my god, you guys are too much. You say water is level, for fuck's sake. Get a cup of water.
No, he's the one saying that
swimming pool, bro. See, water in a swimming pool, yeah? Water in a swimming pool, left alone. That's level, isn't it?
You're interrupting the argument by putting it by bringing up some other.
You go in all sophistry mode, and it's very boring.
Well, I have to go into sophistry mode because someone's playing games.
Well, there you go, Elijah. You've got him into sophistry mode.
He's admitted it.
He is. He's been against everything that I've said. Even when
I made an
I've
assumption about the
aligned,
meaning of
even when I've
sophistry
aligned.
there, and I'd like to retract that statement.
It's too late, bro. You admitted it.
No, it's not too late
You
to
agreed.
to retract a claim. I mean, you would want me to retract a claim like, I don't know, the Earth is round, wouldn't you?
No, we would love you to make that claim. Please make that claim.
Couldn't make that claim.
You don't even
how
believe
round
it.
is
I can
round.
tell. I can tell. If you actually believed it, you wouldn't have to resort to sophistry. You already have your doubts.
Also, Cyrus, personally, yeah, and also I wouldn't want you on the flat side, Cyrus. From hearing you debate, I don't think you work in the spirit of truth.
Yeah, we don't do the sophistry thing.
I've been quite clear on the fact that I made an incorrect assumption about the meaning of sophistry.
That's all right. I'm just joking, bro. Chill.
Well, I'd appreciate it.
I mean, you are kind of
drop
being
the
a
joke.
sophist by being like, I mean, yeah, you're trying to get into semantical nonsense arguments when everyone
What
knows
is a
we're talking about
sophist?
level water.
Yeah, I'd like to read this real quick. In engines.egr.uh.uh.uh.edu, Cullen College of Engineering. Okay, could have just said that. University of Houston. Water Seeks Its Own Level by John H. Leonard. I mean, really, do I have to go on? But let's go on. Like, in the face of an argument against water being level, right? So, today, water is on level. The University of Houston's College of Engineering presents this series about the machines that make our civilization run and about the people whose ingenuity created them. I googled the phrase water seeks its own level and got 1/3 hits. Few said anything about hydrostatics. Most saw it as a metaphor for how things equalize in society. The principle actually says that the water levels in two basins connected by a pipe must be the same. That had to have been known long before Aristotle, but Aristotle articulated it and wrote it down. Now it's a rainy season in flat Houston, Texas. The levels in every pool or bayou here are quite close to one another, and it's important that water should find its lowest level as soon as possible. I just want to stop there, like, because, like, it seems like everyone understands that, water can be level. At rest, for sure, is level. Like, I don't get, like, why is water not level? What is level if water's not? Like, I'm so confused.
Could you post that, please, Elijah?
Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
I'm so confused.
Well, would you like me to clarify?
If you want. Why not?
So, obviously, globe people, and flat Earth people are going to disagree about what a level surface looks like, right?
No.
I'm saying
no.
You disagree.
The argument is about what level is defined as, which is why I was trying to go and argue from there, but we got confused. And then you just fell back on.
Well, let me clean up my argument
against. Sure.
I'm saying, if you give me a surface and you're saying this is a level surface, then I can use a force like a magnet to pull water out of that surface, so it won't be level.
So then
but that water would still be at rest.
Level, then.
No, I can.
So then it would be level then.
Well, then you're using a version of level that takes into account all the possible forces that an object is subject to, which is a complicated definition of level. Is that if that's the version of level that you? I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was the version of level that you were using.
What do you mean? I'm just using the practical definition of level. So if
you're saying level has to follow the contour lines of like some sum of all the forces that an object is subject to, then
That's
it's
not
not
what I'm
going to be a
saying. That's
flat
what
surface.
you're saying.
Well,
That's not what
but
I'm
you were
saying. That's
just.
what you're saying.
Okay. What are you saying about then?
I told you like a million times. And you're saying, well, there are forces that would make it not level, and then so, how do you know that water is level? It's like, no, bro, water is level.
I gave a simple example of
There
latency
are
for them,
forces
like
that would make
over
it
an hour
not level,
ago.
but still at rest. Like, what does that even mean? At rest, it's level, horizontal with the horizon. No, what? If you take a magnet and take it out of level, it'll be at rest, but not level. Okay, but water at rest is level unless you do some fuck shit like that.
You just said that it cannot. There is a situation where it is at rest but not level. So how can you make the assumption that when it is at rest, it is
add a
level?
variable, dude.
No, you said that, and all I'm saying is no. Water at rest is level because it's perfectly level with the horizon. It's parallel to the horizon.
But I've just given you a situation where you could use an outside influence to keep it at rest.
Which is
Keep it at
completely
rest,
non
but
sequitur,
not have
bro.
it level.
It's non sequitur, bro. No, you can't.
It's
No,
very important because then
if I'm saying at rest, it's level, and you're saying, well, I can do something that will take it out of level and still be at rest, is not an argument for it's not level.
it's an argument for why you can't assume something is at level just because it's at rest.
No, we use water at rest being level because it establishes a horizontal baseline for engineers and people who build things.
But now,
I don't know. What?
Nature is the
Why are
reference
you
plan.
stuttering through my words? Like what's the problem with what I'm saying?
I'm confused about why you.
No, you're just a contrarian, and you're just gonna do
I'm
this
not just a
regardless
contrarion.
of the.
As I say, I genuinely
Obviously
believe
you're gonna
that the surface of the ocean.
deny that you're a contrarian. Like, yes, you are. No, I'm not. No, you're not. Yes, I am.
It's getting boring, Cyrus. Come on, you need to step this up.
I don't care
How is
whether
curved
it's
water
boring to
used
you.
in engineering, Cyrus?
What?
How is curved water that you think is happening used in any practical engineering application?
Well, he's not. He doesn't
That's
have
a good
any
question.
He doesn't have any fucking balls, because we're trying to get him to get to the point where he's saying, well, it is level, but level doesn't mean what you think it means. On a grander scale, it just means equidistant from the center of the sphere. I'm waiting. He won't say that. So he's not actually saying anything, which is
Why
why
do
it
you
is
want
boring.
me to be making claims when,
Right. So if you're not making that claim, then level is just level already. Like you're not level is level no matter what you do. Like you can have a defined level
I'm
that
not claiming that level isn't level.
you can have a defined definition that's contradictory within itself, like level being level with respect to the curved surface of the earth, or it can just be level
definition
in the way that we practically use it. Like there's no such thing as not level. Like, because
what do you mean?
There's
Well,
no
that-
such
that-
thing as
David-
level doesn't exist, bro. Because we're talking about level, and you're trying to say, what if water at rest
think
is
you're
not
getting in-
level? And so I said, then what is level?
You are
That's-
distracting from the point I'm trying to make, and I know you
No,
do.
I just brought your point up.
No.
Well, as he
If
said,
water
I've
at
already
rest-
said
if water
how are
at
you
rest is
defining
not
level?
if water at rest is not level, what is?
How is Cyrus defining level?
I don't need to define
He's not.
level to point out that water at rest doesn't have to be level. I
Well, what
simply
do you
have
mean
to
that
say.
it doesn't? When you say it doesn't have to be level, what do you mean by level?
That's what I asked him. That's exactly. You're going down the same route. Yep. Watch him spiral. I'm gonna go on mute. You got this.
I don't need to say define
Well, why
a
can't
level.
you? If you said it's not this, then you must be able to tell us what this is, Cyrus.
Why do you need me to tell you what level it is?
Because you're claiming something about it. You're saying this won't be this. So what do you mean by this? Level in this case.
I
Just look up
don't.
the
No.
definition. Jesus Christ.
You're asking me to say what level it is, and we're having a
Yeah,
conversation.
you're
about
saying
the
this
word.
thing won't be level. Well, what do you mean by level?
I'm prepared to use the definition that you are using, which, if I remember correctly, was something about no point being higher than any other point, no point being lower than any other point. You know, level
Okay.
set.
Okay, so that's level. So you're saying like a bathtub of water won't be level.
No, you're bringing up now things that are apart.
Okay, so will a bathtub be
Outside
level?
the argument that I was
Okay,
having.
well let's just, because we're talking about the nature of water. Would water in a bathtub be level?
No, you're trying to again. You're drawing us off
It's a
topic.
simple question, bro. It's a simple question, bro.
I don't believe that water in a bathtub will be perfectly level. It may appear level on the
Right? Is it used as level
Okay, which
or is it
part of
used
it
as
will
curved?
not? Hold on. Which part of it will not be level?
all of it.
Okay, what do you mean by that? What does that
As in,
mean?
the entire surface of the bathtub will be curved by an amount so small that you cannot notice.
Okay, who measured that?
That's an argument from ignorance, my man.
No, it's not an argument. It's a claim.
No, it's an argument
It's a
from
claim. It's a
ignorance.
claim. So who measured the bathtub curving?
Who measured it flat?
Well, you're making the claim that it won't be, even though it looks it. You agree it looks flat.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, but you're saying it's not what it looks like. Okay, who measured
Mhm.
that to be the case?
Why does it matter?
Well, because you're saying it's not what it looks like, so you would have to be able to evidence in some way beyond its look that it is what you're claiming. So why are you? What's your evidence for that?
I
This is
am
where you
making the
spiral.
assumption. Okay, I'm making
It's
the
an assumption.
Yes, I'm being quite clear with. I'm being open and honest.
Why are you assuming that if no one's ever measured or observed it to be the case?
It's actually an inference,
Because-
right? Not an assumption.
Yes, but I'd say an inference, isn't it? It's an
Well,
assumption.
why are
based
you
on
assuming that it's not level if you agree it's observed level and no one's ever measured it to not be level?
I don't agree that it is like.
Why do engineers use a water level?
Hold on. Nope, you don't get to jump in and Captain Savaho. The guy said the water in the bathtub is not level. We're going to need some evidence for that, because he agrees it observes level. So why is he saying it's not?
When
Is
you
it because-
observe water in a bathtub, it is the deviation from a level surface. Actually, like I just noticed.
What deviation?
That's why you fucked yourself, wouldn't it?
I've realized that I've sorry. Let me. I would like to correct myself. Would you like to hear me admit my mistake?
I like you painting into a corner.
Not really. You told us it was an assumption already, so you're assuming.
He's doing
come on.
it again. I knew it.
I'm being open about my.
Let him go. Right, so the bathtub. We've got the bathtub. We're both looking at the water. And me and you were saying that water looks very level. But then you're saying it looks level, but it's not really level. Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
and I would like to admit that I have made a mistake, which was to confuse flat and level. Right?
There it is. There it
Right,
is.
so you said you agreed with the definition that there's no part one bit higher than the other.
Actually, I can't even admit to that, but that's like for stupid.
Right,
like
you can't
silly
admit
reasons.
to it because
no, because
Okay,
let's
so
be
now you
clear.
can't
Like I'm trying to
listen. The
Whoa,
reason
let me
that
finish.
the reason nope.
Oh, you won't let me finish.
Nope. The reason that you keep like getting tongue tied is because of your definition of level. I told you would try to equivocate but you're smart enough to avoid that. So you know that every time you have to go into level, you know you're going to have to make your argument for things not being level by accepting the fact that
level at the
level
same
is
time.
actually straight.
No,
So that's why you
I
couldn't say
just
what you were
made a
saying.
simple.
Because you're trying to say that level is curved to a degree, which means that level can't also mean that level is straight.
Right,
there's
so now if
something
you're
else
going to be
happening too,
disagreeing
Eli.
with our definition that you just said you agreed with, you're going to have to give us your definition.
Yeah,
But
real
he
quick.
doesn't want
What he's
to.
trying to do, what he's trying to do though, is trying to walk it back now. He knows he's too far in
Can
to go back.
I speak for myself instead of having other people tell me what I'm saying?
Because listen, dude, you're trying to walk everything back from a point that you are too far in right now. So now every point that you thought already kind of made your point now look ridiculous. You're gonna walk everything back, and that's what you want to do right now. You want to untangle everything that you got yourself in a mess right now with.
No,
and why are we gonna let you do that?
Why aren't you letting me? Why aren't you letting me correct what I said?
Let's have him explain
Throw
how
me
the
a rope.
bath water is curved. Come on, explain how the
I
bath water
want to
is
hear his
curved.
correction, like, because he had to make his correction when Wolfgang came in, and now he's stepping in it again. Like go on and make your correction. Like, we're just gonna pass you around like a blunt, apparently.
Okay. So, I've already been clear about the
Because
fact
your
that
boots are
I.
smoked. I'm just
Well,
if
you're
you in case you
interrupting me.
didn't make the connection.
You're
I didn't think
interrupting
you
me.
were smart enough to make the connection. I'm sorry. I'm being an asshole now, but this. Okay, go ahead.
The reason I'm saying that now water is not level is a kind of a stupid pedantic point. But to me, I have to like bring up the stupid pedantic points to like be honest about what the actual truth is. Like
All right, just get
the
to the
approximate
point, will ya?
truth. Okay, so
Yeah,
water is not level
So the bathtub's
because
curved.
no, because there is surface tension. It means when the water touches the side of the bathtub, it actually curves up a little bit, or in some cases, it curves down when you're filling it.
So
But
that isn't gravity.
Oh wait. Oh, okay. So the water isn't curving like downwards. It's the meniscus or the surface tension.
Yeah,
to the,
in fact,
to the outside. We're talking
in a
about.
bathtub, it's probably more likely to actually curve the other way.
Oh, that's cool. So in the Dead Sea, then, on the borders, are you saying it's just curved up? That's all. That's why it's not level.
Oh no,
It was flat, except for the fact that
No.
it's curved at the edges a little bit.
I'm not making that claim about the Dead Sea at all.
Okay, so what about the Dead Sea water being level? What about that? When it's
In the
at
case
rest,
of the
when
Dead
it's not a
Sea-
windy day at all, and it's just a perfectly mirror surface. What about that?
In the case of the actually, no, I have to.
Go on.
Well, yeah, don't interrupt me while I'm correcting myself.
Go on. No. Go. I want to hear it. Let's hear it.
Bro's correcting himself more than we're correcting him.
That's because I'm
fucking love it.
I care about being open and honest.
You see
with
all
you.
the fucking landmines, don't you? You see all the landmines.
No, wait.
Gonna go fucking
Can I
kablooey,
speak? Can I speak?
Why? You're gonna fucking die the moment you speak.
You've been speaking the whole time, bro.
Yeah, bro. The bathtub's water's curved.
We
get
let you reposition like 4 times, and you still went into the same sinkhole. I don't know what you want us to do, bro.
Yeah,
See, when you were
he's like,
younger.
oh,
Let
the
him speak,
bathtub
dude.
is not water in the bathtub is not level. Yeah, let him speak for sure. Yeah, so the bathtub water is not level, but nobody's measured it. I'm just saying that it's not level because I like saying that the Earth is a globe and the water's not level in a bathtub. Right, Cyrus? That's how it works, right? You just say
He tried to
things.
be cute.
You don't have nothing to do. Yeah, it's nothing to do with him saying that it's not level, dude. This is ridiculous. Why are
But
we
he's
even?
he's trying to be cute, but he's trying to avoid saying level is equidistant. Is an altitude that is equidistant with the center of the sphere at all points. He
Okay, well,
will
let's-
not make that claim. I've tried to get him to make that claim. He
He's
doesn't
not
want to
smart
make the
enough,
claim.
Eli.
Let's see if we
You're giving him
can.
too much
Said
credit,
it
bro.
without saying as much.
Well, maybe we can get it to refocus, right? So you said the bathtub is level, except at the edges where it maybe curves up slightly.
Yes.
Due to surface tension.
Okay, so if we're in a swimming pool, is that the same?
Actually, yes.
Okay, so what about a lake? Would that be the same?
Yes.
Okay,
In
what
the
about
Dead Sea?
the
In the
ocean?
Dead Sea? 233 square miles?
Yes.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
No, because you
Yeah.
had me adopt
There's
a
no curve there,
definition
my
of
friend.
level. You had me adopt
No
the
curve there, my
definition of
friend.
level, which is
You
not
just
flatness.
agreed. You just agreed. The lake and the ocean's level, except at
No.
the shore.
He said,
Because you're saying
no,
flat Earth. I'm
no,
saying level Earth.
no, no,
That's what you just said,
no.
bro.
Level Earth is not flat Earth. If we're
You just said it's level, except at the edges where it curves up slightly.
I think he is thinking that it's level and horizontal as in slightly curving around the spinning ball.
No, because we established with the bathtub and it's level, and then it curves up at the edges slightly because of surface tension. Same for the swimming pool, same for the lake, same for the ocean. That's what he said.
Yeah, but probably in his mind it's level, but the level is
Yeah, don't
because it's
don't
so
do,
big,
Clay.
it's
Don't give him
curving.
any. Don't throw the fucking. Don't
Yeah,
throw
he can
any.
speak
Don't
for
feed his soul,
himself.
bro. Like what the fuck?
He can
So he's
speak for
describing
himself.
surface tension. Where does gravity come in for his space ball?
Why are you bringing up other shit?
Yeah, let's not give him the
Okay,
gravity.
yeah.
Why are you
way
bringing
out.
up other shit?
Well, I mean, he thinks it's curving because of gravity.
Well, no, he just said it curves up
No.
at the edges, but that it's level in between. Is what
He
he
No,
said.
he's
brought
all
up
jacked up.
gravity and then he said, why you bringing up other shit? I'm so weak this morning.
Yeah, the whole reason you think Earth is a ball is due to gravity, dude.
And to correct what someone just said, I did say that like oceans wouldn't be level because of the upwards curvature at the very edges of the surface tension. But I didn't actually say that the the bit away from the edges is level. Because
But you
obviously
said, but we
Right,
did
so
because you said that with the
ocean
bathtub.
not level because of tides, but water at rest
average.
like it. But look, but shut up. But water at rest like with the Dead Sea on non-windy days, it's just like a bathtub, right?
I mean, even on non-windy days, like on a non-windy day, like there's no such thing as a non-windy day. Basically, there's always a little bit of wind.
No, there's no. They're perfectly there's no windy days.
Do you think there are days when there is
Everybody's
literally no wind whatsoever?
You don't have enough breeze to make waves. It's just a perfectly mirror surface. It's
Yeah, sometimes the water's still in like a lake, right?
But everything's like relative in terms of it looks still. It's still enough to look still, but that doesn't mean it's
So it looks,
actually still.
Yeah, but that's your belief,
still in flat.
dude.
Yeah, it looks still in
That's just your
flat.
belief.
So yeah, but we said that wind is the only reason that water wouldn't be at rest, taking it out of level. But that's just wind shaking it from being level. But you're saying water at rest is not level, so you're not content. So what about the waves? Dog?
I'm not. To be clear, I'm not saying that water at rest isn't level. I'm saying that water at rest isn't necessarily level. If there's any other
Probably
force
go back
acting
and
on it,
find it in the live stream.
Yeah, that's
where
an
you
argument
did
from
say,
ignorance. That's
where
what I keep
you
saying.
did say, right, that I want to argue that water at rest isn't level.
when I said
I'm with
water
you,
at rest,
T-Dub. I was listening at work, and I think I did hear him say that. Yep, I could co-sign that.
Yeah, because he was talking about putting a magnet next to it, but we're just talking about the state of water generally. We're not talking about putting a magnet over it.
the
So
magnet
we
is there
agreed.
to add a force, right?
Is
So
there, is there a magnet on the side of the Dead Sea that's going to take its at restness out of level?
Yeah, that doesn't
I'm
have
not
anything to do with
claiming
the
that there's a big
either.
magnet sitting around pulling the water. Okay.
Okay, so if there's not a big magnet, then it's just level.
No.
No. So the bathtub isn't level anymore.
Yeah, he's walking it back.
No, I've literally already said that the bathtub isn't now level because of the surface tension.
The surface tension. But other than the surface tension, it's level.
Yep, he said that
no.
already. You already
I can't
just said
assume that.
You can't assume that. Why
Can't
not?
You
assume it.
admitted it already.
Because to assume it, I would have to assume that the water isn't acted on by any other force.
Right.
Here
So
we
how
go.
do you prove that it's not level then? Other than the
I'm not.
surface side?
I can prove it's not level because of the surface tension. The not
Right,
levelness
no,
because
but
of other
other than
forces that I've not
at
detected
the
yet.
edges, other than the edges, the other bit in the middle, you're saying
That
that's not
would-
level though.
I'm saying I can't assume it as level. That's different
So
from
when you
saying
look at your bathtub, you can't assume that water's level.
I can say it's approximately level. I can't say it's exactly level.
Has anyone measured it to not be level?
Probably.
Okay, could you show me who measured their bath water to not be level?
When I say probably, I mean like, oh, this is...
You mean no?
No, I don't mean no. I'm saying like
Okay, so you mean yes?
when you
someone's
observe
measured
your
it.
bath water, you can't eliminate the fact that there's no point in having this conversation because you
Yeah,
are.
answer. Finish what you were saying. What were you gonna say? We're looking for somebody who ever measured their bathtub water not to be level. Now finish what you were saying. Who is it? Who's the guy or woman?
Was it Albert Einstein in his bath with the rubber duckies?
Come on, man. You're at the crescendo of the point. Don't run now.
Maybe it was Mickelson and Morley. Who knows?
Who
Nobody ever learned
measured
about this in school.
bath water? Who measured the bath water not to be level? Who was the guy
I don't
or the
know
woman?
who. I know I'm saying when I said probably, I don't know. That's why I say probably.
Did you just make it up on the spot? Are you making things up, perhaps?
I am.
Yeah, I mean,
To
what
fit your
reason
said
would you
probably,
have?
right?
Yes.
Did I not
Why-
say probably?
Yeah, probably. No, wait. Probably is not somebody actually did it. So you just
Alright,
made
I
it up
agree.
on the spot.
I didn't.
There
I
you
didn't
go.
make it up. I said. I'm assuming that someone
you made it
making a
up.
measurement.
No,
And the reason I make that assumption is because people make mistakes all the time.
Sorry.
Wow,
Yeah, I like
calm
you
down,
getting
bro.
upset. I like you getting upset. So now you.
I know you do
just made
because
it
you're
up
all
on the
here
spot.
to enjoy yourself, like arguing a
No,
silly
I'm here
point.
to enjoy. I'm here to enjoy how you're not able to tell the truth when you are lying.
And
to
I
your
enjoy
teeth. You
it too,
just
by
made
the
it up.
way.
You just made it up on the spot, didn't you?
I enjoy
Didn't
the
you?
conversation in a very strange.
You just make it up on the spot that
I'm-
you can't measure your
I
butt
didn't.
bathtub.
No, I didn't make it up on the spot.
Yeah, I'm here
Okay,
to
then
I
hear
am
tell me who
people.
did it.
stating my beliefs.
Tell me who did it.
It's
Your
not
belief.
a claim that I expect you to all agree on.
Well,
Right, but
well, we
why would you
are
have
now
this
on it.
belief? Why would you have this belief in the first place?
Wait, hold on.
Because
hold
people
on.
make
I'm
mistakes
holding
while
on to-
making measurements. People make
all right then, all right.
measurements
So
when the
who is the
bath
guy-
water is
I'm gonna ask
disturbed
you
when they
again.
don't realize it's disturbed.
All right.
People
who is
make
the guy then,
mistakes.
Cyrus,
Oh,
who is the
oh,
guy
wait,
or the girl
can we
that measured the
real quick?
bathtub not to be level?
There doesn't
I want him
need-
to answer this point, guys. I'm going to hold him
Can
to
you-
it.
Can you
Who
guys
was the guy or the girl?
unmute?
And if you don't,
we
if you
we
don't
need an
know,
unmute.
then I want you to say that you didn't know.
We
I want
need
you
an
to say right
unmute.
now that you don't know.
What's
that I
that,
don't
Elijah?
know that there is a person who measured their bathtub not level.
Okay, then. Did you
Can we
just
get an
make
No, I
it
don't
up?
know. I was.
Hold on a sec, guys. Elijah, what you saying?
Can we unmute percentage?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So I want you to admit that you just made it up then.
I didn't make it up.
All right, then. Who is the person? Either you
No,
made
no,
it
no.
up or you know
I
somebody.
claimed
No,
claim
what?
was a belief claim about a probability. So
Okay, then. So you don't know if somebody did or not. Therefore, you made it up.
I didn't make it up because to
Okay, then. Then if somebody's done it and you know there's a probability that it could be wrong, then somebody gave you the statistics of how it could probably not be the case. So you don't even have that. There's no data to follow up how you know that it's not the case. So you just made it up. There's nothing to follow any information of what you just said that somebody didn't measure it in a probabilistic case. There's nothing that you can present forward right now in any way. So hence, you just made it up. Didn't you? And I need you to concede right now that you just made it up. because there is no information to support a probabilistic case.
I think we got
for it
into
not
a
being
semantic
level.
disagreement here.
I'm sorry.
No, you said
I'm
the
sorry, but
bathtub
now
was curved.
you just pigeonholed yourself
No, I
into
think
this point.
we've got into a disagreement on
I'm
what we mean by
sorry,
making
but
things up.
either you
Okay.
listen,
it's not that.
Cyrus,
It's not that.
Like if I'm trying to express my belief.
No, we're not gonna. No, we're not gonna go there. You need to admit
Well,
that you
I
just
don't want to
made
have
it
this
up.
conversation anymore. If you're not gonna.
Well,
allow
then
me to
I'm sorry.
express-
No, you just made it up, didn't
No,
you?
it's fine if you don't want to talk about it.
No,
Run
you
away,
just
run
made it
away.
up. Didn't you?
Well, we
Are you
do.
gonna
We're
run?
trying to figure out why you're saying that the bath water isn't level, and you said you
I've
don't know that
explained
it
why
is
I don't.
level.
Why I.
But you haven't given any
Yeah,
evidence
because
that
you
would
just
make
made it
us
up.
I
doubt that.
have.
You said you
I've
observe it.
talked to you about
it
the
to be
surface tension,
level.
and you've observed the surface tension.
Yeah,
You've
yeah,
filled
yeah.
the
But
glass
we
with
said
water.
tension at the side, it's level, and you said no, it's not, and we said okay, why are you saying that?
No, I
And
said I don't believe
now
it
you're
is.
spiraling. Yeah. Okay. So what evidence?
What evidence? No, I'm when I say
you broke up.
What?
I said what evidence do you have that it's not level other than the surface tension at the sides that we discussed?
I don't have evidence that it is not level.
There you go.
I don't have
There you
evidence
go.
that it is
So
level.
you made it up. So you made it up.
I
That's
don't have
my
evidence
point.
that it is level.
You just made it up because you just made it up on the spot.
Agreed.
You can
just
keep
said,
saying
hey,
that over and over again, but
because
it
it's
doesn't
true.
faze
It
me
is
one
true.
bit.
You just
Okay.
made it up. If you're saying it's probabilistic, there is no case that you can present anywhere that anybody
You're now
supports.
talking
that
about
is
something that I moved
probabilistic.
past.
Yeah,
We're
so
talking
you've
about
pretty
what
much
you just
conceded.
said.
No.
You just said it.
Nuh-uh.
Listen, guys, and this is what it is right now. The guy just made it up on the spot. He's not owning up to it. He could have just said, "Yeah, I said that. It was me. I said that. Nobody else said that." There's no case put forward in any scientific or any kind of inquiry that's making it probabilistic that bathtub water is not measured to be curved, not even or flat. Excuse me. He's not giving any case that's the case. So right now, he just made it up. He's not owning up to it, and he's being a prick. He should just easily say, "I made it up. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I made it up. My bad." But you're
Yeah,
not doing that now, are you?
You done
He's just
poisoning the well?
demonstrating how illogical you have to
Me?
think and act
I'm
to
poisoning the
pursue this
well.
argument.
You're just making all these
poisoning the
claims
well.
about what I've done.
Yeah,
You've just
you
done
just
it all.
said.
You've
am I just
literally
hearing
just
this?
demonstrated. Sorry, but you've just literally
Yeah, go ahead.
demonstrated your dishonesty. You've moved positions several times, and we're just critiquing and commenting on it. You are not being victimized. You have spoken more than you have listened in this conversation without knowing the answers to the questions you're answering. It's actually like sophistry what you're doing. We're just pointing it out for the room.
All over the place.
Yeah, I mean, you're just saying crazy stuff at this point.
We have an audience in here,
Oh, that's fine.
and
We're
you're
used
not
to
the only
that.
people. Yeah, you're not the only person here. And most of the audience members, if they don't know, they back off and they listen. But you are deciding to answer every question, whether you know it or not. That makes you unreliable.
I answered with a belief claim. I wasn't claiming to know the absolute truth, right?
No, sir, not the absolute truth. You know no truth about the subject matter, which means, in the case where you're talking about water in a bathtub, you're just making it up because you want to support your belief in any way. So you made up a story.
I don't see
in your
why.
mind, and somehow, so hold on, dude, hold on.
I don't see
And
what
then
you're disagreeing
somehow-
with. I've been quite
Wait a
clear that
minute,
I made a
dude,
belief
wait,
claim
hey,
there.
Why do you got to jump in the middle of what I'm saying? I don't get it. Why? I
Because
don't
you
get
keep
it.
lying about what I said.
He
I'm
believes
not
his
lying.
bathwater
I'm
is
telling
curved.
everybody exactly. Look, I'm
I've been
assessing
quite
the
clear that I made a
conversation.
belief claim, right?
So why don't you just be quiet when I talk? You want me to just jump right in when you start talking? You like that? So when we're talking to you about the claim that you were saying about the bathtub water, that it's not being measured flat. We're asking you, how is it possible? You gave no supporting information of anywhere because you just said this is what you believe. So your belief right now about this is supporting the narrative of the Earth being a globe. So you have every right in your mind to think that there's some kind of probabilistic way to think that the water that's measured flat is not measured flat. So you're trying to make up this story on the spot because you think it's going to support your case. And we're asking you to present the evidence that it's the case in any way, probabilistic or whatever. And you can't support it. That means you're just making it up and you're trying to pass it off to the audience like, oh, I'm not the bad guy. They are. He's poisoning the well. And I'm like, how the fuck am I poisoning the well, dude? I'm just pointing out that you're making shit up on the spot. And you're making everybody listen to you like you're knowledgeable. About what? You haven't presented any information. I just told you that bathtub water is not measured to be flat. Bathtub water is not measured to be flat. And you're making that up right now. And I'm going to ask you, present the information. Vindicate yourself. Present the information that it's true. That's what you just made up. That bathtub water.
So say it again. So you're saying I made the claim that bathtub water is not measured flat. According to my memory, I made the claim that someone has probably measured their bathtub water to not be flat. Right?
Yeah.
Those two things are different, right?
It's the same thing, dude. Who's done it? You got any
problem? Is that people can make measurements that are erroneous.
I'm not even. We're talking about the bathtub water. Don't say in another, kind of a broad example. I want you the specific example with the bathtub water.
The reason I said that people have probably measured their bathtub water to not be flat is because people make errors in measurements all the time. Okay?
Okay. So how does that support the case of the bathtub water?
What case? What are you claiming that I use that to support?
So if somebody done the work to say, hey, this didn't measure to be flat, who's done that? And then you can say, okay, the person who said that they measured flat, they could be wrong. So I'm going to go with the could be wrong kind of idea.
What?
If somebody measured bathtub water not to be level or flat, then how are you going to present the case that it has been just by saying, well, the measurements
I'm not going to build off a single observation a conclusion.
Let's just take your little example a step further, right? Let's take it a step further. If what you're saying is true, then you just sabotage your entire worldview because nobody can measure anything to be certain of, a globe or otherwise. You just burned down your own house. Did you know that? That's what you just done right now. In essence, to keep your globe narrative, you just burned all the globe narrative down by saying.
So you're saying that we can make a measurement with complete certainty?
Yes. Absolutely.
You believe that we can make measurements with absolute certainty?
Yes. So listen, let me give you an example. I'm not even just going to tell you. I can give you an example, a demonstration perhaps. When you go to the shoe store and you plop your foot down on one of those little measuring deals that tells you what size your foot is, they're going to tell you, well, your foot measures this particular size. Here's the shoe that you can buy. And when you put your shoe in that foot in that shoe, it's going to measure or fit in the shoe just right. Why? Because you measured it. And every time you go and buy a shoe, it's going to be the same size.
It doesn't measure your foot with perfect accuracy.
Okay, so do you need to measure something with perfect accuracy like your foot? Or can you just say my foot is a specific size based on the measurement that I gave?
Well, the thing is, if you don't have perfect accuracy in any of your measurements, then how do you know?
No. That's you're getting into like, okay, well, let's measure down to the molecule. Come on, dude. You're taking what we're saying and turning it into something else, which means you just sabotage your own position.
No, you're making the claim that the measurement is made with certainty, and I'm making the claim that it's made with very high confidence, which isn't certain.
It is made with certainty. No, it is made with certainty. You're absolutely right. It is made with certainty.
So if you hang on. If you go to the shoe store and you get your foot measured by a foot measuring machine, Are you saying that there is not any possibility, no shadow of a doubt in your mind that that measurement could be wrong? That you're absolutely certain and nothing could possibly make you more certain that your foot is that size?
Yeah, once your foot is measured, it has been measured. Okay? It's not going to go like...
So you would
you're not gonna
bet
be
your
like
house,
tomorrow.
your life, everything on that measurement because you are
That's my
so
point.
supremely confident.
Yeah. Because when I'm buying shoes, I'm buying the shoe size for my
And you've
foot.
got more confidence in the shoe measuring machine than I do.
Engineers of bridges
Doesn't matter, dude.
and causeways over water most definitely rely on precision measurements. Yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah, but
So
they aren't going into a shoe store and trusting
Okay,
a
look, Cyrus,
shoemaker.
here's the thing. Here's the thing that you're not understanding. With the one thing I could understand, you're trying to defend your little globe narrative, but what you've just done right now, in essence, to say that you can't do that because all measurements can be erroneous, that means that anybody measuring the Earth to be a globe is erroneous as well. So you can't know anything.
You've used part of my argument to imply that I'm making another argument, which I'm not making, and I'm not prepared to entertain that.
You can't have it. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. You can't have your globe and you can't have erroneous measurements at the same time. It's either one or
No,
the
you
other.
can't.
Either you have measurements.
To. Erroneous measurements happen.
No. Well, okay, then
Don't
you
pretend you
can't
have any
measure your globe.
measurements, bro.
Then you
don't
can't
have any
measure your
measurements.
globe. Then. How about that? You can't measure your globe now because you said that statement. That statement proves that you can't measure your globe.
The globe. You just don't have any absolute certainty.
You just said
and a completely error-free measurement.
Okay, Cyrus. Okay, Cyrus. Who measured it then? Who measured it?
It's erroneous, though.
I mean,
you just sabotage. You sabotage your position.
He doesn't have anyone who's measured
I
it.
said you can measure the globe. I didn't say the globe
Well,
has
who
been
has?
measured for a start, but I assume
Okay, so it hasn't
NASA will
been.
have claimed to have measured the globe or whatever. But you probably don't believe in any of that. So
all right.
So it
So that
hasn't
means
been
that
measured.
anybody. So that
no,
means that
you probably don't believe it has, but it doesn't necessarily
Listen,
mean it
dude.
hasn't.
So that means that anybody. Listen. That means that anybody that measures the globe right now is going to be erroneous to your standards because you can't measure it flat. You can't measure a globe. There's no way that anybody that measures anything because measurements can be erroneous. So now everything is off the table. You can't measure anything.
No, not.
That's what you're.
It doesn't take anything off the table. It simply means that everything is qualified with uncertainty and error. So, for instance, I could say that the bathtub is
You're not
level
sure if the Earth is
within a certain amount of error. I couldn't make the I could measure the bathtub and say that this is approximately flat.
No,
However,
but you
I don't
can't
have.
do that.
I don't even have certainty in those claims. I cannot have certainty.
Okay, so are you? Listen, how sure are you? How sure are you that the Earth is a globe? Then, 100%.
I'm not 100% certain.
So where would you put your certainty at? What level is it? Give me a percentage.
Oh, I couldn't. That's a very difficult.
It's
question.
the level of certainty.
Just give me a percentage. Ballpark.
It's
Is it 99.999?
It's difficult to ask because humans aren't really good at. No, you're asking. I'm telling you that it's very difficult for me to give an answer, and I don't think that my answer would be reflective of my behavior. And yet, you still want me to give an answer which I cannot. I'm not confident.
I just joined the channel. Can someone fill me in?
On Discord. Hold on, dude. Hold on. We're talking on Discord. Nobody's holding you
It's
to a legal
above 50%. I'd say it's above. Certainly above 90%. Probably above 99%. It's difficult for to be certain in these things because it's like what is the probability? What is the probability that
maybe?
All right.
No,
So
I
if that's
wouldn't. No,
true-
that would be ridiculous to.
You
Oh,
said
that's
above
ridiculous.
90%.
99.915, maybe.
That's less ridiculous, and it's again difficult for me to pin down the exact.
Well, you did say it would be over 99.
I'm not a machine, and humans don't work.
All right.
probability.
You made your point. 99%, whatever. So if that's true, then what is that level of certainty based on? What are you basing that on?
That this is such a.
What are you basing it on?
This is a not a nice question because you've asked me to spin down a very specific
Brilliant
value,
question.
and now
Not
you're
a nice
asking me
question,
to
Miggy.
why I could take that very specific value in question. But I'm basing
What
that on
are you
the
basing?
fact
What
that.
are you basing it on?
So I asked myself, like, is it more likely that the Earth is round than
Ron.
so basically I'm comparing it to other things like, you could say what is the chance that we get through a year in the UK without rain, and you can work
those are
that
the
out.
same thing. That's the same thing, yeah.
I'm not saying they're the same thing.
Whoa. Hold on a second. Hold on.
So if I have
You're
100-sided dice, right?
Okay, right. I get where you're going, right? So you don't have to go too far into it because you're struggling. So
No, let me
basically you're
explain. Let
saying-
me clarify. It took me.
You're taking forever.
I've got a marathon. All right, let me do it quickly. If I have 100-sided dice and I roll it, well, there's a 1% chance that it lands on 1. And I asked myself, am I more or less likely to be wrong about the Earth being round? So I just use comparison to rolling 100-sided dice. Or any other
So
probability.
you're literally listen. You know how weird I'm gonna make this sound like to the audience. He's literally rolling the dice to know if the Earth is a globe or not.
No.
Yeah, but it's 100-sided, Miggy, so it's 100-sided.
You're asking me about like an
100-sided,
intuitive.
so it's reasonable.
Hold on, dude. Hold on, bro. You just said that you're playing Yahtzee, and
Yeah,
then
it's a
you found out the
100-sided
Earth's a
dice.
globe. You got a whole bunch of
Yeah,
dice
but
that
it's
you're rolling
reasonable.
on the ground and say, "Oh shit, look at that! I just rolled a snake eyes. Oh, I guess the Earth's not a globe." Like, what
but
is this, dude?
No,
You're
you're
rolling the dice.
attributing something that you're attributing to me a claim that I have not made.
It's
You just said you
100-sided
rolled
dice, right?
No, I did not say that I rolled the dice to determine whether the Earth was round. That is not the process that I go through.
That's what you said.
That is not what I
That's
said.
exactly
That is not what I
Okay.
said.
So what did you say?
That is
What did
not
you
what I
say?
said.
What did you say? You have a dice now.
You asked me about how I came to the conclusion that my probability is my confidence
what
is
did you
higher than
base it on?
99%. So I'm comparing my confidence in a claim, not the claim itself, to the probability of a dice rolling a 1 if you've got 100 sides.
Okay, so what?
And by the way, someone keeps mentioning 100-sided dice, and I'm not actually certain a dice can have 100 sides, but you can certainly roll multiple dice.
So
that there is.
your 99% certainty is based on nothing to do with the actual Earth, but just this idea of you rolling a dice.
Yeah.
No,
That's not what he's saying, bro.
I've got into
that's what he said.
I think we might be confused.
He's saying he feels more confident that the Earth is a globe than him rolling
Mickey
a 1
asked
with
him-
100-sided dice.
No,
It's
Mickey
just a
asked
feeling
him,
that
what's he
has.
basing that 99%?
Yeah,
dice.
I asked.
I think we may have been confused, and we may have been talking past each other. I was asking.
No, I think you guys are. No, you weren't. I'll ask it again because it seems like percentage. I know you're always trying to like get articulate in these conversations, but sometimes you miss a few, like this one.
No,
so
he literally
basically,
said the
I
word
asked the
analogy,
gentleman.
and you guys are applying it literally.
I asked. No, yeah, but he's talking about that now. It's not what he said prior. Were you listening prior? Percentage.
Yeah, I was.
Okay, so what did he mention prior? What did I say? What did he say?
Nah, keep it on the guy.
I don't
Percent, shut
I
up.
don't have the manuscript, the text.
Don't derail
That's
it,
right,
percent.
you
I'm
weren't
going to put
listening,
you on
so-
mute again.
Anyways,
He basically said that
I
he's
asked the
99%.
guy. I asked it. You didn't know. Dude, let me reiterate. So I basically asked him because he was like 99% sure, and I know Cyclone was jumping in to get like how precise he was, but it basically 99%, right? So then I asked him, "What are you basing that on?" And he said, "Well, let me explain to you, right?" So he's like, "It's like me rolling the dice," and he's you compared it by saying 100 dice, right? And then,
I
the
think I see
probabilistic way.
I think I see the confusion here. Would you allow me to clarify?
If you're gonna say the same thing you said before, now if you're gonna
But
change
just
it,
answer his question. What gives
So-
you that certainty?
When I answered the question, I think I was interpreting what you were asking wrong. I may have answered the question, a different question, which wasn't the one that you had answered. I was sort of explaining how I came to that. how I came
Yes?
to that specific number by explaining my thought process, but that you want to know.
I'll tell you. You don't have to
No.
stay for a
Look,
long
I'm
time
trying to.
wondering.
I'm trying to
No,
concede
no,
something to
I'll
you
tell
here.
you.
I'm trying to
So
concede
you
something
won't
to
be
you here.
confused. Let me reiterate. I was doing that before you interrupted. You said 99%, right? That you would base that on. Well, I'm telling you, how confident are you to say that you know that the Earth is a globe? You said, about 99%. We put it around there, and I said, okay, what are you basing that knowledge of not being 99% on? What are you basing that on? What is the foundation for that? Now you
All
can
right,
go.
and I'm conceding to you that I have answered the wrong question with my previous answer.
Okay, so
Okay,
answer
then.
the
Now let's
question then.
get to answering it then.
I don't think it is easy for me to give an answer to that question. And
But you're
Why not?
99%. How can you be
Because
99%
why
if you
not?
can't even answer one thing?
I could ask you to give a confidence level of how.
No. You're
I'm
not
trying
gonna
to
ask
explain
us
with an
anything.
analogy here.
No.
Another
No, you're
analogy.
not gonna ask us anything. We still need to know what you're basing it on. What's your foundation for your knowledge of the globe being that certain? Go.
No, you won't. You won't allow me to say.
You have the floor.
You asked me a question about what I just said, and then you won't allow me to answer it. And now you've put the focus on the previous question. And you're not letting me clarify what I just said. And I know.
Dude, answer the question, man. Jesus
He's
Christ.
I literally said already that I cannot answer that question.
Why?
For the same reason that you cannot answer the question of why are you so confident that you won't die tomorrow?
All right. So now we're going back in circles, right? You don't want to answer the question because it's like you know what it's gonna do once you answer what it does to you, and that's why you are the way you are. Sorry to say it, man, but that's just the way things are.
I don't care
I don't
what
know
you
who
think I
sides
am.
with you in this conversation. Well, it's just it's all sophistry with you, and you know what the implications.
I don't care
that
what you
if
think.
You answered the question.
I just don't care what you
then
think.
why are you listen? If you're not here to answer that's the very question that is on everyone's minds right now. That's the only thing we want to know. It's because you're 99% sure, and that confidence is coming from somewhere. So we're wondering, what is that foundation? Where is it coming from? And you don't want to answer that. What does that mean? What does that tell you? What does that tell us?
It tells
thing we
me.
care about.
It tells me it's all rooted in belief, Alpha. That's the assumption I'm
Yep.
making until he corrects me.
That's
Meanwhile,
right.
the audience wants to hear a flat Earth discussion.
Well, this is it, though. This is a good demonstration. They don't know why they believe it. They just say 99%. You ask them for one reason.
Yep.
They can't give it.
Yeah, it is
I
a
don't
fair criticism,
see why that
Cyrus.
is a strange thing to say, because the
I
problem
don't know
is.
why you're advocating for a
Can I
percentage.
explain myself?
Well, what else are you 99% sure about that you can't provide a single piece of evidence for?
Exactly.
I would say I'm. So when you said can't
No,
provide a
a
single piece of
rhetorical
evidence, no, that's not what
question.
you asked. That's not what you asked.
Jesus Christ.
If you want me to provide evidence for my belief, I can do that. But if you want to
I
me
think
No,
to
you
provide
can't,
an
bro.
exact
Obviously
reason
you can't,
why I
because
am
you
that
just been
particular
asked 10
confidence
times.
level,
I think we heard enough,
You've been
Cyrus.
asked 10 times, and you're not.
Yeah, Cyrus, it's a fair criticism, and this is where your analogy of like the dice breaks, because with the dice, you can see, or the die, I should say, you could see that, there's all these other sides that it could land on, and it's, it's empirical. There's evidence. Whereas you're feeling that it's 99% a globe, without any evidence, it doesn't work. You need to have some evidence, bro.
I
See you in
have.
the funny paper, Cyrus.
You're changing. You are changing the.
That's about as kind as
There's
it's
a
going
very
to get,
subtle,
Cyrus.
difficult. There's a very subtle difference here, right? Which is that you're asking me to talk about why I believe that the confidence is 99%, not why I
No,
believe that.
you don't have to, Cyrus. At this point, you don't have to anymore. Your silence speaks volumes in this room.
You talk over me
You
every
don't
time I
have to.
try and clarify myself.
No, it doesn't matter anymore. It's done. Like everybody went home. The party's over.
Okay, fine.
It's all done.
No, I'm interested in hearing it if you have anything.
No,
You
the
can.
other people don't want to
valuable
hear
to
it,
say.
so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
No,
no,
I
you
want to.
can
I want to
listen.
hear the evidence.
No,
99%.
I do want to hear it
Must,
too.
I don't
I
think
want
you
to hear it.
must
do.
be good.
This is what
This
we've
must
been
be
waiting
good.
for the last
No, it
30
must be
minutes.
good. 99%. That must be some good evidence. Let's.
I want to hear how curving
Boy,
water is used as a level for engineering applications.
Well, hold on.
boy,
Can
if
we
you
get
want
the
to make him
99% evidence first?
Cyclone, if you want to make him be
Gosh.
quiet, just ask him that question again. He's not gonna
Yeah,
answer.
Cyrus, don't tell me I don't want to hear it. I want to hear it. 99%. That's amazing. That's pretty much certain. No?
How certain is he that we're talking on Discord right now?
About
Ooh,
99.99999.
99999. Yeah,
We could all be hallucinating
to
right
the
now.
to the 10th decimal place probably.
A lot of German no's. So is that it, Cyrus? That's the end of that chapter.
Welcome to Flat Earth 2024, Cyrus.
Stick a fork in him.
Mhm.
He's done, baby.
Snacks in the back. Oh dear.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
It's all right, Cyrus. You can still believe the Earth's a globe all day long, man. We got Scott Mackey in here to keep you company. You guys can hang out.
When is somebody going to make a Cyrus bingo card?
I do feel sorry for the Globers, though, in 2024, because it must be so confusing for them. They hear so much anti-flat Earth material, they think it's nailed on. They think it's a walk in the park to come in places like this.
Yeah, I guess they're used to the other platforms where they don't get as serious in conversations as these. And I think what happens is when they get exposed to this, it's like a shell shock. They don't know which way to go. It takes them off script. They're just like scrambling for answers and stumbling and fumbling. And Scott really thought, like, the first time when he was in here, and because the guy's educated, he knows a bit of math. I give him that, but he doesn't understand the logic behind like the things that he says. So he's always fumbling around because he's a straight up believer, like hardcore. There's no evidence for him. It's all belief. I think Matthew Learns is the same way, isn't he? They're both about the same. They're just like straight up believers, but they don't have like evidence to back it up.
Well, Matthew's more
I think
honest
they
in the
wanted to
sense
debate
that...
pizza planet Earthers. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I
Did
was
you say
just going to
Peter?
comment. I was just going to comment that Matthew's more honest in the sense that at least he will admit that it's all a belief in a model, whereas this guy is getting defensive and changing his position. So I'd actually argue Matthew's more genuine.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
would agree.
we'll give him a while. We'll give him a while. He'll get there, but then eventually he'll jump onto the anti-flat Earth train, and then he'll be like a Scott Mackey or something. I mean, I don't know. It just depends. Did he leave? He left.
Well, I think what's important is for the people listening and flat earthers, like, we don't need a guy like that to, we don't need to get to that guy to get him to admit that he's not living on a ball, because we don't need flat earthers who want to win debates more than care about the truth. So he's not a flat earther. He'll never be, and I don't want him on the team.
Yo, is this a Brummy accent that I'm picking up?
Yeah.
You remember Brummy? Brummy's
No, like a Brummy.
Where's
accent.
Brummy?
Yeah. Cool.
He quit Discord.
Really? That's a shame.
Good choice.
A lot of these newer guys might think that we're Flat Earth Society, and they come in prepared for the Pizza Planet debate, and they're hoping to hear us make outlandish claims.
It's a planet debate.
Yeah,
You're probably right.
Yeah, so you almost have to set the expectations up front with them in each and every instance. Look, we're not Flat Earth Society. That's a psyop. We won't get into that. And we're empiricist, which means we're basically talking about what's observable in reality and how we observe things. That's it.
Yeah, Amish, you wanted to get some mileage out of that guy, but he didn't have what you were expecting. I don't think he was going to give you that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You're too far beyond. You're just epic levels beyond like where this guy is at. Like he could not. There's no way. Because
I'm shooting trajectories on flat Earth and I'm overreaching.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe there's some people that probably could handle that. Like I think, in my like time of doing this, but he was not even close, man. Like this guy, he's basically like full on like space and all that, but he only knows some of the language. I think to him, it's more about like, staying with the rhetoric in some way, like holding to as much as he can by using his own ability to kind of navigate a conversation. So it's more like, if you can get in there with the debate tactics kind of thing, then you could survive. And then, if you survive, then at least you can hold that shred of like belief, like within like what you're what you're trying to talk about. But
it's the most obvious sophistry, though.
Yeah, it's the thing when he was doing it. He was losing ground because, like, like when Eli was talking to him, and like so as he was moving through, like what he was saying, he was actually tripping over like the things, and then he had to walk back the thing he was saying. So he's like, no, I'll remember.
Yeah, it was total this.
Yeah, he's like, the thing I said before. No, I made a mistake. No, I said that. I didn't mean to say that. I'm like, bro, this is a pattern. Like this is not like. You're not just making
he was very confused. He was very confused. Yeah. But just quickly, let's just see. I see Sienna has a light micing up. Sienna, what's up? Oh, now you've gone on mute. Well, if you want to ask a question or present an argument, feel free. Sienna.
Welcome, Sienna.
Also, Tioga. Don't think I recognize that person. So yeah, if any of you new guys want to jump in with questions or comments, feel free. We're just debriefing after another crazy Glober.
I want to know if Eli's here. I was kind of like,
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, man.
I was going to say, it's just a problem when people don't know what critical thinking even is.
Yeah, it's a shame.
I mean,
some people
actually come in here and they think it's a matter of selecting a worldview that's most compatible with their beliefs and what society thinks.
What is it?
Well, I think the other thing too, Amish, that when you talk about critical thinking, they start to say things like, "Well, you mean that if I critically think about, I'm gonna have to do that with everything, dude? Like, who's got time for that? Like, we gotta critically think about everything? Are you saying that we are?" And it's like you're putting so much of a burden on them when you're asking them to think about something, because they're used to, in this world, basically everything's a convenience these days. I mean, you're handed everything. It's all in an app, or you can just go real quick and get something to eat. Like everything's so convenient, so readily there. So it's almost like they're taking, thinking about things as for granted. So that's the way I look at it. And so like when they go through the thing about critical thinking, it's almost like an inconvenience to do something like that, because we have all the convenience, right? We have a library at our hands, that kind of stuff.
What is Amish? What is critical thinking?
Well, I'd say at the very foundation of it is skepticism. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm just asking for you to define it. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'd say a self-reflection on things that are consistently true. And this is apart from believing consensus, right? Because we're talking about using your empiricism, your knowledge that you gain through your senses, in addition to rational inquiry.
Yeah, it's how you process information, really. So if information is given to you about anything in this world, or how you interpret information, it's how you think about that information, right? So everybody can think about information a specific way based on like what they've known, like they were taught, or what they were told how to think about stuff. But you kind of learn a few things along the way. But yeah, it's how you process the information that you interpret, like of the world around you. So people can tell you things, you could look at stuff, and it's how you see the world and how you interpret it. So, and that is very important, because if you're going through this world, thinking that everything's going to be given to you, then that's a very difficult thing to do if you're trying to be a critical thinker. But most of the people that think that the Earth is a globe, they don't know how to process information because they were never taught how to do it. So becoming a critical thinker is a very not tedious, but it's a process that you have to learn and kind of hone. It's almost like a skill, I would say.
I was
Because
gonna
you have to
say it's
start to learn
almost
how to
like
do it
rounds of
over with different
pruning or something. Sorry to interject, but yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not
I'd say
not
it's.
not everybody. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'd say it's logical reasoning for the purpose of discernment, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, you have to interpret the information that's given to you. So whatever it is, right? So if somebody tells you, I don't know, don't go eat at this restaurant because there's rats over there, like you could say, okay, I trust you. You saying that there's rats over there, I won't go eat. But what if it's a restaurant you really like? You would want to find out if there's rats in that restaurant because you're like, hey man, I like to eat there. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. So you'd follow up and you go check it out, and whatever you do with the information that someone gives you, whether you just accept what they tell you or you actually look into it, that's a great way to look at critical thinking. Like, what would you do with the information if somebody handed you, how would you go about interpreting that? I think Volsprat was asking. I don't know, Volsprat. We got a bit far into it. I don't know, maybe more than you asked about, but
I think your definitions were pretty good. Yeah.
So, do you think we're doing anything wrong?
Sorry, what did you say?
Do you think that we're doing anything wrong then?
In your definitions?
Yeah, or anything in general. Is there something that we said that you disagree with so far?
Not really. No. I just wanted to know, because a lot of people use this word critical thinking, open-minded, but they don't really know what it is. So I'm just curious, But no, not really. I'm just listening.
There's basically, I mean, you don't have to go too far in to know this information. How you process the world around you, the information that you're receiving, whether you're looking at something and somebody's telling you that's not what you see, but or when it comes to the globe, they say that the Earth is curving, but you just don't see it. The Earth is spinning, you just don't feel it. All that kind of stuff. You can take what someone's saying and say, okay, I trust you. You're a credible source, or you know what you're talking about. You're an educated person. Whatever it is. You can do that, or you can say, well, let me look into it, because I don't know if that's true or not. Let me see if I can find out if that's the case. Like where the evidence lies, right? You're gonna start being more inquisitive. You're gonna want to know. You're gonna try to reason. All that kind of stuff. It just depends how much effort you're gonna put into something, right? Yeah, the Earth as a globe is super convenient, man. It's like no thinking required. Because other people are doing the thinking for you, and they're handing you a narrative, and all you got to do is accept. That's it.
Voldsparrow, are you on the fence? Are you a glober, a flat earther? What's your position?
Probably on the fence, I guess. I don't know. I'm not really into the whole debating thing. I'm just, listening in.
Okay, and how did you find this server? Was it through the politics, or did somebody did you speak to somebody about flat Earth and they directed you here?
I joined 24/7 like 2018, I think 2018-19. I can't remember
You're
how.
still on the fence. Jeez Louise. You slow learner?
Sure.
Be nice.
So I can't remember
I'm just
exactly
kidding.
how. I think. Do you know who John Zerka is?
Yeah, we know John Zerka.
Yeah, he was talking about flat Earth at some point in his Discord server, and I then got connected to someone called Chris Flat Earther. I don't know if you know him, Christian guy. Maybe you don't know him, but anyway, he had a server as well, and I joined there.
So why are you on the fence? Because if you spoke to any of the guys that I know, I'm pretty sure they would have done a very good job of demonstrating to you that the globe is a complete hoax and completely debunkable. So I'm just wondering what it is why you're still on the fence.
I would say I'm a skeptic, and I don't necessarily trust authority. So, I can understand the criticism people make towards NASA and whatnot, and the globe and educational system. So I'm on the fence because of skepticism, I suppose.
Okay. And what about, for a globe, there has to be curvature, there has to be motion, and obviously there has to be some sort of containment for gas pressure to exist. So what's your thoughts around the fact that we can't measure the curve, we can't experience motion, and, logically, scientifically, you can't have gas pressure without containment. So I know that sounds like a lot, but we're just talking about there's no curve, there's no motion, and there's supposed to be a sky vacuum next to this open system we call Earth. So what's your thoughts around that? And, is there anything that's making you think possibly, they have found the curvature or there is evidence? You know what I mean? Where are you at with those three things?
I know all the arguments, actually. The curvature, it's usually with the Greek guy, right? Aristotle or whatever it's called. Eratosthenes, maybe?
Eratosthenes, yeah.
But obviously that can be done on both flat and curved surface, so there's no proof there. We could say pictures from space, but again, could be fake, could be CGI, we don't know. Gravity, you said gas pressure, no container. Yeah, I mean, I read the definition, it says the gas pressing on the walls. And usually people say gravity, but there's no concrete proof, right? So that's my thoughts.
Okay, so you're completely of the opinion that there is no exclusive globe evidence. Would that be a fair comment?
Right, because the only way to go into that would be to, like the last guy, become a sophist and just use language and change definitions, which I don't do. So I would say no.
I'm glad you was there to witness. That was embarrassing.
Yeah, that guy was a very good example of a sophist. If you look up the definition of sophist, he fits perfectly in that, actually. It says a use of smart language but false arguments. Something like that. Clever language with false arguments. And that's what he's doing. Now you could argue it's not clever, but it's clever in the sense of he's keeping the conversation going with his verbiage.
Yeah, he's very much making it about himself. But okay, so moving on then, is there any, the fact that you're on the fence means you're not sure. Is there any globe arguments that you think have stumped you, that you don't know how to answer, or is making you feel, okay, that could be true, that could be why we live on a ball and it's undetectable? Like, do you have any arguments that you want to bring up here that maybe we could discuss?
Only thing I can say is that we haven't seen the entire Earth, so we don't know what Earth actually is entirety. So we don't know for sure what the shape or whatever is. That's all I can really say. But I understand when you say colloquially level, water's level, and so on. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So no, I don't have any thing to bring up like celestial navigation or gravity or nah. I'm just,
or just
as I said, I'm
why?
not really into that.
Why do you think the Earth is a globe?
I never said
No,
it was.
he doesn't. He's on the fence.
Oh, okay. Well, how about that? Why are you on the fence?
Like I said before, we haven't seen the entire Earth, so we don't know for sure what it is. That's it.
Is it because of false dichotomy between a pizza planet or a ball planet?
No, it's because we haven't seen the entire Earth.
Okay, so why can't you see the whole Earth?
Well, because to do that, you would have to go up to a height where you would not be able to breathe. So
it's not possible.
Yeah,
Do you think the globe is possible?
Sorry?
Do you think the globe is possible?
There could be some kind of half truth, right? Because we know the best way to lie is to mix truth with lies. So there could be some kind of truth to the sphere Earth that we don't know about.
Yeah, the truth with lie there is they're testing weapons but calling it exploring space.
Sorry?
They're actually firing rockets in the air. These are weapons, missiles, rockets. They are firing these things into the air and detonating them. But they're pretending like after it goes out of your view, it went into outer space. That's the part that's a lie.
Okay.
But you can use a telescope and see it. Is my telescope line?
You see telescope.
Testing, hello? Did I disconnect?
You didn't talk for
the rocket goes. The rocket goes into space. You could just use the telescope and see the rocket.
You can. Where?
There you go. Now you have your fish.
When'd you do that?
Do it on a telescope. But look, anyways, guys.
When did you use a telescope to watch a rocket go into outer space? When did you do that?
Oh, I didn't do it. But hey, guys, you know, Elon Musk, proved you guys wrong last week.
Yeah, Elon Musk is a ketamine addict. He got some fluff doctor to prescribe him ketamine. Now he just wasted 24 hours a day.
Hey, man, I'm not here to tell anybody's drug use.
He's not a healthy mind, body, or spirit. It's just a matter of time before the whole house of cards collapses.
Do you believe everything you see on TV?
No.
So why'd you believe that?
Because it was a live stream.
Oh, so do you believe everything you see on a live stream?
No.
So then how does that make it true?
Because it was like a lot of people there, and nobody has came out to say it was fake.
Who is there?
NASA, like thousands of people.
Okay.
SpaceX, every employee.
Every employee.
Millions of people watched the live stream. Nobody said it was fake.
Oh, a lot of people watched it. So if a lot of people watch something, that means it's true.
No, people were there. They saw it lift off.
Yeah, you could see something lift off and then come back down. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that prove?
And if you took a telescope and watched it, you would see it in space. I mean, it wouldn't just disappear.
No, because look, remember, it goes up and then it comes back down, remember? It doesn't just go straight up, yeah?
Sure.
Right, so it comes back down.
Mm-hmm. They live streamed the re-entry, everything.
Right, so you can shoot something up and bring it back down. What does that prove?
That it went up there and it came back down.
So it goes up into the sky and comes back down, then what?
It went into space. It showed the footage of space. It showed the Earth.
What's
then it
that?
came back down.
Define space.
The footage that I saw on the live stream.
Oh, so it's something you saw on a video?
I mean, we all know what space is. Like, these questions aren't disproving.
Could you define it then?
These like isn't proving what Elon Musk did. Like,
no, well, we're just asking you to define what you said.
Yeah, space is space, But
yeah, what's that?
It's just space. What you mean?
Like space between you and another person?
length, width, breadth. Yeah.
You know, outside of Earth is space. It's where everything else is.
Outside of Earth. When have you been outside of Earth?
I've never been outside of Earth.
Oh, so how do you know what's there?
Because millions of people who actually have technology and build things have proven that it's there.
Proven what's there?
Can you show me? So, okay, is the live stream fake? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, we're just trying to figure out what you're claiming here. You're talking about outside of Earth, like, but you've never been there. So how would you know what's there?
I'm not really claiming anything. It's just like,
All right.
you know,
So that's just
they sent a
that's just
rocket. They
belief.
sent a rocket to space, and nobody can in here can disprove that they did that. They showed a live stream of Earth. Nobody in here can disprove that they did
Captain
that.
Kirk went to space on TV. I agree. How do you know it's true?
Like, can we disprove that? Okay, can you just show me like proof the live stream is fake? You know, I'll be all on your side if you can prove
Well,
that it's fake.
can you verify it's real?
Yeah, millions of people were there.
No,
Every
that's not verifying that it's
country
real. That's you just
every single country
watching
on
the
Earth.
video.
Every single country on Earth accepts it. The most vicious
Every
sport.
single country on Earth accepts it. Wow.
Can you find me one country that?
So if a lot of people accept something, that means it's true.
No, but if there's actual evidence and proof, that means it's true.
Okay, so what is the actual evidence or proof?
The video of the rocket going into space and showing
No,
the
that's a
Earth.
video. That's a video. How do you verify that that's real? You know, you can have a
There
video
were
of
people
anything.
there.
Who was there?
So is this picture? Do you see the picture in my profile picture? Is this a real picture?
What's your profile
Are these
picture?
real humans in this picture?
What, Kanye and Elon?
Or are they really? Is this a real picture of Kanye and Elon?
Well, how would I know? You could have photoshopped it.
Okay, they posted it on their Instagram. Is this real? Since they
Okay.
posted it on their Instagram, is this real? Like,
Well, do
yes
you
or
think
no?
it's real?
Sure. Do you? I'm not. Well, can you answer that?
How would I know?
I'll answer
You can
your
fake any
question.
picture. You could fake any picture. How would I know it's real? Were you there?
Okay, sure. Sure.
So you don't know.
I mean, so is this the
So you don't
the
even know.
argument?
You don't even know your profile picture is real, and yet you're talking about
Well, it's
outside of
based
Earth.
on credibility, right? If your
Yeah,
brother
but
took a picture of something and you wouldn't be like, "Is that a real video?" You know, you give credibility.
I think everything I say, the argument
Yeah.
is going to be like,
So
well, is it real? Were
verifiability.
you there?
Well, no, we're just trying to verify your story about the space rockets, right? You see a video
Okay.
on the screen. You think that's real?
Okay, was the Super Bowl real? Did it really happen?
Good question.
Just asking yes or no. Did it really happen, brother?
Well, that's not really the topic. I mean,
No,
that's
but
up to
it
you.
kind of coincides. You weren't there.
Not really.
So how
Not
was
really.
the Super Bowl real? Though?
There's a difference in verifiability. I mean, anyone can go to the Super Bowl. Not anyone can go outside of Earth, as you claim, can they?
Did you go to the Super Bowl?
No, I didn't go to the Super Bowl. Why would I go to that shit?
But did it really happen?
Sure. Seems to be. A lot of people were there.
So what is the difference
How many
between
people? How many people were outside the Earth?
But how many people watched the rocket lift off? And if you took a
I don't.
telescope,
Yeah, you can. But that's not the debate. I mean, you can launch a rocket and have it come back down, which is what you observe. What does that prove?
yes. And if I was there with all those people and I took out a telescope and I put the telescope in space, I would see.
So now, if you imagine.
No, it's not if. There was people there that did that. You can do that.
Oh.
I just wasn't there.
Who did that?
I don't know, some random kid with a telescope.
What's his name?
Elon Musk.
Oh, Elon Musk. So back to the video on TV. It's not very good evidence, is it?
Okay, so what's the evidence that it's fake?
Well, the fact that you've got no evidence that it's real.
But I do. Every sign is
There you go.
credibility, right? He
You
just said the
saying you
word.
believe
It's a
it
good
because
word.
it's live. You
Credibility.
just said you believed it.
The same
no
reason I believe that it's real.
verifiability.
The
So you
same
agree
reason
it's
I
a
believe
belief.
that it's real.
Yeah,
It's the
you've
same
got a
reason
belief.
why you believe the Super Bowl is real. It's because people were there. Now nobody was outside of space. I'll give you that, but there was a big camera.
Well, that's
the
what you're
same exact
saying.
camera.
That's what you're claiming.
But you got to
That's your
think about it this way, DGAF. You're making a silly argument, right? Because I'm one of the most famous flat earthers in the server, right? And basically, if you say that the photograph of the Super Bowl is equivocal to what's going on outside in space, you've got to think about it this way. What are they talking? What's the claim? And what's the level of testimony in its favor, right? Because that's what you're appealing to, testimony, because in the photograph, you can get people who are there to verify it, say, yes, this actually happened, this photograph is credible. And in the Super Bowl, it happens every year with thousands of people, and it's not a ludicrous idea that there's a sports game going on. We all have been to sports games, right? So as far as people are going to look at that situation, they're going to say, aha, is this an extreme idea? And what is the testimony in support of that photograph? Now, if you look at this outer space stuff, you have something that is hard to believe, where there is not that much testimony in its favor, and few people can actually go and just go on their merry way to space or anything akin to space. So they can't even with a sports game, I can go to a football game and I can verify that events like the Super Bowl happen. Can you go to anywhere like space to verify that such a thing could happen?
Well, what you can do is use a telescope and look into space, right? So my question, I mean, I'm being pretty respectful. My question to you, right? If you take a telescope, right, and you see Jupiter, is that really Jupiter?
Well, it's just an image through a lens. What do you want?
Okay. So when they had the re-entry, right? So you're telling me when the rocket came back, when they had the re-entry on camera, and everything lined up with the re-entry going into Earth and the rocket coming exactly back down at the same exact time that it re-entered. Can you explain to me how you faked that?
Wait, clarify what you mean. What re-entered the atmosphere?
So when the rocket re-entered the atmosphere,
to be clear,
right?
we've gone from images to Jupiter to re-entry. Right? We need to stay on track a little bit because
every answer so far is just it's a lens. It's this. So my question is, when it re-entered, and the same amount of people who watched it lift off watched the live stream of it re-entering, and it re-entered at the same exact time that it did on the live stream, how was that fake?
What are you referring to? What re-entered?
The SpaceX rocket ship, like last week.
Well, how far did it go up?
It went up enough to see the Earth.
To see the Earth? Did you see Earth curve?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and how do you know that that was actually Earth curve and not some sort of camera distortion or live stream distortion?
I mean, it's pretty good camera.
Through a lens again, like it's just this. What do you want? What do you want to make of it? Right? You see, cameras have this massive issue where they're never clear. You never know if they're looking through a window, a lens looking through a window, which makes it the matter even worse. And then we're talking about re-entry. I mean, yeah, it may have gone up high. Yeah, that rocket went up high and it came back down.
That was an extremely good camera.
Surprising.
I mean, it was an extremely clear camera.
No, how do you know? What camera did they use?
I'm not sure.
No, well then how do you know it was clear? Sounds like you're making it up on the spot, really, doesn't it?
No, it sounds. I mean, if these are the arguments, you have no actual evidence that it's fake. You're just asking.
I've got no evidence. You're just look. I would rather
I have an
sit
extreme
here and
live
say,
stream that's
I've
credible.
got no evidence, right? I'd
I
rather
have a
sit here and
live
say,
stream
I've
that's
got no
credited by
evidence
every scientist
and
on
make
Earth.
up my own evidence, which is what you're doing. You don't even know what camera is using, yet you're saying, "Aha, it was very accurate, very clear," but you don't even know what camera. I mean, that's worse than saying I've got no
I don't
evidence.
need to know what camera. What's the name of the RAM? What's the name of the RAM in your PC? What's the DDR?
But I'm not talking about my PC. I'm not making a claim
but you don't
about
need
how
to
good
know
my
everything.
PC is or how excellent it is. Excellent, but I'm not making a claim about that. You're the one talking about this camera, talking about the whether it was. I mean, I don't even know if you're going to make a claim about whether or not it was behind a window or not, and what distortions might be on the table. You're just saying, oh no, it's definitely accurate, and you don't even know the first thing about what you're talking about.
It's a camera. So going up the whole time it was going up, it captured everything accurately. And you're telling me as soon as we went into space.
Do you even know what altitude it went up?
No, I just watched the video. I'm just an average citizen watching the live stream.
Evidence? You don't know what altitude it went to. You don't know. I guarantee you don't even know if it came down as accurate on the live stream.
So
to go off, really, are you?
Is this the argument? You see a live stream of Earth and it's just fake because the average citizen doesn't know the altitude? Is this the argument?
Well, I'm saying you don't know enough information to be so confident about what you're actually seeing on the screen.
I do, because everybody was witness of it. What do you mean?
Everybody?
Yes, every millions of people that watch the stream. You can't find anything fake about it.
No, to be a
unless you
witness
can-
of what you're talking about, you'd have to
unless you
be
can show
there
me something fake. If
and
you can-
watching the live stream at the same time, right? You'd
Well,
have
I'm
to
just
be
an average
there
citizen, right?
and watching the live stream at the same time. That would be accurate testimony, because that's what you're trying to push forward, that it landed the same time as it did on the live stream, and when it was up in space, you could see Earth. I presume you mean Earth curve. You could see that from space. But as far as I can tell, you don't know what camera was used. You don't know where the camera was in the rocket. You don't know what distortions might have occurred. You don't know how high the rocket actually went. All you
I don't
know
need to
is
know
that
any
it
of that.
landed about the same time it did in the live stream.
No, at the exact same time. It's not about the exact same
All
time.
right?
I don't need.
Exact about doesn't really matter. You know,
I don't need
you don't
to
know
know
much about
any
the
of the.
situation at all, do you?
But I don't need to know any of the information you just said I needed to know for
Of
me
course
to
you do.
know that the
Of
live
course.
stream is real.
I think you do.
Why would I need to know that?
How do you know what you're seeing?
How does that disprove
in
the
the
live
Because
stream is
obviously,
real?
what you're trying to tell me isn't that, because we all agree rockets go up and come down. There's no problem with that. But you're trying to obviously say the idea that, oh, well, you can see Earth's curve from the rocket going up, but you don't know enough information about what you actually saw.
But how? I just saw it. What do you mean? I don't need to know how high. I don't need to know what type
And this
of
is where we
camera
go
it
into
was.
the cognitive dissonance. I just saw it. Okay, whatever you say.
Yeah, on the most
I believe you.
verifiable live. Like, we're not in 1960 anymore. We're in 2024.
Have you also seen
You
Bigfoot?
cannot fake. That shit was not fake, bro.
You've seen Bigfoot? You've seen Loch Ness Monster? There's some good images and even videos of that. Yeah.
Bro, we're talking
let me show you in
about.
the let me show you in the side chat. I'll
We're
show you
talking
in
about
the
the
side chat.
second most advanced space organization on the planet.
Oh,
With-
can you look?
if-
Can you look in the side chat for me and tell me if you think that's Bigfoot?
That's obviously real, bro.
That's Bigfoot, right? Obviously, there's
That's obviously Bigfoot.
witnesses were there to confirm that video actually happened.
Yeah, that's obviously
at that
Bigfoot,
time.
bro. I met her last night, bro. That's obviously Bigfoot.
Okay, well, at least we're in agreement then.
None of this disproves the live stream, bro. I see what you're trying to say, and I see like all the arguments to it, but it's very futile. And if you guys really just wanted to open up and realize that Elon proved everybody wrong and just accept it, it'll be okay, bro. It'll really be okay. You know, he put a rocket in space with a camera. That's very
You
clear.
sure put a lot of
And then
faith
he
in
can-
Elon, don't you?
It's not just Elon; it's every other verifiable, credible
that
source.
like
If
your
it
Jesus?
was fake,
Elon would never
He's
lie.
like, what would Elon do? He's like your
I'm not
Jesus,
saying
bro.
he would lie, but that camera wasn't lying,
Sad.
bro.
Yeah, you would
I'm
know
sorry
that,
to
wouldn't you? You know him very well.
I mean, unless you can find me a source
You've
that
watched
says
a
that
lot
it
of
was fake.
TV. You've watched a
If
lot
you
of
could,
videos, so you're very
okay, find me a
informed.
source that says the live stream was fake, and I'll believe you. I can find you
It's
multiple
okay, bro.
sources that'll say it was
Okay,
real.
bro. Okay, bro.
I can find you hundreds.
Mission from to launch his rocket into space in the first place.
I couldn't hear you, bro. Can you say it again? Kind of lagged out.
I said the real question is, who did Elon have to get in the first place to launch the
I
rocket?
think I'm just lagging. I don't know if it's you. I think I'm lagging. I'm not sure. But yeah, if you guys could send me a source that said the live stream was fake, I mean, I'm all for it. But I can find you multiple sources saying it was real. I mean, let's stick to sources here, guys. Let's not just ask me what type of camera it is. Let's stick to
I
sources
mean,
here.
there are blooper videos of the ISS, right?
I'm not talking about the ISS.
What are you talking about? Rocket launch?
Yeah, the SpaceX rocket launch like last week.
I think some flat earthers probably have some.
Well, I'm
shady
all
stuff.
here. I'm all open for it. But I'm pretty sure I have 100 more articles that prove that it's real. But if you have at least 2 sources at least to show that it was fake, a breakdown of how that live stream was fake, I'm all for it. But until then, I think just Elon just proved everybody wrong. We all have to accept it and pack it up and just, enjoy life on Earth.
Well, special effects are pretty readily available, so... And again, it would be your claim to prove it's true, not the other way around.
Well, I have multiple. I have the exact video. I have multiple articles saying it's true. I mean, what else?
You can't,
If you can show me, if you can show me a source that says it was
true
special
isn't verification of the claim, but
yes, if I
you do,
show
bro. If
multiple
that's
sources,
what convinces you that you're on a giant spinning ball of water, then good for you.
Okay, so if I look up trees, do trees produce oxygen, and it says yes, does that make it true? If there's a bunch of evidence that says yes, trees do produce oxygen, does that make it true? Yes or no? So if you look up a bunch of
Again, you
evidence
go
saying
on
that
to all these things that are like real world accessible versus what you're claiming,
because
which is not.
the sources and evidence is real world accessible. The sources on
No,
evidence I'm looking
you
up,
can't go and replicate what they claim to be doing in these videos and see for yourself what they claim to be showing you. You can't do that. What are you talking about?
but I can look at all the sources that said it was true.
No, you can just watch a video and believe it, bro. That's all you can do.
But I
That's
can
all
look
you're
at all
doing.
the sources that says it's true.
You can just watch the video and say, I believe it. That's all you
Okay,
can do.
so can you show me a source that is fake and special effects?
I don't need to. It would be on you to prove they're correct. But yeah, we could actually. I mean, if you join our server, we've got channels which have got hours and hours and hours of this stuff being obviously fake.
No, I'm not talking
So,
about that. I'm talking about Elon Musk's specific space flight, because I'm pretty sure you guys haven't got around to this. It's pretty hard to
right.
disprove this.
So if
So
all the
I don't
rest
think you
of
guys
it's
got
fake, if all the rest of it has exposing of it that's fake, but not this one, you'll still believe this one. Good
because
looking
it's the
out,
most
bro.
advanced one we ever had in
Listen
human
here,
history.
retard. Listen here, retard.
Good thinking,
I know
bro.
the Earth
Good
is flat. I've
thinking.
been on this planet for over 50 years, right?
All right.
It's
Another
the first.
big globy.
I think it's the clearest image of re-entry the clearest video of re-entry we've ever had in human history, if I'm sure.
Really?
So yes, I would like for the clearest
Amazing.
image
Amazing.
we've ever seen in human history to be debunked. I don't want something from
Wow, what a
1960 with blurry
milestone.
cameras and a flag that moves for some reason. I don't
Could you
want to see
tell us
that.
who's ever measured curvature in human history?
No, I can't tell you that. I'm just an average citizen.
Oh, you're
I don't
going to
really
need
look too
that.
deep into these
If your
things.
video is true, you're going to need that.
I think you just have to prove the video is wrong. All the evidence points to me being correct.
Okay. I'll
Every
prove it
single
wrong. I'll
evidence on
prove
the
it
live
wrong.
stream points to it being real.
It's okay. I'll
If
prove
you
it
can
wrong.
prove that
I'll
it's
prove it
wrong, I
wrong.
mean, I'm all here
Yeah, prove
for
it
it.
wrong. There's no curvature.
So what we saw in that video is fake, is what you're telling me.
Well, yeah, because there's no curvature.
So can you prove that video being fake?
Yeah. Find
Okay.
us the evidence of the curvature. That's what you need first for that video to be true. So who measured that?
Yeah, I just need the video. I don't need anything else besides the video.
No. It's your claim. You need to justify that someone's measured curvature. So what you saw in the video is that curvature.
All I would need to see is just the video. I don't need to see anybody's measurements.
All right.
If I
Well,
have
no one's because no one's measured it because it doesn't exist. Or someone would have measured it.
If you were trying
Pretty simple.
to prove Narnia, would you just tell them, "Oh, I've got the video"?
But Narnia, why do you guys use things that aren't like credited by millions of people to be like, yo, if you saw fucking Pikachu running across, bro, nobody's out here fucking doing studies on Pikachu. Like, of course,
You say credited, but they're not credible, right?
So show
Because
me
only
one.
a certain group of them are telling you that they're going into a second law of thermodynamics violation, first of all, right? And then, what Cyclone's telling you, you would need the curve for that video to even be true. So where is the curve on this surface?
Okay. All right. I can basically look up multiple. I'm just assuming. I can look up multiple sources that can prove Narnia is fake. I can look up multiple sources that prove the SpaceX flight was real. So if somebody in here can please show me one source that shows that the SpaceX flight that happened last week was fake, I'm all for it. But until you guys show everybody in here uses Google to fact check things. Everybody in here uses the internet to fact check things. So when it comes to this, I just want to fact check. If it's fake, I'm assuming somebody would have already said it. So if you guys can show me one source to show that the live stream was fake, I'm here for it. I'm open ears. But
I mean, we practically just gave you two, right? You can't have gas pressure without a container, and you don't have the globe curve.
But none of that proves the live stream was fake.
No, it debunks that the live stream is real.
It's difficult to have a conversation about whether a video is real or fake if we have no way to clarify that. You know what I mean?
If they showed you a video of a unicorn, would you believe it?
No, because I can find sources to show that it was fake.
Well,
I can find sources of that exact image being
verify that
displayed
you've
as fake.
seen a unicorn before?
Can I verify what?
Have you seen a unicorn before?
Yeah, you know, one time I woke up and it was just like touching me, and I didn't know what to do about it, bro.
It's a no question, right? None of us have seen a unicorn. We've seen horses, but not with horns on their heads, right?
Of
So
course,
if somebody showed me a picture of that, I would have no way of going like, "Whoa, where did you go to see that, man?" Or like, a guy with 3 ears. I wouldn't believe that guy. I'd be like, "Whoa, did you Photoshop this?" I got to see this guy for myself.
I completely agree with you, bro. But there's not people dedicating their lives and sacrificing time away from their family.
Oddly enough, a unicorn is more believable than this spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball floating through an ever-expanding void of total darkness. Because
I don't know.
you could look at a horse,
I've
and all
never
you
seen
need to do
either,
is add a
Jacob.
horn, right? You could see a horse and add on a horn, and it's more believable than this weird, like, sort of reality where there's a place where the gas pressure sticks to the ground and doesn't float off into the vacuum of space, and that the Earth's rotating really, really fast, but this rocket can land perfectly on the ground, right? I mean, like that's not reality, not what you observe in your everyday life, right? So you need to do extra work,
So can
extra
somebody?
work to defend that claim. You don't get,
Okay,
someone
sure.
who wants to argue for a
Anyway.
unicorn can actually
No,
arguably
what,
do less
what
work.
my point
right?
is, what
So
my
the
point is, you
two
can't just say
pictures.
I have a video, right? You need to go test it in reality,
Okay.
and you
So
can. That's the best part. You can test this for yourself, my guy.
okay. So the two pictures that I posted in the side chat, right? Snapshots of the live stream of the rockets that Elon Musk's genius mind has built. So if somebody can find me a source, if somebody can find me a source that shows that these pictures are fake from the God himself, Elon, I mean, I'm willing to.
You are such a fanboy, bro. It's sad. Come on, stop that.
I mean, you
Stop
guys
worshipping
fanboy
another man.
random YouTubers. Come on, I'm obviously joking, bro. Like, don't take it that serious,
All
bro.
right,
But
I hope you
anyways,
are. I
look
hope
at the pictures
you're
in the
saying
side chat from our 2024 amazing technology because of the GOAT Elon Musk, and we see that if somebody can show me evidence or a source that these pictures are fake in the live stream, I'm all
bro.
for it
How'd you know they're real?
because it was a whole live stream, brother.
Oh man, that's
With
not
millions of no
verification of it
country, you're
being
telling me
real. Come
no
on.
country, no space organization, nobody in the world has came out and said this is fake besides you
Bro,
guys.
you
So
can watch a space movie and see the same effect. So how do you know which
millions,
is real?
Maybe it would be a better question to ask how you guys deem it to be fake. What's your framework?
No, because that's a reversal of the burden of proof. It's his
There's
claim.
no
It's his to
proof in
prove.
reality.
And
I
yeah,
have
there's
Right,
no
okay,
curves.
so
So there
all
you
the
go.
evidence and the
Obviously,
sources
it's
are
not
on my
true.
side. Bro.
so you don't want to prove anything, that's fine. So what would he have to prove to you? Would he have to look through the metadata, or
He'd
would
at
he have to
least
go there?
have to show us measurable curvature.
So that's the only way.
Well, for a start, that's what you're claiming, yeah. So where's
So
that?
wait, so the only way to verify a photo or a
Well, all your
video
other
is
claims
to
are
show
going to
curvature?
assume that. All your other claims are going to
No, I'm
assume
just
that. So
asking
you
you a
need to
question
verify
about
that. Yeah.
photos and video in general, not about
Yeah.
like
You're going to show a photo of that curve, then yeah, you need to go and show us a measurement of that curve.
what if it was about
Obviously.
unicorns then, right? That's not really about measuring a curve. So how would I verify?
Well, I'm not talking about unicorns. I'm talking
You
about
were
his
before.
globe claim. Quiet,
I'm
AT.
confused here. So how do you verify a photo?
Yeah, we
I think
know
you
you're
don't know.
confused. We know you're confused, AT. It's your
No,
constant state.
no.
Anyway, DGAF.
Yes, sir.
So what do you think? Is that a curve?
I'm confused. What are you talking about?
Well, Chris, are you still here? You want to speak to him?
I'm just saying, like, bro, I'm just the average citizen. I'm an average everyday Joe, I wake up, make my eggs, look at a live stream. Oh, look, the Earth. Oh, look, nobody's disproving it. Oh, look, all the sources and evidence are saying is real. In 2024, no country has came out and said anything. These countries like to compete with America. Don't lie. Nobody has said anything because nobody can disprove it. So let's just accept that Elon Musk is just him. Like, some people are just made him, and Elon is one of them. And we've seen it in action last week. and the Earth is round, bro, or sphere, or whatever.
You are fanboying, bro. That's funny.
Flat
Well,
Lloyd,
I
you want
mean,
to
you
take
have
it?
one thing. You
guy,
can't.
go.
Sorry, go for it, man.
I was gonna say, is that guy still in here?
No, sorry.
DGAF.
Yes, sir.
So you have a lot of doubts that the Earth is flat and stationary. You think it's a globe, right?
Yes, sir. I mean, I just assume it is whatever I see in these videos. The 4K, 8K resolution.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of cool, man, that you have this idea that it's a globe, but what level of certainty that do you have that it's a globe? 100%?
Yeah, 100% now. Now, since last week, since
Excellent.
Elon showed me his balls.
His balls. All right, so you basically are looking at live stream video and saying that that's the way that you're going to get to truth, right?
Well, in this case, since like there's no evidence to show that the live stream was fake. Now, if I can see evidence that it was
All right.
fake, I'm all for it.
All right. So you saw something happen in the video, right? And it made you believe that the Earth is a globe 100%.
Yeah, and on all the sources that say it was credible. Not only just the video, but all the sources that say yes,
Yeah,
this actually happened.
You could have the homies in there too saying that, hey man, it's a globe, trust me. And you're like, cool, bro. I like that. All right.
But
So yeah,
okay.
yeah, I got you, man. I know what you're saying.
It's
So
not just the homies though. In my
else?
personal opinion, it's really just people that sacrifice their entire lives to do these things.
all
It's
right,
not just
man. They
like
sacrificed. Okay, so yeah, they went without sleep, and they're doing all the they lot of work went into it. Okay. So how do you know that the information you're receiving can be validated? Like, say, for instance, the video of whatever you saw, Elon Musk's rocket or whatever. How can you validate that to be true? You, DGAF. How can you validate it?
I look up all the resources. I look up all the evidence and sources on the internet, and I just see
Okay,
that.
yeah, you looked it up, and it says, "Hey, man."
I think I'm lagging really badly. Hold up.
No.
No, I think
It's not
Papa
you.
just cut out.
Oh,
Alpha, you still there? Maybe Miggy's been DC'd. Flat Lloyd, you still here?
Still here.
You want to speak to DGAF?
Is he the one that's the Elon guy?
Yeah, I'm the
He's
Elon.
guy.
Yeah, Meat Rider.
Yeah, I just I was just trying to explain to you, like, it's okay to have videos as evidence, right? Because I can go to the beach, I could take a video, and then I could see my friend's video and go, I can produce that myself, right? But in this case, you may think to yourself, well, I don't have the experience, I don't have the money, I don't have the time and dedication that this Elon guy has, right? To of course do all these things, but I mean, how could you verify that they're even spending all this time on these things anyway? Right? I mean, don't get me wrong, but aren't everything that you're hearing from this one source, of course they're not going to tell you that what they just did is fake, even though Elon actually did say that. Are you familiar with when he put like a car in space? Did you see that one too?
Yeah.
And did you see his interview when he came back? The first thing he told the audience was, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's really strange to me because it's kind of a paradox in itself, right? He goes, we could, it would look way better because we have way better CGI, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you find that in any way odd? I'm just curious.
I'm not sure.
you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Kind of an odd thing to say.
Mm.
And I mean, after all, Elon did say it himself, right?
I mean,
We
bro,
can look it up.
couple that, bro. Like, I'll just jump in real quick. If you couple that with the, what was it, the Dragon 9 or something, where the little mouse was like just crawling on the rocket burner as it was hurling into space, like just those little inconsistencies. But I mean, that would take someone to actually do some investigation, right? Outside of the basic Google searching. Reuters will fact check it for me. Like, you can't really go to those outlets and expect them to tell you anything, bro. So, you kind of got to look into it a bit more.
Question: how is it that all that vegan lab flames the saying it was exposed to the sunlight 250 degrees?
You're breaking up, friend. But my point is that, you can verify things for yourself and you can start to have your own critical thoughts, right? You can be able to look at information and discern it for yourself.
Mm.
And I mean, it is kind of weird when you look at some of these anomalies, I'll say, right? Because, that is what it is. It looks like a rat crawling on this object, right? That is pretty ridiculous. I don't know if you've seen that. Somebody might be posting it as a GIF. I know we have a GIF somewhere. I'm driving, so I can't really post anything. But, I mean, one of my favorite videos that are probably not still there, but it was called NASA Fails. And it was just a whole hour of just video after video of just like, what? On wires, people dropping things even though they had nothing in their hand, green screen mess up. I mean, why would they even need to fake some of it, if they can do it for real?
Mm. Yeah, and I do find those things interesting, right? When people point out like the flags waving and no wind and stuff. When I see stuff like that, I do think it's very interesting. It's just a lot of times they are telling the truth. They're like, for example, say they describe to me how Jupiter looks. Then I take a telescope and I look and I say, wow, that's how Jupiter looks. Well, they weren't lying about that, right? So I wasn't there during the rocket ship, obviously. But I'm just going to assume if I was to take a telescope, I wonder, I really should look it up and see if anybody used a telescope, because that would be very crazy. But I'm just going to
I'll
assume
bring
if I
it to
use a
you.
telescope in the right.
It doesn't look the same. Sure, maybe similar, but they're also looking at the same thing, right? I mean, I don't know about you, but I've taken my telescope and looked at what we call Saturn, right? And it looks like it has some sort of band going around a circle. Yeah. And then lo and behold, NASA shows me this wonderful computer generated image, right, of it obviously in more detail and high definition. You can see what they call clouds on it, right? But again, I'm just taking their story, right, and replacing it with what I see in my observation when I look at the sky with my telescope, going, oh, that must be what I'm seeing, right? Or would that be bad logic, that just because I see something means that what somebody's telling me is true?
I mean, I guess it just depends on the situation, right? But
that's what I mean. You don't have to take somebody's story. In fact, you can verify it for yourself. For instance, like the curvature, right? They tell us what that geometry of the surface of the Earth should be. They tell us, right? They tell us they got a radius. They even tell us how they calculated it. But lo and behold, you'll find that nobody's really measured it drop over distance physically. Curve. Nowhere. And I know that can be hard to understand. And I mean, if the Earth is not curving, what is it?
Not curving.
Yeah, if there's no curvature of 3959 mile radius, then what's the Earth?
Not curved.
And if I mean curve and flat is a true dichotomy, then if it's not curved, it's flat. Or they were extremely wrong, and it's literally 1,000 times bigger than it should be.
No measurements here when it comes to round things. It's like, never mind. I'm not even gonna say it. But hey man, I just saw the live stream. I can't see any evidence to disprove it. I see you guys brought up the measurement thing. I'm just the average citizen. I'm not
Me too.
good at measurements. I don't really know all about that. But
I'm just saying, don't believe every video you see because, things can be faked, especially videos, right? I mean, there's this one guy. It's a master's program where they make viral videos, right? And part of the assignment in class is to make a fake viral video. I don't know if you guys ever saw that one where basically like an eagle comes down and almost takes this baby from a park or whatnot. Of course, that video is fake, and the person even said so, right? But without that person saying so, I mean, there was a lot of controversy. It was a pretty well done video. So don't get me wrong; these were just two master students, making just a short clip. So imagine with somebody with some funding and even say really expensive technology, green screen or cameras, what they could possibly fake. And let's face it, they have a lot going on the line for it. There's a lot of tax dollars. There's a lot of, they got to make sure you guys all believe that it's a globe. So, why would they go, oh yeah, we faked it? Unless, well, we count Elon where he accidentally goes, well, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
But it was more of it was a little sarcastic, little jokey joke, right? From what I've seen that video.
It was my bad, man.
I don't think it was an accident.
My internet just went out on me, so sorry about that.
All good, brother.
Yeah, but see if I could resume. I don't know if you're far off on another point or not, but just getting back to like where I was telling you, the verification method to finding out if something is real or not. Like, I think the process by which you're taking everything on credit is just basically faith that you have. It's the faith that you have in like these people, right? So it's basically considered a belief. You don't know that the Earth is a globe. You just believe that it is because you've been shown a lot of things. So to you, a belief is, I guess, good enough for you to say that you know that the Earth is 100% sure that it's a globe. But if you peel back the layer of like knowledge, right, to see if it's actually true, right? How can you validate that information? Like, how can you check to see if that's possible, what they're showing you on a video?
Well, the way I would check it is just with Google, right?
But that's another source telling you. So it's secondhand information. I'm talking about primary. How is your physical self able to check and verify that the thing that they're showing you is actually true?
Well, I wouldn't be able to physically do it, right? But just hear me out, right? The reason why I think I forgot you said secondhand information or something. The reason why I think it's so strong in this case is because
why
they are playing in science, which is the most vicious sport ever created in human
I've heard
history.
you say that before, but that's not the point. The point is, when it comes to verifying something, we don't just take secondhand sources. It doesn't matter if two people are competing and it's the most intense sport. Like you said, that seems like a cop out. I'm asking for this specific direct knowledge of how you know something is true or not. And so when you really face that, like in the mirror, and you look at yourself and say, how do I really know what I know? You're going to find out that it has nothing to do with you actually verifying, validating, falsifying any of this information. You just take it on credit that the people that are telling you this are telling you the truth. And that's all that it is, DGAF. You don't have a primary knowledge of this information being true. You just believe it to be so.
But
And that's why
it's
you feel
not.
confident. You feel confident that way. So if I was to ask you, right, just really some good information, who's ever measured this curvature of the Earth? Anytime in history, just anytime, don't matter when.
I don't
And the
know. I've
drop,
never looked into it.
right? So the drop over distance is important because it tells us that the Earth being a geometric shape, like an oblate spheroid, would be absolutely true. And so, and you just said it right now, you answered the question, but you don't know. And so that's fine,
I've
right?
never looked into it.
Yeah, I know. So right now, at this current moment, you don't have that primary knowledge that you need if you're going to make the statement that the Earth is actually a globe. So what you have right now still on the case for it being a globe is a belief. Now, if I was to tell you this like three main tenets, right? The second tenet, do you know if the Earth is actually spinning around like they tell us, like on its axis? Or do you just believe that it is?
Well, I just believe that it is what they tell us.
Right. So that's basically like everybody else, right? Because nobody's going to go far beyond that. So the third tenet is, do you believe you're in a cosmic vacuum or do you know that you're in one? Like far as like you being on the Earth and, you got the vacuum of space that surrounds the Earth.
Well, yeah, I believe it.
Okay. So when we talk about like the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, currently right now, DGAF is just a blind belief you have. It's not something solidified in primary knowledge, which is the case for anybody that comes in here and I ask them the questions. And the three main tenets, right? The curvature, the spin, and the vacuum. All of these things make up what the Earth being a globe is in the vacuum of space. And so because of the belief that you have, it's kind of like I'm just going to compare you in this instance, but it doesn't mean that you are. But it's like a religious person. When a religious person says, I believe with faith that this is true, and you're basically doing the same with it's like space, science, and all that. And to you, that makes sense. That's okay. You can have your belief. You can think the Earth is whatever you think it is, but it's not rooted in primary knowledge. It's not rooted in you using your critical thinking skills and figuring out if it actually is a globe or you really just believe that it is and you want it to be one. And that's okay. You can believe Elon Musk is going to space and all that kind of stuff, and it makes you happy, whatever. But it's not true. It's not true unless you can provide some evidence that it actually is. Now, when it's in your hands and you can test, you can verify, you can falsify the information, now it's empirical. Now you know, and that's something you know, and nobody can tell you otherwise because you've run it through a lot of the tests.
Baby, don't worry, you are my only. You won't be lonely, even if the sky is falling down. Baby, don't worry. Na 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 na. Hey, what you mean, cuh?
You don't know how to sing. That's what I mean.
I don't give a fuck.
All right. Well,
You a bitch.
Oh, that's all you got. You're an internet strong guy, aren't you? Got nothing
Okay, so
left.
guys,
Nothing left in the tank. Anyways, DGAF, that was all I wanted to tell you. But and any retort that you would have to that, hopefully, you realize at the end of the day, man, it's just a blind belief. So
I hear what you're saying, right? But here's why it's not a blind belief. I'm gonna have to reiterate this in a different
you
way.
can
They
justify
aren't.
your belief all day long. It's
I
not
heard
going to
you.
make it true.
I'm not gonna cut you off, right? So look, they not only convincing me, the average citizen, is like you brought up religion, right? Christians can convince Christians to be Christian, but they've never once in history convinced every Muslim to be Christian. Now, in this specific case, right, Elon Musk, what he's done with SpaceX didn't just convince me; it convinced every single one of his major competitors that it's true.
Who
Now, this
cares,
is
bro?
why I keep bringing
Who
up. This is
cares?
why I keep bringing up competition, right?
DJF,
Because when
who
you
cares about competition, bro?
well, I'm not cutting you. Okay, if you're gonna,
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense,
I haven't
though.
cut you off, but you're gonna cut me off. I
Bro,
listened to you fully, bro.
doesn't
Like, what's the point of
listen,
being respectful, bro? If you're
DJF,
just
it
gonna
doesn't
cut
make
me
any
off?
sense, dude. You're using competition
I
as
could
the
have
way
said your
that you.
stuff doesn't make any sense either, but I just listened to you, bro. So you can't just
But
listen
how
to
does
me.
it make? How does what I'm saying not
Like,
make sense? You not having primary knowledge. How does that not make sense to you, bro?
bro, how does me
Tell me.
posting a live stream that every
I
smart
want you
person on
to.
earth agrees
I want
on
you to
is?
say what I.
I'm
If
not gonna
anything that.
dive into the
If
negativity.
anything
But
that I
I'm just
said.
want to,
If anything
bro,
that I said was something that you could disagree with, I want you to bring it up. Primary knowledge is the
bro.
only way that you can know
If
something,
that's
man.
if that's what your belief is, I have no problem with it.
It's
I
not a
let you
belief.
talk. Now you're gonna let me talk, or you just gonna keep
Primary
cutting me off?
knowledge is the only way that you
Okay,
can
you're just gonna keep
achieve.
cutting me off.
Yeah, primary knowledge is the only way you can know. That's it. Was that it? Okay.
You cut him off.
Yeah, I cut him off. From the globe. He's still gonna believe that it's a globe, bros. It ain't gonna change. He just wants to feel in his goods that when he says at the very last word, bro, I'm telling you, it's a super competitive sport. Science is. And that's why I know that the earth is a globe. Because, come on, if it's not competitive, then it's not real. Really? So how much more of that do we need to hear about it being competitive? It's just going to be reiterating a point. We got kawaii pandas in here. Kawaii pandas, are you there?
Oh, hey, friends.
Hi there.
Can I talk now?
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. And you?
Kawhi.
Pretty good. What brings you here?
Oh, I was just wanting to hear some of the arguments, that's all.
Cool. Well, we have the bold claim that the Earth is not a globe. What do you think about that?
I think it's okay. I think people can believe what they want to believe.
It's
It
all
is what
about
it is.
belief. We're all just believers in here, right? Doesn't matter. We all just believe things. No, it's not belief though. The thing is, there's no evidence that the Earth is a globe. See, that's the problem, Kawhi. If it was a
Yeah.
globe, if it was an actual globe, then we would know that it is. It would be self-evident. That's the thing. Self-evident means that you don't need somebody to tell you. You can just go outside and you'd be like, man, the Earth looks so much like a globe right now. That's what you'd be saying. But it's not. So therefore, it's not a belief.
I
A
think the
belief.
flat earthers have a belief. I think that globers have proof.
Okay, yeah, give me one proof, Kawhi. One proof that the Earth is a globe. Just one.
Bro, I'll do it for
So
you, Kawhi.
the
I'll do it
experiment
for you.
DJ,
that I was
you had
telling
your
you
moment in the
guys
sun. You ran away. You can
I
sit
didn't
in
run away.
silence.
You just kept
Yeah,
over
you ran
talking.
away, bro. Just sit in silence. Let Kawhi answer. Go ahead, Kawhi.
You just kept over talking me, bro. But if that's running away, it's whatever.
Well,
You can have a calm demeanor, but when people's beliefs are
You
challenged,
left. All right, Kawhi, go ahead. We're waiting for
So-
Kawhi's one proof. Go ahead.
So the experiment that I was telling one guy in the chat, which is basically to just get a ball in front of you, pick up any toy, like preferably anything with like a high point on it, and push it towards you.
Did you say
in
bowl
front
or
of your
ball?
face.
Sorry, Kawhi.
Ball.
Owl?
BALL.
Okay, ball. Gotcha.
And then push it towards your face and see and like note what you see first, and then do the same thing with the paper. And then go to like a ship dock and compare your experiment.
Okay, that's cool, but it's not an experiment. You're just testing something. So basically, if you're gonna find something
Which is an
about the Earth,
experiment, but okay.
it's not an experiment. Define experiment.
I'm not gonna have a
See?
disingenuous
No,
conversation.
I'm just saying if you're saying it's something I'm telling you it's not, and then you say it is, then I'm gonna ask
Okay,
you
well
for
then
the
we'll
definition
just
of it.
both disagree. That's fine. We'll just both
Well, it's
disagree.
not
That's
a
okay.
see. That's the thing about this issue. It really isn't a disagree and agree position. It's either you're right or I'm right. One of us is gonna be right. So either
Because
you're
I'm not
right or I'm
debating
wrong.
what an experiment is. That's not the
Well,
conversation.
no, but I know. But what I was saying is because I'm telling you that it's not an experiment, because an experiment has to deal with the cause and effect relationship. Okay, this
Right,
has
and the
nothing to
cause
do
and
with that.
effect would be you're pushing a you're pushing a toy toward
Mm-hmm.
you, and you're seeing the effect of that to know what you
Okay,
see.
so what's the hypothesis?
The hypothesis is that you're going to see the highest point of what the thing that you're pushing towards your face. That proves that the Earth is round, and then you're comparing that to a
Yeah,
flat
but you're
surface
using
and
that
what you see there.
analogy. That analogy has nothing to do with the Earth because you're not trying to discover what the Earth is. You're just trying to test or whether you can see something or not based on these
No, you
objects that you
are.
have in front of you. The
No, you
objects
are
that you have
because
in front of you.
one theory is that it's round, right? So you get a ball,
It's
and
not
then
a
the other
theory.
theory is that it's flat, and
It's
then
not a
so you
theory.
get paper.
It's not a theory, Kawhi. Because if it's a theory, then if it's scientific theory has evidence, it's evidence based. This isn't a scientific theory. So what you have,
This
what you
is what
have
I'm
right
not
now.
debating.
No, it's not a debate. That's what I'm saying. There's no evidence to back up. If you had evidence, there would be a debate. But there's no
No,
evidence. That's
there
all we're
is.
asking
That's why I
for.
said we just disagree, but I don't want to get
It's not
into
a.
that. I want to go back
That's
to
the
the
other
actual
thing. It's
topic, right?
that's the other
I'm
thing.
just telling you I
It's not
don't
an
agree
agree
with
to
you.
disagree position. Either listen, Kawhi, you could be right and I'm wrong, but the thing is, you have to bring the evidence. So if you had evidence, then I would be wrong,
I'm not
right?
debating it because that's not the topic that we're talking about. We're talking about the Earth being round, and you asked me
Of
specifically
course.
for an experiment,
All
and I
right.
gave you one. You don't
So,
want to
but it's
accept. You don't
yeah,
want to
but it has
accept it
nothing
as
to do
one
with the
because it
Earth.
proves you wrong. But that's okay.
Has nothing
That's
to do
fine.
with the Earth.
I can accept that, right?
You're using
Now
a
you
listen.
just
You're
tell
using
me
a.
how that
You're
does not
using
prove the Earth is flat
because
or round.
you're using a piece of paper. How is that looking at the Earth and doing anything with the Earth itself?
I'm
Kawhi,
saying
come
it's
on.
round. You're saying it's flat, or
Yeah,
whoever's
but
saying it's
okay,
flat.
that's fine. That's fine. When are you going to the Earth instead of using a silly little object test?
Or a ball. I'm using the ball to represent the Earth,
Okay,
and
it
I'm using
doesn't
paper
matter.
to represent the Earth.
Right, but how do you know the Earth is a ball? You can't just declare that it's a ball.
No,
You have
that's
to
what we're
provide
trying to see.
evidence.
That's what we're trying to see
With
with
two
all the other
objects?
scientific
With
evidence.
two
No, with all the other
objects?
scientific,
Well,
with
okay,
all
give
the
me
other
then
scientific evidence that
give
helps
me
to prove it.
one.
For example,
Give
like
me
the
one.
way that light hits, the way that light hits
Light
the
hits
Earth, the way
what?
that the moon hits the Earth, like other things like that. The
Stop
way
on
that
light.
do you
Stop
ever
on
know?
light.
Do you know what a sextant is?
Slow down.
Do you know how
Slow
a
down.
sextant
Wait.
works?
Kawhi, you're
Or
spinning out of control.
when you no, I'm just saying other
Yeah, you're out of
experiments
control.
that
Calm
prove.
down.
No, I'm just saying other
Woosah.
experiments that prove
Woosah.
the Earth is round. So
You need
they
to
did that.
relax. Bro.
Bro,
I'm
you try to
relaxed.
pull this out
I'm
of
not
people, then tell them to
Stop.
relax. But you know
Stop.
you
Yeah,
pause
yeah.
these.
Just one at
Hold
a
on, am I not
time.
relaxed? I'm actually
No.
I'm hyped actually.
Okay, so one thing. So let's talk about light. Okay, you said light. Stop there. So what about light tells you that the Earth is a globe? And don't be a Captain Save-A-Ho, DGAF. Really, we don't need that.
Wait, hold on. Why would he be a captain save a hoe? First of all, I'm not a hoe. I don't
I'm not
prescribe
even
to that
telling
type
you
of
that you're
talking.
a hoe. It's a
Okay, but
figure of
but
speech.
to suggest that he'd have to be a captain save a hoe, that would suggest that I would be the hoe in this conversation. So let's not do
Well,
that.
yeah. Anyway,
Right,
but
exactly. So that would be calling me a hoe. So
light,
okay, words have meaning. Let's
How does
agree to that.
how does light provide evidence that the Earth is a globe?
You know what? No, I've got other things to do today. I don't know. It's fine. It's okay. I don't know.
That's fine. I'm used to it. People just run. It's always fine. Go ahead.
It's
I'm
not
not
running, bro.
running.
It's that you're just not
I'm
having a
tired. I'm
conversation.
tired of having like
No,
a conversation
there
that's
you
really
go again,
obvious.
DGF.
Because you know
You can
how. I know
the
you know
door
how.
the
But
door is that
you're
way
gonna
if you
say
want to
no,
go.
just exactly how you was talking about the experiment
Okay,
earlier. But it's okay.
so let's talk
I know
about
it's
it.
pointless. How
No, it's
about I
not.
just recognize the pointless conversation? You can't accept that, but
Okay,
you can
then why
accept
are
that I'm
you here
running away.
spinning
Okay.
everybody's wheel? The door is that
That's
way.
why I'm running
Bye.
away, apparently.
Bye,
See, you are
Felicia.
running away. All right. So
I
no
said
evidence
apparently.
there.
You see how words have meaning?
You guys can't
Okay.
like people are being pretty respectful to you guys. It's not
Are you
like there's
done?
people who come in here very toxic. Like there's people who come in here not as
That's
respectful
true.
as
I
us.
agree.
All
And you
right,
I
guys
agree with
aren't
DGF.
that.
like you
Really,
guys could at least be respectful to people who actually respect your
dude,
beliefs instead of like just being
it's
like
not a belief.
like that.
First of
That's
all,
what I
so yeah,
think.
it's not a belief.
Yeah, that's what I think.
All right, then you
Bro,
guys can go have a chat somewhere else. How about that? Like we're trying to
But
find
why
out
why
who
are you
knows.
so why are you so toxic though? I don't understand. Like,
Toxic. We're not toxic. Listen,
you
all
see,
we
but
want
what
to
you're doing
know,
right now
all
is
we want
toxic.
to
Because I
know,
could try
all
and
we
talk
want to
like
know.
you guys,
Listen,
but I don't
It doesn't
listen,
because
matter.
I don't want to.
listen.
I
The
don't,
Ninja
I don't want to
Turtles
be a
were
dickhead. I don't
toxic.
want to be
The
asshole.
Ninja Turtles
Like,
were toxic, but they
fam,
weren't.
like I could do the same thing. I can sound like a dumb redneck too, but I don't do that. You see what I mean? Like I just
Kawhi, it's cool. It's
Just
chill. It's
relax,
chill.
dude.
Let's just be calm. We can just reset this, Kawhi, if
you
you're
send
still
All right,
insults
enjoying
and
the
then you tell me to
conversation.
relax, and I am relaxed. I'm copying what you do.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Let's just move it on to something more productive. Yeah.
all right. Let's see if DGAF can bring the evidence because Kawhi just wasn't
I
producing
mean, I
tonight.
showed you a live stream in 2024 that you still can't disprove. I mean, what's more better than
No,
that?
no. Wait. No, see, you left the conversation when I asked for primary evidence of the Earth
Well,
being
I
a
didn't
globe.
leave the conversation when I
You
left
sure
because you
did.
kept over talking me, bro. You
Okay, so what
just have to have a
primary
normal
evidence?
conversation.
What
I
primary
let you
evidence do you
talk for
have?
like 3 minutes and I just listened to
DGF,
you. You just keep over
DGF.
talking.
What primary evidence do you have of the
And
Earth
you
being a
never
globe?
asked me that question. I'm showing my side of my argument, right?
I'm
I don't have
asking
to.
the question. Go
Also, I
ahead.
gave
I've already told
multiple
you.
What
Even
experiments. Just
earlier,
saying.
what primary
I already
evidence do you
told
have
you.
the Earth being a globe?
Did I say that I've never experienced outside of the Earth physically? Did I tell you that? Yes or no? I've told you that already. So we moved past that. So
No, we
listen,
didn't.
right?
You moved past
We've
it right
already
now,
moved
this
past that.
moment. No, we didn't. So what primary evidence do you have of the Earth being a globe?
I already told you I've never seen the Earth. I've never been outside of the Earth, but I have live streams. I have sources.
Okay, so
Right?
why don't you be honest? Like
Most.
you're not being honest right
Okay,
now,
you're still
DGF.
talking over me again,
You're
bro.
not
Can you
being
just?
honest,
We've been
bro.
talking
Say
for like
I
10
don't have
minutes straight, bro.
primary knowledge of the Earth being a globe. You
No,
could have
I
said
know you
that.
like hearing yourself talk, but come on, bro. We
See,
just
why are
wait
you
till I'm
being a
done and I'll
weasel,
let you
bro?
talk.
Why you saying you're not respectful?
Bro,
Just be
insults
honest.
can't get to me, bro. It's okay, bro. Just
Just be
wait. Just wait
honest.
till I'm done talking, bro. I've waited till you done talking. Just wait, bro.
Just
It's
be
okay.
honest. Say, do you have primary evidence of the Earth being a globe?
Just
Yes or no?
wait. Just wait till I'm
Dude,
finished.
Yes or no?
you're bulldozing him right now. Chill, dude.
Yeah, bulldozing. I'm asking him a question. He's not responding. He's weaseling out of the
I've answered
question.
a lot of your questions. You just haven't let
See,
me
he's
talk.
not answering it. You
You
heard him.
haven't
He's
let
not
me
answering
talk.
it. Well, answer the question. Do you have primary evidence of the Earth being a globe?
Do you get your testosterone checked on a monthly basis?
I'm waiting
Okay,
for you to
anyways,
answer the
hold on.
question.
Let me just, bro, just calm down real quick. All right, it's
He
okay.
answered it. He says he doesn't have it.
No,
I already said
you
I've
answered it.
never
He
seen it.
didn't
I've
say that.
answered it earlier, like way
Do
earlier
you have
too.
primary
You just
evidence of the Earth being a globe?
okay, God, let me talk. All right, my turn. Because even if I answer, you're still gonna talk over me. So you have to learn how to just not talk over people, right? You'll get your chance, bro. You have your chance a lot of times. All right. Okay,
You
look.
still haven't answered my question.
So the reason why we know the Earth is round because
No,
Elon
you
did a
didn't
live
answer
stream.
my question.
Now,
See, he's not answering my
are you
question.
gonna keep talking
Yeah,
over me?
you didn't answer my question. Do you have
is
primary evidence of the
just
Earth being a
go?
globe?
Okay, so I'm gonna just keep
Yes
talking.
or no?
I'm assuming I'm gonna get muted, but look, this is what right. Science is the most.
Well, you're correct about one thing, but you're not answering my question. And bulldozing is not going to help. White knights aren't going to help. No one's going to help. The only thing that's going to help is if you have primary evidence of the Earth being a globe and you can state your evidence. And that would be great. That's all we need. Primary evidence of the Earth being a globe. We don't need to hear excuses. I only want your answer. Go ahead.
I'm still not gonna like become disrespectful. You can't get to me, bro. But anyways, look.
That's not that I'm getting to you. Just
I
want you to
already
answer
said
the
I've never
question.
physically been outside of there. I've never seen it. I already like how many times do we have to
You've
like
never
say
been
this?
outside of the Earth is not answering my question.
Like how many times do I have to say this, bro?
Okay, you
So
being
is it
outside of
so?
the Earth.
Can people?
Stop. You
Can
being
I ask you a
outside of
question?
the.
Actually,
Hold on, Kawhi. I just want him
okay.
to answer. If he doesn't know, that's fine. I just want him to answer the question honestly. If you don't, just say, I don't have primary evidence of the Earth being a globe. That's all. That's it. Or you do. Either one. Yes or no. You have primary evidence of the Earth being a globe.
Okay, so look, right? You just
Nope. That's not the answer. It's either yes or no. It's getting kind of weird now. One more time, in time. Do you have primary evidence of the Earth being a globe?
No.
I'll stay quiet. All you gotta do is answer.
Bro, you're
This is
kind of
you.
weird,
This
bro.
is you being
Like everybody
intellectually
else in this
honest.
chat is.
Nobody's listening to anybody. We're listening to you, not giving the answer. You're not being intellectually honest, DGAF. And if you were to, you would answer the question honestly. Do you have primary evidence for the what 6th, 7th time of the Earth being a globe? I'm gonna let you say it. It's a confession
You want
from
me
you.
to say exactly what you said? Like you're weird,
No.
bro.
Yes or
You
no?
got you're weird, bro.
Yes.
I'm not
It's
gonna
a yes
lie,
or
bro. I'll
no.
talk to
It's
somebody
yes.
else. They're kind of.
Yes, it's just a yes or no. Why are you so afraid to answer if you have primary evidence of the Earth being a globe?
Just answer
Just yes,
no.
just yes or no. It's up to you, but just it's either one. It's your choice.
Yeah, just say no,
I've said
bro.
no multiple times. I'm pretty sure
Okay,
people have heard
now
me
you
say
just
no
did.
multiple
Now
times.
you just
I've
did.
said it multiple
Thank you.
times, like a
Thank
long
you for
time ago,
answering
bro.
the
You're
question.
just weird, bro.
Okay, so you don't have primary evidence. So now that you don't, I'm gonna let Kawhi please come in here with her question. You can just wait
You
now.
see, you're
I
just gonna
guess.
cut me off again. You're not trying
She
to hear my
wanted to.
point because
I
you
know
know
she.
it refutes.
You said you
You
don't
can't
have
refute
primary
what I
evidence.
say. That's why you're trying
We're
to be
good.
very
We're
specific
all
things.
good here, DJF. We're good. So let
Bro,
me
I'm
just let
chilling.
Kawhi. Let me let Kawhi come in here. Go ahead, Kawhi.
Okay, so how do you flat earthers explain the sun rising and setting? I just want to know.
How do we explain sunrise and sets? We'd
Yeah.
say that in our vision, everything converges to the eye line. So we would say that with perspective and angular resolution would be the sun moving across the sky from east to west. So when we see the sun, it actually looks like it's moving upward, but in our vision, that's how everything looks like when it converges to our eye line. So conversely, from when it's setting in the west, it'd be doing the same thing, except opposite. So now I'll put it to you like this, right? In a long hallway, it looks like everything converges to a point, right? Like the walls and the floor look like they're meeting at a specific point in the distance, and the like the walls look like they're closing in. So when you see a long hallway, it's kind of like how our vision works. Like when you go outside and you see, like, let's say at a far distance, or you're looking off into the horizon. Just that you don't see everything kind of like looking like that because of the fact that you're seeing over a vast distance. But everything is converging to your eye line. So with perspective, it looks like the sun's moving like up in the sky and then above your head and then back down again. But that's just because of how our vision works. But that's, I mean, we could demonstrate that optically.
How come no one heard? If you could direct me to that.
Dude, why does everybody jump in here when I'm answering somebody? Like, relax, guys.
Thank you.
Ahead,
If you can direct me to that, I would love that. I'd love to see it.
Yeah. Well, here, check this out. People do it in a lot of art class. Like people that take art class, they show you how to draw with perspective, and it looks like like when you draw lines on a piece of paper. Like if you're gonna draw like railroad tracks, I'll give you that as an example. But if you draw railroad tracks like if you just draw them out, you actually draw them out like they're coming to a point in the paper. You know, like they're merging, but they're not really.
Right.
It's like how our vision works. So if you could imagine how that looks, I'm pretty sure people in the text chat are posting some images so you can see. I have a whole bunch, but I'm not pulling them up just yet. But
that's okay.
How come no one sees it? How come?
Yeah.
How come no one on Earth sees it going back to the east?
What?
How come no one on Earth sees it going back to the east side of the planet, east side of the Earth?
Don't start obfuscating, Duncan.
What does that have to do with what we see?
Well, everyone
Just ignore
everyone
it,
sees
Miggy.
it.
Just ignore it, Miggy.
Everyone sees it coming from east to west.
Yeah.
Which is it coming closer to away from us, but no one on Earth ever sees it going back to the east.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Well, where's it go?
What do you mean? Where does it go?
How does it go? How does it go back across from us without us seeing it back into the east to come closer to us and away from us? Like, how come no one ever sees it go back to the east? Where's it go?
Oh my gosh, dude. I don't even know what are you advocating for? What, you think that the Earth is a globe? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying you're saying that like
No, I'm
you're
trying to
saying
figure out
that
where he's coming from. Matt,
right.
Is
So
that
like
Matt Nuclear? Hold on, Duncan. Is that Matt Nuclear? Dude, what are you doing with the GF6? Are you? Oh my god.
What do you mean? What am I doing, man?
Part of
Are
the
they? Are you a
part
part
of
of the clan
kingdom.
now?
I've
You're a
been a part of
gaming
the clan,
clan
man.
slash. Oh my god! Whatever, dude. You can do whatever you want. What were you saying,
They're just trying to
Duncan?
distract you from speaking to a new person, Miggy.
Yeah, this is weird, man. Why do you guys throw your bodies into the gear? Like, just allow the person who's asking questions to ask questions. We got plenty of answers, I guarantee it. So, Kawhi, if you have any, Duncan, relax, dude. We're not gonna go into that ridiculous, whatever it is. I don't even think it's an argument. To be
Well,
honest.
what's ridiculous about it?
Nah, he's going on mute. He's just going to carry on.
Jeez Louise. Kawhi, if you have any questions about anything, you can ask us.
Bro, let me ask my questions. Am I not gonna get cut off, or are you still gonna cut me off?
No,
Yeah.
we're waiting for Kawhi is very inquisitive about things, and I like that. We might have started off on a bad foot, but the more inquisitive she is, the more answers she's gonna get. So
Yeah, that's how I like to be. If I don't understand something, I always ask. I think that's quite wise. So I had another one. How then would you explain to me or people that've been on a plane the curvature of the Earth, like seeing the literal curve, or like on a ship or something? Like, how would you?
Well, that's interesting. We do have testimonies of people saying that they've seen curvature from an airplane. But I would say that the narrative usually speaks to that more than anything else. So if I was to say that people are saying that, then I would say, how is it possible that you see curvature in an airplane and yet we can't measure the curvature on the ground? Because that would be the next step. If you saw something, then it would be there, right? Like, let's say you saw curvature, for instance. Well, then when you come back down to the ground, that curvature that was pronounced in the airplane would also be noticed in how you measure on the Earth. So you'd be able to then say, well, I saw it in the plane, so obviously the Earth does have curvature. That means that what would follow is that we could measure it, right? So then the next step would be to do a long distance observation test, which means that we would do, see how far we could see in the distance, use a demarcation marker, like something in, I would say do it this way. Go to somewhere where there's no land topography, like where there's not hills or valleys and stuff. Like, basically what I'm saying is do it over water. So if you do it over water, water wouldn't have like as much, things that get in the way. You have waves and that, but you don't have to be too concerned with it being like, like land would with elevation change. So do a long distance observation to see how far you could see. And then what you would have to do is get the size of the Earth, which is the radius, diameter, and the circumference. And then you're going to find out a couple of simple things, right? Like observation height. So I don't know how tall you are, but you take that height and then you'd say, okay, so from my height to the distance where I'm going to be looking at, would hopefully it would be to the horizon, right? And then you'd look at something that would be in between you and the horizon, like something that would demarcate a distance, possibly something in the water. And then you're saying, I know the known distance between me and the thing that is in the water. And then so I can put a distance between me and the thing in the water. And then because I see the horizon in the far distance, I would then know what the distance would be, either farther or closer. The horizon would be as far as the predicted amount of the Earth's curvature. So like if the Earth is a globe with the radius of 3959 and the circumference of 24,901 miles, we're going to figure out just some simple math, right? How much drop over the distance there would be between me and the horizon. And we're going to do that using the marker in between you and the horizon. Because you're going to say, okay, I know that marker in between me and the horizon is X amount of miles away from me, from where I'm standing. And then you're going to say, okay, so the curve of the Earth should be curving away at a specific exponential rate of however many, 8 inches per mile squared, like the way they're telling you that the Earth, it works over like 8 inches per mile squared over a parabola. So, and that parabola, as you start getting further off in the distance, gets more exponential. So you're going to figure that information. There's some Earth curve calculators online that you can look up by Walter Bislin or Mick West. And these calculators are going to, basically you can type it into Google. What you can do is you get these Earth curve calculators, and it's going to give you a variable, like they have like these little boxes you can put some numbers in there, and you're gonna input the observer height, the distance, and all that stuff, distance to horizon. And once you punch all that information, and I think there's some information for refraction as well. I'm not sure.
Right.
I haven't seen it in a while. But you're going to put all the information in those boxes, and then it's going to tell you the expected amount of curvature there should be between you and the distance that you're looking over. And then you're going to find out whether or not that predicted curvature should be there to obstruct your view from what you should see in that specific distance. So the specific distance that I'm only going to give you an arbitrary distance, like 10 or 15 miles, right? Within that amount of distance, there should be X amount of curvature between you and that thing you should be seeing in the far distance. But if it's possible to see farther than the expected amount of curvature that should be blocking your distance, then that's showing you something that the Earth is not actually, right? So if the Earth was a globe, there would be a predicted amount of curvature between you and the horizon. Yeah, I mean,
Right.
excuse me, between like how far you're seeing. So if I'm
Right.
seeing 15 or 20 miles and the Earth's curvature should be blocking my view from seeing that far, that's kind of the thing that I don't know if you heard it or not, but with the flat Earth argument would say that we see too far. I know that's a bad
Yeah.
way of saying it because a lot of people don't say it no more, but
My
the reason
God.
yeah, I
Yeah.
know it's I've heard it before, but it doesn't follow to say that you can use it. But like because of the fact that you see farther than the predicted amount of Earth curve that should be there is the reason why the Earth as a globe doesn't stand a reason that it actually is. So that's you actually testing the globe claim to see if it's actually a globe or not. You're doing a long distance observation test, which is like I said before, you're looking an observer over water to the horizon. And so what's going to happen is you're going to find out if the Earth is going to be obstructing your view from something you see in the far distance, like the horizon, or it's actually going to be where it's supposed to be as predicted with the measurement. Because like I said, you're using the size of the Earth, which is readily available. It's public to everybody. So you can just type it in and find out what the radius, the diameter, and the circumferences of the Earth. And then you're going to use that as a standard to then say, when I go out and do my measurement, I'm going to use this information to see how much curvature there should be between me and the horizon. And then, using something in between you and the horizon, doing a long distance observation test is going to prove to you how much curvature is actually blocking you, if it is curvature or if it's something else. So so many people have done this, is what I'm going to tell you. Most of the people that are sitting in here right now that were really curious about if the Earth is a globe or not have actually done a long distance observation test. Like basically you've been doing one all your life. You just haven't realized it. Some places that you can go and you see like a building that's like, 20 miles away or like whatever. And you're like, man, I didn't know I could see that building that far. When you start saying that, you're actually seeing something that the Earth's curvature should have had hidden in front of you. So that you've been doing long distance. Everybody has.
I don't think you know how atmospheres work.
So anyway,
Okay, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna put it in practice.
Yeah, like I said, the Earth curve calculator is you can look that up and then just apply the numbers that need to be there, and observation height, do all that kind of stuff. But keep in mind, I haven't even talked about the other side of things that are like there's a lot of variables, and some of them are the ambient air temperatures of the day, because like your weatherman will say the air clarity will be such that you could see 15 miles today or 10 miles or whatever. Like, they usually tell you on the weather like how far you can see due to the temperature. But there's phenomena that also take place, so that it kind of complicates things too. So it's not like a one and done type thing. There's like you'd have to put a little bit of effort and try to find out like what the temperature is outside, what time of day you're going to be doing this. Like it's because the ground gets heated and then it brings the heat up, and the heat causes a distortion. Just kind of like I'll give you just one little thing that you could see. So when heat causes a distortion in the air, what happens is it causes things that objects that you see in the far distance to look really wavy, because the heat coming off the ground, it's like distorting the air. So you got that cold and the cold and hot air mixing, which then turns the thing that you're seeing in the far distance look like it's like really like squiggly or whatever. But
I done that test myself from Beamsville to Toronto. I shouldn't be able to see the CN Tower from my house. I live in Beamsville. It's across the lake, Ontario.
Oh wow.
And I can see not only the CN Tower should be 7 times underneath the horizon, but you can see the full CN Tower, not just the CN Tower. You can see the Sky Dome and other smaller buildings.
That's interesting. Yeah, they've done long distance observations, and like I said, most people have been doing them all their life. They just haven't realized that they've been looking at things farther than the globe predicted curvature should be. That's the interesting part, I think, that everybody should keep in mind. We all have been doing long distance observations.
Refraction.
The only thing that we haven't realized is that we've been seeing a lot farther than the predicted curvature should have been letting us see. So
What has this got to do with
something,
like,
something to think
people
about.
or
Wait, can I ask?
anyway?
Can I ask that guy a question? Like the guy that said that he could see.
You can
things
come to
really
my
far.
house. You can come to my house.
You see that every day?
every day.
You see it every day?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
So anyway,
Go look at a map.
I'd love to see it if you can
Look
post it.
Beamsville to Toronto. Look at the map, and then
Bro, what are we
put
arguing?
in the calculator. You shouldn't be able to see the CN Tower, but you can. I'll take a picture of it right now if you don't believe me.
yeah, they
Fine,
just
you can post it in the chat box.
Oh,
a lot of
Elon
people
Musk
just
just
wanna
dropped the biggest
dispute.
live stream of all time, bro. What are we arguing here, bro? Like, come on now, bro. Just let it go.
Not even live.
Yeah, you just admitted that you don't have primary knowledge that the
The
Earth is a
biggest
globe.
live stream ever.
DGAF, you just
Pre-recorded.
he just admitted.
And that was
DGAF,
live,
listen,
bro.
this is what
In the
happened
most
earlier.
competitive sport of all
Let
human
me.
history,
I don't.
science.
You keep
Elon Musk
saying
has
that,
proved
dude.
everybody.
That's just a cop out. You saying that
Because
science
they
is a
have more
competitive
technology than
sport,
you, and they
bro.
can't even prove him wrong. How are you going to prove him wrong? No,
Because
no
I just told
CGI
you.
team. Nobody on Earth can prove Elon wrong, but you
Are
can.
you done saying that over and over again?
Because you're
I
rich
just
doesn't mean
Because
you're
it's
not wrong.
true.
yeah.
It's
I told
true.
you when I asked you the question if you had any primary knowledge that the Earth is a globe. You said no.
What's your
So that
primary knowledge that is
that's
flat,
it.
brother?
It's you're basically your goose is cooked, DJF. You just cooked your own goose, man.
There's a
You didn't even
4K
know it.
video of the Earth.
It
Bro,
doesn't
you're just
matter. You cooked
denying
your
it because
goose,
it hurts
bro.
yourself, bro.
So check
You're
this out.
you're basically cooked, man, and then you want to come in here and
No,
try to
bro.
like you
Every
whistling
source
past
and
the
evidence
grave,
points
bro.
to it being real. You can't prove that it's not real.
He's
Show
cool.
me one
He's
source that
cool.
shows that the live stream was fake, and I'll agree with you, bro. Show me
He's
one
cool.
source.
Yeah, you're cool.
Just
Check
one
this
source.
out, fool. You might
Show me
get
one
muted.
source that says
You
Elon
might get
Musk, the
muted
Man,
biggest
he's
if
fan
you
of all
cooked,
don't
man.
time, live
stop
stream was
talking.
fake. You
Though,
just show me.
I guarantee you that. Oh,
He went
You said
nuclear.
what?
basically, we're here to expose a lie, specifically,
Oh my
and that's
god.
exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about there's no curvature. You're talking about live streams and this, that, and the third, in the face of the fact that when you go outside in reality, yourself, like we're telling this, like Miggy was telling the other woman to do, you can't find anything that will predict the values that you would get on a globe. It does not comport with reality whatsoever. Never, not ever, never, not ever. So, okay, so Elon has a live stream and he's doing stuff. That's great. Meanwhile, in reality, nobody can actually measure any curvature anywhere, see any obstruction where they claim it's supposed to be anywhere. It is what it is. You know what's interesting about that? I have a photo. Well, I have a screenshot, I should say, from Time Magazine. I'm lying. It's not a screenshot. It's actually a link to this Time Magazine article from the 50s. Where we at? Let me copy it, paste it. Okay. So here's another mainstream source talking about people who claim they can see things that if we were on a globe you wouldn't see. Let me explain what I mean. So people are saying, well, I can see Africa from over Brazil.
That's
And the
just
pilot
bullshit. That's just
and the
bullshit, dude.
pilots told the passengers, no, you can't, because of Earth curve, specifically because of this formula. So they told these people that they weren't seeing what they were seeing because of a formula that right here, right now, we can show you is false in reality.
Bro, what?
So right here from Science, Time Magazine, they got more clout than Elon. As a matter of fact, Elon's probably been on Time Magazine, right? Science. How far can you see? Pan American Clipper pilots have found that most of their passengers have surprisingly hazy notions of how far they can see in the air. One passenger, 20,000 feet above Brazil, insisted that she could see the coast of Africa 1,822 miles away. To set such passengers straight and help military pilots, Pan Am's Clippers captains have worked up a handy vision range table. At sea level, the curvature of the Earth limits the range of vision to 2.9 miles. Now, that's assuming around a 6-foot observer above sea level. The formula for determining how many miles an individual can see at higher levels is the square root of his altitude times 1.225. Thus, on a clear day, at 1,000 feet, a person with normal vision can see 39 miles, and et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera. So the thing about this article is, well, they're talking about the horizon being geometric. And this was their justification for telling people they weren't seeing what they said they saw. And right here, right now, you go to a beach and you input the formula 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, however tall you are, or whatever height you're making your observation from. If you input that formula, input your height, and gives you the calculation to the distance to the horizon, I guarantee you the horizon is not going to be there. Never, not ever. Not like these people in the mainstream claim. I don't give a fuck what a YouTuber claims.
Yeah,
You
that's
said
what
a
I
whole
was.
bunch of nothing.
That's what I was
No,
bringing
that prove
to.
the live stream is CGI, bro. That's all y'all need to do. Prove the live stream with CGI. Prove
Yeah,
that all the
dude.
millions of people that agree with it are lying.
You
Show me one
already told
source.
me, DJF. You
Okay,
don't have a leg to stand.
Alpha,
You don't
bro,
have a
you
leg
keep
to
saying
stand
you're a
that
on right
same
fan.
now,
thing, bro.
man. Because you said that you don't have
He's a
primary
fan.
knowledge that the Earth is a globe, man. You said it.
He's a
You
fan.
admittedly said
Yeah,
it.
I've never been outside the fucking earth, bro.
Yeah, he's a
Neither
fan.
have
You're a
you.
fan. That's all.
So,
You're a fan. It's okay. We're not fans. You're a fan. It's cool. Live
wait, what
streams, etc.,
you said, bro?
etc. We heard.
You like Elon so much. I don't know. You really like him. Like,
I'm not
really,
only I'm
really.
talking about as competitors also, but you have a hard time.
Yeah, that's cool. But you a
Like,
fan.
And that's true. That's apparent by everybody here.
like
It's okay
I'm
that
also
you're
talking
a
about as
fan. You
competitors.
already
So way
said
more
once.
money, way more technology
I
to
don't
prove
know
it
if you
wrong, and
got
they can't do it.
issues with cognition or anything. And I don't want to talk down about your cognition. I'm just saying.
Bro, you guys are the ones bro.
Your
How
position
many
is that
insults am I doing? You guys are the ones doing insults. It's
science
crazy.
breeds
That's kind of crazy.
science breeds competition. And so
That's kind of
Elon Musk is the most competitive scientifically. We
He's a-
heard
I've
what you
never said
said.
that.
I just
I've never
don't know
said he's the
why.
most competitive scientific.
I just don't know why you
I've
have
never
to
said that.
keep. All right, well you didn't say that, but you said he competes and science is competitive.
Yes, everybody
So
that he competes with can't
yeah,
prove him
right.
wrong.
So with that being said, we heard you say it the first time. You know what I mean? So
And the 10th time. And the 20th.
But you can't disprove it. You can't show me.
Yeah,
You
all
can't show
right,
me that the
man.
live stream was
Yeah, yeah,
CGI.
yeah. All right, dude. Yes, you
So
said
the
that. We
live stream
know.
proves you guys just can't
All
accept the
right,
camera footage,
bro.
bro.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
bro.
dude. Yes, yes. You happy now? Yes. All right.
So the Earth
We
is a
don't still
globe.
want to hear it no more,
Saw it
bro.
on
Like
camera.
seriously. All
okay,
right.
if that's how
Yeah,
you
it's
feel.
good. Good for you.
No one's stopping you from believing it. Like it's not a big deal.
But it's not a belief; it's a fact.
If that's what you, all right, it's a fact. So say
It's a
you.
fact, Eli. Just say it, bro. It's a freaking
Okay,
fact.
show me a flat earther that's put a rocket into space.
No.
What? How did you jump
Bro,
from that to that?
because of
No,
like, bro, you guys have no
you
evidence,
already
bro.
believe. Listen,
You
you
guys
already
have like
believe.
zero
Listen,
evidence to
yo,
prove
can you stop
anything, bro.
interrupting me, bro?
It's kind
Can
of
you stop
crazy,
interrupting
bro.
me? Is that possible? Could you stop interrupting me?
Bro, I didn't even know you were talking, bro.
Because you
Okay,
were
cool.
interrupting
No
him.
problem. No
Bro,
problem.
Alpha, that's crazy.
So,
The interrupter says I'm
well, right
interrupting.
now, can you just stop? All right,
Sure, bro.
thanks. It's interesting because your evidence for it being a globe is Elon Musk in the live stream. So I'm not going to dispute that. So We don't have to offer anything else. That's your standard of evidence. There's nothing else to be said. We can't refute that.
And every other like top space organization on the planet.
Yeah, right. So we can't refute that. So it is what it is.
Big win for DGAF. All right, man. Pat yourself on the shoulder. Good job. Well done, everyone.
Yeah, DGF, he won the debate. Yeah.
There you go.
Dominated,
He just
bro.
wants to feel like a
Domination.
winner. That's okay.
There's a video, guys. We gotta shut the channel down now. Fuck.
A Savage, we'll give him a trophy. We'll just
Yeah.
hand him one of those little plastic trophies he got on the side there. Just we can feel good.
He didn't understand a lick of anything that I said or read. That's crazy.
Nope.
I guarantee it.
I mean, to be
100%,
honest, like,
he's gonna chant what he's been chanting all day, just right
It's
now.
just
again.
interesting.
Watch.
I've actually seen people come here and like insult people, and you guys be actually having conversations. with
Yeah,
them. Then
dude, like, you're
the one chill dude who comes
The
in here
one
and says,
chill
"Yeah, I've
dude.
seen a live
Okay,
stream,
dude.
bro." It's like, oh yeah,
Right.
we talk. I mean, when you have no actual evidence to go against the GOAT Elon, I guess this is what
See,
you
he's-
resort to. When
See,
the
I
GOAT
told you he was
Elon
gonna say it
challenges your
again.
belief with
I
irrefutable
told you he was gonna
evidence,
say it again.
it's just hard to
GOAT
like. I
Elon,
guess.
dude, you're
It
on
is
this
what it
dude.
is, bro.
You're on Elon's jock more than fucking his financial
Is the
people
moon
are.
flat?
Oh,
Is the
fuck,
moon
dude.
flat? When you walk outside, is the moon flat?
You're on his jock, bro. Just admit it, dude. You
What is
you're-
the moon flat?
you got a
I'm
man
just
crush on
asking you a
this dude.
question. Is the moon flat?
These are ridiculous questions. You know,
flat,
when
Okay,
I
now
was
it's
when I was
ridiculous, bro. You
watching
guys are fucking.
when I
Okay,
was
you know what? I'm not
watching
even. I'm
that
gonna leave before I start flaming because I could
when I
easily
was
flame the fuck
watching
out
that
y'all.
episode on
Hey, bro, I could easily
Killer
flame the fuck
Priest
out all y'all niggas, but I'm
podcast.
gonna dip out. Hey,
Killer
You
whatever.
ain't
Priest.
I
gonna
don't
flame
All right,
nobody,
peace,
man. Get
bro.
out of here.
All right, peace, bro. So remember Killer Priest podcast where the dude was like the water's flat, but the earth underneath it isn't? Like he's that dude. The dude that said you got water retained on the surface of the apple, and then your man from Brand Nubian, what the fuck is his name? Anyway, he says the water is in the fibers, you fucking moron, not around the outside.
Damn.
It's like, yo, these dudes, I refuse to learn. So what's at the bottom? So what's underneath? So what's at the bottom? So what's under? You can't talk to somebody like that. Like, why even
Yeah.
try to go back and forth? It doesn't make any sense.
Leave him to me, bro. I'll take care of him. Just give all your refugees to me, right, Matt?
What happened?
Look at Matt joining GF6. What?
Yo, Miggy,
Joining, I mean, you think I just joined GF6 or something?
Miggy. See, they like to take the easy road. They like to take the ABC's version of proving the globe. Like he said, so is the moon flat? If I was a glober, I'd be like, tell me that's not a nuclear explosion going off in slow motion relative to where you are right now. That's the sun. Tell me that that's not a nuclear explosion.
Yeah.
Tell me
can't
that's
think
not a
that-
nuclear explosion.
They can't think that far
Happening
ahead, bro.
slowly.
FG is a better clan than GF.
Are you even talking about?
Tell me Jupiter. Tell me Jupiter is not a big ball of gas adjacent to complete vacuum space.
You know what, dude? I found out that
Tell
guy.
me that shit right now. You can't disprove me, bro.
You know that guy that was just on, like DJAF. He was rubbing Reconor the wrong way so bad, dude. Fucking
Reconor?
Reconor is pissed, dude. He didn't want that guy to be in here, and he was like throwing up the Miggy signal or whatever earlier because he put that in the chat. I was like, I see Reconor. He wants. I'll go in there for a little bit, see if I can get this guy to set him straight. And then he don't want him in here, bro, because he's always talking. Every time he comes in here, he's talking about Elon. He's worse than Matt.
Well,
Fucking
these
Matt
guys
is-
are
Worse than
like,
Matt.
I'm
Come
gonna
on, dude. Don't do
debate
me
you.
like that, man.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
no,
you
no,
are. You're the worst of the worst.
You're pretty
These
bad,
guys,
man.
I'm the
Seriously.
best of the best, man. Come on.
these guys have this idea that I'm gonna come in and debate you. Well, first of all, you came into my crib and I said I was exposing a lie. How you gonna debate me
Yeah.
exposing a lie? You have to address whether or not I exposed a lie or not first. You can't do that by saying, before you tell me that you exposed a lie, before I look at anything you said, or before I consider anything you said, let me tell you why you can't expose a lie.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is wrong? Like, are y'all
They
for real?
set up
Y'all
the
are for real.
invincible ignorance
I don't
shield.
get it.
The shield protects them from any truth coming at them. Bing, bing. You just hear all the truth just bouncing off of their fucking shield.
I don't get it.
Oh, dude, I select all these guys. AT, Matt, fucking, you name it, dude. Line them up. Knock them down like bowling pins. Fuck them.
Wait, what did I do? I'm just here listening, man.
I don't get it. No, you guys know what you do. You guys know what you do.
You know what's
You're
weird,
not.
too?
You're in it. You're very
Well, you're doing
weird.
too,
You're like
lying about the
you're
shape. I mean,
like
what's your point, dude?
you're weird. You defy. You know what you're breaking the law of entropy right now. Like I'm
You
making
fucking Eli, dude.
making a rule. I'm making a special rule for mentalities. Like you're literally sitting in a room where we give information upon information upon information, and you have not received and manipulated your thinking in any way. It's exactly the same since the day you got here. All of you. That shit is the weirdest shit. Entropy hasn't happened. There has been no increase in your mind whatsoever.
Can you
They're
prove
bricked. Extremely bricked.
Yeah. You know, and they come in the cover of being a nice guy. AT's like, I'm the only civil guy in here. And the other guy that was
Wait,
in there,
have I
well,
ever said
you
that?
you guys are always
I don't think I'm
like
civil
having
at
a
all.
rough time with people in here, but I'm a nice guy, and so I don't know why I'm getting treated like that. And yet that guy was actually talking over people too. Like, that's some bullshit, man. You guys are like all this fake shit that you got going on, making the audience look at you like, man, just let him speak. And it's all showing. It's like dog and pony show, man. Like, I don't for what. Just be real. Be like, dude, I think the Earth's a
The
globe. I
money is
believe in.
coming, man. The adverts are coming. So that you guys look, I don't know what the fuck's going on around here, but I suspect it's because we're just not doing the we need better marketing. You guys are fucking, your days are numbered. Like, keep doing this goofy shit if you want to.
Well, I mean,
Bro, you're just yapping at this point. Our days are numbered.
Matt, you think that you're such a
What is bro
you're
talking about right now?
like you think you're a god of debate, dude, but you're like weak sauce, bro. Like in this room, like there's basically
One day
I
you're
have no
the way
idea,
that
bro.
one day
There
the
are a
way
lot
that
of
you
ad
speak.
homs being thrown
One
around
day
here.
the way that you
Like,
speak, just the way that you speak, because of the way that you reason, is gonna be obsolete one day. Because the only reason you think that way is because you watch TV. We all did. I fell for the same logical traps and everything. I was the same. I'm no better than you, no
Dude,
bigger than
stop.
you.
Stop.
Like, the bottom line is, at the end of the day, when we increase the awareness around what logical fallacies are and what the fuck exactly y'all are doing, like when you go on a date and you try to Jedi mind trick a chick with like some circular argument and she spots it out, you're gonna fucking suffer a blue balls, and it's gonna be because of me. So there you go.
It's also
Circular
that
fallacy arguments like the second law of thermodynamics, gas pressure cannot exist without a container, like that one.
yeah, it's conditional, man. So you
Oh,
got an
okay.
argument against it?
Oh, don't worry about it.
Well,
I
that's
got
not
it
the
now.
second
All right,
law.
then.
That's
Like,
not
It's
the
not the
second
same.
law
No,
of
I got it.
bro,
thermodynamics.
don't
That was stupid, because that's not the second law of
don't call it out
thermodynamics.
if you're just gonna go back in
Yeah.
your shell, bro. I'm gonna take that head of the argument clean off, bro. Like, you think that you got what it takes, AT? You got nothing, bro. You
Too
got
bad I'm a
sophistry.
Hydra, huh? Two more
he's
pops out.
squawking.
You got sophistry. You got gimmicks, but bro, I got the truth. So ain't
He's
nowhere
got
you can go.
squawking is what he's got. Just blurting.
I got words. Yeah, what a bad
That's all
thing
you
to
got,
have.
man.
You
Blurt.
guys are
Just
hilarious
blurting.
people. And this is why I come in here, man. There's so much entertainment. You know, it's laughable. You got 30-year-old men screaming,
Oh, they're older.
and it's hilarious.
I'm
Yeah, they're
45.
really old people.
46.
Exactly.
Are you actually 46? Are you joking?
That's the
That's a
best
good
part.
point, Matt. There.
They're
Your
grown ass
globe,
men,
How far
dude.
your globe is so
6?
boring that you have to completely deny all of it.
Yeah, but
If
see,
you talk
that's
about
What do you
flat
mean?
Earth.
What do you
the
mean our
best you
globe
got,
is so
though.
boring, dude?
That's the
All
best.
glory
Crit,
be the globe.
listen, that's the best they got, though. Is saying that we're older people. Oh, look, you guys are some older men. Who gives a shit, dude? We're right and you're wrong, and
Are you
that's all
actually
that really
46?
matters.
I thought you were younger
screaming
than that.
down the mic than anything
That's
else.
all
Right?
that
That's the
really
funny
matters.
stuff.
Is that we're right and you're wrong.
Wait,
That's
Alpha,
it.
are you actually 46 though? I thought you
Yeah.
were younger than that.
No, I'm 46.
The reason why I even brought up age, right, is because age has to do with when you had your most recent education, right? And I would
You sound
possibly
young, man.
claim that probably I'm more recently educated than you are. And that
So
might be wrong.
education equals intelligence. Is that right, AT?
Articulation.
They're highly linked. Yes, academia
They're highly
and,
linked.
and IQ is like correlated.
Okay, so is the Earth a globe?
Extremely. Huh?
Is the Earth a globe?
Yeah, I do believe that it is.
Okay, so if you're intelligent enough, you'd be able to give me some evidence right now in front of everybody that you just claimed that you have intelligence to do so. Okay, so how is it a globe? One proof. One. Not 10, 20, or 30.
I have a lot of cool pictures from NASA that I will
There
send
you
your
go.
way. Give me 1
Thank
second.
you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd be here
It's
all
immediate
night.
as a lie. I got an education.
I'll be here all night. I didn't even have to try.
Alfonso, very
I mean, you know what? I'll
I
give
didn't
you
even
one
have to
even
AT.
better
AT.
today.
I didn't even have to try.
I'll give you some pictures from ESA instead.
I didn't
How
have
about
to
that?
try, dude. You just took yourself out.
Huh? How did I do that?
You got pictures, bro. What the hell is that? Pictures from what? You can laugh,
Okay,
dude.
calm down, man.
You can laugh. You can laugh.
I am laughing. Thank you
It's
for
over. It was over
permitting me.
before it begun, AT.
I mean,
because you said
AT,
so.
I
You're
would
gonna
love to see
advocate
the
for him, Matt?
images. You know, I love
You're gonna
NASA.
advocate for him. You're gonna
All
advocate
Big
for him,
Daddy
Matt?
NASA. I love Big Daddy NASA.
Well, okay.
What,
Well, that
for
just
NASA?
speaks volumes
NASA
of who
images?
you are.
Yes. I follow NASA on Instagram.
Oh,
I
good
do
for
as
you.
well, actually.
Good for
I'm proud
both
of
of
that.
you.
Love NASA. I love the images. I love the globe.
Yeah, you guys are really into government. Government is everything for you.
Good for you.
Government doesn't lie though.
That's what happened. See,
I like
the
this
real.
particular government
COVID
agency.
COVID was real.
You used to have people, men, who could stand on their own. You guys can't.
COVID wasn't real. People weren't dying or something. I caught COVID twice.
No. Let's not go there. We're staying off
Yeah,
that topic, bro. No.
That's a
Sorry.
TOS.
That's TOS,
Yes.
bro.
Bye,
Don't go
dude.
there.
Yes, TOS, man.
So I posted a little nice photo, a picture in the chat, right, from ESA. So since you guys don't really like NASA, we can just go with ESA. We can also go with Roscosmos.
Oh, you
or
changed the agency now. Now it's ESA. That makes all the
no,
difference.
I can give
Okay.
you any one you prefer.
Okay, well,
I
no,
heard somebody say
yeah.
they don't like NASA, which I can respect.
Dude,
We
are
can
you
choose a different-
serious? Are you serious right now, AT? It has nothing to do with the type of agency. It has to deal with the information, dude. You thinking that images are going to save you if they're coming from another agency? Are you
A photo.
crazy?
Yeah, not an image.
Doesn't matter,
and also,
dude. Who's taking the photos?
the ESA in this case.
Okay, who?
Are you bricked?
No, I want you to tell me who. Who?
Bricked would be you have to give an answer.
Give me the
first.
answer.
ESA. I'll repeat it for you one more
just
time.
said that
ESA.
already.
Wait,
You said
what
that.
photo?
I don't care about
Wait,
ESA.
where's the
I want a
photo?
person-
Where's the photo? What?
I don't know.
Which
That's what
one?
I'm asking him for.
This is just the. I'm looking in here. Look, what this. I mean, this image of. I mean, everything. I'm
Oh
looking
wait,
at
the
says-
link broke. That's my bad. The link broke. If you
it's-
can
well,
find
it
it in
doesn't-
here.
Who took the
Yeah.
photo?
So all of these
It's
are.
the one called
so all of
Mediosat.
these are.
Wait, I don't know
all
why it
of-
doesn't link. It's this
All
one.
right,
You know what?
we heard you. It's broken, but I'm talking. So chill. Okay, so all of these every single thing that I've scrolled down on page 1 titled image.
No, I linked it. Yeah, again.
All right.
It's here.
Let's see.
It says
It should be
image.
to the right. Third row to the right.
Yeah, I see it. Big old blue marble, isn't it?
No,
A
where
little
but
blue
damn,
marble.
where is this in the link though?
It's the third row, far right. I guess it depends on like your resolution. I'm using 40.
You know, you still haven't answered my question, though, right?
I'm good.
I've been asking the question. Who took the photo?
The ESA.
I know that's the agency. I'm talking about the person. Who took the photo?
Oh, wait. So you must be confused. This isn't like a camera that a person clicks. This is a satellite, right? So
What was the satellite that took it?
it says
Well, it's
so
not
here
a, it's
in the
it's
chat.
not a photo. It's not a photo.
Mediosat
Then.
3.
It's not a
Okay.
photo then. No, he
It's not
just
a photo then.
he just explained that it's not a photo.
That's not a photo.
So do elaborate.
Well, you said that, yo, this is a photo, not an image, but then you just explained how it's a photo. I mean, how it's an image, not a photo.
I'm a bit confused here. So if
So
you
you don't know
think
what you so
that
you don't know what you just said when you said it's not like it's like a camera, like a person clicks. Like, so I'm
Freaking dumb,
assuming you
Jekyll.
know what a radio like telescope is, or what like what these claimed devices that aren't actually optical are on these satellites.
yeah,
I
they're
assume you knew
machinery
that.
that huh?
I assume you knew
Oh
that
fuck! Wait,
when you
somebody's
said
busting
what
my
you said.
door. Give me one sec. Give me one sec.
Right.
Yeah, the
So I
old
assume he knew that when he said what he said, and so
FBI,
he
open
he
up!
already knew.
the old someone's at my door routine, eh? It's a great way to get out of an argument.
Yeah,
Hold
no.
on, I got someone at my door. Yeah, I heard that one before.
But at the bottom line is, it's not a photo, dog.
The photo's taken by a
He's,
satellite, though. It says an image.
I and know that,
We
dude. It's
already
not
we
freaking.
we just went through it.
Who's
Like, so
who just asked that? What the hell, man?
no, I think it's the
Guy,
same guy.
guys, you
I'm
got to keep up
curious.
with the convo.
Wait, why is it not a photo?
Oh my god.
We just explained it.
I
Yeah,
didn't. I
Meg,
was muted.
I'm sorry
Sorry.
for cutting in, but my girlfriend just got here, so I do gotta run. I'll be
Yeah,
back though.
go ahead, man.
You got a
Before I get in
girlfriend,
trouble.
right?
I do. You can hear her right now.
Right.
She'll come in and say hi, and then I'll leave.
That's your
All right.
sister. Get the fuck out of here, kid.
Hey, if you're there, run. Don't come back. I'm just kidding. Don't run. Unless he's just a troll or whatever, then you can run.
These guys, man. I don't know.
It's all right, man. That's what we got, man. We got nothing else to deal with but those guys.
I don't get it. I really don't. What are they doing?
It's
All right, guys, I'm gonna
because
go across the street. Well, maybe you should come across the street. Yo, matter of fact, y'all mind if I bring Nathan over here?
Oakley?
Yeah.
Is he coming over? Hey, dude, he's kind of. He doesn't talk to much people. Like,
it's going to
does
be
he?
audio chaos because he's going to have a bunch of people all on one account.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He did it last time with 24/7. He brings his whole
Yeah, it's the show.
thing over here. Yeah.
Yeah, flat Earth
But then,
debate 5,799,000.
So
well, the only thing is
so it's like
we
bringing the
can't
show.
talk when he's in here, right? Like, it's his show. Like, he basically becomes his show here. Like, nobody else can speak unless he's.
Well,
You know what I mean?
kind of,
Why
sort
just
of.
use
I
his
mean,
own
because
platform?
if he's well, he can. I'm just asking if he can bring the show here, because sometimes we
Oh.
have shows presented here. They're just not live, or they're just not directly like. So it's a form of a show. You don't want it here, then okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, because like no, like everybody would have to be kind of quiet unless he's willing to take a questioner and somebody like you know. What I
Yeah,
mean?
he only not wants to relent to the mods when somebody's doing the 80 skidoo or whatever. Like,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
don't
yeah.
like that either. Like, so
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
not gonna
no,
be
but
like, oh, blah 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 blah. It's like if a person is not addressing something, and then we're like, well, just let them move on with their point. Like, he's gonna trip the same way you would. Like,
yeah, I
so
tripped.
that's all that
Sorry,
happens. But
sorry,
again,
y'all. I do trip.
if y'all don't want that, then I'll just asking. I'm going across the street.
Oh yeah. I think these guys in there, we got something going on here. I'm not gonna speak for everyone. I don't know what consensus wants. You guys want Nathan over here? It's up to you guys.
I'm a hard pass.
Yes,
Yeah.
we want flat Earth debate 9,877 to join.
Just
Splat,
his
you're not
own
even-
platform.
You're not even in the one who could say that, and it's for the team. The team would freaking vote split.
It's just not compatible.
For the sake of the level of the conversation, because like I'm the only representative, and it's like, it's powerful when you bring arguments and you're on one accord. You know what that's like when we're on one accord, and
yeah,
it's
yeah.
nice to on some days, sometimes, once in a blue, just open it up, But
Yeah.
It's not a whole. It's not that deep, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, he starts dropping sexual assault into innuendos. That's not going to fly on the server.
Yeah, I
Dipping
don't
the
know. He
salty
hasn't done that.
nuts.
He hasn't done that in a while. So
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, specifically because he's been like maybe once a week or so going into other servers. He has modified his language.
Yeah, it's cool. But I think he's got his own like thing, and I don't know. I think that this was 24/7's thing here. So
Yeah, so
all
but
of
he
24/7.
like it's a
I don't
part.
know.
Like FED is a part as much as like when Creation Bear does his show and on Rumble and we're just a part of that. Like sometimes, yeah, that's the thing. Y'all aren't um unable to participate. Like it's not that.
Yeah,
No,
I
bro,
am.
bro,
So it's like
bro what?
I don't just say nah, I don't want it, but don't give me an unreasonable reason because I'm gonna
I
stay
got
and be like,
Yeah.
no, that's not reasonable.
Yeah, I got
No.
banned for witchcraft on that server. So it's
No,
like
like
I'm not a lot of charity given that
Well,
way.
stop
I mean,
practicing
that has
witchcraft,
nothing
Crit.
to do with Nathan or the panel. That's Righteous Force, so it is
hey,
what it is.
let me just say I'm gonna clear something up. Bro one saying that even flatties don't like him. No. No, it's that's nothing to do with that. Like, cause I'm thinking from this perspective that I see, he's got like his own like what he does on his show. And so he's gonna be doing his show here. And so like we will be just like waiting to see if he's gonna do something or then get the next caller or whatever. And like we have our like what we do with 24/7. 24/7 has the moderating team coming in here and jumping in and out of conversations and
Yeah,
it's, I don't know.
last time it happened, it was a nice discussion. From what I heard.
Oh, with Oakley?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard him one time in there and I was like, can we talk or is he having a show or because then
Yeah,
like
but
we
I
do
mean, because
what we
it's like all that's happening is him and a few other people on the panel are coming into the conversation. So it's like, oh, hey guys, like, yeah, what's wrong with more people, more flat earthers giving input just because it's on? I get what y'all are saying about the whole audio chaos, but again, talking about the audio chaos and modifying his behavior so that it could be tenable for like some sort of collaboration situation. I mean, for God's sake, there's no reason he should be able to go over the fucking Earth Awakenings
I
and
don't
not come here. That's
I
crazy.
don't dislike the guy. No, I don't. Hopefully, don't get me wrong. I don't dislike him. I'm just saying, like, if Crit wants to jump in and say something to somebody, or he's gonna step on Nathan's toes or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna be like. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm trying
They
to
don't.
make
Okay,
it.
simply put, they
Yeah,
don't
that
play
happens.
nice with other groups. The same thing. Ball busters and globe busters. Huge amount of friction there for no reason whatsoever.
We're working on it.
Yeah, so
We're working on it.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's all.
maybe not today, but okay, one day we're working on it. Don't worry
Perhaps,
about it.
yeah, perhaps. That seems fair. But it's just right now it's I don't know.
All right, cool. I'll see y'all guys later.
Later, brother. Yeah, I don't know. I just 24/7 has our own thing here. Like we've carved out something here at the politics server, and I don't know.
This is just my take on the housekeeping questions. I mean, they're so like, if anyone gives the whole shtick there is no one has any answers.
Mm-hmm.
But then when they give an answer, they just freak out and brick it. It's like they're playing globalists. Like we're globalists come in here, ask a bunch of loaded questions, and if someone just it doesn't matter what answer we give them, they'll pretend like no answer was given, but it's also a wrong answer.
Mm-hmm.
It's extremely bricked. It's really a bad showing. That's my point of view. And then worse case than that, then they got globalists who are mods who just ban people and mute them for carries in video games. It's all kinds of cringe shit going on there that I personally am happy that I got banned for witchcraft. Like it makes it almost even hilarious.
It's a bit of politics, right? Like there's some things and I don't know.
Yeah, Nathan Oakley shows like the globers of the flat Earth community, I think.
I don't know. I think we have a different. Everybody in here has like our different styles that we do, and it kind of keeps things a little bit fresh and fluid. And I don't know. That's just my take. I mean, everybody has like Crit. You have your style. I have mine. You know, Eli has his. Cyclone has his. You know, like we all of us do our thing, but we are in the same. You know, like when we come in here, we're not like, hello, it's me. You know, like we don't give a shit. I don't know how to say it nicer. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to
It's a
make it.
team. It's a teamwork
It's
here.
like-
Where there is some sort of cringe hierarchy. Like
Let me speak. I am Alpha Veritas, for God's sakes. Why are you trouncing on my field? What is this? Fly away, peasant. Like we're not doing that. We're just like, nah, dude, fucking Crit wants to say something. You know, it's that shit.
And it's also awkward when they've got 5 people on one account speaking through a mic. What do you do with that?
That happened on the 24/7 server, and when I jumped in there, and it was like, "Can we talk right now? Like, what the fuck's going on?"
That was my first thing. That's the first thing I came out with, and it wasn't good enough for Elijah, so I just started leveling it up. You know, like with all the cards on the table.
You can't level. You can't level up. No. You can't do that.
No, but I really did like that Professor Clowncox earlier, Jekyll. That was all right, man. Every now and again, man, that guy needs to make an appearance.
Professor Clowncox.
Yeah.
Glad to be of service.
Oh, you haven't played that character? God, that's been like.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, you
That's
might have
old.
been
Yeah,
you might have
that's
been
old
AFK,
school.
bro. You had DJAF on the ropes. You know you're copying my style, right?
Hey,
Yeah, you gotta.
Hold on, dude.
You gotta
Like,
learn
what
from
are
the
you-
best, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you're applying the same like. Not too many people have carved that out yet, or kind of got the hang of what I do. But you've kind of like closely mimicked it. Because it sounded like me. That's what I do. Exactly what you do. It's easy, isn't it? You don't really have to like. There's no roadmap to it, so you can be as fluid as you want. It can just flow wherever it goes, and it's strange.
Imitation is the most serious form of flattery. That mediocrity can play the game. Oscar Wilde. When people say, "Oh, I'm just mocking," no, you're not. You're imitating. That's flattery.
Or mocking would be like if I went, I don't know, Essie. I was more like using Alpha's and you know, if you were to say use for a bit of Clay in there as well, rhetoric style against someone else, you know. So it's pretty effective. And Alpha is an effective debater, and no one's going to deny that.
Please deny it. Someone please deny it. Let me hear you. I want to hear you advocate for the position that I'm not. But the thing is, it doesn't matter who it is or what they're saying. I can dismantle the argument from the inside out.
Does GF stand for ground flat? Because FG stands for flat ground. Oh, go.
I don't know. What else we got in here? We got some new people in here. Just hanging out. We got Rich Evans. Tioga. Dude, I need to be sleeping, man. You guys are keeping me from sleeping. We're coming off a third shift. Fucking hell.
It's tough when you see the sunrise, and it's like when I did third shift, I always wanted to get pretty much kind of like late second, like you want to be back home before it's like light out.
You know what's really bugging me though? I got earbuds in when I'm listening to like my shift, and I hear conversations that I just want to like yank the rest of my hair out my head.
Oh yeah, I've had that. I've sometimes,
God,
I've sometimes sat
dude.
in my office and I've like listened to someone say something stupid. And I'm like, okay, I need to take a break. I need to take a break, go outside and argue with this flat earther. But I obviously can't just do that. But
Well,
it's like you get
I
that
can't
feeling.
stop listening. I can't stop listening, and I just want to like beat my head against a wall. Like it's so cringe, dude. And not only that,
Yeah.
what's even worse is when you know that you could do better in the argument, and somebody else replaces like the position you think you could take, and then they're mishandling the argument so badly. I'm like, I remember this like I you know, it happens at maybe like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm listening, and I know I can't do anything because I can't get on the mic because the machines where I'm working are really loud. So I'm listening to this argument, and it's like going back and forth from like the newbie flat earthers, like the ones that don't really come in here often, and they come in here and they're having like these really basic debates, or not even that, like they're trying to explain something to the Glober, and I'm like, no, you got it wrong, no, stop. And I'm trying in my head, like I'm like, if you could wish something not to happen, like that would be the case. Like I'm just trying to manifest it in my brain, like so it won't, like the conversation could stop, but it doesn't. It just keeps getting worse. And then the flat earther that's like not knowing how to articulate themselves is just like stumbling over their words. And then the Glober's like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. And they're, no, listen, I know how to explain. Just wait. And I'm like, no, stop, man. Just stop.
You get some
Yeah.
like I think where because I think being a good debater, like you tend to, I don't know if you have it, but you start to remember things when you're in a debate that you wouldn't have remembered if your brain power wasn't like on overdrive. And I noticed that maybe like the good flat earth debaters and the globe earth debaters have a lot of versatility where they can think on the spot, where new information they can, they're really quick and ready to go.
Yeah.
But and they can respond really quickly to something they're not prepared for. Whereas like the bad globers and the bad flat earth arguers, they're not that versatile, right? They need to go down a pathway they're familiar with. Otherwise, they're going to fall off, right?
Yeah, I don't know what that's called though. I don't think there's many. There's only a few people that can actually be diverse. Then the rest of them are just like really bad, really bad at doing it. I mean, I think maybe it just takes practice. I don't know. Like you have to just keep doing it until you figure out, like, hey, okay, that didn't work. This works. Trial and error kind of thing. I don't know. I think that's probably what it needs to do, because it's just like this one little argument that you bring up. Like, I'll give you an example, like Elder Bear. That guy is super cringe, and I know how to deal with him. Like, I could dispatch him instantly. I know what to tell him, how to say it. But he gives everybody in here a run for their money. And I'm like, dude, he's not that difficult, man. Like, he doesn't have an argument. He's basically making it sound like he does, but he doesn't. So they get tripped up when he comes in here because he's not for a flat or for globe. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Was he in here recently? Is that like
Oh, dude,
a specific incident?
So I think the time frame when he comes in here, like, you're probably not on, Jekyll. So he's in here about the time that I'm to like 1 a.m. for me. So it's 9 o'clock now. So it'd be like, 8 hours ago or whatever. So that's the time that he's in here. And he's got like of course, they call him Bev Earther. I mean, they're trying to poke fun at him, but yeah, he doesn't take a position on globe or flat, but he's basically saying that it's not flat. It's not flat. He's always saying that. So it's never been measured flat, basically. And so he really doesn't move from a point that he says. And people try to get him. They're like, dude, like, well, tell me. Well, see, it's not a globe. And then he's like, I never said it was a globe, because
I'm going to hazard a guess. He was speaking to Apocryphon.
No.
Oh, okay.
He spoke to your favorite person, actually. Well, one of them.
Gregory?
Apocryphon is one of the dumb flat earthers.
No. The other one.
The other one. The other favorite person.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Orion?
Yep. He was speaking to him last night. Bro, it was a shit show, dude. It was like nonstop back and forth. And people told him, they're like, dude, you're not gonna get it. Just let it go. He's hard-headed. He's an old guy. He's not gonna let. He's like, no, but just wait. So what did he say? His shtick. If anything, what do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? And he's like, well, I'm not you, so I don't know what you're thinking. Like, oh, no, dude, you're not listening to me. No. Oh, okay. So if you don't think that what reason should I give you if the Earth isn't flat? Like I was like, dude, why? He was struggling, and I was like, I know why, because the guy's not giving him a position to, like, he's not saying he's globe. You know what I mean? So he's not offering anything to him so he can take it apart. And I think a lot of times, if the flat earther doesn't get that option, then they can't destroy it. Like the ones who are trying to figure out how to do it, you know, because they're usually taking out the glober from a position of being on the globalist side. You know what I mean? So that's
usually why I don't do that.
So if you don't hit
one deck's the worst for it, I think. He's like he's memorized. I mean, like I'll give Orion and Gregory and all the others, right? Like credit where credit's due. Gregory especially more than maybe Orion can at least be versatile. Like, you know, he's got something that he can. Maybe he doesn't know much about it, but he's got some grounding in being able to like talk and not sounding stupid all the time. Whereas one deck, it's like he just comes and says whatever Nathan Oakley's said. It's like you're listening to him try to be Nathan Oakley. It's the most surreal thing ever.
Oh my god. Yeah, but no, I'm saying like when I'm listening, it's just I'm hoping that people don't. I'm like, man, I hope Jedi, please come. I'm always asking my brain's always trying to manifest Jedi in the chat, bro, because like that's the only thing that would alleviate my brain. Kind of similar to maybe you hearing Yakubian Nightin or some shit, like maybe.
Oh yeah, like I mean, I feel a lot more. I mean, when I hear some of these Globers speak, I'm like, you know, I'm also bashing my head against the wall, and it's not until like you get someone like I don't know, Manufact Totem or Yakubian Night, where I'm like, okay, the Globe side is safe.
DGAF, when he came in here, you're like, dude, I gotta go flat Earth on this one. Like, there's no way I'm gonna. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, they see some silly stuff.
Yeah.
No, I see some
Although
glow. That's what I
DGAF
feel
was like making silly
glow.
points, it was like hilarious.
What'd you say, Felix?
Something was stupid.
I was just saying, like, no, I hear like Globers. I'm bashing my head in when I'm here, like listening to Globers that don't understand the physics. They're so confident that flat Earth is wrong, yet they don't know their own model. So that's how I bash. I am bashing my head too because I'm at work and I'm like, oh,
you too?
that guy's
You're doing
completely
it?
wrong.
Okay, raise your hand.
Yeah.
Raise your hand if you're bashing your
They
head.
don't understand physics at all. Like
I wanna
not
get
even the globe model, they have it completely wrong, and they're so. I mean, yet they're so confident in ridiculing flat earthers, but they themselves don't know their own. They don't know their own damn model. So I don't even care about arguing flat earthers. I just want to correct the Globers that are so confident, you know, of themselves. So, and I'm not, you know my
And
position.
now you're just
right?
being an apologist.
All right. Matt doesn't like it. All right, you gotta soothe.
I mean, that's me personally. I just think he's being an apologist. Like,
Hold on,
listen,
Felix.
it's fine. It's fine if you think some Globers
all
are dumb
right.
because there's like a lot of Globers.
Usa.
Ooh,
All
so
right,
that's
dude.
Star Wars reference.
Come on, you can't be a Glober and just be like trying to attack Globers all the time. That's just,
Bro, relax, dude. He's correct some people sometimes.
I'm just saying.
If you're correct, no, I don't attack Globers. No, if you're correct, I support you. So there are some Globers that have argued and they've been shut down, and I've DM'd them and said, no, you're absolutely right. Like, you actually understand what you're talking about. But
I
if
don't
you're
think it
if you're
matters.
Are you
I
a
think
Glober or
the
a flat?
question
I can't
isn't.
tell with
I
you,
don't
actually,
think
'cause I
flat
never
earthers
tell.
sit there and say, like, flat
Well-
earthers will sit there and watch a flat earther talk and say, "Are they correct?" And like a Glober wouldn't really do it either.
Even when
I
they
don't
say
think.
the
I don't think I
stupidest
care
shit.
about. I don't think I care about if the person's correct. More so about how effective they are at their point, because, you know, for instance, I know fuck all about physics. I don't think I need to really, right, to know much about physics at all. And I don't think most of the great. More effective Glober debaters do either, right? You know, no one wants to hear a story. People want to hear good argumentation.
Yeah. Wait, so Jekyll, who would you consider like provides good argumentation?
Not you, Matt. He wants to hear. Jekyll, just to give him.
I'm not saying me. I'm talking about.
Yeah, dude, you're fishing for that. Come on, man. Yeah, that's the easy fit.
What?
You're a young man. You want to be patted on the head and told that you're doing a good job. Come
you
on,
being young
come
wouldn't
on,
help
dude.
me.
Yeah, I've watched, I mean, I don't know if it's like just my sort of dishonesty or whatever, but when I watch a Glober who I think is probably incorrect, but they're stumping someone on the opposite side because their rhetoric's so good, their argumentation's so good. I don't really care about the nuances of the correctness of their point. I just think it's more interesting, you know, that they can do that.
Basically, not Matt. All right, gotcha, man.
Yeah. That's it's me, buddy.
Yeah, you want to be? Did you want to be?
I don't know.
Top
I
dog
mean,
so bad.
I'm not a professor in physics, dude. You know, but I don't know. I just have this way of like arguing against flat earthers.
No,
'cause
you
it's like
think you do, bro.
They always come
You
at you
think
one
you do.
way, like 3 ways. There's like 3 directions they
Listen,
can attack you
there's
from.
one thing of thinking. Listen, there's one thing of thinking that you're good, and there's another that you are. You don't get those confused.
But what do you mean? Like, what are you basing this off of?
Oh my god.
But Matt and everyone else, like, wouldn't you guys say that knowing physics is like the ultimate way to ascertain the validity
No,
of it?
I don't think so. I think
No?
actually it's more of a case of because with the flat Earth and globe Earth debate, I don't think exists in the physics. I think it actually exists in the
Right.
philosophy. I think it's a layer
Right.
even more foundational than that.
Hey man, you're letting out
I agree with
the
that.
dude.
You're letting out all the
All right,
secrets.
man. Like, what the hell, man? You gotta leave some.
Yeah,
for,
sure.
You gotta let them. You gotta let them work for this, Jekyll. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Like you could
Yeah,
tell
I
What's
mean,
crazy?
you could
Dude,
explain what
is
gravity is all
because I
day.
am
You can
not
as many
yeah, dude.
explanations as you want.
You're taking all the fun out of this,
Alpha.
Jekyll. Like now, how am I supposed to shellac the guys that you can't give them the goods? They have to learn. They have to earn it. How about that?
What are you talking about? Like, yeah, well, I
So,
mean, of course,
all
in
right,
philosophy epistemology, there is a
right,
limitation, right?
right. But
So
listen, man.
that's why I don't argue with Gregory because he just goes back to this wordsmithing, and it's just like
Yeah, the
certain
wordsmithing, dude.
tautological,
He
you
is
know,
the
like
king of
about
that, dude.
words.
And it's not right
But
argumentation.
so I don't because I guess my MO is more like physics, right? So I know that's a more of a
Yeah.
naturalistic like approach, right? But yeah, of course,
But
everything in
some
science is just the model. It's not really it's not making a truth claim. Whereas maybe you guys are arguing for a truth claim that it is a globe, it's not a globe, it doesn't matter
yeah,
to me.
Felix, how
So
long you been
that's
in?
just my position.
How long you been in this arena? Like, I remember you in
Not
24/7.
long. Yeah, I've been
6
in and
months
out. I was
to a
mostly
year.
just listening. Yeah, I would say that on and off, probably not very much, but more recently I've been more involved because yeah.
You're starting to roll up your sleeves, so I think you're getting your feet wet with this whole.
I think yeah, you
Alright.
can start off. I mean, I think the main thing is good logic, good critical thinking, and good
Yeah.
philosophy. But then everything there is, you know, after that you might go into like observations and a bit of sciencey stuff. But I think that's like, well, I mean, from my experience, where the root of the matter is. You know, it's not really about can you tell me what gravity is in the most accurate way possible? I mean, no one gives a shit really.
Well, I actually already knew that. I mean, I know the limit. I know the difference between like the philosophy and the physics, but I purposely am more focused on physics. But like what a lot of Globers that I listen to, what they don't quite understand is that science doesn't make a truth claim. It's more of a model of reality
Man, you
that's
guys are
we
letting
just
out
have an
all the good
empirical
stuff.
sense, right?
Fuck, dude, I'm at.
Yeah. So it's yeah. So that's why with Gregory or someone like well specifically Gregory, I don't know anyone else, but Gregory, for example, like just goes to this epistemology aspect, which is I have no interest in like arguing like or discuss. I mean, it's good to listen to. I'm just saying, that's why if I talk to him, I can't really respond anymore. Right? So,
Gregory's so bad, it's not even funny. And it was crazy. I remember I was asking him like, does he even know what he's talking about? And he just goes back to this like, you're not providing good argumentation thing, like this little bullshit, this little like script he always runs because he's like the flat earther AI, like he's the flat earther AI vocabulary version of flat earther. But that dude does not know anything, dude. He just yaps.
So you think that's what it sounds like?
It's always what it sounds like. He's never is like I never hear Gregory talking about any of the observations, any of the science. Like he's always like, you're not providing good
Yeah, everybody.
argumentation.
I would say everybody has their way of like being that debating person, right? Like everybody has their way. So you got your style. Jekyll's got his. I'd say this, man. The best person is the one who can adapt and overcome. That's the best. Like that's the highest form of like being able to be in this arena. If you can't do that, you're basically going to stay in that shallow water that you've been in. The kiddie side of the pool. Not going to be in the deep end.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it just depends on like what you're talking about too, because really how much information do you really know about the subject matter that you're talking about? That's what I would say. If you've been in this arena
I
long
agree.
enough, you're gonna find out that you probably don't know as much as you thought you did. Or if you do know a lot
Yeah,
of it,
sure. Like
it's
when
gonna
I
have
first
its
joined,
limitations.
this like VC. Yeah, no.
Well,
I
you're
agree.
used to your I
Because when I
think
first joined the VC, I knew far less than I know now.
I know, but it has more to deal with like now it's become like a challenge for you, Matt. Don't worry, man.
Well, what do you mean, what challenge?
I've been taking tabs. I know how like one of the things I'm really good at is reading people, like their demeanor and how they debate. I think that's why I'm really good at what I do.
Mhm.
I can read you. I know exactly where you're going and why you're going there. And I'll be waiting at the end with the
I can read you
flamethrower.
too. You know what's crazy? I read people. I can read you too, dude. Because
Okay.
you have this one
How
style of
am I?
debating where you're always like
Like how?
asking people the same thing.
What am I doing? What's my style? Tell me my style.
Okay, if I remember it correctly, like say someone joins right now, you're gonna be like, well, how do you know? How can you prove that for yourself that it's a globe? Like that's like literally like your number one go to. It's like, how can you prove that for yourself that it's a globe? And
Well, not
ask them
only
to
that,
like prove like we never seen any measurement of this, and they're showing us pictures. It's like it's basically what you do the whole time.
And what else? I do something else. You're
What do you
missing the
mean?
best
What
part.
else? I mean, yeah, you also play like good cop, bad cop sometimes. Like if a glober and a flat earther is doing this, and like the glober is back there and he's not quite understanding it according to you, you'll be like, hold on, let me get the gentleman over there. So this is what he's saying. This is what he's saying. And
You've
you'll
been
play
paying
like the good cop,
attention.
bad cop thing for a
Wait,
second.
but check it out.
Hey man, see.
I can actually turn
And then
one of your.
Jedi is like the smarter flat earther because he actually like understands some stuff. So he's like the big daddy around here. Whenever he comes,
I'll send one of the guys who don't really know too much, like one of the Glober guys. I'll send him against one of you. Like I know how to do that. Within the argument, I'll be able to pit one of them against you. I can tell you everything because I've done it so many times. It's easy. Because of
I
the
think
fact
the
that
difference between Alpha and Jedi is that, well, I think Jedi's more analytical. Like he'll go like, he'll be interested in the sciencey stuff. And Alpha, he has a way about him where no matter what happens, you'll always feel like you've lost because he's that good at rhetoric, right? Whereas Jedi, you could think, oh, Jedi's stupid, he's wrong, he's completely misunderstood those facts. Whereas Alpha, he infuses a bit of rhetoric that's that I'd say is like not just analytical, but there's a bit more of like a punch to it, right? Which is, you never quite feel satisfied with how you performed after the debate, which is good. It's a good work.
No, because the difference between Alpha and Jedi is like Jedi's gonna come at you with like these facts or like something. Like he'll obviously like misrepresent some stuff, but he'll come at you with these facts and ask you some questions if you know about this, which you don't know about. But like Alpha would be like, well, who taught you this? This is what they taught you. This is what you've learned, and this is what they told you. But how have you done that for yourself? And like it's a little bit different because Jedi will never ask.
Yeah, exactly. Right? It's not so much analysis. It's more like critical thinky sort of stuff like the Alpha does. He uses more fuses a bit of like logic, a bit of critical thinking, and a bit of that sort of stuff. And but he does it like with such confidence, and I think it's the confidence that makes you feel like you've lost because that everyone in the room probably is going to be more persuaded by Alpha unless you're as charismatic as Alpha, right? And I'm not just doing this to suck your dick, Alpha. I think it's
no, but I mean, you could
appropriate
just
analysis.
you could just ask Matt Nuclear how many bags of L's that he has in his closet, man. Because he's gonna.
Nah, that's just not true. I will never accept the L from you.
They're
Alpha.
basically
I can't accept that
he's
L.
basically pushing them closed now because there's so many. Right, man.
I think Matt Nuclear. I mean, like he's 17, right? I don't think he's a bad debater for it. I mean, like there are things that you learn through trial and error in debate, and obviously you've not been debating like as long as maybe I have been debating on Discord since I was 18 or 17. So you just learn as you get on, right? It's not
wait. How old are you now?
I'm 25.
Oh, you said that already, didn't you?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, wait a minute. I thought you said.
Yeah, man, I've only really been debating people since I was like maybe like I don't know 15.
Yeah, but like when we're talking like
15.
Discord, like debating people on Discord are a bit more like the way you get better at debating is really debating someone who's better than you and failing, because every time you fail, you learn a bit, right?
Yeah, you learn strategies. It's not even just in like the flat Earth VC or like just even in different things in politics. Like you just learn strategies over
but check it
time.
out, man.
Being in
Matt,
this VC, you'll see how it is.
You know what's weird though is that you keep reverting back to your old style. I've noticed that every time you debate somebody, you can't help it. You get too emotional, you get invested, and you go back to your old style. You try to like
what's the old style?
And
you gotta break this down for me, man.
Listen, in your mind, I think you're trying to adapt, but what happens is you get too caught up in like what's happening. It's almost like seeing a shiny quarter in the ground. You get distracted real quick, and you focus on that one thing, and then you lose the plot.
How come like you guys always fail to do an actual internal critique though? You guys always just like cherry pick one thing and then see this doesn't work on your model, but you fail to include the other things that go with our model.
What you talking about, Willis?
You guys can never do an accurate internal critique of our model.
Of your model. You don't have a model.
Yeah, show a model. Shit.
Yeah, what model do you got?
This is another strategy. This is another strategy.
Let's see how it plays out. Let's see how it plays out.
Real quick?
Yeah, you can,
Okay,
but just I want you to
I'll
take notes real quick. Just take notes. Duncan, what model do you have?
I know this one as well. I've heard this one, man.
Are you saying that we don't have geoid models?
Yeah, so what scientific model are you going to use? What geoid model are you going to use?
I'm just asking if we actually have a model.
Pick one. Pick one. Which one are you going to use?
I don't see this as again. You're saying we have no model, but then you're asking me to pick the model.
Well, if
so
you
we
said
do
you
have a
had
model.
one, if you said you had one, which one are you going to use?
The geoid.
Show and tell.
Okay. Yeah. Show and tell. So in other words, put what the geoid scientific model. Put it in the chat and describe to us what is it used for. If it's a scientific model, it's used for a specific purpose. And what purpose is that? Go ahead.
So now you want me to add to like what also the model
said
does and everything
there's
else.
a model that we're not critiquing your model internally. So we're going to do that right now. Go ahead and post that model in the...
So, for example, when we say like we can see a certain distance because of refraction, then you're like, oh well, blah blah, like you shouldn't have.
But that's
refraction.
not
Or
what
then
you
we
said
talk about,
right now.
Like the air pressure in the container. Well, we say we talk about gravity. Well, then you say like, well, you can't prove gravity.
We're not going to talk
yes,
about that.
We do have models. Yes.
All right. Present your geoid model. Present your geoid model, please. Present
No
it.
problem.
Go ahead. We'll see it in the text chat. Everybody will actually see it in the text chat.
Oh no, man.
Fuck, dude, I gotta go to sleep at some point. You're gonna get like this when you're older too, man. Don't even trip.
What happened?
Somebody's typing in here. Elliptical is typing.
Wisdom, the rope strategy in progress.
No, I thought he had one in the hopper, man. I don't know what's taking so long.
Oh, he's muted. He's muted.
I guess the internal... No, he's muted himself. The internal critique will have to wait for another moment, I guess.
Are you talking about me?
But that's that
Not
one trick as
you.
well, that you don't have a model trick.
No, I said you were hot mic elliptical, but no, I'm talking to Duncan at the moment. His internal critique of the models, so to speak, that he had. A geoid model. All right, just post it. Let's check it out. Let's have a critique. We'll critique it right now if you want. It's no problem.
Was he talking about an internal critique of flat Earth or an internal critique of the globe?
About a model, I guess the model of flat Earth, but like at this point, I asked him for what model he speaks of because does he have a model? I asked him, and then he said, "Yeah, we got a model, geoid." Okay, post it. I think I know what he's talking about, but he's got to post it, and then we're gonna discuss it. We're gonna give a little critique to it because he's got one. So that's not an issue. Oh, here we go.
The thing, with the globe.
That's good. Now we got something.
You see what this is.
That's the problem with the globe model is it keeps changing. It's like in their worldview, the worst they can say about flat earthers is that flat earthers have rejected 3001 models. They've only rejected 3000. We're only one model away. As soon as you reject this model, you're right back with flat Earth.
Let's take a look at what he posted. Let's give a little critique to it.
Jeez.
Hey, so what's
All
up?
right.
Pseudo
What's going
intellectual.
on?
I mean, what's up, guys? How we doing?
Who's this? Who's speaking?
Yeah, no, I just want to say, like, I'm on an airplane right now, so pretty cool, you know?
All right, cool, man. Safe flight.
Yeah.
Are you actually?
Earth's pretty freaking cool, you know, round to me, you know?
Hey man, show us your camera then.
All right.
Why do you want to see a dude for, Matt? You're weird, bro.
What do you mean?
He
Show-
could be.
like, I mean,
he
like,
could be
show
like
him that he's on-
going
actually
to
on the
sleep or something. Why do you want to see him for?
Yeah,
So
I don't know
special,
about that. Yeah, you're kind of weird, bro.
All
like
right,
that.
don't make it
Man,
weird.
people could date.
You made it
through
weird, bro.
Discord.
Say you want to see this guy. Like, what's going on, man? FaceTiming
Yeah,
and
like,
whatnot.
what do you want to try to see?
I meant like he said he's on an airplane. Maybe he could show us the curvature that he's
Remember,
seeing.
hey, Jekyll.
Wait,
Remember, I
That's
said
all.
I can do the thing I said I can do. Look what I just done.
you can't trust my word? Come on now. Do I not look good enough? Come on, bro.
I told you I'm good, man. They ain't nobody as good as I am, but
Hey, but hey, you know what they say though? I could be tripping. I could have taken DMT just a little bit ago, and I could be just tripping. The Earth could just be flat.
yeah,
for all I
but
know.
don't stop focusing on the fact that Matt wanted to see you on FaceTime. Dude, don't forget that.
Nah, it's all good. Everybody comes out the closet, you know. It's all good. Hey, so
I don't know,
like,
man.
just real quick though, like, I just want to like, whose fucking idea was it to come up with this theory, flat Earth? Like, I understand that like people back in the day believed it back in rudimentary times, but what the hell? I don't know.
We'll tell you in a minute. We'll get into it. We got to critique this guy's information he just put in the text. All right, we can start from the top. Duncan, are you there? Come off mute. All right.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, said the top of it says Earth Models and Maps by James R. Clinch, Naval Postgraduate School, 2002. It says Earth models, maps are just a model of the world, or a small part of it. This is true if the model is a globe of the entire world, a paper chart of a harbor, or a digital database of streets in San Francisco. A model of the Earth is needed to convert measurements made in the curved Earth to maps or databases. Each model has advantages and disadvantages. Ooh, that's no bueno. All right, each is usually an error at some level of accuracy. Whoa, we're critiquing it now, aren't we, Duncan? That's what you wanted, right? We got some errors in there.
Yeah.
All right.
Will you
Some
at
of
least
these?
admit the fact? Will you at least admit we actually do have a model?
No, I haven't read that yet. We'll get when we read it, then we will look at it.
Wait,
Some of these.
wait,
Hold on.
You're
Just
saying they're models, but
yeah,
you're
keep
not
your pants
accepting
on,
that the
dude.
fact that they're models.
Just relax. Some of these errors are due to the nature of the model, not the measurements used to make the model. There are three common models of the Earth: the spherical or the globe model, the ellipsoid model, and the real Earth model. Fuck. All right. The spherical model is the form encountered in elementary discussions. It is quite good for some approximations. The world is approximately a sphere. The sphere is the shape that minimizes the potential energy of the gravitational attraction of little mass elements for each other. The direction of gravity is towards the center of Earth. This is how we define down. It is the direction that a string takes when a weight is at one end and a plumb bob, that is a plumb bob. Spirit level will define the horizontal, which is perpendicular to up and down. The ellipsoid model is a better representation of the Earth because the Earth rotates. This generates other forces on the mass elements and distorts the shape. The minimum energy from it is now ellipse rotated about a polar axis. This is called an ellipsoid. And isn't this the one that you were advocating for, Duncan? The ellipsoid?
What do you mean the one I'm advocating for? They
You
have different
said-
purposes.
Oh, wait. No, you didn't say ellipsoid. You said geoid. All right, let's see if we can find that. It is called a spheroid in some books. The equatorial radius is longer than the polar axis by about 23 kilometers. The direction of gravity does not point to the center of Earth, we can still call the direction of plumb bob down and use it to define coordinates. In the ellipsoid model, the direction of down can be shown to be always perpendicular to the ellipsoid. Thus, the ellipsoid must be a surface of a constant gravity potential. Fluids don't flow along it due to gravity. Gravity only pulls perpendicular to the ellipsoid. In the real world, this will be slightly incorrect. All right. It says, and then the first page of the PDF says, rotation effects change the shape of the Earth and latitude definition. The real world is not homogeneous. There are mass variations such as oceans and mountains. There are also inhomogeneities under the surface, and homogeneities under the surface. Like, this is what it says. These cause not only the mountains, but also variations in the gravity field. Thus, the measured down direction is changed. The difference between the ellipsoid down and the true down are very small. However, they change fundamental surface we use for height measurements. For practical reasons, heights are measured from a bumpy surface everywhere perpendicular to the real down. There are many of these. We call that one represents mean sea level in the open ocean, the geoid. This is the surface of a constant gravity potential. A level surface, down is always perpendicular to the local surface. Here. I'm looking for what you're looking for. The models. Oh, so the page number 2. Okay, so it's got 3 models right here. It's showing spherical globe used in elementary descriptions, ellipsoid used in map making, or real world. It doesn't have the qualifier on that one. It just says real world. All right, so one's talking about the sphere, the other one's talking about the ellipse of revolution, the other's talking about a geoid, a level surface. Which one are you going with?
Do we have models?
Well, it says that you do. Which
All
one are
right,
you going to have? Which one are you? Which one's best describes the Earth?
There is actual globe model. Thank you for that. Thank you for finally admitting it.
Well, I'm asking you. I wanted you to present it. So you said geoid, but your geoid model is not here. It's only 3 of them, which are spherical, ellipsoid, and real world. You said geoid, right? Isn't that what you said? Hello.
Yeah, we have models. Yeah, we have models.
I know that. Where's the geoid model?
All right, I'm glad that you agree that we have models. Thank you.
Where's the geoid model that you said is one of the models that you know? Was that all? Your point? Okay, I guess that was it.
Fantastic, that.
Well, it was good stuff, man.
Waited all that time for nothing.
Yep.
There's a globe model. We didn't know that.
That's
And the model
newsflash.
he presented needed a flat Earth to begin with, seeing as it was a horizontal plane perpendicular to a vertical.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm asking for which one he's going to advocate for, so we can look at that.
There are
but he's
more
not.
models there. There's some more models.
Yeah. So which one are you advocating for? Is the one that models the Earth, Duncan?
Different models have different purposes. I'm
Okay,
sorry
so
you don't
which
realize.
one identifies what the Earth is?
They
Are you talking?
all do. They all
All
do.
right. They all do. So how do we know one of them actually represents one for one what they're saying about the information represented in the PDF thing that you gave me? How can I go test the claim of any one of those models?
That's not what I'm talking about. You said
Yeah,
that
well,
there's
you
no
wanted a
such thing as
critique.
a globe.
This is the
You
critique.
said that there's no such thing as the globe model. That's
I
what
don't
your
give a
claim
shit
was.
about that. So now
Well,
we're
I
in.
do, because this is a very
All right.
see. This is what I'm saying. Like, when you guys say we have no model, and then I present models, how
I
do you
didn't
say
say
that we
that.
don't have models?
I said that you
Well,
made a claim of a geoid model, geoid, and I said present your geoid model, and you presented this. So I need you to tell
and
me
we're
which.
trying to.
If all of these represent the Earth as a globe, how can right now we're gonna critique that, Duncan? How do we know any one of these are going to tell us one for one what the Earth is doing? Whether the ellipsoid model, real world model, which one of these? Who do you want? Which one do you want to go with? All of them?
Alpha, just a quick one. Sorry, gentlemen. I think the guy's getting confused between a map and a model.
Yeah, but let me just see what he's going to respond. Duncan, are you done?
I done proving the fact that we have models? Yes, I'm done proving the fact that we have models.
All right. Was that your whole point? Was that your whole point?
For now, for now, that was my point. The fact when someone
said, okay, let me pause you for a
So
second.
when you guys say
All
we
right.
don't have a model, and then I present the models, now you can say like, oh, we actually do have models. Now I would like
that wasn't the point, though.
please give a flat Earth model.
That wasn't
You presented a map, not a model.
Yeah, the point was you wanted an internal critique, so we started to critique it, but yet you wanted to stop because now that you presented models, there's no critique in it. Your models are above reproach. Is that true?
No,
All
I
right,
didn't say.
then let's critique. Then let's critique.
And even
Then
the
let's
models
critique.
themselves don't say
All right,
that.
then let's
Even
critique
the
them.
models themselves
Duncan,
don't say that.
Duncan, let's critique them. Let's do that. Let's critique them. You want to do that?
Why can't any?
Well, let's
why
critique
is
them.
why is there no flat Earth model? Like I presented.
We don't need to worry about that.
Where's
We
the
don't need
flat
to worry
Earth
about it.
model?
We don't need to worry about that. You
Wait,
present.
what do you guys mean by model?
You presented something we could critique. So now we're going to do that. So which one of these models that you have are ones that you say represent anything that the Earth has to offer as a globe? Because we're going to test the claim of any one of these models that you bring up. Which one do you want us to test? We're going to critique them. Just like you said. What you wanted us to do. Now you're running from that, Duncan?
No, I'm at work, man. I work for a living,
All right,
man.
then
Sorry.
why did you even open up your mic to chime in if you're not going to be able to respond? And just go back to work.
I am responding when I have time. Sorry, I can't just unmute and mute whenever I want to.
We want to get into a conversation which you
I have a
can't have
question.
right now, so just go ahead and put yourself on mute.
So I got a question here.
Yeah, what's your question?
It's my first time being here. My name's Leo.
What's up, Leo?
So you guys believe that the Earth is flat?
No, we know that it is.
Oh, so you're saying the same thing that I'm saying? You believe that the Earth is flat?
No.
Doesn't this sound like Gregory?
No.
Sounds like Gregory.
Yeah, I thought that.
Gregory, dude. Aren't
Okay,
you
so
supposed to be at work?
you know that the Earth is flat. Is that a better?
Yeah.
Okay.
It does sound
So-
like Gregory.
Does he? It don't sound like it to me.
That's crazy. All right, so and do we have any just flat? So then, what's around the outside? Is there like any sort of wall?
No, my backyard.
No, I'm just saying. Like, has no one been to like the edge of the Earth?
Oh. Yeah, the Earth doesn't have an edge. It's got a limitation. There's a limitation or an endpoint is not an edge.
There's an endpoint, but not an edge.
It's finite.
Meaning?
What I just previously said. It's got an end.
So, like, is there space around it or no?
Is there space around it?
Yeah,
There's space inside of it.
but not space
Between-
outside of it.
Well, nobody's been outside. We're only been inside.
So, is the sun also inside of it too?
No telling.
So we don't know,
No.
but we do know that the Earth is of a flat disc inside
No.
a bowl,
Not a disc.
not a disc.
No.
Then what shape is it?
No shape.
There is no shape.
No, there's no shape known. Earth is not a shape. The description
is
of
no
the
shape?
top. Yeah, the description of the surface is all we know from our vantage point. So the realm that we live in can only be described as a topographical, flat and stationary plane. So we have land topography, right? Elevation change on land. You can hills, valleys, and all that kind of stuff. So
Mhm.
from that, we can go to the oceans and go across them and then go to more land. So
Mhm.
on the Earth where we're at, you can go from point A to point B, like let's say from country to country, take a flight or get in a boat. But everywhere on the Earth, we travel in a flat and stationary plane. So the horizontal plane of reference that we reference, right, is the Earth. So we move across horizontally on the Earth. And of course, there's always going to be that with the land, it changes the elevation and that, but we're always going to go, like if you point in any direction, forward or back or side or whatever, you're pointing to a cardinal direction, either north, south, east, or west. And when you go in that direction, you're going to go to another place, but horizontally. It's never going to curve around a ball. You're never going to be like on the other side of the ball, antipodal to the guy that's, on the other side, and so forth. You're just moving straight across horizontally.
So how does like the wind work?
Weather.
Yeah, but like how does like the weather get generated though?
Well, high pressure and low pressure systems. Like, I mean, these things are, what creates the winds.
To high pressure and low pressure. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know the shape of it. We just know it's flat. And we know all the positions of where the continent is?
No.
We don't know.
In relation to each other, there's more of a general idea of how you can get from one place to another, but to describe the landmass size or the orientation is a very difficult thing.
So we don't know the shapes of the continents.
Not that you don't know the shape. There's like kind of a more or less an approximation, but it's not like a precise knowing of what they are. The maps or the models that you guys look to describe what the Earth is they have anomalies that like with size, like in proportion to like let's say Iceland, like in proportion to North America or like Africa, like the size of them, the continents, they're not in the right proportions. Like put on this scale 1-for-1. There isn't anything like that out there that you could say is 1-for-1. There's no vantage point that you can go to that you could see the whole entire Earth, that you could say, hey, I know how big Africa is, or North America, or China. Nobody can do that with the Earth.
We can't do that with math?
No.
Why not?
Because that's the thing is, when you do something with math, you're going to have to know what reference are you gaining that information from. So what reference does your math come from? What's your reference to bring the math up?
Well, the reason I was just asking because
but I'm thinking about Leo. Think about it. What are you referencing when you say I'm going to use some math to say the size of the continent? What are you referencing to get the math?
I mean, I would have to like look up exactly how they would figure out like the shape of the continent just using math.
The issue is you have this thing called the coastline paradox. You can look this up too yourself. There's a lot of reasons why landmass sizes wouldn't be the same size. It's not static. Things aren't static. So to say that you would have more land or less due to the fact of how water behaves, on this Earth that we live on. Sometimes you have more coverage. Sometimes you have less. Depends where you are. There might be a drought. You might have more land. So things change. It's not always going to be land's going to be 1-for-1 in any map or model.
Well, I'm not talking about minuscule, like 100 feet of land just goes under sea for that point and period of time, right? So you're gonna have like a general shape, and you're saying we don't have the general shape at all.
Yeah, no. You have you have more of like an idea of what people trying to map things out. High aerial footage, like that's gonna give you kind of a close range.
Wouldn't that just be general shape then?
Well, more or less, yeah. But you're not going to know overall, because it's too big.
Well, won't we know enough given that we have airplanes?
No, I wouldn't say that, man, because the airplane only flies at, 50,000-60,000 feet? You can only gain so much information from that distance.
No, I'm saying in the sense that we're able to safely land on different locations across 7 continents.
That's fine.
So that's why I'm saying that we know enough, right, for us to be able to pinpoint the locations from other continents and make sure we get there.
Not in relation to another one. No.
How so?
Because you have vast distances of water to traverse. So that's going to cause when you're over water, there's nothing to reference. There's no way to say like I know the orientation of Africa to North America is exactly this way. You can only travel to when you're traveling, you're going from airport to airport. So you're not really paying attention to like the exact orientation of like where you just left to like where you're landing, because of the fact that when the airplane is flying, there's a lot of things that the airplane has to deal with, like the winds that are going to be moving it out of its course, weather systems that things are going to happen, like they have to divert from, no fly zones and just different things, right? You have to account for a lot of stuff that when you're a passenger, you're not really knowing like exactly, okay, I'm leaving this place in this continent in this orientation in this way, and I'm going straight this other way. Because when the plane's in motion, it's banking, it's doing all these things. You're starting to lose orientation right then and there. So you're not going to know, you know what I mean? Like the continent, the way it's orientated to like where you're landing.
Well,
to say
from what I've understood from airplanes, you don't go in a straight line, fly in a straight line from one continent to another. But like the overall point that I'm making is that given that we're able to safely go from one continent to another, we generally have a general shape of these continents. Whether or not it's approximate doesn't really matter. At least it's the general shape.
Here, I got something for you. So the shape of Antarctica. You got visualization what it looks like?
Yeah, I have a general shape of what it would look like.
Okay, what's the perimeter of that continent?
The perimeter? Like you want the exact number?
No, I mean, what do you have an idea? Don't look it up. Just think it through. Okay, use your noodle, not your Google. Just give a ballpark. It doesn't have to be not even close. Like if I ask you, what date did the Roman Empire fall? And you
I honestly wouldn't know the actual measurement to use to describe.
Well, miles or kilometers.
Miles or kilometers.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's like.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm just. I really don't know. I really don't know.
Just take a guess. A wild guess. How big is Antarctica?
I'll say maybe like 70,000 miles.
70,000? Okay.
You said a wild guess, bro.
Okay, no,
it's pretty wild. Yeah.
You said wild. I threw a wild.
All right. Well, here we go. So here is an image here. This demonstrates a coastline paradox. So using Australia as a measurement, 2,485 miles, how many Australias does it take to get around Antarctica? So if globetard, then you've got about 10,000. If use a flat Earth conception, then
fastest mute in the West.
I continue.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah.
Or that mute was insane, by the way.
So then you've got about 30,000 miles. So what did NASA measure the rough distance around? 33,000.
So NASA is saying that Antarctica is 33,000 miles?
Yeah. So which one is closer? The globetard or the AE projection?
What is the parameter for Australia again?
Straight line distance across.
Yeah, straight line. It's 2,000?
485.
485 miles?
Oh, I'm sorry. 200.
Oh,
2,485.
Okay, 200.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're saying that Australia is bigger than Antarctica? Or are you saying
there's like there's 4 Australias to get around that.
Is he looking at the meme?
Yeah, are you looking at the side chat? Maybe that's why you can.
Yeah, you need to make sure you're looking at the image that Crit's talking about.
I'm looking at the image right now. I'm trying to understand it. So.
Okay, so here, NASA, you can go to this website right now. It's still up. Earth Observatory at nasa.gov. It says the complete perimeter of Antarctica with ice is 33,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you use a globetard and take Australia as a measurement, you get about 4 Australias to get around Antarctica, or roughly 9,940 miles.
And you're saying that's unrealistic.
But if you take the AE projection, which one's closer to 33,000? They're both wrong, right? All three answers are different. This kind of demonstrates that coastline paradox that Alpha was talking about.
Okay. So like these are not you're saying like since these are not accurate measurements, then they're wrong.
It can't be. It can't. This is why it's called a paradox. It can't be accurately measured. It can't be because it depends on what scale you're using.
Okay.
None of this proves the Earth is flat, though.
Oh wait, hold on a second. So my thing is this. So sure, it doesn't no accurate information on how these continents look, but I don't think that I don't know. Because I think from what I understand from my social studies teacher when we were learning about geography back in school, that the globe doesn't really, it's not a 1-for-1 scale. Like they told me that it's not a 1-for-1 scale. That's just a general of what it looks like. We have enough information of where this is at, where that is at. It's not to the exact T because we understand that continents constantly move and water rises and goes down. Sometimes landmass break apart. So that's what I was being told. So I never really saw it as it's an exact replica, 1-for-1, scale for scale, down to the minute inch.
Yeah, that's the problem because a lot of people pretend like a map is actually the Earth. It's not the Earth anymore. The Earth is lost its agency, and now this map speaks for what Earth is. This is called a reification fallacy. It is actually quite funny that this is the example that they give if you look up reification. Pretending a map is actually the terrain.
Question: if what you're saying is true, then how is it that people have been navigating the planet for over 1,000 years accurately? How did Europeans get from Europe to Africa to North and South America to East Asia?
Yeah,
the maps are flat.
Bust open the history book and read that motherfucker.
That's because paper is flat. But you're making it seem as if, now I could be misunderstanding your argument, but you're making it seem as if, all these measurements, everything is so inaccurate that it's all bullshit. But that doesn't make sense because common sense tells us you can't navigate a planet on inaccurate maps or extremely inaccurate maps.
Yeah, this is talking about. Oh, go ahead, Jerry.
I was going to say, have you ever seen a map with a scale on it?
What do you mean?
Like when you get a map and you look at the legend, there's a scale there.
Oh, yeah. Like with the numbers?
Yeah. As a straight line, right?
Yeah.
Is it really a straight line?
Yeah.
One second. But then, right? We were. I was just told that we don't really know where these continents are at, though. So how are these ancient people who draw these, these maps, right, have the location of where this continent's at, that continent's at?
It's a good question.
So it will just lead me to believe that, I think we have a much general, knowledge that we can at least navigate somewhat from one continent to another, right?
Yeah, but what we can know for sure is that the land is measured with straight lines.
The land is measured with straight lines?
Oh. Triangles.
Wouldn't you say the globe is also measured with straight line? It just appears to be curved?
No.
Why not? Because you got longitude and longitude. Aren't those lines?
Yeah, they are, but they don't come from land measurements.
Where do they come from?
The sky.
They're sky measurements?
Yeah, they come from an angle. Yep. Well, latitude does.
Longitude too. Longitude comes from the sun.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So, all right. So then how do airplanes navigate then? Because they do use longitude, latitude in their systems.
Yeah, that's a 2D reference system, right?
Unless it's military, then they use the MGRS.
And what does the MGRS mean?
Based on the UTE.
I see.
Which is a flat world, flat stationary Earth.
So they are using something that's based on a flat Earth perspective then to navigate.
Yeah, another program called the GIS. I think it's Graphic Information Systems, a way of mapping out cities. When they started realizing the skyscrapers were like deflecting wind in weird ways, so they use these, and this is all flat map too. They got all of New York, all the boroughs mapped out in the building. There's a building you walk into, and they demonstrate sunrise and sunset. They demonstrate planes taking off and landing. The whole city's mapped out by scale, and it takes up the whole floor of a building. You can walk around it and stuff.
Okay.
So
GPS systems convert everything to a Cartesian coordinate system too, called east north up or east north down.
Northeast, north down. Is that what you said?
Yeah, east north up ENU and east north down END are Cartesian coordinate systems that GPS systems convert their information from. And they initialize with what's called Earth-centered Earth fixed coordinate reference system from the ground, which presumes a ball underneath, but then they convert that ball in whatever swath you're on with your receiver to an XYZ planar coordinate system.
Yeah, XY would be the horizontal, and Z would be vertical.
Yeah. Each of those dimensions are 90-degree orthogonal to one another, so flat.
I see. So then my question is this. How did the Japanese were able to get to Pearl Harbor with the technology that they had back then?
Earth isn't a Mercator map, that's why.
And what is a Mercator map?
The one that you're imagining in your head when you think that the Japanese have to fly over Europe to reach Hawaii.
Okay, so then is there a map that I can see as reference to how they accomplished this feat?
Bro, I put one in the chat probably like
You could use a
10,
globe.
20 minutes ago. Yeah, like it's like literally right next to each other, bro.
Where is it at? Can you link it?
Yeah, I'm driving right now. I'm gonna try to though.
The point is, maps can be construed to show what you need for a specific purpose. So you have different projections offering different ways to view the world. The globe is just one projection. It's the most common one. It's the one that people think that this world actually is. But the globe itself is projected. It's projected from a flat Earth, projecting Earth's land masses into a celestial sphere with latitude and longitude.
Mm-hmm. Wait, is your name Old Dude?
Hey, another problem you have too, if you use the globe model, this is why you guys need to look up history, because they actually took off from aircraft carriers in and around the Hawaiian Islands. These planes didn't take off from Japan and fly all the way to Hawaii and all the way back. Because if they did, on the globe model, they would physically have to go backwards in time. So
What
they
do you
would
mean
take
by backwards in time?
like say today, if they were going to plan to bomb Pearl Harbor today, they would be taking off on the 20th, then bombing Pearl Harbor on the 19th, and then landing back on the 20th.
That's hilarious and a very good point.
Is that to say that it's impossible to do?
On the globe, yeah. That's why when you look up the history of how the Pearl Harbor happened, they took off from aircraft carriers. I'm not sure if you ever heard of that before.
They took off from aircraft carriers. That's what
that
I've
were
been taught.
local, that were close by.
Well, yeah, because airplanes back then couldn't travel that long distance, so that's what that was taught, that they took off from their ships. So they came from their land, right, onto their ships, got close enough to wherever military area in Pearl Harbor was at, and then they went off on their kamikaze plane.
No, the kamikazes didn't come till much later. What you need to do, look up this stuff, open the history book, and just read that motherfucker. Okay, because like you've got some very hot takes on
when
what
was
happened.
kamikaze planes invented?
No, not kamikaze planes.
Yeah,
There's
they're
no such thing as a
pilots.
kamikaze plane. What he was talking about was that the doctrine of fly that motherfucker into that ship was not really a popular doctrine until later on in the war, where they were more desperate.
It was almost over by that point. They make it seem like
So-
kamikaze was a big deal, like
They
one of the
were not
secret weapons.
suicide. No,
No, it was right at the end. They were already lost. It was just a matter of time.
I understand that, but like I said, kamikaze in the sense of that there was the Japanese who were piloting were suicide not bombers.
Here,
but
this is a good thing you can Google. So, according to Google, the first kamikaze happened at the Battle of Leyte Gulf, which look that up. It's a very interesting battleship. One of the last battleship versus battleship conflicts that ever existed. So that was the 25th of October, 1944. Do you know when the war ended?
It'll be 1945.
What day?
I don't know the exact day.
Was it August?
Maybe. I don't know.
So it wasn't even a full year that they. See, I thought that you guys got some very weird gaps in your knowledge, and you.
I don't know
use
what this
ignorance.
weird gap is. Did they or did they not? Were they not the Japanese doing suicides at Pearl Harbor or not?
Yeah, but it was more. It wasn't as big as people remember it, as people taught in the history book. It was a very short time period, and mostly just one battle. The Battle of
Well,
Leyte
I'm not
Gulf.
arguing about it being a short time period or one battle. I'm just saying that for them to get to Pearl Harbor, right? They'll be on
You
their
just said
ships.
they used kamikazes during Pearl Harbor because
Well,
you
yeah,
think there's a
I'm saying kamikaze in the sense of that the word as in they going suicide. That's what I meant by kamikaze.
Yeah, if I remember the war correctly,
You should
only
use
a few.
any answer you want.
One
For
like,
any answer you need it for.
we look up the Battle of Pearl Harbor. It wasn't a kamikaze. They lost like maybe like 2 planes, something like that. Like it was a very successful attack. A surprise, surprise, motherfucker.
I don't think we're saying anything that different. I mean, we're reaching a conclusion they did do some suicide stuff like Pearl Harbor, right?
No, not at Pearl Harbor. They were shot down. There's like this one guy who got like some sort of Navy Cross because he manned the gun on the battleship that was sinking and continued fire until he went under the water. Like
So the
posthumously gave him the Medal of Honor.
The pilots were not going there in terms of doing a suicide mission.
No, because at that time, the Japanese fighter plane was far superior to any American fighter plane. They dominated the skies. They didn't need to commit suicide. It was suicide to try to fight against them. The Japanese Zero was, like, by all metrics, a superior fighter plane that the world has ever seen. It could do all kinds of stuff. But once anti-aircraft technology got better, the way of engaging air targets, then it was almost suicide to attack the American fleet. So they just crashed their planes. And virtually just one battle, the Battle of Leyte Gulf.
So only Leyte Gulf is where they crash their planes.
No, I'm saying that was the battle where they rolled that tactic out. According to Google, mind you.
Okay, I see.
Hey, bro, in that war, right? Wasn't there like a pretty famous general who kind of said like whoever controlled Alaska controlled the corridor to the world, right? So like if you look on the Gleason map, Alaska is pretty much the midpoint, like right in between Japan and the United States, and it was kind of like a pivotal place during that war. So like what I was trying to say, bro, is that like you wouldn't have to fly across Europe. You would kind of just go right along the side of Alaska. And if you look at a Gleason map, right, there's a book called 100 Emergency Landings on a Flat Earth. And it's kind of like looking at all these flight routes and showing how they don't really make much sense on the globe. But if you look at them on the Gleason map, they'll make a lot more sense.
So Alaska is next to Japan. Is that what you're saying?
Well, more so en route. It's more of like if you're taking it, it's more en route. Like if you're going towards if you're coming from Japan towards the western side of the United States, you would kind of like skirt along the coastline of Alaska and come down. But you would have to look at like a Gleason map or a Mercator projection map to try to get that concept that what I'm trying to explain to you.
That doesn't make sense.
I'm trying to. So is everything like curved then, technically? Given like how
No,
Alaska
bro.
we have to be positioned to be next to Japan, regardless whether or not it's like flat or even like spherical.
No, Leo,
Yeah,
there's
I'm
no
not saying
curve.
it's
That's
next
the
to
point.
Japan. Yeah, I'm not
Say
saying
again?
it's next to Japan. It's just en route. I
En
posted
route?
I think
I
you need to
posted
get
it in
away
the
from
chat.
visualizing maps and stuff because he's getting
Yeah,
confused. It
Well,
needs to be more
how else?
simple.
So then here's my question: then how are we able to get from one location to another if we can't visualize it?
You can travel from one place to another over a flat surface, right?
I mean, I meant in great distance, though.
Yeah, you could still travel in great distance over a flat surface, right?
Yeah, but you still picture it though.
Yeah, so that wouldn't prove to you that you're traveling over a ball just because you're
I'm
traveling
not
over
talking about traveling over a ball. I was just talking about that we have the ability to know exactly where these continents are at.
Okay, yeah. So a lot of people have traveled between the continents, so you have a good idea, roughly going port to port, how long you're going to take and what direction you need to go. Sure, that's
Okay,
fine. People have been
so
traveling
then that's
without.
why. Then that's why I was trying to visualize it, right? Where exactly Alaska would be for
Okay.
them to travel from one location to the other. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah. Well, there's loads of
I
different
mean, you have to
visualization
look at the maps, though, bro.
projections of
Yeah,
maps.
kind of have to
Can,
take a
can,
look at them.
can someone post me the map so I can look at it?
Well, there is no
Leo, I
agreed
don't
map.
I don't
That's the
understand
point.
why you don't seem to understand what he's saying. It's very simple. You just have to look at the map.
Yeah. I'm asking for someone to post the map so I can look at it.
Yeah, what map do you want? Look at any map. Yeah, we're not claiming a
Mercator,
map here.
Gleason, that'd be a good starting point for him, though. I think it would.
I don't know. What's a map going to prove about the Earth that you live on? Being a ball or not?
I didn't say anything about it being a ball. I was just talking about we understand the general location of continents.
Okay. So do you not believe that the Earth's a ball? Or?
As of right now, that is my main belief, but I'm open to learn. I'm open to listen.
All right, sweet. Well, what makes you believe that to begin with?
Well, at first we will have to understand so my thing is this. If the earth isn't a spherical ball and there is no such thing as I don't know, space outside of that ball, right? Then gravity isn't it doesn't really exist, right? If it doesn't exist, then my other question would be, then
It
how does
depends what you
everything?
mean by that. It depends what you mean by that, because obviously things fall. Like if you drop a rock, that'll fall down. No one's contending that. But that doesn't mean that the ground is a ball, right? Things can fall and rise over a flat surface, right? The only reason that gravity's in your head as a thing is because you've been taught that that's what's making you not fly off a giant spinning ball. The only reason they need the gravity story is because they're telling you you're on a spinning ball, which your logic would tell you, well, things don't usually just stick to spinning things. So they tell you you're stuck by gravity. But if it's not
That's
a
not
ball,
true.
then you don't need that. You can
That's
just
not
things
true.
go up and down above a flat surface.
It depends on
Okay.
how large the ball is. It depends on what's it spinning around, what speeds. You can very much so, even within our planet, you can have a massive ball and it can be spinning and you can stay on it depending on how big it is.
Cool story, bro. You've
So
never been on a giant spinning ball and stuck to it.
that's crazy. So then, okay, I can understand that point, but how do we explain how snipers shoot then?
How do we also explain sea levels?
They take into account distance, wind. What else would they take into account? Their elevation. They don't take into account any curvature or motion of Earth.
Yeah, you need to be confusing it with bullet drop, which again
Bullet
would be under gravity.
I'm pretty sure they take some sort of notion of curvature.
You're confusing it with bullet drop.
No, they don't. You just you point it at the target, right? and then you
Honestly,
adjust the wind, drop, whatever else.
I see. I see. So then, okay, does space exist then, or no?
Well, not in the way that they tell us. No, it
Like, so
can't
there's like
exist.
not an empty out of nothingness out there.
Nah, because think about it. Gas would go into that space, right? If you have gas pressure, it's contained, right? Gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. And if
Mm-hmm.
you had like gas next to a vacuum chamber and you opened it up, or if you had a box of, let's say you have air, a box of air, and you put it in a vacuum chamber, and then you open
Mm-hmm.
that box of air, that air is going to flow in all directions through the vacuum, right? High pressure flows to low pressure. That's just natural law. So you can't just have like a ball of gas pressure sitting next to a vacuum and not filling the vacuum. Gas expands in all directions. So no, it's not an empty vacuum beyond the sky, whatever it is. There has to be some kind of physical containment for us to be breathing gas pressure. But where that is, exactly what it's made of, who knows?
And like
But it has to be in
gravity
here.
isn't so like magnetic field and gravity doesn't explain that. That's like why like the gas is contained.
No. Because you can
Why
have
not?
you can have all the gravity in the world, but like we said, you have the vacuum chamber on the ground, put air in a box in the vacuum chamber, and open up that box in the vacuum chamber. The air is going to go in all directions, including up, even though it's on the ground where the gravity would be strongest. The air isn't sitting in that box because gravity is pulling it down. Air
Well,
goes
I
up.
also said like the magnetic field as well.
No, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, there's
And what
no
about
demonstration of
other?
air sticking to the surface in a vacuum. It
Okay,
expands.
so then what about like the other gaseous elements that are like lighter than air? So like air will be at the bottom then.
Well, yeah, everything arranges itself in its density relative to the medium that it's in, but gas will always disperse eventually,
So
right? In all directions.
because gas will always disperse, right? Then that would mean that we have to be in some sort of container, right?
Yeah, because the gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. It has to be hitting off of a container
And we
to be
don't know the shape of this
pressurized.
container. We don't know the shape of the container.
No,
Wait,
we
but
can't
they're
verify
judging
any of
this.
that.
They're judging this based on an atmosphere. This is purely speculative from his perspective because he doesn't know.
No. We're
He's
talking
basing
about
it.
gas pressure. The definition of gas pressure is well known. Look it up.
No, I believe you. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, but how do we know that there's a dome around
I
our?
didn't say a dome. I didn't say a dome. What I said is gas pressure requires a container. That's natural law. Any demonstration of gas pressure in reality, you will find this. Like, go take a deodorant can full of deodorant and then remove the can and tell me that you can still have that gas in that compressed shape. No, it's going to spread in all directions. Same as in air in a balloon or in a car tire. So you need the physical container, and without it, it will expand into the lower pressure space, the available space. So that's just
No,
natural
you're
law.
right about all that. I'm not denying that.
Yeah.
What I'm
So
saying
then
is
we
that
breathe gas pressure, ergo we must have some form of containment. We can't be next to a
you're absolutely
vacuum.
correct about that. I'm saying though,
Well,
on a meta level, like as far as like a massive planet body, whether you think it's whatever shape you think it is, we can't really know how it would operate on that level. So like Leo was mentioning with magnetic sphere or with gravity, whatever explanation you want to have is like
Well, we
if
can
you
at least
believe
say we
that, you
only
still
have
can't know on that level.
evidence. We only have evidence to support that gas pressure requires physical containment. That's all we have evidence for.
In
If you
atmosphere though, that's the only issue is
else,
that
that's up to you. But
so we don't
I don't see
know
any reason
on
to.
what. So we don't know on a like massive scale what gas pressure is like then.
No, I would say on
that's
any
what I'm
scale,
saying.
it abides by those laws until you can show otherwise, which no one can.
So we're just going on the basis that there has to be some sort of container
Well,
that's
we're going on the
keeping.
basis of gas pressure requires a container, yes, because that's what's observed
Well,
to be required.
from what I understood, from a globe perspective, wouldn't there also be some sort of container that's keeping the air
Nah. In the
intact into the
globe,
earth?
No, in the globe, it's gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum with no physical separation.
There is no container.
No, it's well, I don't know. No, not in the globe model. There's no container
So
around the globe.
like the layers of the
We're in a
atmosphere is
vacuum.
not some sort of container that keeps it.
No, that's the gas. That's the gas that needs the container.
What about the sun?
What about the sun? I like it.
That's an example.
An example of what?
Gas without a physical container.
Okay, how did you verify that the sun was a gas?
Oh, how do we know that the sun exists? We're gonna do this thing.
Well,
like
I
at
can
that
see
point,
the
I'm
sun.
gonna call you retarded.
I think he's
How do you
saying,
know
how do we?
anything
No,
exists
he's not
outside of
saying.
your mind? Wait, answer this. How do you know anything exists outside of your mind? Can you answer that?
Deep, bro. Deep. Earth must be a globe.
Yeah,
Hold
just
on. Aesthetics. I don't think he's saying the sun doesn't exist. He has eyes. He can definitely see the sun. What he's saying is that
say it's not
he does
a
not.
ball, it's not a ball
Yeah.
gas.
He does. Yeah.
He's asking an epistemological question. He's saying if
That's
you're
okay.
questioning
That's
whether or not
okay.
the sun is
Aesthetics.
gas,
It's
you're
very
questioning the
easy.
shape of
Listen,
the Earth. How
guys.
do you know anything is true? That's
It's
the
very easy,
epistemological
guys.
question.
It's very easy. If we can have a ball of gas in a vacuum, show me a ball of gas in a vacuum chamber.
Wait. So
Very
if
easy.
okay, so then you believe that the sun isn't a ball of gas in a vacuum?
Well, can you show me a ball of gas in a vacuum?
Do you see the level of like skepticism he reduces to every single time? This is embarrassing.
He can't
Okay, so-
justify like anything.
Well, yeah, a skeptic.
Okay, okay.
That you've never observed. Correct. So,
Hold on,
ball
hold on.
of
So then
gas
what-
in a vacuum chamber. Anyone?
Wait,
Hold
how
on,
do you
I'm-
know your observation is reliable? What if you're just like, what if you're perceiving like an illusion?
I'd hate to be
Like,
this
that's-
guy.
How would you
I really
know?
would.
Then how is
skepticism.
your
But how do you
argument
know
that
your
you
mother
know
Wait,
that
gave
that's
there's
not
a
birth?
answering
ball
the
of
question,
gas?
Cyclone. That's not answering the question.
You
How
haven't
do
seen
you
your
know?
mother
I mean,
give
you're
birth to
you're the
you.
one that
Asking
made
how do you know is not going to be an answer to the question, Cyclone. Do you want to try again?
Wow, bro, you gonna chill out?
Hold on, guys,
Yeah, you're
guys.
not answering the
Chill.
question.
Anyway, I'm speaking to Leo here because he's not spiraling unlike the rest
You notice
of you.
how he keeps
so,
reducing his
Leo,
view down to
carry
skepticism?
on.
So then here's my question then, right? Okay, so the ball, right? So so you're saying that the sun is not a ball of gas, right? Can you hear me, Cyclone?
Yeah.
Yeah,
still
yeah,
here?
yeah. What happened?
I don't know. It just went quiet. I
Oh,
thought
yeah,
you
okay.
said. Maybe
All
I
right,
did.
I don't know. Okay, so like the sun is not a ball of gas.
Well, as far as we can observe, measure, repeat, and test, you cannot have a ball of gas in a vacuum, can you?
Oh, well, from what you said, I'll take what you said at face value. So then, how does the
Yeah.
sun operate then?
Good question. How would you test that? You going to go to it? You going to test it?
Well,
You gonna pull it
no,
apart?
it's a flaming thing. I don't think I can get too close to it. I'll probably burn alive, like
Well,
Icarus.
Well,
So-
this is the
so-
thing.
so-
You only know about it what you observe, right?
Okay,
What do you
but we
observe?
do know it's some sort of circle-like shape, right?
Yeah, it looks like a disc of light moving through the sky every day. Yeah,
So, and we
Agreed?
don't know like what the properties are in the
There's
sun.
something else we know.
Well,
There's something else
I've
we know.
not been to the sun and taken a sample. Have you?
There's something else we
No.
know though. We know that it
So,
generates heat.
so I
and we
wouldn't
know
make
that
a
it's hot.
claim about what it's made of because I can't go and verify that.
Okay,
Which
but
is
like
fair, is it not?
I mean, we can't see atoms,
Wait,
but we know
Cyclone,
atoms
do you believe
exist.
that
Hang
Wi-Fi
on,
exists,
So
Cyclone?
you can
Hang
make
on,
claims
real
to whatever
quick,
you
real
like, but
quickly.
if you can't verify it or provide
Yeah,
evidence,
Cyclone,
then
do you believe that Wi-Fi
one-
exists?
Yeah, Wi-Fi exists. I think Wi-Fi exists. How's we on here?
Cyclone.
Oh, are you asking?
but-
oh, I see what you guys are doing. You're asking him if it exists. Okay, gotcha.
I feel like these arguments are being made in poor taste. Clearly, you can't compare Wi-Fi to sun.
Wait, are you going to
Sun,
answer? Wait, Cyclone, do you believe that Wi-Fi exists?
Yeah, you can use Wi-Fi.
Sorry, do you believe that Wi-Fi exists?
Well, it's not a belief. I use it every day.
So yes, you do believe that Wi-Fi exists.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what makes you believe that Wi-Fi exists?
I use it every day.
Hold on, that's not answer. So, for example, if I say I know the sun
That's not
exists,
answering. It was
sorry,
a
Brandon,
direct
retard, you're
answer.
dodging.
Why are you
I'll
spiraling,
explain the
bro?
analogy since
This
you.
guy comes in spirals every single bloody day. It's tired. Leo, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Do you believe that Wi-Fi exists?
Yeah, I believe. Well, how's we on
Well, then
here?
Earth must be a globe.
Who created Wi-Fi?
So I think what Cyclone is trying to say is that because we have like a tangible way of understanding that like Wi-Fi exists, right? Because you and I we're on here on Discord, so that's proof enough that these waves exist, right? We have an ability to like test it. So, but he's just saying that when it comes to the sun, there is no way for us to go there, take a sample, and test it out. So henceforth, we don't really know like what the properties
And
of
these
sun
guys don't know
is.
either. They're just they're just repeating the story that they've been told, right? It's
Here's
very
the
clear
issue
to
though with
everyone.
that.
They've got no
Your
idea.
epistemology is so super skeptical that you can't consistently hold it, meaning you're selectively being the skeptical.
No, it just means I don't accept claims without evidence or
No, it means that you're
verifiability.
being selectively hyper skeptical. Okay, for example, you did not witness your mother giving birth to you. You do not have a empirical measurement
You're right,
for your
bro.
mother
Maybe I
giving
just
birth to
popped
you.
into existence out of thin air.
Okay,
Yeah,
or your mother
Casca,
could just be lying
Let's
to
use
you, and you can be saying
logically
whatever
reason here
because
but
first.
you have no way of
but you
knowing
can
that. There's no empirical way for you to know that.
you can witness
So
other people giving birth.
exactly, but you cannot witness your mother giving birth to you. So you have no way of knowing
Yeah, maybe you
that
just
she
popped
gave
into
birth.
existence, bro.
Okay, again, that can mean that there are several options. I didn't say you had to pop into existence from nothing. I'm saying you have no
Okay, well, my
verification from an empirical
my
basis.
paternity is not in question here. The globe is. So let's calm down.
Right. That was an analogy, though, to say that you're basically cherry picking. You're special pleading. You're saying, oh well, you had to show
It's
me
very simple. I'm
maximal
asking for evidence
for
for
the sun,
claims.
but you don't have to show me maximal evidence for
It's
the Earth
very
being flat.
simple. You just have to provide evidence for claims. You claim there's a ball of gas in a vacuum. Show me a ball of gas in a vacuum.
We're not in the vacuum though, so I can't show you that.
Oh,
That's
get a
why I was
vacuum
saying
chamber.
earlier.
Get a
It's
vacuum
based on
chamber.
hypotheticals from your perspective because
You know what a vacuum
you
chamber is,
can't just
right? Show me a ball of
assume.
gas in one.
Okay, well, I'll ask you a question. Are you assuming that because you're in atmosphere, whatever you think the atmosphere is irrelevant? Whatever you think the shape of the Earth is right now, irrelevant. But we're in atmosphere. So let's say hypothetically there were a vacuum. We can't measure the properties of the vacuum based on what we experience inside of an atmosphere. Is that
There
fair?
can't be an atmosphere next to a vacuum. That's not how it works.
Why not?
Because gas pressure requires a container. It's been explained.
You're right. You're absolutely correct about that.
Exactly.
But it
So stop
requires
arguing
a
with me.
container for a localized use within an atmospheric body. That's why I keep going back to an atmospheric body because you're making a judgment purely from that.
Well, you're just making things up.
Okay, again. Okay, it's like using, I don't know, you know how like religious people think that like there's an afterlife and stuff, and they say like you'll still have a consciousness and all that. Like you can't say that's false because we only we have physical bodies and we'll die.
Right, but it would be
You're right,
equivalent
but
to you
you're
saying that
judging
that's
that purely from
real,
a
and you
present
saying I can't not
experience.
believe that because you're telling me to believe in something that you have no evidence for.
No, I'm not. No, I'm saying that
Yeah, you
you
are.
can't.
You're
No, you're
arguing that you
missing
can
my
have gas
point. I'm
pressure
saying that
next to a vacuum.
you cannot judge a hypothetical fact based on an experience you experience
Hypothetical
within a
fact. No,
different type of
you're
atmosphere,
talking about
within a
gas
different type
pressure
of
next to a
environment.
vacuum. You're talking about high pressure next to low pressure, not equalizing. That's not what happens. It's
Okay,
natural
first
law.
of all, that's not
Opposed to
that's not
cold.
what any of us are saying when we talk about an
Yes, it
atmosphere.
is. This is. See, you don't understand because this is what you're saying. You're arguing
I'll
for the
give
globe.
one more
That's what the globe
analogy.
says.
I'll give one more analogy. You can't say that it does not snow because you spent. Okay, what if we were talking to someone their whole life they've lived in the Sahara Desert and they have never seen rain or they have seen very, very light, very little rain, and they tell people there's no such thing as rain. There's no such thing as snow because it cannot snow in such a hot environment.
Well, we can provide you plenty of evidence for rain and snow. You can't
I
provide any
agree, but
evidence for
what I'm
gas
saying
pressure
is
without
you're
a
saying
container
that, oh,
adjacent
well,
to a
gas needs a
vacuum.
container. It
Yeah,
needs a
that you can provide
container, or else
evidence for.
it will disperse. And I agree with that.
Mhm.
Here's the problem, though. Again, you're making that judgment purely based on your experience within an
And you're
atmosphere, just
making the
like the
rebuttal based
Sahara
on your
represents.
imagination. That's the problem. Your rebuttal is imagination, which
It's
we don't
not
accept.
imagination. My rebuttal is you keep
It is
I
imagination.
agree.
You're right.
I agree, Kraska. It sounds like you're being disingenuous in your argument. I'll be
Thank you,
honest.
because he is.
No, I'm not.
I don't even
You're
mean to be
making a
insulting or anything, but
demonstration.
that's
You're
just what
making
it
a
feels like.
claim without a demonstration. You're making a rebuttal from your imagination. And if it's not from your imagination, show me a demonstration.
Again, you're not getting the point. The point isn't that this is evidence for it. The point is you're not even judging how to determine
Yeah, I
evidence
don't
based
believe
on
your
what you're
imagination,
talking
bro.
about.
I don't
So
accept your imagination. True.
again, again, we cannot discuss a vacuum or gas in a vacuum based on what happens within a non-vacuum environment. That's why I said you need to
No,
suspend
you can have
disbelief
vacuum
for a
chambers
moment.
on Earth, bro. You can have low pressure environments on
Okay,
Earth.
again, you're purposely misunderstanding the point. I think you're doing that on purpose because you can't answer it. You
No,
can't,
I think
because if you
you're
answer
missing
it,
the
that's going to
point.
lead to some
I
concessions that
think you're
would
missing the point.
expose
Maybe
other
you're not
flaws within your
realizing that
worldview.
you've never
Huh?
seen gas pressure without them. You're missing the point. You've never seen gas pressure without a container. You've never seen gas pressure next to a vacuum that doesn't flow into the vacuum and expand in all directions.
We're living.
That's imagination.
We're living. Okay. We're
No,
living.
that's your belief.
Unless you
Your
can
belief.
prove otherwise, right now we are
Nope,
living
that's your
within a
belief.
gas pressurized environment without a
Yeah, and gas
direct
pressure requires a
physical
container,
container.
remember? You agreed.
Okay, so you
It
believe that
requires a
there's some sort of
container.
containment to our atmosphere. Why aren't you proving that to us?
You already agreed gas pressure requires a container.
Within atmosphere, I do agree with that. Within atmosphere,
Where does it not require it?
in a vacuum.
No, in a vacuum chamber, the gas expands in all directions.
Exactly, but there's no direct physical like containment to a
Okay,
vacuum.
so there you go. So the gas would expand in all directions.
It would expand in all directions, but that doesn't
Right.
mean that
So the
because of
gas
gravity
pressure on
there
Earth
can't be
would expand out
containments of
in all
gas, which
directions.
eventually are
Well,
superheated and turned into stars.
Cool story, bro.
So whenever there's a gravitational boundary, then yes, gas can be
You've gone
locally
into religion
contained.
again. You've gone into religion again.
That's not religion. What do you? Okay, this is what
You're
I'm
talking
talking
about
about. This is not
gases
religion.
compressing
I
into
literally
balls
just,
in a
and this is why I
vacuum.
said you're being selectively hyper
That's
skeptical
religion.
because you
All right, let's
cannot
go
be
back to Leo.
consistently this hyper skeptical about
All
everything.
right, we're gonna go
By
back to
this
Leo.
logic,
so
go ahead.
yeah, sorry about that, Casca. So since we don't know that the sun is a gas, we know it burns, right? Like it sends light.
And
Is
it
that your claim?
generates heat.
Well,
You can
it's got
feel
a
the
light.
heat.
Yeah, it seems to be emitting light and heat. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
But it's not a gas.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Well, I've
What
got no
is
evidence that it's a gas. No.
within our experience on Earth though? What are the elements required for something to generate light and heat?
Well, the sun isn't on the Earth. It's a separate thing.
Yeah,
It's its own.
but we don't
You
believe that like
literally
there's a.
just proved my point. You literally just proved my point. But thank you.
You've not made the point.
That was my entire point, is that you cannot judge something on Earth the same way you do something outside of Earth or in atmosphere
Right.
versus out of
Okay. Well.
atmosphere.
And you're using the
Right.
sun as an example based on the simple fact that the sun
But
is.
gas pressure is manipulable, observable, and it's manipulated every day. People do lots of experiments with gas. You cannot experiment with the sun. So you cannot make those kind of claims with the sun. Very different things. You guys need to think logically. What can be
So
observed, manipulated, proven?
Okay. You
So
can prove it, but it just takes a different type of observation. Like you would
No,
have
you
to
can't
do
prove anything to do with a globe Earth.
Yeah,
You
Casper, I
sure?
don't know how
Yeah.
you can debate against
Right.
what he just said. He literally, like, it's sound
Well,
reasoning. Is
we can debate it. We
is
can
this place
debate
just full
against it.
of round earth trolls? Like, that's the vibe I'm getting. Is it just
Bruh.
me and Duke that?
This is just what
Is
this
it
is
just me and
just
Duke here
what
that are being genuine?
people arguing for a globe sound like. They've got these
Wow.
stories that they're trying to wrap around reality, and they don't match. Reality doesn't agree with the spinning ball Earth in a vacuum fable.
So
That's
so
what it
then
sounds
what's the
like.
evidence? Then what's the evidence for a containment for the atmosphere?
Well, gas pressure requires a container. Remember?
Yeah, but that's deductive. Is there any actual, like, do you have a picture
Yeah.
of
So
it? Like,
gas pressure requiring a container, and us experiencing gas pressure means there's a container for the gas pressure.
yes, but what's the nature of the container? Why can't it be a gravitational
Well, I didn't
pull?
claim that. I clearly said at the start I don't claim anything about the nature of it, just that it must be there because we have gas pressure.
I agree. So what if I just say the container is a gravitational pull?
Okay, well, demonstrate that claim.
Okay. So would you accept that though? That gravity can be it can be
Well, let's see your
explanation.
demonstration, and then we'll see.
My demonstration of the gravitational pull?
Pulling down gas pressure next to a vacuum, yeah.
So my understanding of gravity is not that it strictly pulls down. It's more like it's like a as the Earth is rotating, gravitational pulls. They kind of it essentially works with the rotation of the Earth. It's not
So what's the
necessarily like
demonstration of gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container?
gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum container. Well, that's not what I'm
I'll
saying.
let you
I'm
work
saying,
on that. You let us know when you
Okay,
found the demonstration.
I'm saying the container would be gravity in that.
Okay, show
like,
us the demonstration. Leo's going to jump back in.
show
okay.
you a
So understanding that, like, we know that, like, gas in a vacuum, right? Given how the sun is operating, then it doesn't work out. So then, is the sun inside the container that's
Who
surrounding
knows?
the Earth?
Again, can't travel to it, can't travel around it, can't mess about with it.
Yeah,
You
but it
can just
cannot be in
observe
a.
what it does.
So,
You can
but
just
so we
observe what it does.
okay. So we can observe it. It can't
Yeah.
be gas, right? So it's
Well,
some
it can't
sort
be a
of
ball of
like.
gas in a vacuum.
So
No.
it can't be a ball of gas, but it has to be. It's emitting light. It's emitting light. It's emitting heat. So would we say it's burning something?
Well, it's producing energy.
So it's
by
producing
whatever
energy.
means,
Okay, so it's
by
producing
whatever
that.
mechanism.
Okay, so
Maybe
then
it's
it's
electric.
just
How would I
so
know?
it's just energy then, right? It's not any form of matter. It's just energy. In
Well,
a
again,
sense.
I'm not making a claim as to its material makeup because I couldn't possibly tell you.
Well, that's
I'm not
the
gonna
only.
make up a story.
Well, for me, that's like the only conclusion I can come up with if we understand it's not a gas, like a flaming
And could
ball
you
of
verify
gas.
that conclusion?
What other forms of matter would it be?
Well, it can't be a flaming ball of gas because those don't exist in vacuums.
Yeah, so what other form of matter would it be?
Beats me.
You can only guess.
Wouldn't it just be energy?
How are you gonna verify that?
So by this logic, what could you say to someone that says, "Well, I
You
don't
tell
think
me
the
a way. You tell me
atmosphere"?
a way, bro. How we can go and figure out what the sun is, and then you go and do it.
Okay, so we don't know whether or not it's inside the containment.
I'm not
Turns
making any
out we
claims
know
about
far
it.
less than we thought.
Okay.
Wait, so
And what about the
of-
and that's the same thing for the other planets too?
Yeah, I don't know what any of those things are, how far away they are. How would I know? I can observe them.
And we know
but
those
what
ones.
what does that really tell me?
Okay, so then, but are those also like the same flat surface as ours, just tilted in a way that it shows
What do you
it?
mean as ours? What do you mean as ours?
Well, because like in a telescope, right? Like we can see like other planets, and they do show like a somewhat of a circular shape.
Right.
Earth
so we
isn't
can
a space
see,
pizza, bro.
yeah, those. So the lights that we see in the sky, I would not say that those are like the thing beneath our feet, which is the Earth. They
Okay,
are
so the
part
Earth
of the
is
system,
so
but
Earth is
they're
very
not.
unique in its shape.
Earth is unique. Earth is the floor, and that's the ceiling, and those are the lights in the ceiling.
So
Right.
we do know the shape of the other planets, then.
I'm not making a claim as to the shapes of them. You can observe them through a telescope to be little shifting blobs of light, is how I would say them.
So there's some form of a circular shape.
Well, you could
to
say
it.
they're circular, whatever. Doesn't really matter.
Wait, what do you
They're
mean?
not-
Earth is not a planet?
Earth isn't a planet. It's not a space pizza. He's trying to tell you that.
Yeah, it's not a disk in space. Earth is not a disk in space. Planet, etymologically, the meaning of the word comes from the old Greek for wanderer. They were just describing it as a star that moves out with the constellations. Right? They move on their separate trajectories. It doesn't
Exactly.
mean like an Earth. Like
So-
conflating planet, the light in the sky, with Earth, the ground beneath your feet, is not correct. Right.
Okay, so so you're saying Earth is not in space. We understand that there's a containment around this Earth. We do not know if that sun is inside that containment. So what is outside the containment? Would we not call that space?
Again. Well, I just said there's no space as we're told. Now, again, that doesn't mean that I would tell you anything about what's beyond quote unquote the Earth. The Earth is reality as far as we're concerned. That's all we know. So to ask
I have a
what's
question.
beyond that reality, again, I could not tell you.
How do you explain stratosphere flights though?
Wow, who's spazzing out? Is that K's? Someone mute him.
Yeah, it's K's
How do you-
5.
How do you explain stratosphere flights then?
Again, this is the old, hey, if Earth's flat, explain every single irrelevant thing or the Earth's a globe. Come on, guys, stay focused.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if the Earth is flat and if there's a physical, like a hard physical, some sort of containment around it, then how come it is that some airplanes can go straight up and fly like almost outside of the atmosphere, and you can see like the curvature of the entire shape
What
of whatever it
altitude?
is below them? How do you
What
explain that?
altitude? What altitude are
There
you
it is.
talking about?
So I'm talking about the stratosphere. So it's right all the way up almost touching
So
space, or
Can you give
whatever
us a feet?
whatever would be space.
how high is that in feet or whatever you want to
I
use?
haven't done the exact calculations of how high that is. I could do
Right.
it.
So I'll go and figure out what your actual question is, and then maybe
Well,
ask again.
my question is the stratosphere, so it's miles
Okay. So
into
what
the
height
air.
is that, according to you?
I have to know the height for you to answer the question.
Because I don't
I
know what
think
you're talking about. What height are you talking
that's
about?
a. I think that's a
Well, I'm
fair
talking
thing
about the
for Duke
stratosphere.
to
So
say to
here,
you.
I'll look it up if you want to know the exact measurements.
Well, yeah, you're saying a plane is going at a certain height. That's your argument. So what plane and what height? Those are pretty basic things
I'm
about your
getting the
plane.
height right now.
I mean, I don't understand why the container couldn't be above where they fly. Like, I don't get it.
Well, that's
Be above
that's maybe
what?
the thing, isn't it? Obviously, it's not high enough.
Wait, above
Even if
what
he does have an
exactly?
example.
So
So it
then,
says
Let's stay focused
the
with Leo because
stratosphere
Leo.
extends from 4 to 12 miles above the Earth's surface. So on the ground, 4 to 12 miles above us, in straight up air. There are
That
planes.
could walk 4 miles, bro. What are you talking about? That's not that
No, I
far.
said vertical, straight
Yeah,
up.
that's
4
not that
miles
far. That's
vertical.
not that high up, bro.
4 miles? That's a
You think
highway
4
up. You would
miles is
probably
high up,
suffocate in the
bro?
sky
You could
falling.
walk that in like, I don't know, 40 minutes across the earth.
What does that have to do with the vertical? This is what I was talking about earlier. Just because you can do something in one way doesn't mean it's the same in another way. So being 4 miles up vertically is not the same as being 4 miles horizontally running. It's not the same thing.
All right. So whatever. What's your point?
My question is that if the Earth has a direct physical containment and if it's flat, why are there planes that can fly 4 to 12 miles in the air,
Well,
nearly
why wouldn't they
touching
be?
whatever's beyond our direct
Well,
atmospheric experience?
obviously, it goes higher than that.
It goes higher than that?
Obviously.
yeah, the
So that's
containment
not
will
flying
be
at that
much
height.
much bigger.
right. So here's the issue with that though. Number one is the higher up you go, the less you can breathe. So how would you explain the lack of oxygen in different gases? The
You can
higher
have a
you go, it's
pressure
almost
gradient.
suggesting.
You can have a pressure gradient within a container. You cannot have a pressure gradient within a vacuum.
Again, the issue is not the containers. The issue is the nature of the container. You're saying we both agree it's physical. I agree it's
Anyway,
physical.
we're not taking it back to this.
I agree.
Leo was
So,
actually
but what
asking
I'm
some
saying is though is that you
questions.
can see the shape of the physical, like material ground, like what we would stand on right now. When you're high up
Nah,
enough, you can see the general shape of it, and it
nah,
does have
nah,
a roundish, like 3D round shape.
nah. See, it's all.
Doesn't that physical container need to make contact with the physical ground in order for it to hold in the air?
Oh, calm down,
You're
Duncan.
walking on part of the container. It's below your feet.
You're
Guys,
missing it.
guys, I want to take it back to
missing it.
Leo because Leo was
What
actually having an honest conversation.
This is honest conversation, and you're purposely
You can
avoiding it
just
because you
wait.
know it contradicts
No, because
everything you're saying. And you have no
you're not
answer
being
for it. That's why you're
constructive. You're
avoiding it.
asking silly
So
questions.
you're not.
Leo, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still with you guys.
All right, you continue because you were at least trying to
Okay,
answer my question.
so I'm not saying space in a way that they taught us space, because you're saying that it could be space, but not in the way that we understood it, how the world has taught us. So it has to be. So it might not even be a vacuum then, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can't be in a vacuum as we've discussed because we've
Okay,
asked the question.
we can't be in a vacuum. All right, but like we understand that those are just the planets are just lights up in the ceiling for us from our perspective. We're inside a containment and a flat surface, but we do not know the shape of that surface, and we also don't know like how deep like the crust of the earth
We've
is,
pretty much
right?
got the same limitations that you have. So we're not traveling to the lights in the sky. We're not digging through the earth. We're people who can measure line of sight and the surface of the earth to a fair distance and confirm that there's no curvature. That doesn't mean that we can then say what the exact size, dimensions of this whole realm are. It just means we can disprove the story they've told us, but that doesn't mean we have a replacement story. We're trying to figure this stuff out.
Okay, so then why then tell generations of people that this is of a global perspective if in reality it's really not? What
Now you
reason would
wonder,
that be?
why would they do this? Why would they lie? Do you think the government lies?
Yeah, but like they would have like damn good reasons. So I just want to know.
What kind of reasons do you think the government lie for?
They lie to cover something up,
Mm.
but something
So,
like
They lie to
nefarious
make
they
money.
did.
so it could be that. I mean, they lie. People lie for money, right? I mean, NASA get what, $60 million a day? Would some people lie for $60 million a day? Very possibly. If you get to create
Yeah,
someone's worldview, I mean, if you're living in a world of someone else's fiction that they get to write the rules for, that's quite a considerable position of power for that person creating that fictional world. Control over where you think you are, how you think you got here. Let me ask you this: if the Earth is not a ball, how did it get here?
if it's not about how did it get here,
Yeah.
Can I just get a one
Hold
for
on.
flat and a 2 for round?
Hold on.
honestly, I mean, from like a secular point of view, like I really don't know, because like from what science has taught me, that like when a
Big Bang
universe
makes balls.
Big Bang, right, matter, like
Yeah,
matter,
so this is it. So
and
this
then
globe story
rock
ties
hit.
into exactly. So this globe story ties into the creation story that we were given about the Big Bang, everything exploding out of nothing and then forming into balls. But if the Earth is not a ball, that Big Bang creation story consequently is not true. So then where are we left with? If we've got a motionless topographical plane that's contained, not moving, how did it get here?
So it would have to be created then, right?
Unless there's another plausible suggestion you can think of. But no, I would agree. I could only assume that that's created. So they're hiding from you creation.
Exactly,
why?
and that's when you get into the really important questions.
But why would they hide creation from
Well,
you though?
maybe because people who are obsessed with being in power don't want the people who they're in power over to understand that there's a power higher than them and that they're not at the top of this hierarchy.
So
Because why governments love seculars and atheists is because human beings will put someone in a position of power. If it's not God, a lot of them will choose government. And government can tell you whatever, and you'll do it. And that's a good deal of power. So they would have a reason in telling a story so that there's no power higher than, let's say, the nation state government or whoever it might be that wants to have that position of power. It's essentially all about power and control, but it goes deep. And you're right, it's not really about the physical shape of what we're standing on. That's not really what's important. It's the questions that that leads to in regards to, well, then how did it get here? And what does that imply about our existence compared to what they've told us?
Well, so here's my thing.
That's crazy.
So given that they are hiding something, I mean, so what if we like all find out the truth, right? What are we really gonna do? Like, they got guns, nukes.
Not,
Like,
not trust the
honestly,
government. I think a lot of people would probably do.
I mean, they can just turn into a dictatorship. Like, what am I gonna do?
Yeah. But this is the thing. This is the thing through the history of power and human beings and civilizations, right? Those who have sought to attain power and hold it for as long as they can realized a long time ago that using brute force always results in mass disobedience and revolution, right? So what you need to do if you really want to attain and hold power is to convince the people to want to support this status quo, and not through force. You make them think they've got it good. They've got it figured out. So they don't even know they're under the boot of this power, right? They want it. They'll fight for it themselves. That's the ultimate power. And
Well,
that's part of what this is
I
doing.
mean, given like American slavery, it was like what 600 years of it. So although it might have been, I mean, from a grand scheme of things, temporarily, that's still a pretty long time of forcing people to do stuff.
So what if those slave owners could have told those slaves, hey, you could run away from this farm and over that fence, but if you just keep running in that same direction, you're just going to end up back here where you started. There's nowhere else to go. That would be an enormous amount of power for that slave owner.
And that's like a microcosm view of what they've done on the macro view with this globe. They've created a form of mental prison where you think if you travel in one direction, what's the point? Because you're just going to end up back where you started. So that puts you off even trying it.
I
So
think
that's a level of control that
Wow.
goes to a higher level.
So here's my thing. I honestly believe that regardless whether or not everyone finds out the truth, because we live in such in a society, 21st century, I think comfort